It's only my third day here, and once again, my equipment's been dampened by the thick, unshakable fog. The locals told me this used to be a thriving mountain city, until their exiled prince led the wolves in. Havoc built 2 Skynet server bases right here, at the heart of the city. Everyone says they want to save Asara, but the land beneath their feet has been bled dry under their endless salvation.
So forced a number of locals out. Today, this uplift has deepened into a rift, one that seems impossible to bridge. Large-scale climate control technology, once envisioned as a tool to end droughts and wildfires across the globe, has now been weaponized into an instrument of destruction. It's as if, in our pursuit of energy from the atom, we have forged a Damascus blade.
Bring the bounty and I'll bring the body. That's my code. Enjoy your meal. Time to get to work.
Landon Harris, codename Raptor, role Recon. Former GTI operator, Raptor was the head of intelligence for GTI North America before leaving to pursue a career as a bounty hunter. As an operator, Raptor has an in-depth understanding of information warfare and intel acquisition, specializing in his use of drones, with his Silverwing drone capable of marking and tracking the location of all hostiles in its field of view. His equipment includes WingCam, a small camera drone that can autonomously lock onto and track enemy personnel, transmitting images to the user's combat terminal in real time. Its small size provides it with excellent stealth, making it particularly suitable for surveillance missions indoors, or urban environments.
Enemy mark!
Moments ago, GTI called us shameless thugs, accusing us of using violence to infringe upon the rights of the Asaran people, even calling for the closure of Tide Prison. Well then, GTI, let me ask you this. when Havoc was healing the sick with Relink? Who bombed the new Tower of Babel? When Havoc built Zero Dam to end drought in Asara? Who broke the dam? When Havoc revived Asara's economy by building a space program? Who brought down the Spire, shattered Skynet, and unleashed wildfires upon this land? Tell me, GTI, do these actions not constitute violence? Are these not the actions of shameless thugs? Should the people of Asara not be outraged? Asara cannot lose Tide Prison. The world cannot survive without unyielding order. The guilty must stand trial.
Croft is rallying his prison guards for a full purge of the Raven's faction. Infiltrate their ranks and eliminate the Raven. Stay sharp. Don't compromise yourselves.
Awaiting orders, sir.
Get them! Let the fun begin! Here's your comeuppance!
The Raven's down. Good job, team. The Warden's weakened. Move in and take him out.
There is salvation in death.
Bring the bounty and I'll bring the body. That's my code. Enjoy your meal. Time to get to work.
Landon Harris, codename Raptor, role Recon. Former GTI operator, Raptor was the head of intelligence for GTI North America before leaving to pursue a career as a bounty hunter. As an operator, Raptor has an in-depth understanding of information warfare and intel acquisition, specializing in his use of drones, with his Silverwing drone capable of marking and tracking the location of all hostiles in its field of view. His equipment includes WingCam, a small camera drone that can autonomously lock onto and track enemy personnel, transmitting images to the user's combat terminal in real time. Its small size provides it with excellent stealth, making it particularly suitable for surveillance missions, missions indoors, or urban environments.
Enemy mark!
Commencing recon! Releasing Falcon! I'll keep an eye on him. Releasing Falcon! Enemy mark!
Moments ago, GTI called us shameless thugs, accusing us of using violence to infringe upon the rights of the Asaran people, even calling for the closure of Tide Prison. Well then, GTI, let me ask you this. When Havoc was healing the sick with Relink, who bombed the new Tower of Babel? When Havoc built Zero Dam to end drought in Asara, who broke the dam? When Havoc revived Asara's economy by building a space program? Who brought down the Spire, shattered Skynet, and unleashed wildfires upon this land? Tell me, GTI, do these actions not constitute violence? Are these not the actions of shameless thugs? Should the people of Asara not be outraged? Asara cannot lose Tide Prison. The world cannot survive without unyielding order. The guilty must stand trial.
Croft is rallying his prison guards for a full purge of the Ravens faction. Infiltrate their ranks and eliminate the Raven. Stay sharp. Don't compromise yourselves.
Awaiting orders, sir.
Get them! Let the fun begin! Here's your comeuppance!
The Raven's down. Good job, team. The Warden's weakened. Move in and take him out.
There is salvation in death.
You're gonna have to fight regardless. 60 MG in a decent spot.
Articuno picks up 2, equal and nowhere, both down and out. Oh my god.
It's AKA. They've made it. You've done it. Congratulations, gentlemen. You're going to be representing North America in China.
I'm 60MG. My team is AKA, and we are from the North American region. Our team name is AKA. The origin of our team name is also known as. It was just a very quick representation of our names. I would say none of us are very happy with playing slow, so playing slow is definitely a new pace for us as an entire group, so that's something we're working on. So we're definitely a fast group. We like to play quick.
On this MandelBrick, no one's making a move for it. Mango's late. You're too late, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so I would definitely say Jan is going to be our IGL. He's definitely the loudest voice in the group over us. He definitely makes the final decision on shot calls. We all are very vocal, though. We're all talking. Sometimes our communications can get pretty foggy, but I would definitely say Jan is our IGL. We have Articuno, who is definitely the mediator when things get heated or whenever we're arguing, we can't make a decision, things like that. He's definitely keeping everyone level-headed. And then there's me. I would definitely say I'm the loudest voice, even though Jan's voice is definitely the final say, but I would definitely say I talk a lot. I want to shout out Grim. Grimmy, they got 3rd in North America. Shout out Grim. He's a great player. He streams, make YouTube content. He's the GOAT. He's one of our friends. Or he is coming as a sub for Inc. So he will be there. So we're excited to see him. But he's a great player. He had that crazy 1v3 clutch during the regional finals.
My name is Articuno. I'm from Team AKA. We're from North America region. My role would definitely be information-based. I'm a Luna main normally. So when it comes to getting information, that's definitely my forte. But don't get it twisted, I can definitely shoot as well. In comparison to any other team, in terms of the people specifically in Group A, so our group, maybe this is really a bad way to look at it, but there's only a few teams I'm really worried about in terms of the China's regional team and then EU. Not really worried about Japan or Korea and even Pan-Pacific, unfortunately. In terms of our competitors, our close competitors, or the other NA team, I'm also not worried about them. They play at a very different pace than we do, practically the opposite. I look forward to potentially running into them as well.
My name is January. I'm representing North America on Team AKA. My best operator, I think I'm the most skilled at, would probably be Luna as well, but my favorite is probably Alio right now because it's satisfying landing like a really good molly and just full killing somebody with just one need. I have 2 really good teammates that can shoot, so I don't really have to shoot. I can focus on other things. Delta is different from other esports because of the nature of the game. It's an extraction shooter trying to be competitive, and I like what they've done with the rule set, with the MandelBricks, and factoring loot value that makes it an extraction shooter. It's just a little twist on the rules that make it more fun to watch and to play. One of the things that I hope for Delta to grow in is player retention. I'd like to see more people from NA come back to the game, more people go into the game, and then see the scene actually develop. Right now, it's very fresh and very new, so it'll take time, but I'm excited for Delta Force to grow.
I'm excited. I'm just there to have fun. I think we're all ready to have fun. It's been looming over us for a minute. We're definitely really excited to just be there and play. I think we play this game every day, so we're all really dialed. We're really ready. So yeah, I would definitely say we're just really excited.
Although we are the youngest team, I can speak as a group. We're not necessarily worried or nervous. It's actually a more thrilling experience. We're actually very excited about going and having the opportunity to compete on land in an entirely different country. It's just something that we look forward to rather than kind of nervous about.
I'm excited to represent NA, and I hope all the people that wish us well and want to see us do well, we can live up to their expectations. I don't feel any kind of pressure or like looming like anxiety because of this, but I hope I can do well for the fans, and I appreciate all their support.
Tournaments. Here's a quick look at another fight, though. Fallen's found an angle, and they found a knock and a full. Cleric gets the all. Able to find 2 kills, looking for the third. There's the top angle. Congrats to our top 2 teams, Tiff, MandelBrick Addiction, and Fallen, headed to land in China.
I'm Flaric. I'm from Team Fallen, and it's Europe region. It's Prorok team, and we joined to him. But as you know, his situation, he can't leave his country, and our team name just stay. Before, when we had Prorokan team, probably he calls every our moves. But right now, it's probably on my way to choose when we will go and what will we moves will do. But still, it's like team play, so everyone can call what he wanna do or what will be better for us right now. So we will listen to each other and choosing the best way to go and the best call what will be right now in this situation. For us, it's just confidence.
Unbelievable. We've got more fights happening right now. Saniva grappling people in, trying to beat people down, but Fallen wins the gunfight.
We didn't care about any team, so we will just play our game. It's hard to prepare to another teams because the game so a lot of random moments that's going on. It's better aim to your moves and what you will do in the game right now, but not to look and watching how another teams are playing. But the strongest team won. Probably it's interesting to play against Chinese teams because it's like Delta Force is homeland for Chinese. Probably it will be interesting how they're playing and what will they do in the semifinals. Yeah.
My name is Sius Bishka. I'm playing for Team Fallen. Based on my game style, I'm more like support guy. For me, I can say that I have always been a competitive person since childhood. I never like to lose.
They know this team is weak. They don't know how weak necessarily. I think they saw at least one down.
Like I started my competitive with CS. After I left CS, I discovered myself at Delta Force. I think my most memorable moment is the first tournament ever, Season 0, I think it was, when the game just came and they announced the first tournament and we made into finals and took third place.
Mine is the semi-finals of the qualifications in China. It was unforgettable and very cool. I was very happy for my mates, for Flaric and for Proro, and this is so cool for us. I'm HR, I play in Team Fallen. I think I'm a support guy, but I have more kills in the game. Cut! I play Medic, but everyone does the same amount. Everyone is important in this game. Choice to play as a Medic is a team decision. We like this role. I will say for myself, I'm not a fan of playing as a Medic because I have good aim and I need to shoot shots all time. But I train it and did everything I called. I have always killed a lot and will continue to kill. The best things I can do is kill. It's simple, play a huge amount of games, practice every day, play scrims every day. At the moment we play every day for maybe 12 hours and we'll continue to do the same. Play, sleep and again.
And about the chemistry, I guess when we will fly to the China, we will meet each other together in the real life. We will try to make some good chemistry. We will have some dinners together or watching movie, watching some demos from another teams. We will just speaking with each other as lot as we can. So I guess chemistry will come more and more better. Probably its main goal is to win the tournament because in other places will be not good at all. We are flying to China only to win, and we will prepare as we can. We will do our best probably. Okay, it's hard to prepare because, as I said before, it's more random situations in the games happening, but still, only first place will be good for us, nothing more.
I think the main goal is a victory on tournament. Yeah. We need a victory, that's all. My guys are the best, and I believe in them, and we can win, I think.
Operators. The 2025 Delta Force Invitational is heading into its ultimate showdown. From 8 regions worldwide, 12 elite teams will clash for the title of the first ever global champion. Here are the participating teams and group details. September 19th, UTC +0, 4 a.m. Teams from Group A and Group B will first compete in a group stage A-B match. The top 3 from each group advance to the upper bracket turn 1, while the 4th to 6th place teams drop into lower bracket turn 1. The 6 squads in the upper bracket turn will battle again on the same day, and 1st and 2nd place advance directly to the Delta Force Invitational Grand Final stage. 3rd to 6th place move on to the upper bracket turn 2. September 20th, UTC +0, 4 a.m., the lower bracket turn 1 kicks off, and 1st and 2nd place advance to the upper bracket turn 2. 3rd and 4th place enter the lower bracket turn 2. 5th and 6th place are eliminated from the tournament. In the upper bracket turn 2, the 1st and 2nd place advance to the grand finals on September 21st, while 3rd to 6th place drop into the lower bracket turn 2. The 6 squads in the lower bracket turn 2 will fight for the last chance. 1st and 2nd place will claim the final 2 tickets to the grand final September 21st. The 2025 Delta Force Invitational Grand Final arrives. The 6 squads that make it to the grand final stage will face off in a round 6 double brick match point rule set battle. The winner will lift the World Championship trophy, claiming their place in history. This tournament will use the double brick match point rule set from start to finish and updated to the Season Breaks tournament version. 6 squads will face off over 6 rounds to fight for MandelBricks. The tournament will be played on 3 tournament-specific maps: Zero Dam, Brackish, and Space City. The 1st and 3rd rounds will feature airdrops, while other rounds will have MandelBricks spawn on the map. Over the 6 rounds, the first squad to decode 1 brick enters match point, while decoding a 2nd brick wins the entire match. If no squad manages to decode 2 MandelBricks within the 6 rounds, the ranking will be based on the number of bricks decoded. In the event of a tie, the squad's total assets will determine their final ranking. The tournament version of the game introduces some unique MandelBrick mechanics. If a MandelBrick is picked up but not placed at a decoding station in time, or if it's moved somewhere unreachable by operators, it will respawn back at its original location. Once the decoding starts, other squads can steal and redecode the MandelBrick multiple times. Each time a new squad redecodes the brick, the timer resets, but the total decoding time is shortened. This speeds up the pace and makes the combat even more intense. Before the match, every player will receive a starting supply of 1 million technique alloys, along with a 3x3 ultimate safe box and a 12-slot card holder. After each round, every player will also get a technique alloy supply. Players can earn extra technique alloys by eliminating an enemy operator, successfully decoding a MandelBrick, or copying it. Additionally, players on a losing streak due to consecutive failed extractions will receive compensation. In the tournament version, ID tags obtained by eliminating players can be stored in the safe box, and their value increases as the match progresses. As the match progresses, the store's inventory expands. Before the first round, you can buy up to level 3 ammo, level 4 helmets and vests, and level 5 repair kits. Everything else is available, and key cards are free. Once the second round begins, level 4 ammo, level 5 helmet, and vest selection packs. Level 6 repair kits will also be available. Throughout the entire match, each player is limited to 1 purchase of the level 5 helmet and vest selection pack. The ammo selection pack level 5 also becomes a one-time purchase, but only starting from the 3rd round. A crucial rule to remember: level 6 helmets and vests are never available for purchase. AWM ammo is also a rare commodity. You can only get it from airdrops, and you can't store it in your safe box. All the operators from the Season Break version will be playable during selection. This means that a squad can use the same operator for a maximum of 2 times throughout the entire match. It's a true test of strategy, as you'll need to figure out how to combine your team's individual strengths with your loadout to select the perfect operator for each round. In the tournament, when it comes to spawning, each map has specially configured fixed spawn points. There are 6 spawn points in total, divided into 3 priority levels. A squad will not spawn consecutive at the same priority level spawn point. For example, if your team spawns at a red point in the first round, you will be randomly placed at one of the other 4 points in the second round. That's everything you need to know about the rules for the Delta Force Invitational. It's not just about sharpshooting, it's a comprehensive test of your strategy and teamwork. Who will rule the first Delta Force Invitational? All or nothing. Operators, see you in Hangzhou.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the 2025 Delta Force Invitational. It's day 2. I'm Coach, this is Taylor Reflections Noble, and we are so excited to be back with you for another day of Delta Force. It's operations, it's tournament server, and it's pretty dang fun. We had an amazing day of competition yesterday, and I am so excited to get underway here for day 2. It's elimination day, Taylor. How excited are you for that?
Unbelievably excited. Are you kidding me? Yesterday was wonderful, and we really did get the best of the best move forward. Obviously, Q9 and NBA. Today, like you said, elimination round. Everything goes, okay? You want to be playing full speed ahead. If you're not, you are going to have your tournament life ended short before you even get to that sold-out stadium. That's what the goal is, plus $500,000. Come on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've got a lot to talk about today. We got to talk about the format and, of course, how it all works. But you're right. 2 teams are not playing today. Everybody else is throughout the course of a total of 3 best-of-6s. Some will play maybe all 3, some will play 2, and maybe some will only play 1. We'll break it all down in a moment. But those 2 teams you mentioned, MandelBrick Addiction and Q9, they were unstoppable, and they made it all the way to the finals. They're done. They're hanging out. I think they're in the venue just watching, and they may go take a nap. I don't know what they're going to be doing. Definitely going to be VOD reviewing some of these teams, though, as they keep getting better. But they don't play again until the finals day, which is tomorrow. And like Taylor said, that will be in a stadium with an audience. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But today, we've got to get there. 4 more teams of the 10 left will join them in the finals. And it's a rigorous process to do that. We were live for, I think, 11 hours yesterday.
11 hours.
Should be about 11 hours today. You and I were talking in the car on the way over here. It might be a bit more. It might go to game 6 a couple times.
That's right.
Let's talk about the format, though. Maybe you didn't tune in yesterday and you're just now tuning in. Well, today's a great day because you get to see maybe some tears being shed and, of course, some celebrations. We're going to be playing up to a total of 6 rounds. The way this works is that we are a double match point format with our bricks, okay? It is all about the MandelBricks. Starting in Zero Dam, working our way to Space City with Brackish in the middle. If a team is able to get 2 MandelBricks, they win the match, all right? If the team gets it in the same team gets it in round 2 and round 4, we're done in 4, which happened yesterday. Now, each of the players start with 1 million Technic Alloy to start off their kits. This is gonna feel a little bit like pubs. If you die, you'll lose the gear that you brought in. So you are starting with a little bit of money, and you're actually able to earn money along the way. There's kind of a fixed supply per round based on round compensation, but the big hit is 400,000 Technic Alloy per elimination, per kill that you get on enemy operators. So if you full wipe a team, that is 1.2 million that is auto added to your stash and auto added to your inventory, so you can use that to buy whatever you want. And I say whatever you want, not quite. Here are the limitations. So to start, before round 1, you can only buy level 3 and below ammo, level 4 and below helmet and armor, level 5 and below repair kits, and everything else pretty much goes. And as we progress through the competition, you can start ratcheting up to some of the more higher value gear. So you can see those limitations as we go. Level 6 repair kits are allowed in round 2. But of course, throughout the entire competition, no matter what round we're on, you can't get level 6 helmets available for purchase. And AWM ammo is only obtainable from airdrops, not storable in the safe box. So something absolutely to remember is that AWM is extremely valuable. We'll talk a lot about that on those airdrop rounds. And you can get a level 5 ammunition purchase of 1 per purchase in those later rounds. Now, match rules. We talk about the MandelBricks a lot. MandelBricks are everything in this competition, right? Basically, our leaderboard is sorted via MandelBricks and then loot value. However, there are a couple timers with MandelBricks I want to remind you of. First and foremost, when we have a MandelBrick round, we have 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock before anybody can even pick it up, before it basically spawns in. Once it's picked up, there's then a 5-minute torch timer. Basically, you got 5 minutes to get to the coding station. If it gets to a place that's unreachable, or you don't get it there in time for 5 minutes, it will then respawn. However, When you place it in the decoding station, you're gonna have 4 minutes of guarding it. Every time it is stolen, it will reset that timer, but it'll be a hair shorter. It'll be 30 seconds shorter. So you might hold it for 3.5 minutes, and it resets. It'll go to 3.5 minutes, 30 seconds shorter than the 4 minutes. Now, another fun rule, we always talk about operator comps, an extremely important part of Delta Force operations, but in this competition, each team can only use each operator a maximum of 2 times. Not each player, each team. So if you see Tempest twice, maybe in round 1 for whatever reason, you will not see another Tempest from that team again. We also have fixed spawn points, super important stuff we'll highlight a little bit later. Let's talk about the schedule. We had 3 best of 6s yesterday. We had Group Stage A, Group Stage B, and of course upper bracket round 1, where we saw Q9 and MandelBrick Addiction move straight to the finals. You can see them there at the top of this. And I would even screenshot this if you want to pay attention to what's going on. But today, we are starting with lower bracket round 1. This one, the most easy to understand, Taylor. These are the bottom 3 teams from Group A and the bottom 3 teams from Group B.
That's right, so it's going to make 6 of them, and the goal in this group is to be top 2, so you can move directly into the upper bracket, turn 2, and have a chance to obviously go into finals, which a lot earlier than the others who end up placing 3rd and 4th, which will then have to go to lower bracket turn 2 to compete once again. Doing so then obviously extends your day, makes things a little bit harder. We start off with lower bracket turn 1. It will be an elimination game. The bottom 2 teams are done and dusted. They will no longer have a chance to go to that packed stadium on the final day, day number 3. After that, though, we do go to upper bracket turn 2. That'll be coming up next. The top 2 teams from lower bracket turn 1 will move into upper bracket turn 2 and have a chance again to directly go into finals. For the 3rd and 4th place teams, though, however, they go straight to the lower bracket turn 2. They only get 1 more chance to enter the finals.
Yeah, I love that breakdown. It is super important to remember that we are in elimination stages, so we'll keep highlighting that schedule and how it all works. If you got any questions, let us know. Let's talk about some of the players, though. You can see Arabia on your screen. A fantastic player. Looking at some of these stats, I'll explain them as we go. Evacuation rate, of course, is your extraction rate. Extracted only 1 map. This is, again, decently standard. I'd say 50% is maybe a little bit more standard. So we're not seeing a lot of value in that category, but everything else looks really strong across the board. Rush rate, insane numbers, 3.33. That's way above average. Obviously, number 1 overall in the competition for the folks playing today. So watch out for this player getting pretty aggressive with some of those fights and making sure that they're drawing some of those first blood.
Yeah, Ribia, he's got a big task ahead of him, and the reason why he's got to keep up with Hazmat from Fiddle, who's just out of this world. Now, AKA, we're talking 60 MG. This guy always has a smile on his face. He's always bringing his A
Except
game.
for this image, I guess.
Except for this image. Now he's trying to bring his like fierce look, right? But he still looks friendly as can be. We had a chance to speak with 60 MG before, and he's clearly feeling confident today. As far as loot rate goes, this man is a loot goblin. He's number 5 when it comes to all the players competing. He's getting out there. But there is one thing about him, though. His rush rate is literally 0, which means he's not getting and traversing into those sites that matter at all.
Yeah, he's not a first blood guy. Paying attention to the loot rate, we got to remember what AKA did during group stages very quickly. You got to remember that they were loot goblins. They were playing for the loot to try to be a top 3 team. And because they were playing a little defensive like that, they barely missed the mark. But let's move over to Chan. And, well, a similar story, but the opposite side of the coin. They never got out of the map. Chan never made it out. Did not extract one single time during group stages. This is Team STS. They were technically bottom of the list in terms of the group. But that group was insanely close. It wasn't like the scores were complete disparity between AKA, for instance, and Team STS. It was pretty close. Chan just couldn't quite get everything going that he wanted to, but decent EDC rate, which again, that EDC rate is earnings damage rate essentially. So, basically, what type of loot are you bringing in and how much damage are you doing with that loot? So a really good number here, which, hey, Marino, which we had a chance to meet just a moment ago.
Yes, we did.
Actually has a pretty good EDC rate. Basically, that number is either very high because you're putting up crazy damage, which look at his rush rate, it's friggin' off the chart. Or you're bringing in really cheap gear and doing solid damage with it. That's how that rate works. Rush rate here for Marino, number 3 overall in this category for this lobby. Nice numbers there. And then I was calling him Enix yesterday. You helped me out. Envy, that capital N, definitely working for him. But number 1 overall in the evacuation rate, aka the extraction rate. And again, this is just getting out of the map. So out of the total maps played, got out half the time, which this is tied with a number of different.
Well, let's not forget a large portion of that evacuation rate came from their first game, where they ended up leaving immediately. They were one of the first teams to leave with about $1 million when it comes to their overall assets. Ghost, though, is another wonderful player that's going to be joining us today. As far as rush rate goes, that's kind of all his stats encompassing. He does got a .25 KD, which means he's going to have to step it up for sure. But Ghost is obviously a very, very talented player. We saw him multiple times yesterday making some critical plays needed for his roster. Obviously, again, elimination day. Today is a big one. You do not want to be cut short, especially in your first potentially 6 games, right? You want to make sure you extend yourself at least into the lower round 3 matchups. It's going to be an action-packed day for sure. It's going to be incredible, and I can't wait to see who ends up ahead. And you did mention a good point. Match A, Match B. What was the stronger match yesterday? Who do we feel is going to be the stronger competing teams coming in today?
It's a good question. Let's take a look at our 6 teams here at the bottom of your screen. We were highlighting a couple of the players, but you're right. You can see what place they came in their regional qualifiers. Pretty interesting to see. 5 out of the 6 teams were #1 in the region. Now, a couple of these regions, I suppose MENA is one of those, only had 1 team that actually gets here, so that makes sense. But for a team like AKA, we expected to do a little bit better, couldn't quite piece it all together yesterday. I was talking about them, we were talking about 60MG. We're playing pretty timid. They were playing pretty slow. They were kind of going for a loop to just kind of play for that 3rd bubble. And I think it's worth mentioning that Group A, Group B, they were very different yesterday. One was a little bit slower, one was extremely aggressive at moments, and I mean, snail's pace at other moments. Today is a totally different day. We've got 2 different bubbles, 2 different metrics of success in this first round. We're going to be dropping into the map fairly quickly, folks. We're getting straight into the action. And Taylor, I want to remind the viewers of that schedule, okay? If you are top 2 in this round, you will move to upper bracket round 2. Super important, because if you lose in that round, you're not out of this tournament. Right. Its second round today is not an elimination round. You're going to be joining the teams that came from the upper bracket. If you're the middle 2 in this round, if you're 3rd or 4th, you will move to round 3 of the day, which is an elimination round. And of course, you lose that, you're out of here. If you are 5 or 6 in this round, you're done. You're done for not only today, but the entire tournament, our very first elimination round. So we're going to be checking in with every single one of those metrics of success.
We take a look at Finnel. Finnel's a roster that was 3rd place, respectively, in their Match A, up until the literal final game, where their position was taken away from Gold Silver, who ended up jumping up above them. Finnel came in with a ton of loot. They ended up losing it. Gold Silver took advantage, placed 3rd. We'll be seeing Gold Silver a little bit later today. But I have a lot of expectations for Finnel, and I think could be one of our top teams competing out of the 6, obviously, in our losers round 2. We now go forward and we look at our LATAM team, the only LATAM team competing, LEG. Now, LEG is a roster that yesterday was pretty aggressive, I would say, and definitely knew how to slay out when needed. In fact, we were complimenting them and saying, from the LATAM region, this LEG team looked a lot stronger than we were expecting.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about some of the metrics that they hit, they were playing extremely aggressive, which I wasn't necessarily expecting from this region, frankly. You know, legit Brazil, a fantastic org over there. But you're right, they were getting first bloods across the board against some of the best competition out there. But we move on to continue to talk about all of the teams competing right now, and MG meditating, getting ready for the competition, because again, this is an elimination round. You've got to center yourself. You've got to come in at the very base. You got to come in basically like calm. I think that's the main thing I'm trying to say, is essentially if you come in on a roller coaster of a graph of emotion, you're probably not going to be a top 2 team today. You've got to be consistent. You've got to be calm, and that's something I'm going to be watching out for today.
Well, it's a marathon, isn't it? I mean, especially if you end up placing, 3rd and 4, 1 and 2, you end up moving forward to the next round, and then you place 3 and 4, and now all of a sudden you have to play another potential 6 game.
3
you
best
can play
of 6s.
3.
That's right.
We're up here for 11 hours yesterday. Those competitors could be competing for that long straight at the highest level. Okay? Yeah. It's not going to be easy. You want to qualify as quickly as you can, but you're right, though. It is important, though, to note that if you do, in fact, continue to place well and you don't necessarily qualify for finals, you still have another chance. Now, AKA, excited to watch them play today. Articuno on your screen. He specifically came up to us and said, look, my bad for yesterday. We're bringing our A game once again today. We're going to come back even stronger. I really do believe in this roster. Now, I definitely don't feel that they're the strongest roster in this lobby today, personally. Okay. But I do feel that they have a high skill ceiling. And for me, anyways, when we talk about their mentality, I think the mentality carries them quite far. I don't see them beating themselves up, which is critical.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, obviously, I talked to them about it, so they don't mind if I talk about it. Mo 1v3'd them, and what we were wondering in the booth was basically, did that check them to a point were they couldn't recover? And they basically were like, no, I mean, he made a good play, and we slightly made a small mistake, but we know what we need to do different this time around, not just for fights like that, but just generally strategy-wise. You know, I was talking to the AKA for a while, and they were giving me a lot of stuff that I feel like it's not even fair if I just dissolve on broadcast, because it's so much of their strategy. Yep. But I really like the way their heads are at right now, and I'll be watching and calling out some of the strategy as we see it unfold here on main stage. So I'm pumped for all of these teams. Absolutely, this is going to be a bloodbath, Taylor. Said it just a moment ago on top of show. Any of these teams, ISG, man, they had some massive moments in group stages as well and just couldn't quite piece it together. And so I'll be watching ISG to see, hey, are they going to try to alpha this lobby a little bit? I mean, they were fighting some of the best teams in the lobby and winning those fights. They just couldn't get out of the lobby. They couldn't extract, and because of that, they were just down on loot, and of course, not getting the MandelBrick. So, all of that to say, every team has a chance, and so I go back to what we briefly said before. I think we're going to be in for an even longer day than yesterday. I think we're going to game 6s every single round, bro.
I think 5-6, yeah, definitely is most realistic. It would be impressive if someone was able to lock it in, obviously, in 4 games. Kind of like NBA was able to do yesterday, the only team to lock in a series, right, after 4 games. Everybody else was 5, right?
That's right.
Fennel, though, again, one of the top-level rosters, I think, today. Hazmat was so impressive yesterday. Hazmat was clutching up when needed. There were times where he would make heroic plays and would eventually fall, but make no mistake, he was in the fight until the very end. He's going to be the star-studded player I'm looking out for. And again, just to reiterate, Fennel was in the 3rd place spot. They were top 3. They were having, or they had a chance to go to the upper bracket to secure a top 2 finish in order to already qualify it and skip today entirely. But it was Gold Silver who ended up dethroning them. So Fennel, for me, looking like the top level team out of the 6 in this group.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear about kind of seeding, right? 4, 5, and 6 in both the groups were frankly pretty dang close when it came to their score line. This seeding doesn't matter all that much, but on paper, Fennel was the team that got 4th in Group A, and legit Brazil was the team that got 4th in Group B. So technically on paper, those are the seeded top 2 teams in this lobby. Those are the 2 teams that I expect to potentially make it to that upper bracket round 2. Again, metrics of success, top 2, then the middle 2, bottom 2 are out of here. Now, here's a quick look at some of the stats of the teams as we kind of scroll through here. Obviously, average kills looking fairly even across the board, except for Fennel. Fennel was frying. I'm thinking this is maybe more closer to total. 13 kills as a team is a ton, so looked pretty good there. But I think most of the teams, you know, we saw it in the player stats too. Again, when an average extraction rate is below 50% across the board in the entire competition, and the top extraction rates were 50%, one, that's namely because the MandelBrick is everything, right? You just get the MandelBrick, you don't care about extracting. But 2, I think teams realized after yesterday, yo, we kind of need to prioritize getting out of this map.
Yes.
I mean, talk about, obviously, safe box is incredibly important. Top of the show, 3x3 safe boxes. Every single player has them. You can put a lot in that, frankly. I mean, that's 6 slots. That's a lot. However, it's actually, I think 3x2 would be 6, so I think it's 9. But either way you make it, it's a lot of space down there. However, a lot of these teams are losing their gear on the map. We got to remember, these teams are bringing in like 1 to 2 million loadouts. I mean, these things are expensive. And so, yeah, you stock your safe box and, okay, well, I saved some of my ammo, but your gun's 150K to 350K, depending on what you're bringing in, maybe more in the later rounds. Your gear is extremely expensive too, another 300, 400K. I mean, this is a lot of money you're losing out on, and our margins were way closer than 2 mil even between these places. So a bit of interesting strategy is, could we prioritize extracting and potentially make it to the next round?
Well, go back to yesterday's competition, Q9. They ended up qualifying, right? But there was a real conversation me and you were both having about Q9 potentially not being able to qualify. And the reason why is because they were so low on the standings. A little bit more on that in just a second. Map rotation is going to stay the same. It's going to start off with 0 down, and that is going to be an airdrop match. Brockish, round 3 is also going to be another airdrop match. What we really pay attention to is going to be the MandelBricks 2, 3, 4, 5, or 2, 4, 5, and 6. Round 1, 0 down. This is, as we've been saying, the litmus test, the chance to prove that you are the best in the lobby. For MG yesterday, They started off on 0 down, and they got out basically instantaneously, which was a questionable play. We were wondering, why were they getting out so early and limiting themselves? This time around, curious if they'll do it. But we're talking Fennel, AKA, STS, LEG, MG, ISG, all going for gold. Who will be top 2? Who will be 3rd and 4th? And who will unfortunately be our bottom 2?
I'm so excited about the first round. Taylor just said it, but I gotta keep everybody on task here, okay? No MandelBrick on 0 down. Map 1 and Map 3, there will not be a MandelBrick. Let's take a look at the spawns, though, and it looks like legit Brazil, and I believe that is Fennel get the priority spawns. That's Tier 1 spawns around admin. Both of those two teams, as per the usual, sprint to admin and share the loot. We'll see if they end up fighting or not. And, of course, somebody's going to take down Saeed as well, I assume. And it looks like AKA's got the barrack spawn with ISG and Cement Plant. Visitor Center, which I think on paper, everybody agrees, is probably the worst spawn that you can get on 0 down. MG's down there with STS in the middle on Substation. So there's your spread. We'll keep giving you an update on where players are at if it's not shown on main, but also take a look on the left-hand side and the colors on your screen. Those will stay the same throughout our entire best of 6. So Saeed, unfortunately, oh my gosh, Saeed got a kill yesterday. Our security director in Space City got a kill yesterday, and Saeed is relentless, all right? Sometimes we're trying to save ammo, and the guy gets a knock and a full. Good grief.
Not often do you have to see them double team Saeed, but the AIs have been nuts. Yesterday, we saw plenty of top-level players, much like this, end up falling to the AI. That's just how admin goes.
Nice.
But luckily for them, right, Fennel will get back up, and LEG did not decide to push. Naturally, they're going to try and keep their distance as much as possible. Plenty of loot already going their way. In fact, you look at ISG, they have profited quite a bit. Granted, they're going to be a roster off in a different location, but for them, though, they are going to be on top. Now, the question is for Damn the Wall Breaker, who decides to go and do that? Yesterday, Gold Silver was a team that loved to head up to Wall Breaker. And they would do it actually where AK is currently at, off to the left of admin. So, will we see maybe Fennel, LEG head on up there? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting conversation. The Wallbreaker mission is a fan favorite. It is one of my favorites for sure, but it absolutely alerts the entire lobby where you are and what you're doing. Nobody really punished it yesterday. We'll see if they do today, but let's look at our operator selections on the left-hand side. As per the usual, just about every single team is electing to use a Hat Claw early. Everybody loves Hat Claw. They're probably the first operator that gets burnt early, so there's maybe a conversation to say, hey, Hat Claw's more valuable early than late. I don't know. You can be the judge of that. But a lot of Noxes as well. You see 3 Noxes already from Fennel, MG, and STS. This is traditionally more of, hey, instead of loving Nox, we don't like Nox all that much, and we don't want to have to worry about having to use Nox if we do hit round 6. Because again, each team can only use each of these operators twice. Looking at the weapon choices early, again, you got to remember that they don't have a crazy amount of cash. We do see a PKM on the side of legit Brazil. LMG meta, absolutely the case in this tournament. We'll see probably more of that as we go. The M249 has been a kind of fan favorite, if you will, or frankly, a competitor favorite, namely because it's honestly fairly cheap and hits like a truck and has a giant mag size, so a ton of value there. But we'll continue to watch out for operator selections and more meta stuff. The AUG also showing its ugly face over and over again on all of these metas.
Ugly? I think it's quite cute.
No, AUG is nasty looking.
Well, the most popular weapons out there. LMG meta, yeah, that was NBA, man. NBA yesterday was all about
there's a lot of people running. I mean, M249 is a cheap weapon. I was talking to some of the competitors, and they're like, it just is cheaper than a lot of the other weapons. PKM also hits like a truck. But most of the competitors we're talking, like, they're prioritizing A, not spending a crazy amount of cash, B, having a weapon that has a large mag size, because they've got to win encounters that are extended, and you've got to be able to at least pick up 2 or if not 3 in a single mag, and that can be very difficult if you're electing to go for a weapon that has 20 to 30 bullets, for instance. Right. Even putting extended mags in some of the weapons, regardless of the quote-unquote negative stats that it adds. But more on that later. We'll focus on what's happening on main, as the 2 teams that got to admin early, as per the usual, have kind of split this POI in half and are electing to very slowly take a look at each other and then probably run away. This is pretty traditional for rounds 1 and rounds 3. Without MandelBricks on the map, they are oftentimes very slow to start.
And I think this is appropriate. When you look at Finnell, you look at LEG, both of them have the most technicality so far, and that's going to come into play without question, whether it's going for the number 1, number 2 spot or 3rd and 4th spot. You do not want to be bottom 2. So if I'm LEG, if I'm Finnell, I don't want to cannibalize each other just yet. But then again, it might naturally happen. And HF is going for Saniva in hand, and he's getting aggro.
Okay, legit Brazil. Again, we were kind of surprised with how aggressive they played yesterday, so it's not that big of a surprise that they are going for it. It's a difficult fight, of course. Everybody knows the admin fight. Everybody knows every single corner, every single peek that you can make. You can see FL on the other side. Yes, there was a tiny sliver, 2 walls that that player could shoot through, and they knew exactly where he was. You can actually see it on the minimap, the top side of the minimap, that yellow marker is our first airdrop. There are airdrops that will drop in round 1 and 3. Everything else will be MandelBrick rounds, no airdrops. Those airdrops, the first airdrop, there's 2 per map in rounds 1 and 3. The first airdrop will be high-value loot. We've seen graphics cards, we've seen fossils, we've seen all types of stuff. Good armor as well, tier 5 armor. And then the second airdrop will be the AWM and its ammo. Extremely valuable, of course, but also extremely powerful. AWM, you cannot put the ammo of the AWM into a safe box. We'll talk more about it later, but a Saniva operator being used early for the side of, I believe, legit Brazil. Super helpful in some of these engagements to get information, peek corners, and not risk immediately dying. But there's the airdrop on the north side there with our map view, thank you to production. And look who is moving towards it through the shipping containers, AKA swinging over after looting all of barracks and getting not too much for it. We're going to come in through the north side. A traditional fight, obviously admin, sure, but the main fight we'll watch out for, Taylor, is, of course, the dam extraction.
And unbeknownst to AKA, they could have taken priority over the airdrop. LEG was just a little bit further behind, but now that they've been spotted, things get a little bit dicey. And LEG, again, with that aggressive play style, might decide to push up, take the airdrop for themselves, but even then it's going to be sketchy. So what they're going to do, then it's Saniva, but Arabia is going to manage to spot out one from LEG with the Saniva. Luckily, that player manages to stay alive, but only just.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that they were above us, and that was just a slight misplay because they were so focused on AKA. Here's the Aluru missile. Obviously got some information, but also the player on the top wasn't able to heal up enough. The Aluru connects in the face. Nice drive in Tex. Good grief.
That's a Saniva down.
FL able to take down a Saniva operator and now a potential 3v2, but they know that AKA is likely around the corner over the top of the shipping containers. They do not have a Luna, but I can only imagine they suspect there is a team on the other side.
I got the question, AKA, where they're currently at, it's going to make LEG feel very, very uncomfortable. Your Saniva dropping is tough, and the reason why is because that was your information gatherer. That was the one who was able to poke the bear relatively unscathed and get away. That one dropping puts LEG in a tough spot. AKA very aware that 2 teams are just in front of them. Yeah. This fight's going to stagnate for just a little bit, and I'm curious if it does stagnate long enough for MG, for example, who is off to their right. They're off of the mini-map currently, but they are within the vicinity, so they can also join into the mix, and we can have 4 teams battling for the airdrop.
Yeah, there they are. MG is a great call out. They're just to the right of admin. However, what production's showing us is the second, we're taking so long on this fight, the second airdrop is going to be dropping in 60 seconds. That second airdrop is the one with the AWM and its ammo. Of course, valuable in some of these fights, but even more valuable on MandelBrick rounds. So we'll see how this all plays out. The rest of this map is almost silent. STS is chilling with just about whatever they want on the south side of the map, and they may just like to get the heck out of here. They got 1.2 mil. They keep the loot that they brought in. We'll see what they decide to do, but regardless, they're going to keep roaming down the south side. ISG somewhere in there as well, but all eyes on the top of the map. And folks, it is Zero Dam, so it's a faster and smaller map. Our timer is even shorter, 16 minutes, and it's already down to 7 as we do a quick replay.
Nice.
Well-guided missile.
Luru coming in. Arabia curves it. Looks like a roller coaster. Good connection on the Saniva of LEG. So now decisions have to be made. We look at MG. We talked about them coming into the mix. Now you can see the other rosters, LEG, or AKA, just in front of them on the mini-map. For MG, they can back away and go for the airdrop that at the moment is relatively free. Now, I do say relatively, and the reason why is because STS, ISG off your minimap might be moving up north to the airdrop that is currently uncontested. But for MG, there is value in staying here as well, because let's say LEG or AKA or FL start to commit for the airdrop, they've got a great line of sight that they can pick up an elimination. And let's not forget, eliminations are 400K now as opposed to 300K. So there's tremendous value outside of just the airdrop. But off your minimap is going to be STS. They're going to take priority on the second one. They've already sent a player out, and this is most likely going to be for the AWM.
Yeah, there it is. We can see it in the picture on the right-hand side, able to pick up AWM and plenty of ammo to use as well. Now, the dam extraction, of course, having been pulled, which means we're going to have a fight over that extraction, and we'll see who gets there first. 3.5 minutes on that dam extraction with a 6-minute game timer means it will only be pulled once in this competition. Usually, it gets pulled twice on the map, but everybody was playing it slow, got stagnated, and there will only be one ticket out of the dam extraction that, frankly, maybe a couple teams will try to utilize. MG absolutely spotted, of course. Fennel has rotated this direction. There's the first fight. Onigiri has found one and cleans him up with no problem at all. Plenty of health to be able to play a trap on the rest of Fennel. It looks like they are actually split between both sides of Onigiri. So now Fennel on their heels, trying to figure out, how do I restabilize? Where do I go? Uni by himself on the right, his teammates on the left, and it actually works out for him. Hazmat with the pinch. They had no idea Hazmat was here. He runs through the Saniva tripwire, so they'll know he's in the area, especially after he got the knock. And Mojo's getting a piece of the action. ISG is in the mix. They're that gray color on your minimap. They're here as well, and Hazmat goes in, but gets blinded and goes down. MG win the fight, and Fennel are out of this map.
Yeah, Fennel's gone. That's going to be a tough break for them, arguably for me anyways. One of the strongest teams coming into the 6 games we're going to see. They were 3rd place for the longest time. Gold, silver dethroned them, and now they could be on a run for bottom 2, therefore being one of our first 2 teams to get eliminated. And even still, we focus on the attention at hand. Onigiri, who opened up the eliminations just a little bit earlier for MG, is continuing to send bullets down range. MG, they rotated up very, very late to this fight for the first original airdrop. LEG were stagnated against AKA and Fennel. But once MG gets involved, it's chaos. And unfortunately for Fennel, it ended up not going their way. Now what's Onigiri up to? This guy's moving and grooving, much like Mo was doing from Q9. You need players like this who are able and confident to move by themselves, to make moves that open up opportunities for the rest of your roster.
Well, AKA, they've been playing the shipping containers. Again, these guys spawned over in barracks. They then rotated up the north side, played shipping containers, played over the top, watched that Galuru guided missile take down the one member of LEG, and then they just crept over. Once it got pulled, the dam extraction, they said, okay, sounds good. We'll take power position. We'll take inside. And now, again, this is a fight that these guys have probably played over 1,000 times. They're sitting there lying in wait, waiting for somebody to try to make a play for the extraction. STS off screen sends Chan out with likely a majority of their loot, and now they are wrapping up into admin as a duo. On screen, though, ISG has wrapped all the way up into admin. So we're getting a little mixy there with FL. And now they're going to make a play. They've maybe got an angle on MG. MG is looking at the extraction, and ISG slowly but surely. Mojo moving up, creeping towards MG, and I think they've sniffed him out. Now Barrel's looking back. LMG's hit pretty hard, and Mojo's got 1 HP in a dream. He's got to back way up, but Wada's there for the trade if they overextend.
Saniva gaining that information once again. Ghost will go ahead and back away. Now the question is, as far as extractions go, 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes left. We start to move up north. Question is anybody even going to be able to get out? And that's going to be incredibly valuable for STS, who's already been able to get 2 players extracted. They have another player on. 12 seconds up. You need to get out with the loot that you currently have. 2 contested. Oh, dang. From the side, takes down Mojo. That's going to be huge for them. As mind you, STS, that's the solo. The other 2 are already at, so every elimination they get now is a pure profit.
Yeah, and AK's fully out of this lobby, folks. They sat on the extraction. Nobody can contest them. There was too much action on the outside. AKA is feeling good. I was talking about getting out of the lobby. They said we are prioritizing extracting today, and it's working out well for them, but MG is prioritizing wiping this lobby. Down goes LEG. Legit Brazil is out of this lobby with not a ton to show for it. MG on a tear right now, aka safe. MG making everybody else completely unsafe. And they are trying to wipe the lobby before they try to scurry their way out to one of these Aaron extraction points.
Onigiri, we highlighted him at the start of the show. Looking at his stats, rightly so, one of the top players at least in this game number one, round one I should say. He's been the one making the plays, opening up opportunities for his roster. Gom Dang from SDS, he's on the move, he's running. He managed to get a couple of eliminations earlier. He was the solo that stayed back for STS. Again, any amount of eliminations he gets is pure value for his roster, who's already managed to get out with roughly 3 million assets obtained. This is going to be a huge, huge jump up in the standings for STS and going to make them feel very, very comfortable. Of course, MandelBricks are going to matter the most, but for Gom Dang, really showcasing what they're made of. And that's great for STS because, again, they were the team that struggled the most in their respective match.
Well, and it's a really good strategy. This is something we oftentimes see. We had some decent loot. I want to say it was about 2 mil that likely his teammates were able to get out with. And then Gom Dang got that kill, looted the body, and is now running out with the other extra million looting from bodies here and everything else they could find. So a nice win. STS is going to get out. I think all three. STS is going to go through the bottom extraction point. We'll see if it works out for him. While he's working on that, though, there's still a fight on the north side of the map, and it has to just, frankly, be a fight. There's not much else you can do on the map. Mojo in a bit of a blender with I believe, a Crown Loop Bison, and yeah, a Triple Blaster would have been nice, but unfortunately, with one going down, all eyes on the rest of ISG to figure out what the heck can you do in a full team of MG. The Death Ball pushes up on the back of a Saniva, an utter blender. They can't get anything going. Saniva versus Saniva violence, but with the extra backup, MG is wiping the lobby.
MG wipes the lobby, but how much assets are they actually going to have towards the end of this? Because time is out, they're not going to be able to get out and extract. Of course, they will be able to at least get to one of the drop boxes potentially. But either way, for STS, AKA, they are the ones who profit the most. I mean, well done from them. AKA managed to get all three out. STS, much the same. You got to appreciate Gom Yang, man. Staying back as the solo from STS, picking up an elim, plus getting out. Huge moves from them. Two teams that struggled in their respective matches, looking pretty solid in game number one. So well done to them. Of course, MandelBrick round's going to be coming up just next, which is going to be a ton of fun. But one thing is for certain, the teams are not shy about challenging each other, which is kind of different from the earlier Zero Dams that we witnessed yesterday, which was very, very slow. Yeah, teams were passive. They didn't want to get involved necessarily. But today, everyone is looking quite scrappy.
Yeah, I really like that you brought that up because I was going to say the exact same thing. This is a totally different day. Teams have been in the lab, they've been preparing. They said, what did not work yesterday? Let's see if we can turn that on its head and flip the script and play it as a totally different team. That's what I'm seeing from a team like AKA, prioritizing extracting over risky plays, prioritizing extracting over going for extra loot and losing out because of it. I'm looking at STS, a lot of the same. Very well done from them to all get out. And then MG to go out swinging like this off rip, totally uncharacteristic from what we saw in the group stages. I'm really impressed with this MG squad. They said, hey, we are the best in the lobby, let's prove it. Now, didn't get out, but they will also be in the top 3, no questions asked. I think they picked up like 7 or 8 kills as a team, folks. That is, if it's 8, that's 3.2 mil just in kills. That is crazy.
Yeah, I think Onigiri himself picked up at least 3 based off of this heroic solo plays that he was able to make. Onigiri and Envy also making big moves. And this roster looking great, like you said, potentially top 3, but all eyes, at least for me, on the AKA roster alongside STS, who just played phenomenally well. Now, that's Zero Dam. It's over with. And I do want to say STS managed to get out, I believe, with the AWM, or maybe they didn't. I think the AWM, might have been on the grounds.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on towards the fight. I'm not sure if anybody got out with it. We'll double check on some of the footage and see if we can see it in the highlights. But you're right, obviously we had 2 airdrops, but the first airdrop was so stagnated, I'm not sure if anybody was able to get anything valuable out of it with all the fights going on around it. Honestly, also a really difficult spot to actually loot that airdrop, and there were so many fights even down to the last 10 seconds. The second one, though, yes, AWM on the more southern side, outside of the boundary of admin POI, if you will, that one was absolutely looted originally. I believe that team might have been wiped, though, and didn't get out of the lobby. So we'll see who ended up picking that up and who was able to get out with it if they were at all. But that ammo, again, cannot be purchased anywhere else You burn through it, you don't get it, and you got to get out of the lobby with it. So teams usually that loot the AWM prioritizing extracting.
Yeah, extracting is going to be important naturally, but so is the MandelBrick. And one of the things the team struggled with yesterday was challenging the MandelBrick, whether it was because they were falling short or whether they just didn't even give an effort. You've got to give an effort today, especially for the MandelBrick. I don't want to see any teams looking at it and then foregoing it. We take a look at our highlights, and there are plenty of them. We start with one of the best ones, as far as I'm concerned, a Luru rocket coming in and taking down the LEG member of HF with the Saniva in the corner. He gets taken down. Now your information gatherer is now out of the way. This was the free airdrop that was able to be gathered, and it was STS who was able to extract. So I do believe they are going to have the AWM, because let's not forget, STS left a solo, which is Gom Dang, who went out and slayed out as much as he could.
Yeah, no, that's a really good call out from you. I didn't see that. I saw somebody looting it, but I was so focused on these fights right here. It was utter chaos. MG ended up wiping 2/3 of FL with a little help of ISG. And then here it is, you're right. 2 members of STS had gotten out, likely with the AWM and its ammo. Dom Deng stayed, punished 1 member of ISG, and then because they're on their heels and they only have 2, all of a sudden it was just field day here for MG. They come in, wipe the rest of ISG, wipe the rest of the lobby, and they're feeling fantastic about all of the kills they were able to pick up.
Yeah, they're feeling fantastic, so are we, man. That was a great game number 1, and it really comes to show you that the teams, even though it's an elimination round, they're not too worried. They're committing everything. Again, for AKA, appreciate them. They came and told us, look, we're going to give it our all today. We're going to look a lot better. Yeah. And they already are. I'm excited. But now, again, we go into our first MandelBrick round. It's going to be on Brockish, which is going to be pretty testy as far as I'm concerned goes, because again, teams just were not getting active on it. Now, I do think, though, my spidey senses are telling me, also known as AKA, I think they are going to be one of the first teams to touch it, of course, if they get priority spot.
Look, I agree with you. I think they're a good team. I think they're looking good in terms of playing slow. The but is they didn't really do anything in that map. Let me be very clear. All they did was they looted up, got about 2.8 mil, looked at a couple people, and then extracted. Like,
what's wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with it, but they haven't proved that they're a different team from yesterday yet. The only thing that's different is that they extracted. Nice. They got some decent loot value. We're just getting started. I'm asking a lot more from them to say, hey, they're a top team today. We'll see, though. This lobby looks strong. We've got 3 teams at the top, 3 teams at the bottom after that map. MG, AKA STS, easily the most profitable teams on this list. However, again, today, our metrics of success, top 2 first. Those are the 2 teams that will move on to the next round. And then the middle 2 will move on to that 3rd round, whereas the bottom 2 are out of this lobby. So we have to be way more consistent than yesterday. It's insanely important that you do get out of the map and you do get kills along the way. And you can't say that about the 3 teams at the bottom. Legit Brazil, they had some decent moments, but they couldn't get any kills, and they all get out. It's been brutal, unfortunately, for them in the first round, but we still got plenty of games to play.
Yeah, we definitely do. Some notable solos, though. Again, Gom Dang, I'll continue to say his name, played very, very well from STS. The fact that he stayed back as a solo and he was able to slay out and get the extraction means he's going to be incredibly valuable for the MandelBrick race. But then you also look on the opposite side for MG from the APAC region. Onigiri was stellar. The way he was playing was out of this world. And quite truthfully, I think going into Brockish, he might be one of the most instrumental solo players out of every single one from the 6 respective teams. But AKA, you're right, they didn't show too much necessarily in the slaying category, but they did manage to play a little bit more intelligent, but it's a bit more, right, when it comes to MandelBrick rounds than just playing intelligent. You also have to be able to slay out and hold your ground, which is something NBA did in the best possible fashion you could. You go back to their match B, their game number 2 on Brockish. The way they held them with 9 eliminations was special. Can anyone replicate it?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Brockish a little bit as we're waiting on this game to get started, right? I mean, when you think about this map in general, we usually break it down to basically Tower of Babel and everything else, right? That's how the map is split. The Tower of Babel, insanely important. There's a ton of really high loot there. I mean, we've seen teams just sit in the Tower of Babel, earn like 10 million, and then leave and just extract. Definitely something you could do. But in our first MandelBrick round, we know for a fact now, with our top 4 teams still playing and our bottom 2 teams today being eliminated, if you get a MandelBrick in this best of 6, you are not done. There is no chance you're getting eliminated if you get a MandelBrick. There's only 4 MandelBrick rounds. If 4 different teams get them and we play 6 games, they're all still moving on. And so this is the key. All of the teams know this. This is easy math. you've got to play for a MandelBrick.
Yep.
If you get a MandelBrick, you're good to go. Whether you're top 2 or the middle 2, it doesn't matter. You're still playing. And I think that's the thing. We're going to see these MandelBrick fights be everybody. Nobody's going to sit back and say, oh, we'll be okay with loot value.
Well, say that, but we'll see, man, because yesterday was a little bit too passive. Let's listen into the comms from the winning team.
왼쪽 사운드. 핑 넘어 사운드 있다. 넘기자. 핑에 있어, 아깝다. 계속해, 내가 잡을게. 미안 말이 더 있어. 미안. 못 잡았어. 이거 알 거야. 적 제거했을 수도 있겠다. 이거 테라스 라인 조심하고. 뭐 빠르게 못 테라스 라인 보인다 거기 있으면. 내 앞라인 사운드 난다. 앞쪽 컨테이너. 삥 하나 날려줘. 아 근데 다 잡았으면 굳이 뛸 필요가 없긴 한데 상대. 맞긴 하네. 그래도 살아나가는 게 낫지 않나? 킬보단? 배낭탈로 오는 거를 잡아봐 여기 있다가. 지금 탈출 몇 분인데? 탈출 1분 15초. 봐봐 지금 싸우네. 근데 이거 킬 40만 원 버는 거보다 나가는 게 나을 수도 있긴 해. 나가면 50이잖아. 근데 상대 탈출 못하게 하는 게 제일 베스트. 아 오케이.
Sounds pretty clean to me, man.
was waiting for it.
It sounds pretty clean to me. I'm not going to say all the same C's that I was saying yesterday.
All right.
Clean, calm, cool, collected.
There it is,
There's all 4. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Now, again, all of these teams are well-oiled machines at this point, right? You got to remember that. So totally makes sense. Chemistry sounds good. Everything's looking pretty solid. Excited to hear more from some of our teams, and especially if our North American teams can step up. We listen to some of the words they're using and seeing what they're talking about. But again, Taylor, we got to get on the Rosetta Stone, bro. We got to start learning all these languages because there's a lot going on in these comms. And again, I want to continue to focus on, hey, who's the IGL? Who's the one making the calls? And how clean are those calls? So far, so good.
So far, so good indeed. Brockish, fun stuff. Yesterday, where the only team, at least at that time, Map 2 was the only team to eliminate Q9. They did so in wonderful fashion. Bring that same energy. If you can eliminate Q9, you can also eliminate every other roster that is currently in this lobby. Finnell needs to step it up a little bit, right? Finnell is a team that finished towards the bottom. They were one of the first teams to get fully eliminated. Granted, they were in that tug-of-war fight for the first airdrop against LEG, a.k.a. ultimately MG ended up moving up also to get involved. So it wasn't an easy fight. So eventually, one team was going to drop off. But for Finnell, though, again, to be so close to moving to the upper bracket, not necessarily the finals, but at least the upper bracket yesterday, to fall as short as they did, I really hope it's not getting into their mental. I have no idea if it is. I haven't spoke to them, but I do know to be that close yet so far away can drag you down into mental regain.
Sure, yeah.
Which worries me a little bit, but that's all speculation.
Yeah, and of course, we got to, I mean, I don't think we should put too much stock in the Zero Dam map. It really does feel like kind of this is the testing map. There's not too much going on. Even the teams that succeeded aren't going to be so far up the leaderboard that it's like, oh, this is going to be a huge problem. Zero Dam is kind of just the testing grounds. How aggressive are some of the teams going to play, and can you find some value? Now, going into round 2, this is where it gets real dicey, because yes, it's the first MandelBrick round, but it also is different in terms of the loot that you can bring in. You got to remember, round 2 is a very crucial one for some of these teams. If you've got money, which AKA prioritize, you can now buy a gold vest. However, gold ammo is still not allowed. So the TTK for some of these teams that have gold vests is going to be very long, and they can actually prioritize bodying up and kind of alphaing up the lobby. You got to be able to afford it, though, or be able to risk that amount of value. Because, hey, if you lost that first round and you brought in $500,000 kit, you're poor right now. And so it's going to be pretty difficult to say, oh, I need to buy that, or I want to buy that, when you're now in a blender and you lose that lobby, too.
Oh, yeah.
Most people don't make it out of round 2. So you got to bring in something you're willing to lose. But if you do bring in something valuable, you might have an advantage.
Oh, and it's not just your valuable items that you have, right? Obviously lowering your asset economy, but it is in fact also the operator that you might be burning. Maybe you do prefer an operator on your MandelBrick rounds. Is it worth it to fully commit for round 2? And I think the answer is undeniably yes. Round 2, MandelBrick is arguably more important than quite a few of the others. And the reason why is because you get that first MandelBrick, it puts you that much closer to moving forward. In this case, moving forward to compete for one of the coveted 4 spots for the finals, for the remaining final spots. So I think at least for any of these rosters, they need to. Now, for the side of STS, they get out with the AWM. I fully expect them to bring it in into this map, which is obviously going to be hugely beneficial. But if you're going to commit that much, again, now you're risking potentially your assets dropping down, which is going to put you at a bit of a disadvantage. The way SDS played Zero Down was beautifully done. 2 extracted, 1 stayed back, got eliminations. They played very well.
Yeah, sure.
But all of that can go to the wayside if your game 2 doesn't go well and you fully commit, like you were mentioning, a lot of your economy. So for me, in general, man, I want to see SDS fully commit. You have to do it at this stage. If you are bottom 2 after map 2, the first MandelBrick, now you start reassessing what should be working, and then you might go into damage control. Do we really want to fight for top 2, or do we want to just do enough to place 3 and 4?
Yeah, I love the breakdown, Taylor. You can tell, everybody at home can tell, we casted 11 hours yesterday. We have so many things that we want to talk about and just spam like word vomit at everybody because we saw so much. Let's move our attention while we're waiting on this lobby to get started. I think it's almost ready from what I can tell. Let's move our attention to some of those operator decisions. What did we see in round 2 that was extremely impactful yesterday that we may see today, in this round? And I think namely, I'm thinking of MandelBrick Addiction and their use of Tempest. Folks at home, if you watch any of our regional finals, you watch some of the competitions in the past, they were on last patch, the patch before this one. Tempest wasn't even in our tournament server until a couple weeks ago. Some of these teams, some of these players really like it, and it was Skydie on MandelBrick Addiction that made a huge move with Tempest on this map. Tempest has a lot of value in many different ways. Obviously, dive rolling, some movement abilities, great. But the retraction, the go back 3 seconds, if you will, is essentially how it works. You roll in, you can steal, and get zipped back out by that extraction is so valuable for that operator.
Well, for aggressive players in general.
And you can go get information and not risk full dying like you can with Saniva or like you can with some of these other operators. So there's kind of a lot to break down here, but all I'm saying is that you'll absolutely see a Tempest in round 2. Whether they were watching that round or they just like it, you will see another one. And I'm expecting our GOAT, Articuno, to be the guy that does it. He was hyping up the fact that he was one of the best Tempest players. Watch out for Articuno.
And just something to note, guys, as you can see, right now we're working out some technical issues on the stage. Don't worry about it. Our good tournament organizers here are working through the issues, baby, and you're just going to get to hear us talk, and that's going to be a beautiful thing because we still need to set the stage, okay? There's still a lot to happen today. We're talking 3 individual group stages, 4 spots to be earned for the finals to join the likes of NBA as well as Q9 to play in that sold-out stadium for $500,000, and most importantly, to be the first ever Delta Force Invitational Champion, arguably the biggest operator tournament, operations tournament we have seen to date, which is tremendous and very blessed and happy to be here without question. We take a look at round 1 results, and it was STS, no surprise, who walks away with the most round earnings, but only 1 elimination. And of course, that elimination was gathered by none other than Gomdang, who stayed back as a solo, got some additional loot, and was able to head out. But 3 million is nothing to scoff at. That is a tremendous amount. And for AKA as well, you mentioned no kills, right? Not necessarily a different team from yesterday, but also, at least from my eyes, the best Zero Down we've seen him play.
Yeah, and you got to look at the kills. We said it was 7 or 8. It was 7, which was an insane number for MG. And you can take a look at our best team, STS. They did extract with the most. They're our best team. And they were able to pick up some spoiler kills, like you were mentioning. 3 million in loot, an operator kill, and it was the one that Gomdang got. So very well done from Team STS. You're right. They're flipping this tournament on its head. They might have struggled in group stages. They are not struggling in game 1. So proud of these guys, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do as we move forward. Now, here are our totals. And as expected, we've got 3 teams at the top, but the margins are still quite thin. AKA, with an extraction, they're out with 6.51 mil and are currently in 3rd. But MG, reminder, they didn't make it out of this lobby, Taylor. The reason they're at 7.07 mil is because they picked up 7 kills in that last round. An insane stat line for a Zero Down map 1.
Yeah, MG was incredible. Onigiri, again, just to highlight him, he was slaying out in V2. Let's not forget Bonnie, all 3 of those playing so very well. But again, my concerns for Fiddle. It is only map 1. I understand that, but they're still roughly 2 million away from breaking in to the top 4. Again, 3 and 4 is how you stay alive. That's how you continue your tournament. Number 1 and number 2 is the best case scenario because you go immediately for the top 2 spots, the first 2 spots, I should say, into the finals, and then you have a secondary chance. But if you place 3 and 4, you now only have 1 chance and only 2 spots to gain. So for Finnell, as well as the other roster just below or above them, excuse me, which is LEG, they have to at least gather 2 million more assets, or they at least need a MandelBrick if they want to secure a number 1, 2, 3, or 4 spot. That's the goal. Bottom 2, let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, get fully eliminated.
Yeah, no, it's a really good shout. And again, MandelBrick for everything. If you get a MandelBrick, you're not going home in this round. That's just plain and simple how it works. So watch out for that. Again, I want to remind some folks of where some of these teams are from. We talked about this in the group stages yesterday. MG, they've been crushing it in this round in first game. That is one of our APAC teams. And those 3 players are from Thailand. Watch out for this squad. They went through a rigorous competition as well to get to this stage. Everybody had regional finals to get to DFI on land here in China. APAC, one of those regions. ISG is our one MENA team as well, playing here in lower round 1. And then STS is from Korea, representing our Korea team. So excited about all these rosters that are not the NA teams, the EU teams, or the China teams we've already been talking about. We've got people from all over the place. And of course, Finnell is our Japan team as well. So it'll be fun to see all of the different teams from the locations they're at, the regions they're representing, and all the fans at home that are cheering them on. We not only are live all over the place for Delta Force Official with our English broadcast, we also have I think there's 5 or 6 different regional broadcasts all happening all over the world.
Wait, other than just English and Chinese?
English and China are both on land, but then we've got our Japan and Korea broadcasts are online.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
We're literally live all over the place and in a global sense. Truly a global competition here for the Delta Force Invitational.
Okay, I love that. Yeah, not only for the location for the players, but also for the broadcast. We like that. Delta Force, again, is just wonderful. Again, they've been doing a lot of great things. I love that you've been leading the initiative, at least whenever it comes to the English side of things, right? Since it's been a beautiful come up. I can't wait to see what Delta Force competitive is going to look like in the future. And speaking of the future, you did mention the 6 teams. You broke them down quite well when it comes down to the regions, but let's also talk about the future round, which is going to be our top 4 teams from yesterday's competition that ended up unfortunately being dropped down a little bit, right? Or I should say the bottom.
Yeah, for round 2 after this.
So that was Fallen, ESG, Inc., and Gold Silver. The biggest surprise, though, has to be, well, first off, Fallen, because Fallen was the number 1 team in their respective match. I mean, when I say they dominated their respective match, even beating the likes of Q9, which was a huge come up. But then they ended up being dead last whenever it came to the upper round 1. Another big surprise was ESG, the number 1 seed from China, playing on land, beating that even of Q9, but they weren't able to beat them once again. Now, I will say a heroic effort towards the end. We only did 5 maps throughout, but ESG, we'll be seeing them a little bit later. Now, Envy, though, we're going to be seeing them very, very soon, and rightly so. A tremendous player coming out, of course, from the side of MG, the APAC region. Big fan of what Envy is, man. You were highlighted yesterday because of the fact that he was slaying out, he was rotating appropriately. This man knows how to play Delta Force, and MG is so happy for him. And like you said, 4 eliminations, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I mean, MG picked up 7. He got 4 of them. Absolutely our round MVP. Very well done from that player. I'm really excited to see more from MG, what they're capable of, how they're playing. Is a totally different team than we saw yesterday. We've been saying this over and over again, Taylor, and I love talking about it, is watching these teams evolve. Whether it's them evolving from the regional finals, all of their qualification series, to today being different teams. We said that a ton yesterday, but even just in this competition already, it's classic Delta Force, man. When you put 6 different teams into the same lobby, even if it's 3 of the same like it is right now, it's a totally different lobby. It plays different, and it even comes down to what spawns do you get. So while we've got a second, we're getting our players ready to go. Thank you for your patience on the technical pause. We, I think, got everything figured out. It looks like the systems are all online. I want to talk about this map again. We're headed to Brackish. Tower of Babel, certainly a spawn that wouldn't be too shabby. You can get some nice value loot. But when we talk about tier 1 spawns, you want to spawn near the museum. That's where the MandelBrick's going to be. Let's head down to the stage.
하려고 했는데 빙 너무 빠르던데?
빙 웬만하면 깨질라 해야 돼.
근데 이게 뭔가 그러니까 들어가면서는 못 깨겠고 기다리면서는 깰 수 있겠어.
빙 최대한 깨줘.
아니 그러니까 상대가 푸시 달려올 때 쓰는 거지.
막 들어오면 맞긴 해.
아니 그 상대가 이렇게 보고 있는데 쏘냐? 그거는
이거 60mg 5킬 먹고 도장하겠다. 영돈이 형 말대로.
all smiles on stage after a successful round 1, moving into round 2. And folks, here is our map rotation. Thanks for being patient. The lobby is loaded. We are hopping into Brackish. This is our first Brackish round. We will see another one in the next map in round 3, but this is our only MandelBrick Brackish round. That MandelBrick will spawn just outside of Museum, has been moved from the regional finals. It was originally in Museum, now it is on the outside of Museum, but very, very close. Our tier 1 spawns, was just talking about them, just on the outside of Museum, to the left and to the right, to the west, to the east. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for the T1 spawns and who gets them as we load into Brackish. Really pumped about this one. Really pumped about our first MandelBrick round. This, it might have been, the tone might have been set last round, but this will truly dictate how the rest of this best of 6 plays.
All right, well, let's take a look as obviously the fly-through is in. We get a look personally of the map. You'll see it very, very shortly, and immediately it's STS who starts to head straight into Museum, which is going to be huge for them. And for MG's sake, well, MG is going to be at the tower, or excuse me, MG's going to be just up to the north, if I'm not mistaken. So Tower of Babel is going to see ISG. FL is going to move out of Tower of Babel. And STS, all eyes on them because they are going, of course, for the MandelBrick, setting up early in Museum.
Yeah, very key factor. STS and MG get the priority spawns. MG pushed up to Hotel. This is what ESG did yesterday. They spawn, they swing up to the Hotel immediately, and are going to go play for this fight that they know is up at Cherrytown. Now, AKA, we were talking a little bit before this, and they said, please don't give us Cherrytown again. We don't like the spawn. And unfortunately, they got it this time again, and they know they're about to be in a fight, and they're getting held by likely MG or one of these other teams. With that look at the map, though, was one more crucial piece of information. Yes, STS is playing around the MandelBrick. Again, 2 minutes and 45 seconds before that Brit can be picked up. But the spawns down at the Tower of Babel were ISG and FL. Fennel has completely abdicated. You can see them now on your minimap. Pink, or that salmon color, whatever color that is, they have abdicated Tower of Babel. They don't care about it at all. They have swung all the way up to Museum in a blink of an eye, and they're going to not only play for this brick, but they're going to pinch MG immediately. This is going to be a wild start to round 2.
Definitely is, and MG is instantly running into FL, and FL are setting the trap. They're ready. Envy might be the first victim. Ribia is looking directly at him. He knows exactly where he's at, but the trap has been sprung. Some shots are missed, but Aribia holds it down and he's out.
I mean, they just had no idea that Fiddle would make this play. Such an ego play to say, we don't care about the Tower of Babel, we want to win this fight. They're able to take down 2, MG, down to 1 player. They made an aggressive push, and they get punished for it. 3 up, 3 down. They went to go fight AKA, and Fiddle swings from the Tower of Babel and wipes MG before they can even blink.
Yeah.
What a play from Fiddle. MG, one of our top teams from round 1, having to sit on the sidelines for our first MandelBrick round. They wiped just about the entire lobby, and they're first out in round 2.
And that was Aribia opened it up wide. He was an instrumental player, obviously on 0 down for the side of Fennel. And this time around, he's going to be just the same, but against MG. Big loss, given MG had priority spawns, but now Fennel arguably are in the power spots.
Yeah, and AKA, by the way, are probably thanking that team. Fennel just opened up the map for them. AKA and likely FL will be engaging here shortly, but on screen, STS, they've been lying in wait. The MandelBrick spawns, and they grab it immediately and go sprinting actually south. They might be heading to a decoding station on the southern side of the map.
And where we thinking maybe Reservoir potentially, that could be the location, which is going to be opposite of ISG over at the Tower of Babel, but for now it's free and clear. Now you mentioned AKA, they're happy to get out of Cherrytown, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be unscathed. They've got to go against Fennel, who has once again taken priority to gatekeep them.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a better 3v3 than what they wanted before. When MG pushed up the Hotel, AKA was basically trapped, where they would have head to the north side up to Grand Hammam. That's their only exit strategy. Now they can push all the way up and actually play for middle of the map. They know FL is here. It's just a matter of who strikes first. A true 3v3 that I don't think will be touched for a very long time. You will not see a third party for a very long while. And like you mentioned, yes, STS, they have planted an Reservoir makes a lot of sense in it. 6-3 Jan going down first with a Chalet. Oribia takes down one, but Articuno strikes back. A nice chow from Articuno. There was some ego on that chow, and it worked out well for him.
Hazmat has the off angle, and that's going to be beneficial, but it could also leave Uni in a very tough spot, who is going to be opposite of 3 members from AKA. The question is, can Uni get his teammate back on his feet?
A huge play from the Aluru missile, got some information, might have spotted Hazmat on the other side. He's already throwing some shots, but you hear the res timer going off, which means we're going to see a push. Still the off angle, though, pestering them from distance, getting them weak, is allowing this remaining player from Fennel that's in the blender to back up a little bit, and that body has not been cleaned. They can still crawl, and if he's able to get to cover, there could be a res stick here that is definitely probable with Hazmat holding the off angle.
Yeah, if Uni's by himself, the off angle from Hazmat is only so beneficial, but if Hazmat can hold this down long enough for Uni to get his teammate back into play, Onigiri, this is going to be huge. Now, in the meantime, STS is also decoding, but AKA, they're backing away. They're going north and disengaging, but this route is going to be a long one if they even want a chance at the MandelBrick.
Yeah, and they backed up out of here. I think they just didn't like the fight anymore. Now that Hazmat was on the off angle, and he was just, I mean, you'd have to hit the top of his, just the tippy top of his head to do anything about him over there. It was going to be very difficult. So they back up, AKA now out of the picture all the way up in Hotel. But this is what happened in Group A. The problem with all of these fights going on is that nobody's even looking at the MandelBrick, and it is so far away for a lot of these teams. Here's a look at the map. Look at where the MandelBrick is, bottom right of your screen, reservoir area with 2 minutes on the clock. Look at AKA and LEG. I don't know that AKA has spotted LEG yet. LEG's actually hunting them from behind and almost tags them up. Actually almost takes down
damage.
2, tags both, gets them both weak. LEG is thwarting AKA from being able to play for the MandelBrick at all, albeit 60 MG is actually the first to draw blood. But if you saw on that map briefly, you saw that there was no one near reservoir area. Even STS is backed up. The only 2 teams are going to be in the Tower of Babel, but legit Brazil trying to restabilize as AKA go on the hunt.
HF holding down the angle so they can get Tommaso back onto his feet. AKA off in the distance from 60 MG. He's going to try and hold down what he's got. But you bring up a great point for Reservoir. Nobody is challenged. Nobody at all. And that was one of the issues that I brought up, right, was the fact that nobody was able to challenge the MandelBrick yesterday. The encoding stations were quite free. FL sneaking around, and they are going to enter the Tower of Babel, which is the opposite of ISG. They might be making a late attempt to STS on the MandelBrick.
Should be ISG, FL hunting them from behind. ISG will be creeping up finally to Reservoir. But again, there's only 60 seconds left. AKA, LEG, they both know, man, hey, they chose the only southern decoding station, by the way, in Reservoir. Take a look at this map. AK and LEG say, well, okay, we can't play for the MandelBrick, so let's just fight each other. These kills are a lot, and again, I think they're going to prioritize extraction. But down at the bottom, we've got to keep our eyes on that MandelBrick. ISG will be making a play for it within the last 30 seconds of the decode.
They're getting flanked, though.
And Fennel is going to come up from behind. This is best case scenario for STS on this decoding station. This is the freest MandelBrick we maybe have ever seen in this competition yet.
And it is going to be free. Just 25 seconds remaining. We'll focus on Fennel from Hazmat. It continues to push up. This fight now is going to take place, and therefore the MandelBrick is completely freed up. You said it was free, and that's exactly what it was. STS get blessed, and they will be guaranteed a spot in top 4, which means they stay alive in the tournament. Now, the question is, who's going to win this Tower of Babel fight? Will it be FL? Will it be ISG? Or maybe even STS? They have time to join the fight as well.
Unreal. A free MandelBrick. No one even looks at it. No one even opened the door to stare at the decoding station. Korea is not going home in round 1. They are assuredly a top 4 team and are not going to be eliminated, but there is still plenty to play for. We've got Ego on the line, and of course, we do want to secure a top 2 spot. It is technically possible that STS wouldn't necessarily get a top 2, but hey, some nice loot here for ISG. Not only some nice med loot, but also a nice rifle, which I believe is 694K. You can see it on your screen now on the right side. Joe's picking up that rifle. Well done. That's some nice loot. We take those.
Just to highlight STS once again, they get the MandelBrick, but they also were the leading team in assets obtained from Zero Dam just a little bit earlier. They are on fire. Talk about turning their luck around. It could very well be an indication of how truly difficult Match A really was with Q9 and the likes of Fennel falling gold, silver, right? STS totally different team, much like NBA was. We were highlighting from the qualification rounds into where we are now at the Delta Force Invitational. So now with 11 minutes left, the MandelBrick is no longer at play. STS already has it in possession. So now it comes down to who's going to be able to outslay each other, who will be able to extract. We've got two distinct fights taking place, one in the Tower of Babel, the other one up north. And LEG have already extracted a player. They're happy with the assets. They give it over to him. There's going to be one player left on the map. HF is going to be the only one who could do anything for the LEG roster.
Again, like we talked about at top of show, these teams are beginning to prioritize getting out of the map. LEG lose a player, and they said, well, we need to get somebody out so that we at least have some points on the board. We keep our stash value decently healthy going into the next round. Again, a quick look at the map. Yes, we lost MG early, and yes, we lost one member of Legit Brazil, but other than that, it has been insanely quiet. Of course, some nice value there from ISG after looting most of the Tower of Babel alone. Remember, Fennel now back at the Tower of Babel. This is where they spawned. Right. They ran up, wiped MG, and then came back, thinking that this was their path to Reservoir, but running into another team, they kind of just stumbled over each other until the brick was gone. A smart play from STS, frankly, to go to the southern side. They knew teams were on the north. They heard the shots. And they said, I think we can fare better down on the southeastern side of the map. I like that play a lot.
Mojo, a couple warning shots. Arabia was the player we're watching just a little bit earlier. He's been kind of the main slayer so far. I say that, but wasn't the MVP. That was actually, or excuse me, he was the MVP, my bad. Dom Dang ended up picking up, I believe, a couple for himself. But anyways, Mojo, good line of sight. Nobody's going to really overpeak here. My conversation kind of goes to the next 2.5 minutes when that middle extraction zone ends up opening up, because we've seen so many teams end up losing their lives in the final seconds of the middle extraction. I think that's going to be the biggest impact, and winning this fight makes that route to the middle extraction a little bit easier. And for FL, they're backing away, but Mojo's in hot pursuit, and he's got a line of sight.
Yeah, an angle here would be nice. Yeah, I like that call out. STS actually has the easiest path to that extraction point, but the only reason they would take it is just to protect the loot they brought in, because they have hardly nothing to show for it besides, of course, the MandelBrick, but you don't have to extract to gain that. But protecting the loot would be nice. FL is running away and actually exposing their back to ISG. He's able to pick up a couple shots down range, but it's not going to do a crazy amount of damage. Again, I'm not sure, and if we did, I'm mistaken, but I don't think we actually showed the loot people brought in. STS off screen. Wow. Talk about the luck STS is getting right now. Not only a free MandelBrick, but also find, I think it's like a Zonophone or a Sonophone. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I forgot what.
I think Sonophone.
I think Sonophone. I think that's right. 1.2 mil, man.
Yeah.
Now it's worth getting out. I mean, that'll fit in the safe box, I think. So with that in mind, STS is still going to play for not only the extraction point, but also potentially play for the kills around the extraction point while they get out and protect the loot they brought in. Feeling very comfortable with what's going on this map right now. STS easily the biggest winners. FL, ISG, banging it out at each other here with Cripple Blaster. Pushing people back, zoning fights off, but nothing's really connecting right now. These two teams are kind of just staring at each other for the last like 6 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, but they've been in hot pursuit. I mean, Mojo was just unrelenting in the way that he was chasing down FL. STS off screen will take priority over the middle extraction, which will open up in 40 seconds. That's the ultimate go for FL and ISG. But ISG opens it up. Wada's going to take down Arabia. That's going to be one of the top slayers. You take him out, now you're in good company. But Hazmat needs to be very careful about overexposing himself because of reasons like that. He's going to get dropped. Mojo will capitalize. And just like that, FL is in deep trouble with one player up.
Yeah, and a perfect setup and a perfect trade there. They lose one, but you're right. They have one below, they have one on the right-hand side. It was a slight mistake, and Mojo capitalized on it. Very well played from ISG. Finnell's got to be shaking their head saying, where did we go wrong? And again, everyone's fighting, and STS gets it for free. Good grief, STS, they do it again. Not only do they get the MandelBrick, but they get 2 players out, and they leave the route man to go get paid by getting some kills. Gamdang gonna stay on the map and go spoil some people's map too.
You got a couple of solos. You got HF from LEG, then you have Gamdang from STS. Outside of that, it's gonna be full 3-man units, ISG and AKA. currently on your screen is going to be Articuno. We've been following AK for quite some time this game. Most notably, it started in Cherrytown when they rotated down towards blue. They end up getting into a tussle with the muscle. Most importantly, LEG. Luckily, a route opens up. They start getting into a fight. They're not happy with it. They go back up north where they once again run into LEG and ultimately end up taking down one member. LEG says enough is enough. We'll go ahead and extract and leave a player behind. And that is that player in front of you, which of course is HF.
AK going to be playing down near the south side of the map, trying to figure out what the heck's going on down here. While on your screen, the last remaining player of LEG is just running around the map, figuring out if maybe he can find a kill or get any loot he can stuff in a safe box. Extraction points are pretty thin right now. I haven't noticed the Dr. Prometheus mission being started.
It hasn't.
So right now, I mean, ID tags, ISG will have the ID tags to send some folks out theoretically through the Tower of Babel. Here's a look at the map, by the way, and where everybody's moving to. AKA going to be moving towards the Tower of Babel as well. ISG will be there waiting. This will be the next fight on our screen here shortly, while that last remaining player of LEG just kind of rambles around. Okay, so it was AKA starting the mission in order to get out of the map. I saw them completing a mission. Wasn't able to see which one they were doing. So this is the Dr. Prometheus mission. This should open up the extraction point for them. And as they come running forward, ISG will absolutely know what the heck's going on. Patience, certainly a virtue in an encounter like this. But instead of patience, we shoot and do very little damage. And now AK is fully aware of your position. No flame, but I don't like that choice.
Both ISG and AK have profited quite a bit when it comes to assets obtained. They need to get out and protect what they got. And for ISG, if they do decide to challenge AK and they lose that fight, they are going to be losing out on a lot. Right now, top 4, well within their grasp with the amount of assets they've been able to gather, but losing this fight is going to be bad. And this is a tough angle to push. I mean, it's wide open, and Mojo has already taken a little bit of damage, but he gives it right back. So AKA, this helipad is not going to be as easy as they were expecting.
Nice angle over the top. Oh my goodness, Articuno insanely weak there. They are tanking so many bullets. I'm not sure we actually showed it this round. With the gear that was brought in, I want to say AKA brought in some gold gear since they were decently rich after round 1. We'll give them that advantage we talked about during the fill. ISG, a couple more headshots, and AKA would have been in a blender during this fight. What I thought was a mistake, ISG is turning into an advantage, apparently, pushing this team back, pushing them to a position where they have nowhere left to run. These two teams fighting, and look what's happening on your mini-map here. Take a look at that green dot and that purple dot. A couple solos about to play spoiler, and that's best case scenario yet again for AKA. This team of 3 is about to get flanked by a bunch of solos that are just out for blood.
Yeah, they're unintentionally working together. HF has one angle, Gomdang has the other. They might have spotted each other, but Gomdang is the one that I'm looking out for. He's slinking in. AKA has no idea. I mean, how would you know that his solo is lurking around? And for HF, on the opposite side, he's going to be on ISG. So HF on ISG, who will spot him, and actually, that's going to be very, very bittersweet. He gets taken down super quick by January from AKA's side. But, of course, you still have that solo, Gomdang from STS, who, to my knowledge, has not been spotted. AKA has no idea.
Yeah, I will say Jan is sniffing out the rats. But off-screen, what we didn't see, ISG, we thought they were a team of 3. I didn't quite see it on the mini-map. That gray kind of flips in. So they actually hit one out. Now Gomdang has found the angle at Articuno. One solo punished by AKA. The other solo punishes them. ISG is a team of 2. They got one player out, I believe, Ghost, out the top of the map. Oh, he makes sure they got some value there for 1v1. Gomdang pushes up. Oh, this is it! 60 MG! We called him the loot man, but this time he's getting paid with the P90, baby. Nice kill for AKA, but they're not out of the weeds yet. The last remaining solo of STS is down, AKA down to 2. A true 2v2 between ISG and AKA. Yet again, AKA saved by what they brought into this map. The gold is doing wonders right now when everybody else is running purple ammo.
Talking about 800K that can still be earned depending on the victor of this fight. You said a 2v2, that's pretty much all that's at stake here. It will be ISG or AKA who wins it. Just to re-highlight, that 60 MG beaming down Gomdang as he did. I thought Gomdang for sure had won that fight with the heady. 60MG is just nasty, but you got to get active. I mean, there's literally no reason in staying behind, and they're going to go ahead and try and bully out January.
Nice
but there is going to be an off angle from 60MG, but the Incendiary does slow them down a bit. The January is he safe? Well, not so much.
Big shots on Jan, extremely weak, and you can see he's calling 60MG to play backup here. 60MG again with a P90. This is going to be a bread and butter spot for him. We know the LMG hit like a dang truck, and a 45 mag is going to be plenty to take down both of these players. But Wada is not full health either. Both of these players trying to figure out, hey, when and how can I heal up before we re-engage? They see each other in the window there. A lot of information. Just a matter of when can we fight. They now have spotted both players. It'll be a pinch. Wada gets punished for it. AKA in a weird situation. They've got to make a decision here. It's just an exchanging of blows. Resource for resource. A fight with 15 seconds on the clock, folks. Nobody's getting out, and Mojo's actually able to get the first blood. It's going to be a 1v2, 60MG. You've got to go for a fight here. You're not going to get out of the map. No, actually, he's just going to run away. 60MG is prioritizing not giving his opponent 400K. None of these players are getting out with anything besides their safe box, but 60MG runs away, tail between his legs, unfortunately losing the fight, and only 400K instead of 800K going to ISG with the kills they were able to secure.
Well, the big winner was STS. Not only from 0 down, but then they capitalized where it matters most on Brockish, taking the MandelBrick uncontested. Literally, nobody went over to Reservoir and tried to take the MandelBrick for themselves. Everybody was too caught up in their own engagements, their own fights. They not only walk out with the most assets, I do believe, but they also walk out with the MandelBrick. For everybody else, they've got to be on high alert, Coach, because again, you do not want to be one of the bottom 2 teams, and for some, they are on the struggle bus. For example, I want to say, Fennel, right? Fennel has not been able to get anything started. That's 2 games down. Now, still, plenty more games to go. I say that. It could end in 4. I don't think it will, but with the way STS is playing, potentially. But I do appreciate the way AKA has been playing. I think they've been playing much better than we expected. Top 4 is well within their wheelhouse, at least if they continue to play that the way they currently are. ISG is on fire. But the big story is STS, Gamdang as well, even as a solo. Like, that guy's been nasty.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, Gamdang almost made a big play against a person that he technically had a loot disadvantage against. Almost won the fight, but didn't. AKA, they still got something out of that map. It was a weird one for them. They get a, frankly, quote-unquote bad spawn. Again, the spawns are randomized, but you can't get T1 over and over again, so it's an even spread. They just got a little unlucky in round 2. That does mean that we'll have to look and see if they get a prio spawn in round 3, which sounds like a good thing. Unfortunately, it's not, because there's no MandelBrick. We'll get into that in a little bit, but it is worth mentioning AKA do pick up several kills along the way. They picked up some solos. They pick up Gamdang. They're not going home broke from that one. They do have a couple kills that they can write home about, and whatever they found in their safe box, which I don't think was all that much. But you're right, the story is STS. Folks, that is the freest man. I've tested, I don't know, 30 of these. I think I've maybe 35. I've never seen a MandelBrick that free in my entire life. Not even close.
Yeah.
Nobody looked at it. Nobody even sniffed it. They said, fine, yeah, you can go straight.
But I brought that up
round.
at the beginning of the day, didn't I? I was like, why? Yesterday, people weren't challenging the MandelBricks. Are they going to challenge today? And you said, yeah, and I fully agree. Yeah, why would they not challenge, right? I mean, that's the goal, because you want one of the potential 4 MandelBricks, but quite literally nobody went for it. I'm blown away. We started off in the beginning with our highlights with Mojo, and rightly so. Mojo was on fire, and he was very aggressive, but this was the fight that we were focused on for the longest time. FL opposite of AK just up ahead.
Yeah, and MG was pinched there, and it's just a brutal spot for MG to be in. They were playing super aggressive. They decided to go Chow Hotel, go Chow AK, and as much as we were kind of ragging on Fennel, they made a genius play to completely abscond and go all the way up to the north side of the map. But a lot of fights going on, and this is what I was going to say. I think it's a little bit less of, hey, the teams chose to just give this a MandelBrick away, and it was just the way the map played out. STS got a free MandelBrick because of all of these fights. Everybody was fighting all over the map, and none of those fights were anywhere near Reservoir. So because of the choice to go south, STS actually secure a free MandelBrick, and they get out with all 3, well, all 2, I suppose, leaving Gamdang to make a play like this. Pick up 1 member of Articuno, and almost pick up 2, but AKA said, we will not be 1v3. not again.
Yeah.
And 60MG barely wins that fight. But even still, STS absolutely the best team and absolutely are loving the way that map went down.
Yeah, totally night and day difference from yesterday's performance to today. STS did their homework. They got some sleep, whatever it was. It is working. Incredibly done, boys. The question is now, is we have well, at least almost 4 games left. We could have at least 2 games left. We now go back into another airdrop rounds, which is once again going to be on Brockish, which was highly competitive. And for MG's sake, I'm hoping they have a little bit of a better game, right? MG, a team that is very, very talented. And obviously, we've talked a lot about Onigiri. Onigiri is a talented player in his own right. He's got to come back even stronger this next one. The question is, the AWM for STS, do they keep a hold of it? Because they did extract 2 other players as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if they used it in that round. I mean, they've got it still somewhere. I don't even, like, they didn't do anything with it, and if they brought it in, they still have it. So they've got the AWM in the pocket if they want to use it in round 4, and maybe they'll get a second one.
I think round 4, yeah, not round 3. There's
yeah. But we'll see what they decide to do. I think the big notes from that one were just the way the map played out was very odd. And I think STS read the map really well, or got lucky, however you want to play it. They get priority spawn, which is a huge boon. They sprint for Museum. And another boon for them was the fact that MG decided not to play for Museum and instead go play for the kills early to open up the map. MG made a play that we saw ESG play for yesterday in group stages. It makes sense. It was the right play. No one expected Fennel. Again, I'm emphasizing this point. No one expected Fennel to spawn at the bottom Tower of Babel and sprint all the way up to Museum and play for that fight within the first 60 seconds or so.
Yeah, typically no one does that.
It's not often that players will do that. And I think Fennel was trying to play for the MandelBrick, and it just got weird. They were fighting, and then all of a sudden, AK is pushing up, and now we can't figure out how to take this fight. AK backs up. Do we want to go for Museum? Oh no, STS already has the brick. They run to Reservoir. Now we got to rat all the way back around to where now ISG is at, and then they're just stumbling over each other before anybody can get to it.
And that's a great point. The Tower of Babel fight was instrumental because ISG did want to challenge STS for the
no, 100%.
They could not do so because Fiddle did rotate in the Tower of Babel. Once they're spotted, they knew they couldn't proceed forward to go for the MandelBrick themselves. Without that fight, ISG does challenge for the MandelBrick. STS doesn't have a free one. For sure. They most likely we're still going to get it. I would have to think just based off of the time alone, but that was a big rotate from Fiddle. A lot of moving pieces. Everybody was really getting it going. On the rotations. It was very exciting, much like Zero Down. Nobody is shy at all, and I'm really enjoying each and every moment. Let's listen to the team comms from map 2.
캠프 사운드. 넘어왔어. 10초. 아사라 캠프 사운드야. 아니 이거 희찬이가 들어. 이거 그냥 저수지 꽂자. 저수지 꽂아? 근데 마빌 교전 소리가 안 났어. 그러니까. 레벨 뜨잖아, 레벨. 바로 갈 거야? 바로 가. 봐봐. 이거 왼쪽 라인 먹는 게 낫지 않아? 바벨 안 싸워도 팀이잖아. 그럼 우리 왼쪽 라인 먹자. 왼쪽 라인. 했던 거. 저번에 생각했던 거 거기가 맞는 거 같아. 그 자리 있을 거야? 바벨 교전 없었어. 꽂을 때까지 0이었어. 위에 스케브. 그 컨테이너 방 있지. 창고방. 10초. 버틸 수 있어. 우리 포지션 좋아. 창고방에. 이거 잡고 이제 생각해야 되는 거 탈출이야, 탈출. 오케이? 잡고 탈출할 거야? 그냥 탈출할 거야? 잡고 해야 될 것 같은데? 잡고 벨 누르고 나가면 될 것 같아. 잡을 거지? 됐어? 나 복제 못했어. 나도 못했어. 내부 있는 거야? 내부 방에? 내부 소리 안 들려 이제. 내부 소리 이제. 나 70%. 이거 그럼 바벨 쪽을 클리어할게. 탈출하고 너 확인해줘. 레이스 시금기. 나이스. 근데 이거 건우한테 욕먹을 것 같긴 해. 왜 탈출할 수 있었는데 왜 안 하냐고. 왜 똥 뿌리는 게 나아? 맞아. 똥 뿌리는 게 나아. 똥 뿌리는 게 나아. 쟤네 잡으면 똥 해야 돼. 잠글 수 있으면 똥 뿌리는 게 훨씬 좋아. 그 지하에 있지? 지하야. 지하야. 좋았다잉. 너무 좋았는데? 이거야.
Yeah, that looked about as free as we thought it was from their perspective. You know what I mean? Like none of the SCS was chilling the whole time, even up to the extraction. I don't know exactly what they were saying, but everything was calm for sure. I'll keep using those words because they didn't have to engage with anybody.
Nobody.
I don't even know if they shot a bullet.
I didn't have to.
They didn't do anything because they just got a free MandelBrick and walked out of the map.
Yeah.
And luckily, too, nice efficient looting patterns. they run straight up to Museum and loot the rest of Museum, because you got to remember, that's where they started, and so they knew, A, what hadn't been looted, and they also knew that, hey, maybe there could be a team there we can fight, because we have nothing. I think they left the MandelBrick, what I saw on that replay was they left the MandelBrick at they had 5,000 between them. That's nothing. That's like a USB drive, okay? They had absolutely nothing because they just grabbed the MandelBrick and left. So they went back to Museum, looted up, found some nice loot, and they were like, okay, this is enough. Let's get out.
Yeah, right. I mean, they had a free path literally everywhere. I mean, they started Museum, they go to Reservoir, they get the MandelBrick, they go back to Museum, they get 2 players out, which arguably should be the most contested extraction point, which is the middle.
Yeah, it was just pretty early.
But it was early, but also you have to assume those teams rotating up from Tower of Babel, they get a little bit caught up into their action because they also wanted to go to the middle extract, they just weren't able to do so.
Yeah, well, and AKA, this is the weird part, was that AKA took the Prometheus extraction, which made sense. They pull the mission, they drive it all the way down, and it was ISG that, again, I was critical of saying you shot too early, but ended up working out for ISG. Here we go. Here's a look at our overall round results. This is from the last game. STS, almost the most loot, and a MandelBrick, but it is ISG at 3.5 million?
Right, right.
Holy cow, that was way more than I thought they got. And 4. Yeah, 4 kills is big. FL, by the way, as much as we were ragging them, they pick up 4 kills. That is 1.6 mil added to their total. They're technically 3rd from that round.
Yeah, and AK will get 1.2 million, but they could have had a lot more if they don't get wiped at the very end. Best team, though, of course, has to be STS. They walk out with the MandelBrick. Gomdang stayed behind. He picks up 1 elimination. He kind of disrupted the ebb and flow between ISG and AKA fight, but Chan E-Hit have also been instrumental in the success of this roster. STS, once again, I'll continue to say it, from yesterday to today, just such a big difference in their mentality and the way that they are playing. And while they're well on their way to potentially being one of the top 2 teams, as of now, they are the #1 team so far. But it was Mojo who stole the show for the MVP race. 3 eliminations, 631 damage. Mojo has been on our feed the longest amount of time from the side of ISG. This guy is scary. Anytime we pan over to his setup, right, with the, of course, the player cams, he looks serious, he looks poised, he looks ready. This man means business.
Yeah, this is a pretty impressive stat line. 3 kills, 631 damage. Very well done from Mojo. And I've seen Mojo do this in multiple different esports. This guy's played a bunch of different games fairly competitively, so it's good to see him out here representing Delta Force and representing his team. Looking out for the MENA region, of course, and Mojo. Here's a look at our overall rankings, though. 10.4 mil overall for STS. They don't need all that money to be at the top because they're the only team with a MandelBrick, but it sure feels nice definitely making sure that if somebody else gets a MandelBrick, they're going to stay on top. Again, our metric for success, top 2 move on to the upper round 2. The middle 2 go to lower round 2, and the bottom 2 are out. Right now, Fennel and LEG are technically on that relegation, on that see ya later, go back to the airport position on our leaderboard, but it is very thin margins. I mean, 5.8 mil even with 3rd place versus even 3.8 mil. 2 mil is basically nothing in this competition. I say basically nothing. That's a decent amount. That's 5 kills, but with the amount of loot you're able to find on the map, even just wiping a player and taking their loot, that basically takes you over 2 mil.
Yeah, LEG, they've showed great glimmers of hope, but right now they need to get serious. Airdrop map coming up. Clearly, you want to fight for those airdrops, you want to get your loot, especially in their case, they need to elevate themselves up the standings. You're right, it's not a lot that they need to gather, but it still is something that they need to get. If they don't feel comfortable going into map 4, which could potentially be the last map, you may start making desperation plays. Things get weird. And for LEG, I don't want to see them go home just yet. I really don't. I think they're representing a very talented region of LATAM. They've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but they also have a lot of pride backing them up. Everybody from the LATAM region wants to see this roster goes far. Right now, they're in dead last, and they've got a heavy burden on their shoulders. And the same thing for Fiddle. Fiddle, a team that was very talented yesterday throughout their Match A run, or Match B run, excuse me. Played very well. 3rd place for the longest time, only to drop at the very end. Let's take a look at our round 2 and round 3 spawns. And well, of course, this is going to be an airdrop match, so which means the spawns necessarily priority don't really matter as much, but they do matter going into round 4.
Yeah, and I think the important thing to remember is what you just said, the very end there. If you get a tier 1 spawn are going to be those red spawns in the middle of the map. If you get a tier 1 spawn on this map, sure, it's a little bit nicer in the middle of the map. You can do whatever you want, I guess. I really like the Tower of Babel spawns for round 3 because there's a lot of loot down there, which is a nice boon when there's no MandelBrick. If you get a tier 1 spawn in this map, you will not have a tier 1 spawn in the next match, which of course will be Space City, but even still, you know those spots are extremely valuable. First to the MandelBrick is very crucial in terms of finding some success on the map. It's not everything, but it is very, very nice. So some of these teams are thinking, I hope I don't get tier 1 spawn here in round number 3. Our last brackish map of this best of 6, Taylor. I'm pumped about it. It's time to get your money up, all right? Maybe get an AWM as well, but we've got to get our loot value up. We are playing for top 2, sure, but we've got to at least be top 4 if we want to keep playing some Delta Force.
Yeah, top 4 currently is AK, MG, ISG, and STS, who are in a league of their own, all the way at the top. I love this LEG roster. They're always fun every time we have a chance to look in on their setup. Of course, looking to bring the best action. And, well, there's your man on your screen that I was saying. Every time we look at him, man, he just looks serious and poised and ready to go. Marino, a talented player in his own right. Fennel, a lot on their shoulders. They're not far behind from catching up to AKA. Just over 1 million. Very, very doable, especially if they can fight tooth and nail for those airdrops. But they're in the 5th spots, which means they are at risk of being eliminated alongside that of LEG. Point standings are very, very close. Like I said, STS, MandelBrick puts them in a league of their own. But for the rest, they can't feel too comfortable. ISG is a little bit more comfortable, but for MG, AKA, FL, LEG, 3 on down, I mean, there's only like 2 million separating those rosters.
Yeah, I love that break time. Well, hey, let's jump into it. Deployment is ready, folks. Let's head down to the stage.
Tá todo mundo mal, tá todo mundo mal. Na Space eu acho
Mas
que...
se nós sair bem agora, só... Nós tem que sair bem agora. Aí dá. Porque senão não dá, pô. Senão é impossível. Entendeu?
Qualquer coisa eu levo pra tu, gear.
Não. Fala assim, ó. Se a gente puxar o Mandel fraco, ó, pra segurar é difícil, pô.
Mas tá todo mundo fraco. Tem um time ou outro que tá bom.
Tem 2 times muita grana, pô. O ISG e a STS, pô. Esses caras vão pico.
Alrighty, folks, it is time for Brackish. Again, here is our breakdown. It is our last airdrop round, and that means after Brackish here right now, we will play up to 3 rounds of Space City, maybe just 1. If you watched our group stages, you know that with this double brick format, it's match point for the team that already has a MandelBrick. If any team gets 2 MandelBricks, they win outright, and we don't even keep playing the rest of the map. So we will see Space City. Will it be once? Will it be 3 times? We will see, but this will be the last time we see Brackish, Taylor. I am pumped to hop back into this one. Let's see if this emulates the pace of play from Zero Dam or the pace of play from Brackish in the group stages, which was quite slow.
Yeah, very, very, very slow indeed. But we haven't slowed down really when it comes to our lower brackets round 2. I mean, it's been lightning fast. The teams have been hugely aggressive. Nobody is shy about getting involved in the action. And I think this Brackish is going to be no different. I'm fully expecting the teams to fly at each other and hopefully, for their sake, fry the other rosters. We're getting into it. People in chat, make sure you send your energy to the fan or to the teams that you're supporting, whether it be LEG or FL. We take a look now at the overall spots, and it's going to be FL up there in Cherry, AKA already going to Brackish Market. LEG will have free reign of museum, but of course, we focus on the Tower of Babel Del Low. It's STS versus MG, 2 teams that are in number 1 and number 3 spot.
Yeah, good shout on the Tower of Babel potential fight. They're going to share that POI for a very long time and loot up, most likely. We don't oftentimes see that fight happen immediately, but who knows? Maybe they'll make me eat my words. However, did you notice those priority spawns? LEG and AKA will not have priority spawns going into our next MandelBrick round. Unfortunate for them, but Space City a hair more forgiving for the most part on some of the spawns in terms of getting to the MandelBrick quickly. There's maybe one that's an exception to that rule, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. STS on the move as Gomdang and co. Top team today look to further their advancement up the leaderboard in terms of loot value. They can't go any higher in terms of placement as of current. But patience is a virtue, and as per the usual, this first map, everybody playing very slow, not wanting to give anything away. And it's actually E-hit that's kind of set up a flank for MG, or rather a trap, if they do come through this door quickly. While we're watching this potential fight, let's take a look at the left-hand side of your screen. We do see Articuno go ahead and burn the second Tempest. Using Tempest twice in a row on Brackish means you will not see a Tempest from AKA. See another Tempest from Marino there with legit Brazil. LEG. A couple other big hits. Weapon choices look fairly standard. One of the other things you'll notice is that some of these players not bringing in a ton of loot value into this map because, again, it's not a MandelBrick round. So not wanting to burn a bunch of cash. They want to kind of save up. It looks like, actually, that Finnel brought in nothing. No armor, no helmet, nothing. Arabia, I don't even think brought in a gun based on what we're seeing on our screen right now. And again, this is not entirely atypical. That amount of discounting for this round is a protection of goods and a protection of funds, which, hey, look, Finnel, frankly, needs to be doing, so it does make some sense. Get a little extra cash to burn, you can bring in some purple armor that's not too expensive. Across the board, pretty standard in terms of what weapon choices people are using.
We do a bit of a switcheroo in Zertown. First it was ISG up top. I thought for certain AKA was going to challenge them. And maybe that was their intention. I mean, you can tell them slow crawling their way forward. They know ISG was just here, but they don't know ISG has already left. It dropped down to the south. They'll keep their eyes peeled for ISG just up ahead and maybe decide to pursue them a little bit later on. But for now, for AKA, nobody is home. That fight might break out relatively shortly. STS, though, over in the Tower of Babel, getting a bit active. Not necessarily a full clash just yet, but once again for STS and MG, both spawning in Tower of Babel, starting to fill each other out just a little bit. And for MG, being in third place at the moment, they're not too necessarily far ahead of that of AKA. I mean, it's very doable for teams such as Finnel, LEG in the 5th and 6th elimination spots to catch up to them. So if I'm MG fighting this STS roster, I need to do this appropriately because STS has been on fire. MG not necessarily as much, even though they've had highlight moments. So if they lose this fight, MG's losing a lot more than STS would.
The picture on the right-hand side is ISG and AKA looking at each other. ISG also taking down Blue Eagle for some extra loot and to make sure that they don't get shot by a bunch of rockets while they're trying to fight AKA. Obviously some information being gained from both sides. Chan on a forward position and a little bit split from his team, but as per the usual, there is no shots really fired yet, nothing critical. Shots through the window to tell that Seneva operator to back the heck up as legit Brazil have complete control over Museum is where they're finding that gold bar that just popped up on the right. Legit Brazil technically with the most loot thus far, but pretty close. Nobody finding anything insane yet.
Naturally, we're focused on STS versus MG, but I do want to highlight Marino with the Tempest. Oh, whoa! How did he even get the angle? Bonnie is down. Does STS attack and capitalize on this moment? For Onigiri, he's got to try and hold them back, but for Envy, potentially an off angle could be happening. Gomdang is holding down Envy. The slow crawl is in. Hopefully they can get him back onto his feet. Either way, that is a huge wake-up call to the pacing and the level STS is currently at. MG needs to respect this roster.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, no, Chan, no. What are we doing? You saw him peeking the window. These windows are empty. You can shoot through them. And of course, the Seneva operator, there is a window of opportunity in the shield. They lined up perfectly for STS. They lined up perfectly for Chan, and then Chan started to run to go catch up with his team. And MG was there lying in wait. He falls into the trap, and now a complete reversal of an advantage. STS made a nice play, and then they get punished. And MG now a clear advantage with a Seneva operator. This is just a matter of time. Gomdang and E-Hit going to have to be heroes against a Seneva that's going to go sprinting at him.
That is such a blunder. I don't know what Chan was thinking at that moment. I mean, he was in such a great spot. There was no rush to reposition. You knew your team wasn't looking to capitalize off of the down. No idea why Chan decided to play he did, but either way,
I think he just couldn't quite see. Like, I looked obvious to us, we have X-ray, but I think he maybe just was a hair outside of line of sight when he started to move.
Yeah, but the thing is, Gomdang had one of the players locked down because that was Envy off to his offing or just in front of Gomdang, so that should have been called out. I assume Gomdang knew. Chan with the knock through the window onto the Seneva. Again, he's got priority on that location. Gomdang has the other choke point, which is going to be the stairs to come at him. Chan just did not need to commit for the rotate. In my opinion. In my opinion.
Well, the rest of the teams, you can see where they're at. This is our first airdrop landing near AKA, who just picked up a stopwatch, so nice little 200K for him. Can't take those shots. Reminder that railing there is obviously bulletproof, but easy read on where he's at. But yes, an airdrop on the north up by Grand Hammam and all 4 other teams on the north side of the map. These are the only 2 teams on the south side of the map at all, and they're right next to each other, and there's the flash comes through. He knows he can win this fight. It was just a matter of time, and Onigiri is him right now. Finds one, he's gonna get chowed by a second. Can he win this as well? This will be an Onigiri 3-piece. A slow one, but a 3-piece nonetheless. He's gonna go for the reload, he's out of ammo. He had to reload on the mantle. Gamdang gets the full trade, will die, no, most likely, and goes down, but did get a trade for it. STS, they didn't get nothing out of it, but they didn't get a whole lot.
You go back to Chan. If he doesn't try to go down the hallway and get mowed down, would things have been different? Maybe so, but even still, MG makes a wonderful play, and Onigiri, despite dropping nearly 1v3s the entirety of the STS roster. Well done to MG, setting up that fight over in Tower Babel. I said it goes. MG had a lot more to lose than STS, who already has a MandelBrick and already has plenty of loot. Now focus our attention on AKA, who's going to manage to get the first airdrop. A team that is towards the bottom, needing a big come up in this moment. Going to go ahead and find a fossil along with many other items.
Ooh,
this is going to be valuable for them, and for them, I'm hoping they prioritize the next extraction.
Yeah, pretty solid loot. Obviously, fuel cell is fine. It's very big for how much value it is, but the rest, stopwatch and a couple fossils is nice, and of course the gold armor. So we take those, obviously some good loot, but they are getting pushed by ISG pretty aggressively here. So you see MG playing the second floor with the P90. This has been his favorite weapon. I talked to him a little bit about it. A couple folks. We saw Mo even in group stages also running the P9. It's all about the mag size. And frankly, it's just not all that expensive either. So a solid weapon, large mag size, decently cheap, perfect for tournament setting. But a true 3v3, who will get the first blood? Traditionally speaking, a player advantage means you're going to win the fight. Not always, of course. AKA has been on both sides of that coin. Another watch found off screen from Legit Brazil, who were hanging out in museum for the longest time. Actually, I believe that's actually a trading of loot as they prepare for the extraction off screen there on the main extraction in the middle of the map. Just waiting to leave. Over 2 million. You can see their assets obtained just from this match alone on the left-hand side of the screen on the leaderboard. Everybody about the same for the most part, besides FL and ISG. Legit Brazil, I think, will be mostly uncontested on this extraction point. MG is still deep inside the Tower of Babel off screen, and then these two teams are fighting each other. Fennel alone at Hotel. Ghost going maybe for an off angle. Trying to figure out how do we actually want to breach and clear this building. They're on all the way on the opposite side. This is, of course, one big building, but almost feels separated into two, and there is nobody on this side of the building. Everybody else from AKA is over there, and now figure out what we can do, whether it's a window peek first and then a push through the door. But AKA is not going to afford them that. Look at where they're positioned. Articuno down on the stairs is a really nice position to be able to either hold the stairs or take the window if they do go for it. 60MG did get some information down below. He's spotted at least 2 down here, trying to find the third.
Oh, he doesn't know about the left.
Where's the first fights, though? Mojo going to try to open things up. The Byron knockdown could be huge. He doesn't even need it. Articuno full out. A 2v3. That body completely unrecoverable from what we can tell. Articuno fold now. Jan holding the angle. Jan connects with the most damage. Mojo has to back up. Still a 2 versus 3. ISG playing this nice and slow. They don't want to give anything up, and they're able to take him down. 60MG and Jan out of here, joining Articuno in the lobby. AKA has been wiped. ISG continued to tear up this map.
Well done to ISG. They played very, very well in the previous Brockish. They'll play even better whenever it comes to the airdrop round, getting some valuable assets, knocking AKA down a peg. ISG was already in second place coming into game number 3. Now with this Expecting alloy being earned, they could very well set themselves up nicely to keeping second. Of course, outside of the next MandelBrick rounds, who ends up getting those. But for ISG, just like STS, been playing very, very well so far. You got to be impressed with how well they've done. AKA didn't get the most from the initial airdrop, but they got enough to make me excited for them to at least solidify their top 4 position. We look at the next airdrop. Next airdrop is going to be coming down in just a second, and it looks like FL is trying to take priority.
Yeah, LEG, by the way, just sent 2 out. So LEG left their 1 player. They got all of the loot that they wanted out of the map. And as per the usual, we've got a solo just trying to be I say spoiler all the time. I'll think of some more words. A menace.
A disruptor.
A disruptor is good. Second airdrop, of course, yields the AWM and its ammo. That's what you're seeing popping up on the right-hand side. So that's FL, who came in with hardly anything. Now walking potentially out with an AWM and its ammo. But ISG have been winning a lot of gunfights, and their opposition are going to be pretty weak in comparison in terms of the gear brought in. Look at Mojo. After wiping AKA, Mojo is the one to pick up the gold armor. Mojo is going to be tough to kill for a team that didn't bring hardly anything in. Purple rounds maybe from Fennel, but you're seeing their gear down below. P90 with purple. Uni rocking a blue armor he found off of a guard. An advantage if they want it, but here's the solo from legit Brazil, Marino.
The Tempest. I don't know, the Tempest does make a couple more plays, a bit of an option against FL, who is going straight into where Marino is at. That would be devastating for FL to get the AWM to finally show some life. I mean, a team that is on the precipice, potentially being eliminated, for Marino to disrupt them now would be devastating, but it is very possible. You go back to Gomding, right? On the side of STS, I mean, that man has made plays and disrupted himself, or disrupted many other teams. Arabia, though, will take priority up ahead. Marino hasn't done anything just yet. Separation is still going to be between the two. I don't think Marino is looking to really be aggressive. I say that. He does see some players up ahead. Good trigger discipline. My worry is Hazmat, who's going to be far behind. Marino could pick Hazmat up.
He's got to be assuredly getting a kill here, and unfortunately, you're right. If you would have waited a hair longer, could have picked up Hazmat most likely. Couldn't quite connect with all of the shots there on Uni. Gets them weak, depletes some resources, but that's about it.
Yeah. Not the effect I was wanting for Marino. Like you said, if he just would have waited a little bit longer. But that's the way it is. He made the play, and now it's like, well, what do we do now?
Yeah, well, I mean, the weapon he's got built, too, is just, like, not that stable, especially at that range, so it is what it is.
They've already done enough. I mean, with the 2 extractions, like, LEG is perfectly fine. Anything Marino gets at this point is just cherry on top.
Yeah, he's going to go probably play for one of the other extraction points on the map. He knows that full team of 3 is playing around the helipad with Prometheus, so I would assume he's not going to fight for that. That's going to be a very difficult one. Instead, he wants to try to catch somebody else. But here's a look at that team looting the bottom left-hand side of our map. Up the helipad and should get out here. And folks, this is what happens in round 3 and round 1 usually, not in this round, but in this match rather. Oh, look what our production team has spotted. I love this. We've got a nice tank there in the case. This will be some nice loot for ISG if they can find it. That is so funny. I don't think we've seen production do that before, where they spot the loot that people want before they see it. I love that. That tank is a couple mils, so that is definitely worth your while. And ISG already are top looters throughout the course of this map after, of course, looting their opponents that they wiped, but talk about a boon if they're able to find it.
Yeah, and they're also already in second place.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're healthy. They're looking great. By the way, Marino, we kind of contemplated, would he be leaving? Going for the extraction. Might actually double back and try to challenge out of ISG. Plenty of loot. 1v3 would be very tough, but again, he's there to play disruptor with the center extraction point open at 320. There is time still left in the match for a team to hit that. Now, you've got a couple of different options. You've got FL, who's most likely going to keep 2 around. There's going to be 1 who's going to extract, but you do have MG, come from the Tower of Babel, go up north. And you have ISG, who might also attempt to go for it. So there still might be a massive clash of teams in the last like 20 or 30 seconds.
Yeah, around that extraction point, absolutely. 3 minutes and counting.
Until then, things should stay pretty quiet. I say that, but MG does rotate around towards Reservoir, all the way up to potentially where ISG is at. They seem to be having the same idea, taking the right-hand side of the center extraction point.
Unfortunately, ISG will miss the model tank, which is a bummer for them, but they've got nice loot value. As does MG, who's got a crown and a couple other things in their safe boxes.
ISG's already very healthy, even without the tank.
All right. Well, patience a virtue on this map. Again, a couple nice fights, 2 teams fully eliminated. It's not like nothing's happened, but a very slow middle of brackish. These fights were pretty early, so we are chilling. But only chilling for about 2 minutes and probably a lot less than that, like Taylor said. There's going to be a fight around this extraction point.
And Marino is behind ISG, too.
Yeah.
He's still lurking.
He's been hunting him, man. He was roaming through museum, just slow walking behind him. A predator hunting its prey, I suppose. But we're going to see Finnell get out via the helipad here shortly, which is nice. Uni actually sitting on it. The other two going to stay on the map. So Uni goes out with majority of their loot, which is actually decent, especially for coming in with nothing, leaving with around 2 mil or so. Would be nice. Going to leave 2 players on the map to go play spoiler, and they could theoretically get out via this extraction as well. One thing we always see with this extraction in the middle of the map, first, it's about 65 seconds on the clock, but one thing we always see, it's around those boxes that are kind of out in the open near the street. So teams will sprint at it with 4 seconds, 5 seconds left, and multiple teams will extract in that surface area that is all technically in the extraction point, even if they don't even fight each other. Sometimes you'll get some knocks and some crawlers will get out, but let's see what happens. LEG is actually weak somehow, half health going into the extraction point. The 2 members of Finnell coming to play Disruptor.
Yeah. Disruptor indeed. Things are going to get exciting. Teams are starting to fire. Marino surely dead at this moment. He's been spotted. Stays up, surprisingly, but only for a matter of time, and he will finally
Wada
fall.
gets the kill, though. Hazmat was trying to pick up a kill for his team after staying on the map. Gets him insanely weak, and Wada's actually credited the kill there. That's brutal. ISG's already got several, but now they're getting punished from MG, who's going to come join the party. Folks, 8 seconds on the extraction. Game timer's 35, but 5 seconds on extraction. You got to get to the point if you want to get out. FL not worried about getting out. They want the kills. MG take down 2 members. No, 1 member of ISG. The other member of ISG gets out of the map. ISG, they get some kills. 1 member gets out, but MG is reaping the rewards. They're staying on the map, and they're picking up kills themselves. 1 member of MG gets out. 1 member is down, and it is a 1v2 with 11 seconds left.
11 seconds. Will a push happen? I don't think so. And that's going to be AGG. An exciting game, despite it being relatively slow. But it comes down to the very beginning. Speaking of which, hold up. Mojo still manages to get Bonnie down, but that's going to be the end of it. So the big winner coming out of this one, you know, honestly, MG profited quite a bit. MG was already in a very healthy spot naturally on the standings. They were in 3rd place. ISG also has a relatively big game. STS, for the first time, though, even though they are in 1st place because of the MandelBrick, they do slip up a bit. Bit of a misplay call, sending Chan down the hallway, despite Gomdang having the off angle. They send him down the hallway. Chan gets mowed down. And then a little bit later on, they nearly get 1v3 by Onigiri. Ultimately, it was MG who ends up winning that fight against STS, but not capitalizing on that down on the Saniva, I thought was a big mistake. Either way, again, to reiterate, STS is still perfectly healthy and happy, but little mistakes like that, especially if we start talking about going into later rounds when you're playing for top 2, that could very well be the nail in the coffin. You could finish below and get eliminated.
Yeah, I like that breakdown. Honestly, I think ISG maybe profited the most from that. ISG picked up a ton of kills across that map, and they get out with 1 player. FL does the same. They don't get a ton of kills, but they do get out with 1 player as well. Everybody kind of prioritizing, let's get somebody out with the majority of our loot. Of course, we saw it from production's view. I love that view of the model tank. ISG did miss out on a couple mil, I believe it is, or $1.5 million or so from that model tank, unfortunately. But even still, they get somebody out, they get some kills. pretty well done across the board, and they steal that kill away from Fennel in the final moment, which is the last member of LEG. An interesting map, fun yeah, kind of. It was very interesting where AKA, they had some early fights. We lose a team early as well, STS, but the middle of the map was nothing. I mean, there's 14 minutes basically of absolutely nothing going on besides people running around and looting. But that's what can be expected during these airdrop rounds. People are just trying to get their money up to prepare for the MandelBrick rounds. They're important rounds to have. It makes sense that we've got them, but sometimes they play like that, which is very, very slow, and it's just a matter of execution. I think some of these teams were thinking, man, I wish we would have maybe prioritizing extracting earlier so that we have more value going into these rounds, because loot value will matter with our 2 metrics of success. Yes, top 2 will likely be MandelBrick teams, but then those 3, 4 will likely not be MandelBrick teams. We didn't see a single team get 3rd or 4th yesterday that had a MandelBrick. Everybody else was ranked on loot value, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Super important to get your money up.
Yeah, and that's why I think it was a pretty devastating round for the team of AKA. It was in 4th place. They were on that bubble, but not a bad performance from FL. LEG also gets a couple of eliminations plus a player extracted. For AKA, they don't extract, and the reason why is they get wiped by ISG, despite them getting the early airdrop, which wasn't the most, but it was still enough to stay ahead of the curve. AKA is right there. They're right there, potentially a top 4 team. But then these little mistakes, these little stumbles, and I say mistakes, it really wasn't. It was just ISG just fought that fight really, really well and took them down. But, you know, it's getting down to the wire at this point in time. And one of the consistent themes from yesterday's matches to today, at least only from the one MandelBrick round we've seen, nobody's challenging the MandelBrick. I mean, it's going away for free. And we continually say, well, teams will continue to challenge for it. They don't want to get eliminated, therefore they're going to go for it. But you're right, and you made up a great point. The map will play out as the map does. And if there's a team fight happening, you can't just necessarily disengage for that and prioritize the MandelBrick. You're going to overexpose yourself, you're going to die, right? But that could very well happen at map number 4. Even though STS makes a bit of a mistake with Chan, no worries. They're still looking like the best roster out there and the closest to securing 1st place with 2 MandelBricks.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting conversation as we begin to shift our eyes towards our first Space City map. I want to first take a look at our highlights and look back on this one. As we see some of the nice loot that people were able to pick up, our first little bar of this map. But this was the moment where I was like, what is going on? We got a crazy knock through the window. And again, I think Onigiri was just barely outside of the perspective of his opponent. And so SDF thought they were safe to relocate and regroup with a full team of 3. Didn't get punished for it. And Onigiri just goes absolutely berserk on this map. Ends up picking up 2. Almost gets them all, and eventually traded out with his team. So there, down goes STS, which you said, of course, is our top team, but they had the least to lose in this map. It was all good if they died for the most part. Because of that, FL, though, they were able to get out of the map with 1 player, and Yuri is going to be that player, and they left with the AWM and its ammo most likely. We saw that exchanging hands because they got the 2nd airdrop. So frankly, I think Fennel also had a really strong map as well and have an advantage going into this next round. And of course, here are some of the final moments. The exchanging of blows with less than 60 seconds, and certainly was an exchanging of blows. Everybody getting a little piece of everybody, and a couple kills exchanging hands.
Yeah, and it was a big elimination, or at least a big series of eliminations towards the end, because again, they do add up. We're talking 1.2 million for a full trio wipe. It's now business time. We're going into map 4. We're talking another MandelBrick round, and we take a look at the round results, and who ended up profiting the most. Naturally, it was MG, not only because of their round earnings, but also 5 eliminations. Yep. That's going to be big for them. A team that was in 3rd place, just behind that of ISG, who should stay in 2nd place. I mean, we're talking 1.99 million, 5 eliminations, both of those rosters in the top 3, looking very, very strong. For STS, again, no worries. They're kind of out of the conversation as of now because they still have the MandelBrick, but let's focus in on LEG, FL, and AKA.
Yeah, and again, like you said, MG had a fantastic map. They picked up 5 kills. They have solid earnings across the board. Technically 2nd overall, though, when you do the math, is ISG. Like I was just saying, 5 kills as well for ISG. They might be 4th in our earnings, but with 5 kills, that's an extra 2 mil added to their overall leaderboard. Here's a look at the damage. It's ISG and MG all day in this one. Everybody else certainly shot their gun, just a matter of execution. MG and ISG, MG actually does breach 1,000, ISG just a hair below it, so I'd assume MG is going to be not only our best team, there they are, 2.92 mil with 5 operators killed, but I want to say, I bet one of these players are going to be our MVP. And I have one in my head. I assume we'll follow it. I think it's probably Onigiri, but the stats may change it up on me.
Yeah.
We'll see. But still, big congratulations to MG. They've had their ups and downs, certainly, but that was a great map from them.
Yeah, great map indeed. I'm with you. I think Onigiri, that 1v3, or that near 1v3 was phenomenal, and he was the reason why, obviously, they were able to win that fight. Now it's going to be Mojo. Okay, not bad at all. I mean, look, 3 kills, 3.0 KD, 442 damage plus the assist. Mojo has been making plays for what it's worth. He's a talented guy.
Yeah, and you got to remember the stats. This team also had 5 kills, and Mojo put up 3 of them and got the assists on both of the other ones. He was involved in every single fight. This team was playing really well together. He put on a solid amount of damage. Totally makes sense that he was able to nab the round MVP away from anybody from MG. But either way, you look at it, still a great map for both ISG and MG as they prepare for our next MandelBrick round. So now, as we prepare for that round, we get the chance to talk about Space City, our first Space City map of the day, our first Space City map of this matchup and this round. And I'm really pumped about it. It's one of my favorite maps for a reason, but it is a very different map from the other 2.
Yes.
It is a map that there's a lot of nuance to, with these wide open sight lines and where we traditionally see the MandelBrick planted in these alleyways. Wild moment where you get to see 5, 6, 7, no, not 7, I guess 6 teams all jump into these buildings that all surround the decoding station, and there's plenty of real estate to fight for the decoding station. I think it's going to be an all-out bloodbath, but only time will tell.
I hope so, I really do. STS getting away with the first MandelBrick for free was egregious when you're thinking about an elimination round, but again, that's just how it ended up working out. You go back and you rewatch it, it makes sense, but you brought up a great point. Let's hone in on it, especially during the spawn points. LEG's got some ground to cover if they want to be healthier right in the top 4 run. You also have AKA, who might be dropping down a peg. If they're going to be in, if they're going to be in the running, I think they're going to be in 5th place. They might barely be hanging on to 4th place, but they're potentially at risk of being eliminated, both of those rosters. And well, LEG and AKA won't have prio spawns going into map 4.
That's right. It's a really good point. I'm excited to look at those spawns and see who could get them, because it is a difference maker, certainly, to get into position early. But as we wrap up this round, let's take a listen into some of the comms from this last map.
มีแท็บอันตีกูสวย2ใจเย็นนะมีแท็บใจตาย1 80%อันตีกู 80%อยู่นะกูขอรีโมทแป๊บโดนเน็ตกูโอเคเล่นกระสบแบงค์เนี่ยเล่นกระสบเพราะว่ามันอยู่ตรงนี้กันกดอันตีข้างในมันโดนอันตีเว้ยจะชาร์จมันได้สวยอยู่ไหนอยู่หน้าผมยัดผมมองขวาเอาศพได้ว่ะเหี้ยผมแป๊บกูโดนแบผมโดนกูดึงใจเย็นอย่าเพิ่งรีฟังเสียงก่อนไปกูดึงลงมาก่อนตายไม่เป็นไรนะเว้ยเฮียกูยิงไม่โดนสวยน้องหนึ่งน้องไหนอ่ะไม่เป็นไรไม่ค่อยตัดเล่นเอาตัดนะสวยแบบเพย์สวยแล้วสวยเล่นเอาตัดไม่เล่นสุดตัวเราแบบกดต้องตีน่ะเอากูว่าไอ้สัตว์เอาดิปั๊บเลยปั๊บแม่งดิปั๊บดิไหวเปล่าเอาอีกเฮ้ยไม่ต้องลงไปสุดตัวกันถอยได้นะอย่าให้มันได้คิววิ่งเลย Let's go baby เบล
I got that last part. Let's go, baby. Hey, that was a great map for him. A nice celebration. Excited about these guys and what they're able to bring in to this next round. Let's take a look at our overall leaderboard. This is the most important leaderboard. We could be on the last map of this round. We could be on the last map of this lower round 1, and it's going to be pretty dang close. Of course, STS is far and above everybody else because of the MandelBrick, but in terms of loot value, MG and ISG are right there at 11 mil. Everybody else a little bit lower, and you were right, AKA does fall to 5th, and LEG there as well. I mean, 0.1 separating them is nothing at all. It's less than a kill. AK and LEG at risk of relegation, down by over 2 mil. They've got to make a move right now. So the key things I'm looking at based on this leaderboard is just like Q9 did in our upper bracket. If you're some of these teams down at the bottom, you've got to get a MandelBrick. It will assuredly keep you in this competition. And speaking of MandelBrick, let's take a look at our spawns. And of course, we know, like you said, AKA and LEG will not get T1 spawns. Those T1 spawns are the red spawns. And frankly, I think the only spawn that I really don't love is that bottom right blue spawn. That is a difficult spawn. Not necessarily because you're going to fight anybody. You're just so far away.
Right.
The route to get to the MandelBrick is it's a lot of steps, all right? And you're going to be there late, which means these buildings are already going to be occupied. What we talk about with this map all the time is where the MandelBrick spawns. It's dead center of the map around the 4 quadrants, the 4 quad buildings, centrifuge, assembly, everything right in the middle of this map. These buildings get occupied immediately. Everybody holes in one, and they wait and wait and wait for somebody to make the first move, and then it's an all-out bloodbath. It's gonna be really fun. And I want to pose the question, do you think we see a different decoding station for the first time here in China with going inside instead of outside? We've gone to the same decoding station on this map every single time thus far.
Yeah.
I want to see it changed up.
I want to see it changed up too, but I think there's value in having it be outside because it's chaos. And I think chaos is great in a way, especially if you can lock in, like let's say like Q9 was able to do yesterday in conjunction with NBA, like the way that they were able to lock in that hallway. They work together. Granted, that's not going to happen here. That's not going to be a conversation, but I do think there is value in chaos. And for STS, I think they'll be happy with it. But the inside would be nice. Let's change it up. Why not? After all, it's an elimination round. This could potentially be the last game. 2 teams might be on the exit. And for AKA and LEG, not having the prio spawns, also being in 5th and 6th place, I'm sounding the alarm bells. They are in trouble. And they're going to have to get desperate here. And quite honestly, I mean, if, let's say we get to the point, the MandelBrick is like, let's say it's about to be decoded in less than a minute. If LEG or AK are in the vicinity, they quite literally have to sacrifice potentially their lives, at least in this game, just to extend the tournament. And if it goes to somebody else, it goes to somebody else. It is what it is. But they need to prioritize, at this point, a 3rd and 4th place. Now, let's say they do get a lot of loot, though. There might be value in extracting and not even playing for the MandelBrick at all. But then you're leaving it up to chance. And I don't want to leave up my chances up to somebody else maybe dropping the ball for me.
So it is a funny conversation because as much as we say, all right, well, only one team has a MandelBrick. If it's them, you gotta go for it. It's kind of also like, well, if we go for it and sell, we might be done for this entire competition. So if you are a team that's in 3rd or 4th, if you are a team that's already got double-digit total loot value, maybe you're not wanting to scam. Maybe you're not wanting to sell everything out and just say, well, we're going to go for broke. Because if you fail and they decode the brick, and you could easily drop to 5th or 6th. So there is a part of me that's thinking maybe this will be a little bit more slow. And who knows, maybe somebody does get it for free. If it's not a match point team, maybe somebody gets that brick for free. If it is the match point team and their 3rd or 4th place teams are the only ones that can contest them, maybe they do let it go for free to make sure they keep playing. Some interesting points in there. But again, I want to highlight that we could be playing the last map of this matchup, of this best of 6. It could end here, but it has to be STS getting the decode. Our metric for success, if you're just tuning in, top 2 make it to the next round. They go to upper bracket round 2, which is not an elimination round, but it is a chance to go directly to finals. So you could lose out in that round and still play the 3rd round. The middle 2 teams, 3rd and 4th, make it to that 3rd round. And if you're 5th or 6th, the end of this round, you are out of here. You are done for the entire tournament.
But I do want to make the caveat, the 3rd and 4th team in this current bracket, well, they do stay alive, but they only get one final chance to secure a top 2. And if they don't get it then, well, they're not getting it ever, and they're going to have to wait until the next year's competition. So you definitely want to be 1 and 2, and STS is already ahead of the curve. Now, for the battle for 2nd place, though, MG, ISG, you mentioned they're so dangerously close when it comes to asset value. What separates you from the other? Well, it's going to be a MandelBrick. There's real value in MG going for the MandelBrick. And I believe MG is going to be one of the teams with the prio spawn. That's going to be wonderful for them. Did ISG have also a chance to get the prio? I don't think they did because it was STS, it was
they
MG.
Could get a prio spawn,
They could get a prio spawn? So both of those teams, I mean, they're praying that they get the MandelBrick spawn, or at least the Prio spawn, excuse me. Now, AK, you mentioned that bottom right spawn. They are going to be fuming if they get that bottom right spawn, because they've already got it once, and I believe they were mowed down by Q9 during their Match A matches. And we did talk to them. They're like, man, it's so unfortunate. Our spawn's just been tough, and they have been. So if they get bottom right, AKA, they're going to have to get it together very quickly, literally in game, or else they might go full tilt.
Well, hey, while we've got a moment, I think our game's almost ready. I love what-if scenarios. So I'm going to go to the what-if. If you're a team, MG and ISG are in, what, third and fourth respectively, right? So with that in mind...
Well, second and third.
Second and third, sorry.
Yep.
With that in mind, if you are MG and you wipe ISG and STS is decoding, you let that brick go off.
100%.
You let that brick go off, you know that you're going to be at
Yes.
least top two, and you got your main competition out of the board, you lit up their bodies, and you get out of the map. That's my what-if. We'll see if it comes to behold. I was, minor prophet yesterday. I was making some calls. I'm hoping I'm not right in this instance. I want to see a big fight on the MandelBrick decoding
Minor
station.
prophet, got my eyebrows raising.
We'll see, man. We'll see.
We'll see indeed. Let's get it going. We're hopping in to map number 4, potentially the last map. Chat, do we got any prophets out there in the chat? What do you think? Can you match Goj's energy? Does it end here? Do we continue on? Can STS do it? Did that mistake from Chan in the previous map derail your faith in STS's ability to lock it in 2? Well, for me, not necessarily. I think STS has played very well, but there's a lot at stake here. Bottom 2 teams, they get eliminated. It's time to send it to the stage to get map 4 started.
الاول الثاني ثالث رابع
بس الاول والثاني بيكون عنده تشانسين اكثر.
ايه اول ثاني تشانسين بعد تشانس ثالث رابع ما شاء الله. بس اول ثاني حيكون في ضدنا لعب امبارح عادي. هذا اليوم هذا نحن
ولسه عم نلعب احسن نحن.
ايه
هسه شو الشخصية تاعتنا؟ أنا ستينجر.
ستينجر لونا ودورو.
Stinger, Luna, Uluru is what I heard towards the end there. We'll see if that's their actual comp going into this, or if they were discussing between a couple options. But either way you look at it, we are excited about Space City, and I know the folks at home are as well. It is time to get onto this crazy map. Things to expect, things that we saw yesterday, is a lot of Luna is going to be popping out, and probably a lot of Stingers as well. Smokes are going to be everything in Space City. It is named Space City because of, well, the rocket and all of that good stuff. But it's all about space in this map. You've got to take space, and one way to do that is movement ability, sure, but it is all about smokes. You've got to seal off space, you've got to create visual cover, and you've got to create space for yourself. Smokes do it all, especially on some of these spawns that are pretty brutal, where you can get killed basically right off rip. We jump into Space City, Taylor. It is time to get active, and it is time to get into the match. Here's a look at the spawns overall, and it does look like ISG and I believe FL have priority spawns there in the left and top right. They're going to be the closest positions to the MandelBrick, right there in the middle, as Centrifuge, Buoyancy Lab, Test Range, Black Chamber, all available to be occupied. And it looks like MG is down at Water Tank, while AKA is at Dormitory.
Well said, well broken down. Notice FL will start to go straight into where the MandelBrick is at. MG will also join. ISG will be there very shortly. 3 teams converging in the same location. And AKA, they spawned up in Dormitory. So with them, things are going to be a little bit slow, but an opportunity, a valuable opportunity to get as much loot as they possibly can, which will beg the question, do they maybe want to just totally forego the fight for the MandelBrick and focus on placing 3 and 4, surviving into a later stage where they have a better chance to potentially get top 2. But AKA is a team that likes to fight. I don't know if they want to leave that early. You see your screen, my goodness. MG rolling up, LG off in the distance, FL also here, AKA soon to come in alongside ISG. Goj, it's about to get active.
Yeah, and I actually want to backtrack a little bit on what I said before. Now we get to see a chance to play it off. I'll talk about it later because FL is already trading blows with MG. MG has come up from Water Tank, the spawn that we said we didn't like a whole lot, and they get punished for it. FL beats them to the punch
to play for the bottom left-hand side of this quadrant. A huge take in Centrifuge. Again, we knew there would be fights. People trying to occupy space in these 4 buildings. 2 teams choose the same, and MG's the one that gets punished for it. A 3v2, Finnell does not want to leave it up to chance. They would love to push this if they can find an opportunity to do so. Well, MG looking to punish if they do, and Onigiri does find an angle on Hazmat. It is now a 2v2. Envy is able to pick up Bonnie, though. A 3v2. MG has a slight advantage, but they're all very weak. So they're going to back up and figure out, now what do we do?
This is all before the MandelBrick is even picked up, mind you. Take a look at the operators on the side, and we do see a Tempest at least on here, and it's going to be down in the bottom left. But I do ask you, was your prediction right? Did your translation work out for what you were predicting for the, I believe, the LEG roster?
It looks like LEG is going to be running Aluru, Stinger, and Luna. There you go. So there you go. But in terms of ISG, going to be a lot of the same. And as expected, we see a Luna on every single roster and a Stinger on almost every single roster. The gear looks a lot better, of course, as well, and ISG is going to be first to the brick. There it is. It spawns, and they immediately pick it up. Not a second wasted, and they go sprinting for a decoding station. And the question is, which one? Our carrier is running, and oh, folks, I might start singing. No, never mind. I thought they were going to go for a different decoding station.
Right.
They're not.
So,
probably not. We'll see.
But this is good for ISG. Priority over the MandelBrick.
Same one.
So, you know, conversation, they were in 3rd place, right? They're just behind that of MG. If they want to pass up and fully solidify a position in the top 2, getting this MandelBrick is essential. That would then put the match earnings as a secondary conversation unless the MandelBrick is gathered by MG moving up. And here,
wait a minute.
Oh, wait. So are we actually going to a different spot?
We're going to a different decoding station, I think, or at least thinking about it. Sorry, I'm getting a little too excited about which decoding station they pick. I just like seeing different gameplay loops, you know, in Space City. I think they're just trying to figure out if they can have any information before they plant it, which I think is the right call. Obviously, the decoding station is right here if they want it, traditionally speaking. But looking at the decoding stations on the map, it looks like actually the closest one that they will be able to take it to be right around the corner where we traditionally go, or inside of Black Chamber. Here's a look at it. So this is why I was saying, oh, maybe look at where the decoding station is in Black Chamber. They could go interior here if they want it. Otherwise, the opposite side of these buildings, amidst the quadrant, basically where FL is a decoding station we've been playing with for the last, I don't know, 10 games that we've seen on Space City. Ooh. But they don't have the information that they want. And I like this play, too. This is kind of what I was going to say earlier, is that you have to have information. And that's why everybody's running Luna, a great information gatherer. And they couldn't get any information on what's going on. They're going to head up to the northeastern side. They're going to head back to the decoding station that we actually saw in Group A. It was the last time we saw this, and it only happened once. This is the decoding station that Fallen planted at to win Group A. Q9 were sitting in printing room and let it happen so they can move to upper bracket. But ISG going for the plant. Out in the open, yes.
Yes.
But not in the same decoding station we were expecting.
But also right next to AKA. This is huge. AKA from the depths of the standings, 5th place, 2 million needed to jump up to top 4. Well, you want to talk about jumping up, a MandelBrick will do just that. And for ISG, not fully committing just yet, but AKA in the vicinity. If I'm them, I'm staying quiet. I don't want to overexpose myself just yet. Let the MandelBrick potentially go down and then attack on it and take priority. This could be incredibly valuable. I mean, the only other competitors might be STS rotating up from water tank all the way up to printing, but still not planted just yet. A minute 40 left.
And of course, ISG knows it. That's the problem. ISG, they don't have a lot of information gathering tools right now that have hit. The one thing that they do have is the MandelBrick. The MandelBrick is giving them, hey, threat level midnight, man. 3 threat level. There's a team camping this decoding station. So now they're sitting here going, okay, well now what do? We can't get to this one free and clear. So now what? And you're right, STS, now you can see it on your map right here, sent two all the way up into printing, be able to overlook it. Because of course, everybody can see where the MandelBrick is at. Yeah. And the folks with the MandelBrick now know there's people close by. Do we backtrack? Do we head back the way we came? We're in a blender if we're ISG right now. And for the first time in any Delta Force competition I have ever casted over, the torch timer is now coming into play. They've held the MandelBrick for so long that if they don't put it in a decoding station within the next 50 seconds, it will respawn. Again, I've casted like 35 of these, maybe more, and I have not seen this before. Gripped with indecision, they are now in a brutal position.
Right.
Lack of information.
I understand you want to get information, but sometimes you just need to go full send. I mean it. You know, granted, AK was very, very close, but you had at least a couple of minutes. If you get the plant down early, or at least when they fully committed for it, you do have to fight AK relatively shortly afterwards, but you don't have STS in the vicinity. You don't have LEG there as well. Now you've got all these competitors, and you might as well now just planted it over in Black Chamber, where you had 3 teams already surrounding you.
Yeah.
So you're in the same situation you were in much earlier. The indecisiveness is it. Wow. And the torch time, yeah, it's going to come into play.
Wow, MandelBrick is going to respawn. And the boys go sprinting back because they know it's about to respawn where they picked it up originally. Gripped with indecision. It has reset. And who's standing on the spawn point? It is FL. Fennel getting paid from the indecision from ISG. They grab the brick and they go sprinting to the place we expected it to go originally.
They're not going to waste any time.
Yeah, no, they know exactly where they want to go. They've been holding this position since the beginning. They've been holding Centrifuge since the beginning on MG. Now, MG has fully restabilized, as has Fennel. STS has caught ISG in transition, at least with some information, and take some shots at him. But Fennel, they've been holding our favorite decoding station for 8 minutes.
Right.
So they go, well, thanks so much. We'll take this and head on our merry way. Now, Fennel does have the AWM, and they are connecting one of ISG, 2 on ISG, into the body. Those armors probably need to be repaired, but no headshots means the bodies are still standing.
I almost want to say when the MandelBrick went back and respawned in its original spot, Uni nearly cracked a smile. I think he was ecstatic to see it come back. It's the first time I've seen Uni truly smile, but I mean, gifted, and it's unfortunate for AKA, because AKA could have been gifted, you know, of course, having to fight for it, but that would have been wonderful for them. Now they've got to rotate down. Things just got interesting. 3 minutes, and a fight will naturally happen, and Envy off at a distance is going to get dropped from HF.
I mean, that's best case scenario for FL. This is what happened yesterday. A plant, everybody starts fighting, not around the MandelBrick. Best case scenario for FL is just lying in wait. Now FL off screen, Hazmat, AWM, thank you very much. Down goes Ghost. A nice kill for him to continue to maintain control over the MandelBrick decoding station. MG and LEG fighting is best case scenario if you're a Fennel fan.
Best case indeed. Watch the last MandelBrick from STS get fully capped. No issues, no worries.
Here comes AKA.
We might see the same thing here. You mentioned AKA also starting to come through on your screen. LEG up ahead, FL. It should be just fine. I don't think they're going to get spotted just yet. HF, though, might go for that long range line of sight like he's been doing, and he's going to do exactly that. So AKA, if they do decide to head down the street, they are going to be spotted. But even still, time fastly ticking down. Just 2 minutes left. Nobody wants to challenge just yet. Fennel might have been truly blessed.
So far, so good. STS knows that if they get this MandelBrick, they win. But they were in assembly, come all the way back down, and are now out of position to play for any of these buildings. They're going to be last to the party if they come at all. They don't have to, but they could try to close it out. Doesn't look like they're going to. Slowly playing this off angle. And right now, we are seeing our second free MandelBrick. Still plenty of time. This ramp nearly impossible to truly push, especially on the backs. The LMG hold up the ramp. It's just so hard to fight uphill with the only cover being close. But a nice incendiary could actually open things up a bit for them if they want to get aggressive. Of course, Uni lying in wait, able to play the trade if they want to. LEG,
They knock Oribia off of the position to hold the ramp, but they don't do anything with it. Everybody trying to figure out, how do I get up here without losing my life? How do I get up here without scamming? And so far, not a lot going on, but Onigiri on the off angle. MG is getting active, and they're able to punish. Trade one out. Uni takes down one from Wada from ISG. And now Mojo is able to find the angle with the help of Wada. A little information gain. Mojo plays the flank, and now Finnel completely in trouble right now. And LEG uses the opportunity to say, oh, wait, there's more fights. Wait, more people are playing for the brick finally? Sure, we'll go in and take the steal and reset that timer to 3.5.
LEG, big moment for them. Same conversation for AKA now to LEG. They were in 6th place coming in. A MandelBrick would bump them up to top 2. They won't be able to pass up STS, who's currently in first, but see some activity going in, and we do see in bottom right, STS E-Hit is holding his ground despite a lot of opposition, just being up ahead of him.
All right, AKA coming in with a vengeance and unfortunately getting punished for it. Good grief. LEG holding their ground well, yes, but also taking down players that aren't even that close to the MandelBrick. AKA trying to play the low side, and it's not working well for them. This is where LEG came from. ISG have the high ground and all three up, and they find an angle over the top. Marino goes down, but an Incendiary takes one out. It is utter bloodbath. ISG loses just about everybody out of nowhere. The Incendiary is one thing, the shots are another, and the Incendiary cleans them up as well. Unreal job here from LEG at first, but it was ISG that's able to stand tall. A trading of blows goes to ISG. They have a solo. LEG is wiped, and LEG is the team decoding. A bloodbath is ensuing. It was not a slow MandelBrick round. This is utter chaos. And Taylor, like you said, chaos is a good thing, at least for some of these teams. MG down to 2, ISG down to 1, AKA at 2, STS the only team of 3 on the map, and with a reset, STS could come in and end this round.
Yes, they could. Still 3 strong. They're looking the healthiest at the moment, but taking down AKA, or at least a player from AKA on the streets, opened up the opportunity now to go up north, and they will start making an attempt to get onto the MandelBrick themselves. Plenty of time. No reason to rush this. They're wolf packing together. It's going to be very difficult now for these teams such as MG, ISG, or AKA who have 2 or less than 2. Of course, with just one player being ISG. This is a big moment for STS. Bit of a stumble in the last map, but here they can rise up to the occasion and decode 2. MG Bonnie, a couple players up ahead. He's going to try and lock down this hallway if he can, and he's going to be successful. Onigiri from MG that will take down Mojo. ISG now fully out.
ISG gone, Fennel gone, LEG gone. A huge moment. AK and MG at 2, STS at 3. STS slow playing from Water Tank could end lower round 1 right here, right now. And Chan perfect shots over the top, and he's likely gonna get the cleanup here. AKA over peak for a moment, and they are swinging for this fight. They know there's not that many bodies left on the map, and with just enough bullets to get him extremely weak, but a well-placed Incendiary is gonna stave off the advance. That res is not going to come through, and it is going to have to be a hero play from AKA, and it's gotta be Jan. We've seen him do crazy things in the regional qualifiers, but he's gotta do crazy things on main. Down goes 60, and here we go. It's gonna be a 1v2, maybe a 1v3, and Jan has no chance. They all move together, and with Tempest in hand, STS are gonna try to close this thing out. However, they are just getting started. Yes, it's a 3v2, but we still have 40 seconds on the clock for the decode that MG has control of.
But it's Onigiri with the off angle, and he makes me nervous from STS's perspective. Bonnie laying down bullets down range. We're running out of time, just 28 seconds. Bonnie, Onigiri desperately trying to hold on to what they got. MG needs this to jump ahead of ISG to secure a top 2 position. There they go. To keep it alive, but like you said, here they go. E-Hit's going for it. MG can win it until 13, but STS gets it for themselves, but now they've got to win the fight. E-Hit is down. It's a 2v2.
Gonna be a 2v2, make it a 1. Chan by himself, the last remaining player alive. If Chan wins these fights, if Chan can stay alive and wipe the rest of this lobby, which is one single player, Chan will win lower round 1 for STS, and everybody else will come down to loot value. It is going to be hero plays for both of these teams, and if anybody can get a revive, they're gonna have a huge advantage. We now have plenty of time on the clock, and a free res, a crawler, STS are going to have an advantage in a 2v1 versus MG. MG had the code, but it's still 90 seconds after that steal.
STS bottom right, top left will be the solo from MG, which is Bonnie. Minute 15 remaining in this moment. Bonnie has to hold on to what he's got. MG's already in a great spot when it comes to the overall standings, but they want a little bit more. Stop STS here would be critical. They have an understanding of where he's at. The push is starting to unfold, and an easy touch should be here. Nomdang's going to get on top of it. STS should surely be able to steal it back, and they will. And the question is, what is this solo from MG up to? What is Bonnie going for?
Bonnie's going to extract.
This is it. That would block
it
the top 2.
This is what we were talking about. With the win and the fight, Bonnie knows that the loot is going to be close. This is game, set, match. They're giving it away to STS because MG knows that they are likely the only player left on the map, and if they can protect the loot they brought in, if they can get something out, they will likely make it straight into the upper bracket round 2. You gotta be top 2. This is worst case scenario for everybody else that is dead. Holy cow. The leaderboard on the left is total. It is not a complete picture of what you can expect, though, after the math comes through. Kills not tallied. Safe boxes need to be tallied. But utter chaos turns into lower round 1 being done early. Out goes MG with 1 player extracted and 2 killed. STS clutch up by playing slow. The chaos, you called it perfectly. The chaos was best case scenario for STS. They played it slow, they let everybody else fight, and they come up and they play cleanup and they get the brick as well. Brick decoded, STS, the winners of lower round 1. They do it in a clean sweep, Taylor. It's all gonna come down to loot for everybody else.
Well, I must say, we were not expecting this to end in 4, but it does. STS get 2 MandelBricks, and MG makes a big brain play going for the extraction to stay ahead of ISG, potentially, unofficially dropping ISG down to 3rd, just below them being maybe potentially, I don't know, MG, so STS, maybe MG, then ISG. So great plays overall, man. The way STS played this is critical, and it gives them so much confidence, or at least it should, going into the next round.
Unreal. A great call from MG, certainly. I mean, look how close those numbers are. It's going to be less than 2-0 spread. But STS are the winners of lower round 1. I'm sure that's got to feel good. Unbelievable job. The slow play, the chaos, STS. They win lower round 1. They're assuredly not only staying in this competition, but have essentially 2 chances to make it to the finals going forward. STS, they go to upper bracket round 2 with the vengeance. This is a totally different team than what we saw in the group stages. STS dominate lower round 1.
Now the question is, though, even though STS dominates, did AK do enough? Look at 60 MG. He's clapping. I think AK did enough maybe to secure a top 4.
It's unbelievably close. And look at MG as well. MG, STS, they're all excited. STS shaking hands, patting each other on the back because they know that they changed their fate in this tournament. Giving them 2 chances to make finals is so important. And the rest of the map is difficult, sure. And it will be a deciding factor for who goes home. I'm talking sitting in the stands at the stadium after just lower round 1. 2 teams will be done. 2 teams will go to upper bracket and have 2 chances to make finals. And then the 2 teams in the middle will have to sit here
watch upper bracket and have one single chance to make it to the finals in lower round 2. That's a little bit later. Unreal job. STS.
No.
But the math right now.
Yes. I think I know the math hasn't been done, but I think LEG, I think they're going to be bottom 2. I really do. They played so very well. Legit Brazil came in with so much energy, slayed out, a much better performance than anyone was expecting. And they proved to the world the LATAM region needs to be respected, but I don't think they did enough. Of course, that is unofficial. We'll see the standings in just a bit. But unofficially, I do believe it's going to be Fennel, and I think it's LEG in the bottom 2 who are going to be eliminated. AKA might have just barely skated by, but we still have to add it up. But what we do know for sure, STS is on top. The double MandelBrick decoded. They did incredibly well from yesterday's performance to today. I mean, Goj, I'm getting goosebumps. Like, STS is truly the most improved team from day 1 to day 2.
Hey, well, I'll eat a shoe because, like I said before, I thought we were going to go to 6 every single time. And we go to 4 again. A full round completed in 4. You know, from the amount of events we've done, it doesn't seem that often. That is truly a clean sweep. Every time there's a MandelBrick, you're getting it, and you're able to get it both back to back, and then you're done, and you win. That's it. It doesn't happen that often, but it's happened several times in this competition. That one, utter chaos, and STS playing it slow, it worked out for them, which frankly wasn't what we were expecting. We thought STS maybe we played pretty aggressive because they kind of have nothing to lose. You've already got a MandelBrick, you know you're not going home.
And they had the lead in the assets too.
Yeah, and so they could have kind of gone for broke there, but instead, because of the spawn, sure, they got the water tank spawn, but other than that, it was just slow play, get information, and wait. Everybody else was battling for the brick, because if you get it, you know you're not going home. They walk in, clean up, and then MG, again, I don't know how much it would have mattered. It would have been really close, and I don't think it's all that close now, because MG decided, you know what, we're just trying to get top 2, and I am the only other person on this map, so why don't I get out, protect some loot value, and make sure I stay on top 2. Super important and really cool stuff. These are strategies we will not see on the finals day. Finals day is going to be an all-out bloodbath. Finals day, we're always playing for the MandelBrick because we want to win, but when you're just trying to advance to the next round, that's where some of these very unique and different strategies that we don't see often come to play, and we've seen a lot of them over the course of the group stages and now lower round 1.
Such a good start to the day. It's only day 2. Go. See the match results. So this is going to be the match results overall. It will be STS with 11.93, but more importantly, the MandelBrick decoded. And MG does jump up to 2nd place. ISG, AKA, will be number 3 and 4. AKA, the smile was real from 60 MG. They did just enough, but it is, unfortunately, for 5th and 6th place. The team's eliminated. It will be Fiddle. It will be LEG. But boys, well fought. To make it through the qualifiers, to make it to this stage here in Hangzhou, China, is tremendous.
Yeah, unfortunately, the end of the road for our LATAM team and our Japan team. That is brutal for Fennel and legit Brazil to go out like that. Another crazy stat is that those 2 teams were also the teams that barely missed out of going to the upper bracket. They were the 2 top-seeded teams going into lower round 1, and unfortunately, their road in the Double Force Invitational has come to a close. Oh, it's so heartbreaking for those regions. They have so many fans at home. There's so many people cheering them on, and unfortunately, they are done and will have to sit in the audience on finals day. They have been eliminated. Our 2 teams, the 2 first teams to be eliminated in the Delta Force Invitational. We started at 12. We have 2 teams already in the finals, and now 2 teams fully eliminated, and the rest move on in different manners. Top 2, of course, MG. I'm really proud of those guys. A really smart IQ play. Scores were pretty close, but it's all STS all day.
All STS all day. Now, we do want to say, as we look through the highlights, it was pretty chaotic at the very beginning. There was a chance where we were going to watch the MandelBrick go to a different location, top left, or top right, excuse me, which would be great because AKA could have challenged for it, but they had other plans. For the first time in the 30+ million matches you casted, you saw it get torched.
Yeah, the torch timer doesn't often go out, but this is that moment. They run up, they can't plan it, and then it's FL that end up taking the break. And unfortunately, I have to say it, fortune did not favor the bold this time around. FL, a team that's fully eliminated. FL, the team that actually planted the MandelBrick, and it's because of MG. MG played spoiler, played disruptor so many times,
And because of that, they come in, they not only wipe FL, they're also the ones to steal the brick alongside LEG. Again, fortune not favoring the bold, LEG the team to steal. They come up the ramp amidst the chaos, and they take control of the MandelBrick. It looked like they had a decent position. ISG and LEG then trade blows. This is the utter chaos I was watching. Bullets trade blows, yes. The Incendiary takes down 2, and they go, how? What just happened? And then MG comes in and plays cleanup. So they wipe the rest of ISG, or at least 2/3 of that team, as Bonnie goes in for the steal. MG now is in control. And so now we look towards AKA, who has 2 members remaining. And unfortunately, they get caught in the crosshairs of a straight shooter, man. STS goes in, steals the brick. MG's doing everything they can to stop it. But with that steal, which was at 13 seconds, STS sure lose 1 member, 2 go down, only 1 member fold into a yellow timer. MG re-steal. STS, though, able to get the revive, change the fight, and so MG backed off and said, fine, everybody else is dead, sounds good for me, I want second place.
And it was a collective team effort to call Bonnie back and say, look, enough is enough, no reason to fight for this MandelBrick, let's secure what we got, the loot is enough to put us in top 2, and it absolutely was. What a beautiful play call. What a job well done from STS and MG. But also, you got to give credit where credit is due to ISG and AKA for staying alive in the tournament. But again, boys, well done from Fennel and LEG. I know you guys were eliminated, but I want to highlight you did exactly what you needed to do in order to get to this very stage. What an accomplishment to compete in the first ever Delta Force Invitational.
And here's a look, by the way, at the overall stats from just that last round. Obviously, STS, they get 3 kills, they get the MandelBrick, that's game, set, match, but it's MG there. Obviously, protecting loot, they had almost 1 million in loot, sure, but it was actually the amount of kills they got in that round was the difference maker between 3rd and 2nd. 5 kills, you gotta remember, is 2 mil. MG playing aggressive. This is a totally different MG team than what we saw in the group stages. This is a team to be reckoned with, and with MG joining the upper bracket, I've gotta say, I've got some momentum with MG. I think MG could be a top 2 team in our upper bracket round 2 here shortly. Here's a look at the damage charts, and it was MG on top. They're looking very, very strong.
Very strong indeed. MG, so impressive. Envy, Bonnie, Onigiri, who started the day strong and finished strong with his roster, but the best team, of course, would be STS in the end. God dang. The guy who just plays so well as a solo, Chan E-hit, usually going off and extracting, they say, God dang, go for it. You got it, baby. And he ends up picking up at least, what, an additional 400K usually every time he's a solo, which is truly beneficial. But the collective team effort from STS ends up, of course, resulting in the 2 MandelBricks being decoded. Onigiri, though, will, in fact, be your overall match MVP, and rightly so from MG. There's a large reason for the success. 1,000 damage, mind you. This guy is pulling off massive numbers and therefore giving MG an opportunity to place top 2.
Yeah, anybody that doesn't know ball knows you're like, oh, I do 1,000 damage all the time in Fuzz. Yo, this is the sweatiest customs of all time. Onigiri's putting up 1,000 damage in customs.
Right.
You know, some people don't even put up 1,000 damage in the entire entire matchup all across the board. This dude is crushing it, man. Onigiri, a force to be reckoned with. Insane stuff from the man, the myth, the legend. Mugrab really struggled in group stages, but they came out with a bang in lower round 1. They came here with something to prove, and they have joined the ranks of STS over into upper bracket round 2. Really pumped for these guys, really pumped for all of our teams that are still alive. And of course, folks that are done in this tournament, we thank you for being here. Very well played. You put on a fantastic performance. It was so fun to watch, but unfortunately just came up a little short when you needed it most.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. But hey, even though those 2 were eliminated, it doesn't mean they're going to be the last 2 eliminated. We're still eliminating, what, 4 total teams?
We gotta get to 6.
Right? We've got to get the 6. So we know the 2 who's already there, who's going to be playing in that packed stadium, of course, Q9 and NBA. But now things start to get really serious. Who wants to punch their ticket to the finals after the next 6 games? We move into our lower bracket stage 3, I believe it is, and it's going to be Fallen, ESG, Inc, Gold, Silver, STS, and MG to fight for those 2 coveted spots to try and stay alive and not get eliminated.
Yeah, I like the breakdown. There's a lot we can talk about, of course, but of course we've also got to talk to some of our players. And first, let's hear what they had to talk about in that last round. I'm sure they were excited.
싸울 수도 있네. 맞아. 이거 오른쪽 라인 계속 사운드다. 방금 바깥 사운드. 있다. AKA. 잡아도 돼? 잡아도 돼?
하나 다운. 하나 딸피야.
AKA 잡자. 이거 밀어야 될 것 같은데 철개로 빠졌어 철개로.
밀어. 해봐. 자, 나 따라와.
만델 1분. 이거 빨리 밀고 찍어야 되는데.
다운이야.
찍고 만델. 왼쪽 나왔다. 왼쪽 입구.
뺐어.
뺏은 건 좋은데 걔 아무것도 안 돼. 뒤에 하나 남았다.
아, 현준이 형 눕지 말지. 안 뺏어졌네?
다시 뺏은 거야. 다시 뺏은 거야. 1대 2거든. 정면 한번 가볼래? 화살 날려줄게.
날려봐.
가자. 전기 화살 말한 거야?
아니면 나 살려도 되긴 해.
정면 봐줄게.
반대 뺏어.
바로 빼봐.
터치 되나 이거?
바로 빼봐. 터치. 애매한데?
애매.
궁 한번 찍고.
나 공 없어.
연막 있어?
연막 없어. 연막 4초.
야 해. 둘이.
야 얘네 빼겠다. 야 얘네 살릴 수 있어.
살릴 수 있어.
오케이.
시원하게 했다잉.
이거야.
이거 내가 원하던 거야.
이게 우리야.
이게 나야.
어려운 거 없는데?
1등 했다잉.
시원하게 갔다 그냥.
시원해 그냥.
사냥꾼이 뭔지 보여줬죠.
Just a matter of taking care of business,
That's right.
Taylor. Nothing crazy from the excitement category. It felt like, hey, we know what we're doing. We knew that we won this. No big deal. Let's move on our merry way because we still have a lot of work to do, and that is absolutely correct. Just winning that, of course, does give you 2 chances to make finals, but it doesn't assure your spot in the finals. That was lower round 1. Those are the teams that got 4th, 5th, and 6th from each of the groups.
Yes.
Those are the teams that lost yesterday. They're like, all right, this is what we wanted to happen yesterday. Let's now execute on it. Potentially 2 more times. They could play up to 3 best of 6s today if they don't succeed in the next round.
Yeah, you go back to our interview yesterday with NBA Skydie. I asked him, I said, how are you feeling after that big win? And you could tell that his mentality was like, it was a win, yes, but it wasn't the win that we needed, okay? We needed to secure a top 2. And I can feel that in the comms with SKS towards the tail end of that. They didn't really necessarily celebrate and get ecstatic. Granted, it is a sigh of relief, right?
Yeah, that's exactly
moving
what it was.
forward. That's what it is. But it's not necessarily a celebration in the sense of we've won, we did it, because they haven't just yet. That's right. They move forward, but they're not gonna. It's not gonna be acceptable in their minds as competitors to get to this very stage and then to end here in the studio. No, they want to go to the stadium. But in order to get to the stadium, you've got to once again replicate what you just did with the 2 MandelBricks. And I believe STS can do it. Again, the most improved team by far from yesterday into today's competition. But let's face it, now they are joined by the top 4 teams from yesterday's results from our matches, right? We're talking Fallen, ESG, Inking, Gold, Silver. All 4 of those rosters play incredibly well, taking the fight to Q9, taking the fight to NBA, and at times potentially being in the running for also securing a top 2 finish in yesterday's competition. So now the competition only gets harder in the next stage.
Yeah, let me be very clear about something. ESG and Fallen were technically seeded 1 and 2 going into this competition based on, well, I guess technically not Fallen. Everybody thought Fallen was seeded number 2, technically below MandelBrick Addiction, which they proved to their seed of 2, getting 1st overall. But either way you look at it, everybody sees NBA, yes, strong, but ESG as the strongest team here, and they're going to be in this upper bracket round 2. And so you're playing against the hottest competition out there, a team that's frankly going to go in probably angry and aggressive. It's going to be very difficult. We'll see what they're able to do with it. Here's a look, by the way, at what we're talking about. ESG, Gold, Silver, Inc., FN, they're waiting for their competition that is coming next. STS and MG now joining them after success. And you're right, a huge turnaround. STS last in their group stages, MG second to last in their group stages, but they made it to the upper bracket round 2, which will be in just a little while, Taylor. I'm really excited about this, and I want to remind the people at home how this round will work, because this is not an elimination round. That is something to remember. If you are trying to make it to the finals, you can advance. If you get top 2 in upper bracket round 2, you will make it to the finals. But if you get bottom 4, you're not eliminated. You just go to lower bracket round 2.
Yeah, but even still, you don't want that long of a day as a competitor, man. I mean, we're talking potentially 11 hours, albeit we do end a lot quicker than we were expecting into lower bracket turn 1, but you don't want to be one of those teams that has to play 6 or 4 games, 6 games, 6 games. But if you have to do that and you make it to the final stage, then, I mean, of course, it was all worth it. Man, you look at STS and MG, I think they're going into this next turn with a tremendous advantage. They're nice and warm. They're feeling good. It benefited NBA tremendously, right? NBA was hot off of their big win from their respective match. They go in well warm because there's only like a 20, 30-minute time difference between when you were just playing to when you're playing once again. So for me, I think that STS and MG are going to be going in hot. But I do want to bring it back because you mentioned ESG, the #1 seed coming out of China. Let's not forget, even though they are competing today, they were just a hair behind that of Q9 as well as NBA. They had 25 million Technic Alloy. They were in 3rd place in the overall standings, just shy of top 2. The only thing that stopped them from going into the finals directly was not having a MandelBrick.
Yeah, they were the top team going into this competition, and they're the top team going into this next round. On paper, they're the best squad, so watch out for that team, absolutely. But any of the teams that came from upper bracket round 1 could be a team that won. Fallen won their group stages. Fallen is one of the best teams here. Everybody's been scouting them, been watching them, and they just struggled in upper bracket. They crushed it in the group stages. They are forced to be reckoned with, but I am really excited to see STS and MG as well step up and say, hey, I don't care what happened in groups. We know our game now. We've got momentum. Let's execute on it. And hopefully they don't have to play 3 best-of-6s. We'll see how it all goes down.
Well, you have 3 teams from Match A. You have 3 teams from Match B. There's some history, but there's also some new matches, some new blood. And we're about to see go against each other. What a thing. What a really, again, a blessing, man, to just watch the best of the best when it comes to Delta Force operations go head-to-head, toe-to-toe. This is only the beginning. I can't wait to see what the future holds, not only in our tournament, but also in the entirety of esports. Let's take a look at our match MVP. Mojo takes it. Now, Mojo was just such a tremendous talking point throughout each and every round. Mojo, of course, being from the side of ISG, they will be playing once again in the lower bracket turn 3. But Mojo, he's waiting, frothing at the mouth, wanting to take down the competition.
Dude, Mojo had almost 2,000 damage, which is crazy to say. 2.25 KD is solid, 9 kills and 3 assists. This guy was frying. And again, I've had a chance to cast over this gameplay actually a ton, whether it's in Delta Force events or other titles as well. This dude is a fry and a fragger, and he's showcasing what he can do on main stage, which is actually kind of crazy to say that our match MVP based on stats wasn't of a team that got top 2 on our leaderboard, because it's that MandelBrick format, man. That dude slayed, got good scores, does keep their team alive, but not down. Let's head down to the stage, though, and hear what everybody's got to say if they just won.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是卡卡。现在站在我身边的呢是 MG， 也是恭喜他们进入到下一轮的比赛。我们来和大家打个招呼吧。
โอเคทักทายแนะนำตัวเองก่อนค่ะ
บอนนี่ครับวันนี้กิริครับผม NVA ครับ
大家好，他们是来自MG 战队的 Bonnie MV Onigiri， 然后 MV。
3位选手今天在第1局大霸图当中，直接是势如破竹，连踹3队啊，然后拿下了非常高的一个击杀分。这是咱们今天定下的一个战略风格吗？就是说我今天就是要猛，就是要干。
โอเคในรอบแรกเราได้ฆ่าไป3ทีมใช่ไหมคะแล้วคือการเล่นกลยุทธ์ของเราคือเดือนขนาดนี้เหรอคะ
ก็แผนวันแรกมันออกมาไม่ค่อยดีก็เลยแบบว่าเปลี่ยนเป็นว่าเน้นยิงไปเลยครับ
就是第1次的时候，因为我们一开始很含蓄，然后后面我们就说，那我们就放开打吧。
哦，就是通过昨天的比赛1个晚上时间已经做出了非常大的调整，所以说今天才有这样的表现。但是我们可以看到，第1局打得很顺，但是第2局巴克式的专局，开局直接被偷了个背身，然后很快的离开了比赛。那么这个结果会对后面的比赛有一些心态上的影响吗？
แล้วรอบที่2เราตายก่อนแรกๆใช่ไหมคะแล้วขวัญเสียไหมคะ
ก็มีนิดเดียวครับแต่คือแผนเราคิดมาแล้วว่าสมมติถ้าเราตายไวเราจะทำยังไงต่อไปก็ถือว่าก็เรามีแผนสำรองอยู่แล้วครับ
是会有一点点影响，但是我们队已经在做就是战略部署过了。 如果我们这一轮输的话，我们有考虑到后面我们要怎么做，
而且调整也得非常快。 而且包括我们可以看到，不管是第2局还是第3局巴克什 ，MG 和 STS 都是对位，而且最后在第4局的决战当中，也正是这2个队可以说非常有缘分了。那觉得今天3局和 STS 交手下来，感觉如何呢
โอเคแล้วในรอบ3เลขเราได้ต่อสู้กับทีม STS รู้สึกทีมเขายังไงบ้างคะ
ก็เป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งครับก็จะไม่ประมาทครับแต่ก็ถือว่าเราก็ทำได้ดีเหมือนกันก็ไม่ใช่ว่าสู้ไม่ได้ครับ
觉得他们队很棒，然后不可小觑，但是我们队也很棒。
也期待2支很棒的队伍在下一轮比赛当中会有怎样的碰撞，好不好？那在第4局最后的一波决策当中，也是和 STS 非常激烈的交手啊。最后1v1之后选择不战了，就是我这个时候选择避让，是因为考虑到经济的优势，我决定用经济优势挺入到下一轮，这是一个决策吗？
ในรอบที่4เพราะว่าเราคงที่แล้วถึงปล่อยมันไปใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ครับเพราะว่าเราดูรายชื่อจากคนที่เรายิงแล้วแบบว่าทีมที่เงินตามหลังเราก็ยิงหมดทุกตีแล้วเราก็เลยปล่อยให้เขาได้MandelBrickไปครับ
确实是这样子的，然后当时我们也考虑到我们的经济也是差不多的，所以后面那个曼德尔砖我们也没有去抢夺了。
用了一个比较稳妥的方式挺进到了下一轮。那么其实我们也可以看到啊，就是咱们的这个队徽是一只非常可爱的带蝴蝶结的狗狗，而且是我们第4名队友家里面的一个宠物。那我相信我们第4名队友今天也是到了现场，然后他的狗狗一定也在家里面一起祝福我们的 MG。有没有什么话想对我们第4名队友，包括一直支持我们的家人朋友们说的？
โอเคมีอะไรอยากพูดกับแฟนหรือว่าครอบครัวไหมคะ
ขอบคุณคนไทยทุกคนนะครับที่คอยเชียร์แล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนคนจีนที่คอยเชียร์เหมือนกันครับ我爱中国人谢谢
他说感谢泰国的粉丝和家人为我们祝贺喝彩，为我们祝福，同时也感谢中国的粉丝为我们加油喝彩。
哇塞，来到中国之后练了一手好中文啊，说得非常好，我爱中国人是不是？好的，那么也感谢 MG 3位接受我的采访，希望他们在下一轮当中能有更精彩的表现。我们把时间交还给解说席吧。
Well, a great interview there with MG, all smiles and excited that they made it to the next round. And again, they get 2 chances to make it to finals. Really pumped for those guys. Again, they worked really hard to turn things around, and a great success story.
Indeed, yeah, making the right play call, disengaging, going for the extraction. Without that play, most likely we do see ISG move up ahead of them. They were already ahead in the standings. So great play call. They made the right play, man. Okay, I don't know about any claw.
It would have been really, really close for sure. And I think it was the stronger position to take, and they realized that. And it's actually funny enough, it's the thing that I was talking about right before you entered into that lobby. I was like, hey, if this weird situation happens, then I think there may be a play for this where we just don't go for the brick.
Yeah, you did call it. That is,
I kind of called it. I'm not going to give myself too many
Oh
flowers.
my gosh, the prop.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to give myself too many flowers because what I was saying at the time was like, oh, well, they can guard the MandelBrick.
Right.
This was just like I just don't need to go for it. I'm just going to save myself because everybody else is dead.
Right,
They're not
right.
quite the same, but I'm still going to take a little bit of knowing of ball, if you will.
Of course
but,
you will, yeah.
No, a good interview there with MG, and excited to hear from STS as well.
Yeah.
This is a team as well that turned things around. And again, I want to remind everybody at home, like, Delta Force has so much skill around it. There is certainly some RNG with loot and whatever, but it is so much skill. And it comes down to team chemistry above all. Sure, shooting straight is super important, but there's teams, ESG for example, that can shoot super straight, but don't necessarily win because you've got to play for these MandelBricks. Every single strategy in Delta Force operations is a viable one. It's just about execution at the right time. So anyways, it's always fun to talk, be the talking heads here for Delta Force and operations in general, because there's so many cool strategies we get to watch and brand new strategies that we weren't necessarily expecting, like saying, peace, you can have the MandelBrick. But let's head back down to the stage and get another interview from our amazing host.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是卡卡。现在站到我身边的呢是刚刚双专结束比赛的第1名 STS， 我们来和大家打个招呼。
자기소개 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. STS의 이희씨라고 합니다.
大家好，我是 STS 的이희。
안녕하세요. STS의 곰댕이라고 합니다.
大家好，我是 STS 的곰댕。
반갑습니다. STS의 찬찬이라고 합니다.
大家好，我是 STS 的灿灿。
其实 STS 从昨天比赛的结果来看的话，其实是稍稍有点不尽如人意的。但是一个晚上可以说是天翻地覆啊，士别一日即当刮目相看了。晚上是做出了怎样的调整呢？
어제 결과는 그렇게 좀 아쉬움이 많았는데 어젯밤에 어떤 조정을 해서 오늘 이렇게 승리를 거두셨나요?
어제 저희 경기를 보고 코치님께서 우리가 무장이 약해서 싸움을 피하자라고 해서 근데 그만큼의 안 좋은 결과가 나와가지고 오늘은 동등한 조건에서 한번 싸워보자. 우리가 안 질 것 같다 해가지고 그렇게 했는데 코치님의 말대로 다 잡고 1등을 하게 된 것 같습니다.
昨天我们的教练看了我们的比赛，一开始是觉得我们在对击当中可能薄弱，但是实际上我们昨天的结果不是特别理想。今天选择了那就冲吧，结果我们今天就赢了获得了胜利。
好的，就证明赛群组和选手之间也是非常灵活的做出了调整，所以今天一举拿下了比赛呀。那今天的比赛来看的话，第一局很顺，无伤拿到 A 打，无伤3个人撤离。第二局很顺，无伤拿到了1块砖。那么今天比赛开始之前，有没有想过今天比赛会这么顺利呢？
첫 번째 라운드에서 아무런 상처도 없이 A다를 획득했고 두 번째 라운드에서도 순조롭게 브릭을 획득했어요. 그럼 시합 경기 전에 이런 상황을 예상했나요?
네. 1라운드는 보급 위주로 굴리고 안전하게 탈출을 하려고 1령 무장을 채택하였고 2라운드 같은 경우에는 저희가 박물관 1티어 스폰이 잡혔는데 반대쪽 1티어 스폰이 블루인 호텔에서 싸워가지고 바로 만델브릭을 먹고 트라이했던 것 같습니다.
第一局里面我们选择了保守的战略，第二局我们看到了各战队的位置，然后我们选择了一个最合适的位置突击并成功。谢谢。
那我觉得其实第4局也是一个非常合适的时机啊！我们在第4局最关键的决胜局中，前面大家都在焦灼的时候 ，STS 感觉一直在按兵不动啊，但是最后一下子出击就拿下这块砖了。那么当时这个进场时机是怎么把控的？
네 번째 라운드에서도 각 팀들이 싸움이 심했잖아요. 그럼 우리는 어떻게 타임을 도착하고 이겼었나요?
우선 램프 아래쪽에서 AK 팀과 한번 교전이 있었는데 그 AK 팀과 교전이 끝난 후에 재정비를 하고 센터로 진입하는 도중 왼쪽에서 싸웠던 AK 팀이 오른쪽 라인에 있는 걸 보고 오른쪽 라인을 먼저 잡고 왼쪽을 가야겠다 판단해서 그렇게 진행했던 것 같습니다.
我们先开始看了各战队的位置，然后发现 AK 在左线，然后我们想着选择从中间突击，结果发现 AK 回到了右线，我们先到右线位置团灭了 AK， 再重新回到左线，是这样去选择的一个时机。谢谢。
确实，在第4局当中也可以看到，在进到离心福利间之前，选择是先把 AK 收掉，然后再去和 MG 进行一个对线。那么在收掉 AK 之后，再和 MG 对线，甚至最后灿灿是1v1。哎，当时1v1感觉确实也是感受到你的紧张了，好像还有朝队友开枪的这个事情。那么当时这个心态是怎样的？
찬찬 씨 마지막 라운드에서 각 팀원이 한 명씩 남겼잖아요. 그래서 많이 긴장한 것 같아요. 실수로 팀원 한 개 성적도 나타났잖아요. 그때는 어떤 심정이었나요?
너무 긴장해가지고 상대편인 줄 알고 아군을 5인 사격해버렸습니다.
是我太紧张了，我以为我的队员是对方战队的，所以做了一个失误。
但是虽然心态很紧张，还是在1v1当中，扶起了队友，然后最后顺利拿下了这块砖，结果是非常好的。那么现在双砖结束比赛，也是士气昂扬嘛，然后进入了下一轮比赛，马上休整之后就要进入到我们下一个比赛当中了。觉得接下来面对的最大的对手是谁？
지금은 진출하셨잖아요. 그럼 이후에 가장 큰 선수 팀은 누구라고 생각하나요? 네.
저희는 아마 Q9이 가장 위협적이지 않을까 생각합니다.
我们现在是认为秦九是我们最大的对手。
哦，直接略过了我们下一场直逼总决赛呀！看来 SDS 和秦九是想在总决赛碰一碰了。好的，那么也是希望他们在接下来比赛当中能够比较顺利的挺入到总决赛。我们把时间交还给解说席吧。
Well, certainly excited, of course, because, well, they're making it to the upper bracket round 2. I'm really pumped about this because, frankly, This is a team that's turned everything around. They've got momentum. They've got a chance to shock a lot of the teams that, frankly, dumpstered on them in group stages. They're about to play again, right?
That's right.
You're getting a chance to get revenge, man. I'm so pumped for these guys. Really well done. Getting both bricks, clean sweeping. Awesome job.
Yeah, awesome job indeed. Again, STS, one of the most improved teams from yesterday to today. But what is exciting is Gold Silver returns to the stage, a team that struggled very much within their match, but improved tremendously whenever they moved into the next. So for Gold Silver, just barely missing out on securing a top 2 finish, they return to the stage. How far are they willing to go?
Yeah, this upper bracket round 2 is going to be insane, folks. You're not going to want to miss this. There is a lot of teams with a lot to prove. It is not an elimination round. I want to be very clear about that. If you are in the bottom 4, you will be going to lower round 3, which are round 2, technically, which will be against those 2 middle teams that we're going to be missing. They've got a bye. That's AKA our North American squad. They could potentially meet their North American rivals, Inc., if Inc. doesn't perform like we want them to be a top 2 team in this upper bracket. It is not an elimination round, but it is a chance to go straight to finals. Top 2 from this next round make it to finals to go play against the 2 teams that made it there yesterday.
Well, you know, one of the beautiful things, AKA and them, they do get a break. They're going to become they're going to come back in well rested. What a day it's already been. We have 2 more rounds to get through, and coming up, we might have 2 more teams securing their spot into the finals. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, the tournament will continue.
This spells bad news because get over here. Stop. It's Inc. Congratulations, gentlemen. You're going to be representing North America in China.
Well, I'm Killzall. I'm from the team Inc. and I'm from North America. So it's actually the first letters of our names, except for Too Easy, because we replaced the person that was supposed to be originally playing with us. His name started with N, so Infant, N, and then Killzall, so we just did Inc. We didn't want to make it complicated. And then we subbed out Easy, didn't really change it after that. We just thought it rolled off the tongue. We're a collective blend of aggression, decisive precision, and we're incredibly resilient. We have the ability to adapt in situations in-game. So our chemistry has incredibly gotten better. We started off a little slow in the semis. After a couple games, we got a lot better. We've been playing every day really since, unless we're out of town. But yeah, it's just night and day difference. One was in our finals to go to China. After our game 6, when I was sitting there doing the math and I thought we had lost, I said we had lost, and I was sitting there after Too Easy didn't get out of the game, and I did the math, and it looked like we were up by 0.1 mil. So I kind of exploded. I stood up. I couldn't sit down. I was so happy, but I didn't rest easy until we seen the official scores.
Too Easy, Inc., NA. My current role in the game is flex, support, entry. So depending on what the team needs, I'll play. I would say I don't have any competitive experience. I was a welder before I started playing Delta Force, and then I caught like a lung disease, so I can no longer do that. I started competing in Delta Force because I'm always looking for good fights. It's very rare to find good fights where it's intense, lots of stuff going on, and this is like facilitating all of that. I enjoy it.
I'm Baby V. I am on Team Inc. and I'm coming from NA. Right now I'm just trying to get my degree at college. Adding to easy, I do like the competition and the feel of professional Delta Force in that you actually have to use your brain, and it's not just public lobbies where there's not a lot going on. Sometimes you don't get geared lobbies. I like the aspect of everybody being geared. Coming from the youngest person in this competition, I don't think age has anything to do with it. It's really just hours. My duo is going to have to be Killzall. We have like 2,000 to 3,000 games together. I know what he's going to do before he's even thinking about it. He doesn't know what I'm going to do ever. I'm unpredictable. He just plays off my utility so well, and we make a great duo.
What I think about AKA is I think they are good at shooting. Their team play is not good at all, and they got very lucky in the last game. They killed the two bottom teams while we were fighting a different team, and they didn't have that real fight because they lost the first 5 games before that. So I think we're competitively a lot better than them. So I think the Chinese teams are going to be great competition for us. Both ESG and the second place team were very good. They beat out 30 plus other teams to get there. They played a lot of games. They have good coaches. It's going to be a good game against them anytime you're in it with them. They're going to bring the energy. They're going to bring the skill. You just got to match them and just beat them out.
I'd say AKA, individual skill, they're all very good. Very good. I feel like they definitely need to work on playing together because they're basically kill racing each other, I feel like, in a sense.
I think AKA puts their entire team just into like the worst positions. I agree with Easy in that every once in a while they do show up in terms of their aim, but for their positioning, their util usage, and almost everything else, that's just the fall off, and that's why they don't necessarily, win everything.
Yeah, watch out. We're coming to play.
MandelBrick addiction. Not only were they reaping scrims,
they needed the MandelBricks, and they got them. You're going to be seeing this team on land in China.
Yeah, I'm Skydy, playing for MandelBrick Addiction, and I qualified from EU region. So like originally me and Juveler in the game were always obsessed with MandelBricks when we launching the public matches. We always go for it like in the beginning of the match without like killing anyone. It's our like first priority. So it was natural for us like to have this name because it's actually kind of true for us too. I'd say we're very flexible and like we can do whatever we want and like what's needed. But I'd say the big important thing for us is definitely the team play and like team-based executions with good calls and using the facilities together. All that stuff. I think it's very important for us. Well, usually it's me during like intense moments, but I really like the idea of like everyone trying to call, everyone trying to find the solution, see the options and like discuss with the team. I think it's the best for like everyone. Well, honestly, like about captain, it's not really important for us who's the captain. We don't see it like as a strict role or something. I'm probably the captain because I usually call more. I'd say like I influence the maybe play style more, but I don't think we have like any certain figure in our team who's like higher than others, we don't need it.
Hello to everyone, my name is Andrei, my in-game nickname is Buddha. My job title is Data Engineer. I have always enjoyed tactical shooters, but Delta Force is actually my first extraction shooter. It instantly hooked me, and I have already played around 2,000 hours. I think I'm a support entry hybrid. I cover my teammates and sometimes I defuse people. I go first, take the risky fight and create space so the team can clean up. The first thing that comes to my mind is when I met the prison boss first time. He destroyed me instantly. I didn't even realize what happened.
Hey, my name is Yuli. I still work as web developer, and before Delta Force I never tried to compete in any game, was just playing for fun with my friends. I think I play support role because I play operators with smokes and try to stay last person alive, but in real games it's not always work like this. Most memorable moment I think definitely my patch at the last game of the 5-year finals. It was like the time has stopped at the last 10 seconds when I killed 3 guys and was lying and waiting for the MandelBrick to win the pot.
When we managed to pull off the double brick and secure the second decor, my first thought was simply we actually did it, and yeah, we were laughing. It felt unreal for a few seconds. I remember thinking about how much pressure there was, but at the same time feeling proud of how the team stayed calm and worked together. That moment gave us a lot of confidence going forward.
In that last game, there was a chaos going on around, like on last seconds, around the MandelBrick on Centrifuge, and I tried to make a move to support like Yudelir on last seconds, but then he knocked someone, and I tried to come back to the safe position to like not wipe and create a space for like last seconds. But then I get knocked, and basically someone killed me from, I didn't even understand like where, and at that moment, to be honest, I thought it's over, but then my cam switched from my body to spectator mode to Yudelir, and I see him standing next to the mantle because he won a fight 1 versus 2 with like 1 HP, and there was maybe 15 or 10 seconds left, and he was just standing in that little gap between the mantle and the wall.
For me, it's about experience. Competing in Delta Force is exciting. It brings adrenaline, and it makes every game feel more meaningful.
Well, I think like Fallen is a pretty strong team because even though they play with the South, they're going to play with the South, but they have pretty good fundamentals, like good skills, individual skills, and if they'll create some good plans during the game, I think they have a good chance to be on top. There's not really much to say, but I really hope we're going to have some good fights, good matches without like Battle of Rats somewhere in the edge of the map, you know?
Well, welcome back to the 2025 Delta Force Invitational. It is time for the upper bracket round 2, folks. We are into our second best of 6 of the day. We just wrapped up lower round 1, and unfortunately, we had to send 2 teams home, Taylor. It's not what we love to talk about. It is super unfortunate, but we do have more competition to get to. We got to get into this upper bracket. I'm pumped for it.
Yeah, definitely pumped for it because, again, we reintroduced the 4 teams yesterday who fell just short in upper bracket 1. They fought valiantly, but they did not make it. But now they have a chance, right? A second chance. Top 2 teams will move forward. The bottom 4 teams, as you've been saying, though, will not be eliminated. But they get a secondary chance. They only get 1 more chance after this one. So I would rather secure it now than later.
Well, here we go. Let me re-explain how this all works. Maybe you're just now tuning in to cheer on your favorite team. Maybe you missed yesterday as well. We will be playing up to 6 rounds, albeit we have not seen round 6 yet in both days of competition, which is wild to say. The way this works is if a team is able to get 2 MandelBricks, they will win the competition. They will win the round. Super important piece is that if you're able to get the first MandelBrick, of course, you've got a huge power position. You'll be on match point for the second one. We have 4 out of 6 of our rounds that are MandelBrick rounds. Round 1 and round 3 are airdrop rounds. And in those airdrop rounds, there are no MandelBricks, but there are AWMs. There are some high-value loot coming out of those airdrops. So certainly a key factor. Now, all the players, they start with 1 million technicality. That means basically, instead of zeros to start our leaderboard, they're basically all starting at 3 mil. Going into the very first game, they all have a 3x3 safe box as well and a 12-slot card holder. But every single round, even if you don't extract and even if you don't get any kills, you will get a fixed supply per round. That's a certain amount of money that everybody gets just to make sure nobody is completely broke. But every kill is 400,000 Technic Alloy added to your account. Super important piece. Now, this is the breakdown for what you can buy each round. It's important for many reasons, one of which is that the ammo and the armor does not match, which means in the pre-match phase, you can only buy level 3 and below ammo, level 4 and below helmet and armor, level 5 and below repair kits, and everything else is good to go in the first round. That's before round 1. After round 1 and before round 2, you see that scale up a little bit, but again, the ammo and the armor does not match. And then as we get deeper into the competition, you will then be able to buy a lot more. You will never be able to buy a level 6 helmet, though, across the board. And AWM ammo cannot be bought, nor can it be stowed in your safe box. Now, there's other things to keep in mind. We all know the MandelBrick. I usually talk about this torch timer as kind of just like a, hey, FYI. There's a torch timer. If you pick up a MandelBrick and you don't put it in a decoding station, it will respawn. I had never seen it actually taking place in the cast that I've done until just then, just a moment ago. Our last round, we just cast it over. ISG grab it. They wait 5 full minutes without putting it in a decoding station. It respawns. So that is a key factor to it. It will also respawn if it's placed somewhere that technically nobody can get to, like off the map somehow or something like that. So With that in mind, there are ID tags you can pick up that also have loot value associated with them. But the key things to remember, this is one of the more important rules, is that each of these teams can only use each operator a maximum of 2 times. If you see a team pick 2 Noxes off rip right when we start in the very first map, you will never see that team use Nox again. Certainly we've seen that in the past from certain teams. Everybody has a different strategy, and everybody pre-builds their comps for the most part, sometimes adjusting along the way depending what happens. Also, all of our spawns are fixed, and you cannot get a tier 1 spawn, aka the best spawn. I'm putting quotation marks, you can't see that. Can't get that back to back. So if you get tier 1 spawn in map 1, you will not get it in map 2, but otherwise they are all randomized. So a lot going on in this competition, but I love our rule system. It's been really fun to utilize it in this tournament server UI as well, because the tournament server UI also does all the work for us. It auto adds all of that technic alloy to each of these teams as they earn it. So yes, there's a ton of different ways to earn that technic alloy. Everybody has different spawns, everybody has different operators that they can choose. But one of the key factors that we've seen throughout the course of this competition is all about that money, man. MandelBricks are everything. Sure, they are the top ranked system. They're the best way that you get a chance to, well, frankly, put yourself at the top and make it to the finals. Sure, we've also seen teams that prioritize total loot value. They prioritize their stash value, make it to the next round as well. I'm thinking MG, for example, a team that did that really well. Let's take a look at our overall schedule for the day. Been talking a lot about MG already because, well, we just watched them. Lower bracket round 1. We only played 4 games because STS picked up a MandelBrick in round 2 and then again in round 4, which pushed them into the upper bracket round 2, which is what we're about to get into. And MG will be joining them with that prio of loot. Here are our 6 teams who are about to compete. Now again, upper bracket
finals positions. We start taking a look at the teams, and oh, this is perfect. Fujay, talked about him consistently. He knows how to get into locations and make an impact, hence his rush rate is 3.15, the number 1 out of everybody in the tournament. Fujay, his value cannot be understated. On this ESG roster full of titans such as DT, Li Yun, Fujay is the guy that carries the torch.
Yeah, and you can see the different skill sets and what these players prioritize. Look at Oxygen. This guy does not go for kills. He is not the front man. He is the most efficient looter in the tournament that's about to play. He is number 1 loot rate at 1.95. Kind of an insane number. That is all calculated by loot value per container. This dude is hitting gold and he is hitting reds along the way, and how efficient he's able to do that, stringing all that loot together, is what gives him that rate. Really cool stuff, and also tied with probably a lot of people getting out of the map. He's got the most loot, so he's probably the one that they always send out of the map. Even if a couple people stay, Oxygen's leaving. He's got leaving 50% of the time. Now that DF rating, by the way, at the top for all of these players is basically all the stats combined. If you just have a 1, that's average. So all these players a little bit above average in our competition thus far in the DF rated category. But here's a look, rush rate there for Killzall. He has been the Slayer for this Inc. squad. There's a reason we are highlighting him. To be able to be the Slayer, rush rate, pushing fights, getting kills, being entry man, finding flanks that nobody expected him to be in, and also be an efficient looter, Killzall is doing everything right. The only thing that he could step up on is, frankly, not dying as much. Take a look at his KD, and also getting out of the map.
Yeah, but even still, he has a 0.57 KD. Like, Killzall made hugely impactful plays yesterday, so he's going to be just fine, along with Flarich, Fallen, right? This roster was exciting to watch, and as far as KD goes, he's got a 2.0 KD, number 4 out of everyone, and it makes sense. We're consistently talking about Flarich opening up opportunities for his roster of Fallen to push forward, of course, with HR as well as Yuzbishka. Flarich, a man that can truly take a fight for himself and make it work. Chan, we're talking STS. We just talked about him. Not necessarily the craziest stats, but this roster overall was able to secure 2 MandelBricks and make it into the upper bracket round 2. He'll be joined by E-Hit as well as Gom Dang. Chan is a player that can be understated, but make no mistake about it, is critical for his roster. And a 0.83 KD, honestly, isn't too bad. So if he gets into a situation where he needs a little bit of help, luckily, he's always going to have E-Hit next to his side. Of course, though, for MG, Onigiri, the guy that knows how to go in and loop and also rush sites if he needs to. #1 when it comes to the EDC rate, 4.06. We were consistently talking about Onigiri opening up opportunities for his roster. His KD, 1.67. But more importantly, I think for today in general, Onigiri has hit his full stride.
Oh, yeah.
And he's going to be deadly on the battlefield.
Yeah, and again, that EDC rate is earnings damage, which means it's what you bring in. So he's bringing in decent loot, but if he's bringing in low-value loot and putting up crazy damage, that number skyrockets. He's #1 for a reason. He's putting up wild damage numbers. He literally had a game with, I think, over 1,000 damage just in one single round. So, again, watch out for Onigiri. They are coming in with a vengeance. Technically, even though they just did well in the last round, they're still technically an underdog in this lobby because the 4 teams that they're joining them are the teams from upper bracket. These are the teams that already beat STS and MG in group stages. So here's a look at all of those teams that are going to be competing in this lobby.
Yeah, again, ESG, one of the #1 teams out there. It was a big surprise to see them bested by NBA and Q9 and not make it to finals already. But here is their second chance, and there's no reason to think why they're going to waste it this time around. Fallen, again, a team that dominated their match, but came into upper bracket rounds 1 and, well, really dropped the ball. Last place. I don't know what happened. Hopefully this time will be different. They definitely want to join the likes of NBA, the other EU brethren, who's already punched their ticket to the finals. And for Inc, for NA, it was great to see a North American roster go to upper bracket round 1 and perform as well as they did. Another roster you can't sleep on.
Yeah, and look, every single one of these rosters, I mean, you can tell from the stats from the individual players, they all have different strengths and weaknesses. And you're right, Fallen did have a bit of a roller coaster of a day yesterday. After crushing it in group stages and then struggling in upper bracket, I mean, it's gotta feel bad to say, oh, we're doing everything right, we've got it in a bag, we've figured it all out, we're proving that everybody who's been scouting us was correct. Then in upper bracket, they just couldn't get anything going. It was really tough fights. Well, a couple fights go their way, and all of a sudden they're up into a top 2 maybe, or a top 3 position. It was a weird day. I mean, if you guys go back and watch that, you'll see what I'm talking about. So overall, I think they're probably feeling very confident going into this competition. They're a team that has faced adversity in the past. They're a team that didn't win their regional finals. They got second behind MandelBrick Addiction. They know that they need to swing for the fences here, but they can absolutely do it.
Well, something to continue to talk about is the teams that are warm versus the teams that aren't necessarily. When you look at Fallen, ESG, Inc, Gold, Silver, they are just stepping onto that stage for the first time today. For STS, MG, they take their same setup, right? They return to the stage that they just dominated on. More specifically for STS, winning 2 MandelBricks. MG making a great disconnection with Bonnie, sending him out to, of course, to extract, to secure the position above that of ISG. We start to take a closer look at the players here so you can put faces to the names you'll be watching throughout the next potential 6 games. And obviously ESG, we've highlighted them consistently, a team that was #1 in China, a region that had a grueling qualifying session. We're talking about the finals for their qualifiers being on land. ESG was the winners, the #1 team, of course, with Q9 just behind them.
No, I totally agree. ESG is going to be the behemoth to beat in this competition. And again, you know, one thing about this team is they can certainly shoot straight. They're a very strong squad, but they got to get a MandelBrick. That's the key. Now let's take a look at our friends over there in North America. Inc, after a little bit of a frustrating performance in the upper bracket, they were close in many regards. Killzall truly was a hero for this squad, but unfortunately they just fell a little bit short, but they are ready. Too Easy certainly has ice in the veins, man. This guy clutched up when it needed it most as well. I'm really looking out for Too Easy to be the calm, cool, and collected player. And am I seeing Grimmy on stage?
Yeah, I guess so.
Grimmy is playing right now?
So
what's no one?
What happened?
We need some information.
What happened?
The sub is on stage.
What happened to Baby?
I think they're just making a sub. I don't know. I hope he's good. If that is a sub out of nowhere, I can talk about Grimmy for a very long time, man. This dude, he barely missed out on this stage with a different team. He was the hero of that team in many regards of that saying. And Grimmy is a guy that put on crazy solo plays for a team. I mean, he had one of the best 1v3s I've seen in a very long time. A guy that can absolutely slay out, a guy that can be a difference maker. To sub him in on main stage in upper round 2 is a very interesting choice. I'm not sure exactly why, if it's a sickness thing or if it's just a play from this team. But either way you look at it, it's a play, and none of these teams know Grimmy. None of these teams know what he's capable of. This is going to be an interesting one.
And, well, you know, you got to think for Baby B, hopefully everything is all right. but if Grimmy is subbing in now and it doesn't work out, the benefit is you bring Baby B back into the fold of things for the last and final chance right for the top two. So no harm, no foul. Exciting to see a new player enter that stage. We look at Oxygen here. Oxygen, another player that we've been consistently highlighting from Gold Silver, a team that Gold Silver, right, they really struggled throughout their match. I was saying it, more Silver than Gold, making mistakes. They were consistently sending players off by themselves, and they were getting mowed down. I was very disappointed. However, they turned things around during the upper bracket matchups. Man, you want to talk about a turning point for them. I really think they're starting to hit their stride. I don't know if that match was just difficult for them based upon who they were playing, which they'll be playing against them again, but Gold Silver looking stronger today as far as I'm concerned. And of course, STS, the team that just dominated your very screen a little bit ago in their lower bracket round one. Well, STS, 2 MandelBricks to code. Chan making moves alongside that of E-Hit, leaving Gom Dang to go off by himself and pick up an additional casual 400k Technic alloy. This team is poised and ready and looking great to potentially secure a top 2 finish. The #1 most improved team, at least in my eyes, from yesterday's competition into today. We've taken a look at all the teams. We've already seen a big surprise with Grimmy coming in for Baby B. But let's talk Fallen, a team that has a lot of fan base that wants to see them go forward.
Yeah, super interesting. Of course, we want to keep talking about the sub, but there's still a lot that we can talk about with this squad right here. They crush it in the group stages, dominate, pick up 2 MandelBricks, win the groups, and then struggle in upper bracket. And again, like we said, some unfortunate fights that just didn't go their way. Each of these 3 players individually are very sound, strong players. Players that, well, they've got some ferocity in the eye, good grief.
I gotta look away. I'm trying to give him a stare down too, man. He's intimidating me. That man is looking straight into the camera.
Come on, dude. Players is ready, man.
They're just dominating today for sure.
I love these guys, man. They've done a lot for the scene. They've been working really hard. And you gotta remember too, speaking of subs, not a sub on main stage. We had Infant Baby playing yesterday, and Grimmy's made a sub for that Ink squad. But Uzbishka is a sub for that roster when it comes to the regional finals into LAN. So we've got a couple subs on main stage for a couple of these teams into upper bracket. And I am getting word, I think Baby B's fine. I think Baby B's chilling. He might be around here somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where he is. I think this is a tactical play for this team to just shift things up and see what happens. And I don't hate it, especially because you're right. This is not an elimination round. If it doesn't go well, they just bring Baby B back for the next one.
But if it does go well, banged. Bang, what
to the finals.
Because the thing is, who wants to play in the finals? Will it be Baby B or Grimmy? And you really have to make a decision there. I don't think Ink played bad whatsoever yesterday. But then again, they didn't play good enough to secure a final spot already. So maybe a change was needed. This roster going in poised and ready for the first time. Grimmy will take that very stage, potentially his first ever LAN experience. This is going to be a big moment for him to prove what Ink is made of. Chat, let us know. Who are you thinking is going to be the #2 teams coming out of this current competition? You've got 6 wonderful rosters: Fallen, ESG, Ink, Gold, Silver, STS, and MG. Multiple locations being represented. A little bit APAC heavy, though, with Gold, Silver, and MG. They're going to be the only region represented with 2 individual rosters. And what an exciting prospect it would be to have 2 APAC rosters lock in their spot. We take a look at our map rotation. Actually, start off on 0 dam. It's going to be an airdrop map. Brockish round 3 would also be an airdrop. But where things start to get spicy is round 2, 4, 5, and 6, of course, being our MandelBrick rounds. Gosh, let's get into round #1.
It's time for 0 dam, ladies and gentlemen. This first round will not have a MandelBrick. Like you said, airdrops only, but airdrops super helpful as well. Good grief. We got an AWM in the second one and a ton of great loot in the first one. Certainly can set your team up for success and take a nice early lead if you're able to get some of those. Usually the first fights we will see will absolutely be around those airdrops, but the big question in my mind is who gets the T1 spawns in 0 dam. The T1 spawns, tier 1, aka the spawns closest to admin, super valuable, but if you get a tier 1 spawn now, you will not have a tier 1 spawn for our first MandelBrick round. So
worth paying attention to as we jump into Zero Dam, folks. The first round, the first map of the upper bracket, round 2. Not an elimination, but a chance to make it to finals. Here we go. MG and ESG, Taylor, are the teams that get prio spawns as they sprint to admin.
That's right. They're going to admin. Typically, we don't see a headbutt necessarily here, but you got the wall breaker that's going to be just up north. This fight normally stagnates until maybe a team such as Inc., for example, up in top left, starts to get involved. But either way, one of the two big rosters we look out for, STS and MG, who was just in that very stage who made it here, they are well warmed. So for ESG's sake, against MG, hope ESG is ready. Naturally, they should be, but if MG decides to push, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like they might have the upper edge.
Well, Saeed down. Saeed doesn't get any blood this time around, unfortunately for us, because we love watching Saeed succeed. Our NPCs, our AIs have gotten several kills, but a nice find there. Stopwatch for GS to start things off. This is big start. And again, loot value right now is going to be a huge boon for everybody. All your... Oh my, wait, I didn't even see that proc. What are we talking about? We're finding
5 million for ESG? What?
We just found a 4.4 mil key card. Totally missed it until production showed it right in my face.
You got to extract.
What? No, put it in the safe box. You're good.
Oh my
Holy cow. What a find to start things off. Talk about some nice RNG. What a way to start. ESG catapults to the top, and they are completely unperturbed. I was going to say that T1 spawns, not great for round 1. Apparently, they're fantastic, though, if you're finding key cards to start things off. Holy cow. We are starting out hot here, Taylor,
yes.
And not a bullet has been fired.
Not a bullet indeed, man. We start to take a look at the loadouts. Quite a few Cenivas being used off the rip. Good to see those. Always fun in the right hands. I believe it was Inc. who managed to take one of them. We'll double check it just a little bit. Either way, for ESG, all eyes on them against MG. Now, how big would it be, though, if MG can somehow get the wipe on ESG? That would catapult them up the standings.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice, of course. You got to remember, too, though, I mean, round 1, I mean, I was so distracted by the key card. We didn't get a chance to see most of the operators and loadouts. One of the things, if you did pay attention to the loadouts, is that some of these players aren't even bringing any armor in at all. They're not even bringing a helmet, an armor piece at all. They're just going to loot what they find, because round 1 is not a MandelBrick round. So they're not trying to burn a bunch of cash to start. Here's an example of that. Look, they're not even wearing a helmet. They picked up like a hat from one of these boxes. So that is something that a lot of these teams will implement just to save money. And so some of these fights aren't going to actually net you a ton of value in terms of just raw loot value from your opponents. Of course, the weapon's probably like 150K or so, depending what you bring in. But again, an advantage here from Fujiang, not only from getting a key card, but also he's got gold ammo in his weapon right now because he killed Saeed. Yes, playing Nox, but a huge advantage if he can get first blood here. This could be pretty huge.
The possibilities there. Fujiang, big fan. How he plays. DT, though, gets a drop onto Onigiri. ESG is an aggressive roster who likes to capitalize off of Nox. In this case, I don't think it's going to be possible due to Ceniva's barbed wire being laid down, but maybe stopping some crossways. Body to the left. Fujiang gets a shot, but not enough. Question is, though, this is where you need Impy. Impy, swing that angle. You got the Ceniva distracting for you. Fujiang's popping up, and Impy goes for the rotate, but I felt this was a moment to capitalize. You got to take advantage of this.
Yeah, they can't. Ceniva, he's not hitting those shots, and I'm going to be honest, he just spent so much money in ammo. I mean, they got plenty, but so much money in ammo trying to shoot the Ceniva, and the bullets just weren't connecting how they wanted to, but they're going to push the fight regardless. They're going to win it. No questions asked. It's just a matter of when. ESG pushing the equation. They have the best loot. They have one out in admin, and the last remaining player for MG, Bonnie, yet again the solo, is trying to get out of here by himself.
Going back and reflecting, Migoja, am I right? Could Envy, during that moment, challenged and taken them by surprise to the doorway and take the shots?
Kind of. It was a weird angle to get around. He would have to come out in the hallway, and they would have to basically body stack to actually take the fight, to have a true angle on this Ceniva. And because of that, I probably wasn't worth the risk. I don't know. I do think they could have moved a bit quicker. And wasting a lot of that gold ammo, it's not the end of the world, but it would have been nice to save some of that or use it later into the round. I mean, that was a lot of gold ammo that did not connect with anything besides one side of the shield that he did not want to connect with.
Knows briefly on your screen now officially, STS returns against Gold Silver. fight for mid-control of the map.
Ooh, take a look at this.
The airdrop, yeah. So that's going to be FN, who pretty much has free real estate all around the airdrop for themselves. That's big, and no team is anywhere close. That's going to be a free pickup.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. This is an airdrop we don't see that often. It is one of the, obviously, the spots that it can land. Usually the airdrops are landing on the north side of the map. This is a pretty wild airdrop and a huge, huge boon for FN. The luck is running high right now for some of these teams in the very first map of the day. So here we go.
Yep, he gets ready. He hits ready.
They don't know. They don't know.
Instead, but he's mowed down. The cat's out of the bag, and what should have been a big advantage for STS turns into a quick elimination for Oxygen on gold silver.
Hey, Oxygen might be a loot king, but hey, he can shoot when he needs to. The reaction time on that was wild. Maybe a loot advantage, but regardless, a nice win. Now here's a look at the airdrop. FN, gonna move in, free and clear. Nobody's even within a country mile of this team right now. Let's see what they end up getting. Obviously, we'll get a gold armor piece, which is very nice. Can replace that. A couple journals, and oh, some tequila, okay. So far, a bunch of gold items. This isn't the best airdrop I've seen. Honestly, it's pretty rough, frankly, for what it could have been. HR, I don't even think rocking a backpack, so this is pretty rough. I don't think that's best case scenario. We'll take the gold armor, but a pretty weak airdrop comparatively. They're gonna go play for the second one likely if they can get within range of it. That will have the AWM and its ammo.
Here's ESG pursuing Bonnie. MG, the solo, stayed up as long as he could. Bonnie, great shots, gets a drop on the wall, but the job's not done. Two more to deal with, tries to disengage, and Bonnie will be dropped, and therefore MG's chances of having a solid start go to the wayside.
You gotta remember, this is the exact opposite of what happened at the beginning of last round. MG, during lower round one, was absolutely crushing it. They wiped most of the lobby in the very first round in zero dem. This time, they run into ESG and cannot get a handle on what the heck is going on. Because of that, they are out of here. We move over to FN. They picked up a pretty mediocre at best airdrop, but they also pick up the last remaining player of STS. Down goes STS, down goes MG, and all of the sudden, man, the two teams that quote unquote were warm, Taylor, they're going to be cold going into the next round.
I know it.
Sit here for another 10 minutes.
Which just comes to show you how good the top four teams who made it into the back in a drop down are, right? I mean, they're just in a different level, it seems. Granted, only map number one. We're going to ring the alarm bells just yet, but I will say, for the number one seed out of China, my goodness, 6.7 million assets obtained. They got the majority of that from a 5 mil asset they gained really at the start of the game. On top of that, though, they wiped MG off the map. That's going to be another 1.2 million going to them. And they're going to wait to extract. But either way, for ESG, I mean, just what a perfect start for potentially securing a top two finish.
Yeah, ESG is going to have a chance to do wall breaker here. There's nobody on the north side of the map. You can see there's no pings on their mini map right now contesting them. They've got a free and clear wall breaker. They are walking out with a crazy amount of loot right now.
Insane.
If they're able to get out of the map. With two teams down, Zero Dam goes from feeling like a very small map to a much larger map. The rest of these teams are scattered across the map and just focusing on probably getting out here shortly. Again, with Zero Dam, without a MandelBrick, the focus has got to be loot, and to keep your loot, yes, you have a safe box, you've got to get to an extraction point. Now, we did get a chance, I'm not sure we've shown it yet on main, we did get a chance on our side, though, to see where the second airdrop is, and there it is now on main stage. Production is on it. It is way away from FN. They will not double up on airdrops, but it is up at barracks right next to gold silver. They will have a free AWM for grabs, which is a nice boon for them as ESG continue wall breaker, and they do pick up a CD.
CD is going to be a nice little topping to what they've already gained, plus a USB, which put them up to at least another, what, 500K? Not bad at all. And like you mentioned, AWM will be going to gold silver. So the two teams that have profited the most, ESG, gold silver so far. Got to be happy with that result. Again, for gold silver's sake, started off the tournament very lackluster yesterday, but they've been improving each and every stage. They're a roster that excites me personally. I can't wait to see how much they continue to improve, not only in today's competition, but even maybe in the finals, which already set up quite nicely for a top two finish. Inc. won't be too far away from them. For ESG, though, right be able to lead very shortly. 40 seconds remain, and they pretty much have kind of tapped this map dry. I mean, there's nothing else really you could get from 0 down outside of potentially getting more eliminations.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is the ESG that I was expecting to see yesterday. I mean, utter domination, obviously some luck, but also the fact that they're able to get wall breaker free and clear. They wiped out the top side of the map. They're taking care of anybody else near admin. They're able to get wall breaker and then just jump onto the extraction and get out. They're getting out with 8.2 mil. Let me be very clear about something. With all of them extracting, they will be in double digits on our total stash value already after a single game. This is a monumental feat we have hardly ever seen. ESG has started things off hot. Some say that this 0 dam map is not all that important. ESG is proving why it can be. If you get some nice luck and you create luck with your skill, open up the map for you, take the high value loot area completely to yourself, you can set yourself apart off the first map. ESG, a gigantic lead.
Yeah, very, very well done. And it might soon turn into the narrative of who's getting second, especially if ESG can lock into MandelBrick in round 2. I mean, there's nothing stopping them at all. Inc. slowly progressing their way forward up towards gold, silver, who has the ADM, or AWM, excuse me. They want to get out as quickly as possible, or at least secure the AWM. That's going to be the goal. Doing a little bit better than MG and SDS, who have already been moved for the map. To get our picture-in-picture as we start to see gold, silver. And it's going to get one player extracted, most likely AWM gone, which means we will be seeing Inc. potentially in a 3v2. That's going to benefit them. They'll take any eliminations that they can possibly get, and they'll be on the outskirts of this exit, playing Gatekeeper, which could be pretty beneficial. Killzall excites me, man. This guy knows how to pick up 2 pieces, and one's right in front of him.
Patience is a virtue, and especially if you can pick up the Saniva, this could be gigantic. Looks like they know where one of these 2 players are. Maybe now they know where both of them are. As Inc is slowly creeping up. Inc has, like you said, one is out, so it is just 2 players fighting 2 players. One is out for both teams. Saniva, a brutal operator to get through. It's hard to hit that tiny little window in the shield. It is hard to get there, and oh, get over here. Saniva takes down one with him, but he does get traded out. Killzall's gonna get a 2-piece, and as cool as it was, Saniva, not enough to take down Killzall. He is proving why his name starts with kill. He picks up a 2-piece.
That's it, Killzall. Another 2-piece to his name. That's probably the 3rd one I think he's been able to get on that very stage out there. Well done. It's gonna be 800K going to the side of Inc. Maybe a little bit of added loot as well. Not bad at all. So now, what, couple of teams, or excuse me, 3 teams remain, 2 teams, my bad, remain on the map. You got Fallen, you've got Inc. One with 3, the other with 2, but quite a bit of distance between one of the others. So most likely for the next 2.5 or so minutes, there won't be any contention. And for Fallen, they're also going to go ahead and potentially extract.
Yeah, and barely, by the way. Can I just say
a
that
couple
10 seconds, they are able to pull the lever just in time to reset the dam extraction. We will get 2 dam extractions in this rep. We saw ESG leave a hair ago. We have re-pulled the lever the second time you can do that, of course, but they barely did it in time. A 10-second spread. So right now, the only teams left, of course, FN, like you just mentioned, and Inc. Now, Inc. has a decision to make. How do we want to get out of this map if we can? Do we have the money to get out via the south? Where we want to go? Do we want to go play for the dam extraction? It doesn't look like so. They're going to head through Cement Plant, head to the south side of the map here, Taylor, and we'll see if they can get anything for it. But 1:55 and counting. FN will get out for free. Inc. are going to run around and maybe just go for a little bit of a safe box play. And again, I will say, with that last fight, I don't think there was... It would have been very difficult for the opposition to win. You look at the way they were looting. They loot the body, and the player had basically no armor and had a bison that they picked up off the ground. Again, like I said, round 1, some people come in with basically nothing. Even in a competitive setting, they saved a lot of money. So yes, I want to tip my hat to Inc. for winning that. It was a weird one, especially against the Saniva, but it was one that they should win. Killzall was able to execute it, so well done for these guys. They're going to try to get out via the south here.
They should be able to get out No issues, no drama. So obviously ESG is going to be the outlier. I mean, come on, 8 million, 8.2 million, just a phenomenal job. A little bit of luck added onto it, but make no mistake, they slayed out. That's what you expect ESG to do. But now the question is for second place, like you've got 3 teams very much in the running already who are going to be incredibly close outside of a MandelBrick being gathered. I mean, assets obtained, this was a hugely beneficial round for multiple rosters, and it makes me excited going into the future rounds because now things for at least second is going to be as close as it can possibly be.
Yeah, Inc. all getting out there is just protecting their money. I mean, it's a good win for them. It's nothing crazy to write home about, but it is 1.9 mil plus or minus some, plus 800K or so from the 2 kills that we saw on main. And they might have picked up a couple more as well. But shout out to FN, of course. Hey, look, Fallen, a really good team, and they all get out with a decent amount of loot. But the story is all ESG in the very first round. Zero damn, man. Sometimes it pays, and admin paid in stride. Wallbreaker, admin, and everything in between. They had the entire north side of the map to themselves, getting a 4.5 plus mil key card off ripping admin set the tone for how fast ESG is willing to move and how far up the leaderboard they want to start. Obviously, a little bit of luck there, but to win out on the top side of the map is a huge, huge boon for them to be able to execute and get all the loot that they want.
Yeah, critical. I mean, 8 million is wild to say the least. And well, the sub on your screen, Grimmy, placing that of Baby B, apparently just wanting to try things out, maybe see how things work out with Grimmy. Again, you do have, this isn't an elimination round, so you'll have a second chance if Ink does fall a bit short. Not a bad performance from Ink, really. Not a bad start. Grimmy, not necessarily the most impactful, but then again, there wasn't that many fights that Ink was able to take.
Well, let's be very clear. If ESG wouldn't have absolutely obliterated everybody in terms of loot value, we would have said, oh, wow, Ink had a really good game. They got all 3 out. They got kills. Yeah, absolutely. But the story is completely overshadowed by the fact that ESG was able to get the key card and all get out as well and win out everything on top, plus Wallbreaker. I mean, they had graphics cards. They had everything that they wanted. It was insane. And unfortunately, I think for Fallen, I want to rewind our brains a little bit to the very first airdrop. Fallen, unfortunately, they get the first airdrop. There's not a red item in there at all. Yes, a gold vest would be nice for the next round. They don't have to purchase that. That's some nice money saved. And the rest can be sold, but it's not as much as they would have liked from that airdrop. But to all get out, again, respecting their own cash and preparing for the first MandelBrick round.
Yeah, and that's the important thing, right? The MandelBrick round is quite literally everything. Getting the first one sets you up very, very nicely. The narrative from our previous round was, well, if you get one of the 4 MandelBricks, you don't get eliminated, guaranteed, right? Well, now the narrative does change a little bit this time around. Getting 1 MandelBrick doesn't guarantee you a top 2 finish, but it does put you very, very close in that regard. Now, if I'm thinking to myself about ESG and how well they played, yes, of course, getting all of the technicality was very, very impressive. But the way they slayed out ESG, or excuse me, MG, was very, very impressive. And that shows to me they're firing on all cylinders, which if they do get the first MandelBrick, we can end in the same way SDS was able to do a little bit earlier and close it out at 4. So if I'm any of the other rosters towards the bottom, for example, MG, SDS, who are fully eliminated, I definitely want them to step it up in the MandelBrick round. We start taking a look at the highlights. Naturally, our first fight was ESG versus MG over the admin side of things. And Oxygen, what a shot. He was able to connect on the SKS member who was camping for the longest time trying to set the trap.
Yeah, and Bonnie as well, trying to get some comeuppance, but couldn't get it. Because of that, they get full wipes. So our 2 teams that came from the lower bracket, and 2 teams that just won lower bracket round 1, get eliminated immediately. But an AWM looted for a squad. They're able to get out as well. Gold, silver, watch out for them. They got a free AWM and its ammo, and they got out. Gold, silver, an opportunity to do something crazy. Oh no, they didn't get out. Maybe the one player I think from Gold, silver that got out was the one with the AWM, because we didn't see it on the crowd.
Yeah.
I think they will have it in the next round.
Yeah, Gold, silver did send one player out, and they sent the 2 players out, which were gate kept by Ink. So they will have the AWM, which is going to be big for them, and they're not in a bad spot in terms of their technical alloy. They're actually very comfortable and should be sitting pretty going into the next game. Now, let's start the discussion about MandelBrick, because MandelBrick, at least in game number 2 last time, and traditionally even in our other matches, wasn't fought for. They were given away for free. I highly doubt that's going to be the case here, especially with ESG having such a large lead in the overall round earnings.
This is just round one. You got to add the 3 mil if you're a team that fully gets out. You keep your 1 mil starting gear. We're going to see ESG over into double digits, over 10 mil overall on the leaderboard, which is insane. This is just from the last round, plus their 3 kills. That's another 1,200, or 1.2 mil rather. Huge game from ESG, and nobody else is even kind of close. A gigantic gap has formed already on this leaderboard, which is so atypical for a zero dam map. Here's a look at the overall damage. It was actually ESG that also topped that leaderboard as well, with GS and Inc. not too far behind MG there as well. A lot of trading of blows and some good moments from some of these squads, but ESG far and beyond everybody else.
Yeah, definitely so. No surprise, given how well they played that fight in Avid against MG. But Inc. looking great. GS, again, a team that has been improving from each and every stage now to where they currently are. I feel like they truly are hitting their full stride. Not a bad game, number one, by any means. ESG clearly profiting the most. You'll have 2 teams that will be at the bottom, but the middle of the pack teams who are going for second are still very close. And anything can change, right? Moving forward, MandelBrick is going to be up for grabs. Obviously, Technic Alloy is going to be highly impactful. ESG can get both MandelBricks, and then it comes down to who has the most assets. And that's where that race is going to be so important. And you obviously want to gather as much as you possibly can. But well done from ESG's side of things. And you're right? We talked about this discussion of the 2 teams coming in hot, potentially, right, from that very stage. They end up winning their respective group. They come in now to play the top 4, or the bottom 4 teams, I should say, from the upper brackets. Round 1 yesterday. I thought they were going to be a lot better than they were. Unfortunately, they were 2 of the first teams eliminated.
Yeah, I think it's just a momentum thing. They had tough spawn. I mean, one of them got a really good spawn, but they had to fight ESG first. They get caught unaware. They're down a player. It just is what it is. It's Delta Force, man. And so a close one for sure. They've got still some momentum. Let's see if they can pick it back up, turn things back around, and say, wait a minute, we just did really well. Let's do well again. Better competition on paper, but again, anything can happen with a brand new Team 6, a brand new lobby of 6 teams. It's anybody's game. So pumped to see what happens. Again, first MandelBrick round. Really excited to get into it. Before we get there, a couple more things to wrap up about Zero Dam. Again, I think that's the best Zero Dam map I've ever seen played.
Okay.
In terms of this style of competition, ESG finding that key card. Its operations is so much skill, but sometimes you get that little bit of extra luck that actually makes a giant difference. There's a lot of really valuable items in this game. That key card is one of the most valuable that you can get. I saw some people in chat ask about this. Heart of Africa, you can't get it in this tournament server, so this got to be one of the best. Let's head down and listen to some of the comms.
谁都打了，我拉闸吗？卡500万，
把这边说。
你开出卡了吗？对，我500万，我先给他刷出来，我得给他刷出来。
我的啊，把半边收了，别怕了。
我没看到后面过人啊，没看到。我拉闸了，我对面没脚步，我拉闸了。
别，先把半边收完，先把半边收完。
在那个经理室，第一个在经理室。OK， 别急。
我的架，经理室出不来，去打盾。经理室1D，
盾 ED，盾也 ED， 别急。
我在打药，兄弟。
经理室我可以救雷。
经理室1D，我大洋上手，我在打药。
打。
盖子，还有个盾。
打状态。
对，
又来一队。OK， 先打盾。拉吧，没事。希望想死我一下。我打了一只。
走吧。
我们走左边进去吗？对，左边。
可以直接跳，
在死。
我吓我一跳。
我按到换弹了，吓我一跳。
下把几套五呢
？3，直接弄3套。下把不管这枪，这3倍镜有点那啥。不行，玩不了。奇怪。
Calm is definitely the word that I will air towards that time around. Very calm, even in a fight that looked a little sketchy for a moment, really wasn't all that sketchy. They knew it wasn't. They knew they would win it. It was just a matter of time. And they also were trying to make sure that they didn't scam that fight. When you're in a 3v2 like that, it is all about patience and being calm. And of course, they were as one of the best teams here.
Yeah, definitely so. ESG looking like why they are the #1 seed and what we regard as one of the best regions out there. Granted, first global event, this could very well change. The region that wins, or the location, I should say, that ends up winning the tournament will undeniably be the best location up until they are dethroned. But ESG, just such a great performance, getting lucky a little bit, but still winning the fights needed. Like you said, they'll be well within the double digits when it comes to their total loots, their total assets as a whole. Fujie opening it up with the first elimination. Liyun obviously putting in the work needed at DT. They're old, reliable on the team. All three make magic happen, and surely they have to get the match MVP, if not maybe somebody from Inc. But either way, for ESG, the best team without a doubt.
Yeah, again, crazy loot value numbers from Zero Dam. A big pickup, being able to do Wall Breaker for free was awesome as well. A huge boon for them. They picked up several red items there. Found a graphics card and admin as well. Again, when we watch Zero Dam, we're asking who's going to be the MVP. We talk about stats. Of course, they're the best team, but Killzall is our match MVP because he got 3 full kills. It's a big boon for his squad. That's 1.2 mil added to their overall total, and they were able to get out. That's awesome for this squad to set them up well going into the next round. They can buy their gold chest piece that they want. They can make sure they've got good loot. They can actually play for this MandelBrick without being scared at being at a disadvantage. So a big win for Inc., albeit they're not the best team in round 1. They're certainly one of the top teams.
Not far behind them. Not far behind at all. Like Killzall, still the team to look pretty solid going into the next MandelBrick round. This is the thing. MandelBricks, if you can slay out, hey, you can have the best chance of securing it and extracting it, right? And I think for Killzall, he's going to be instrumental in that. I mean, already match MVP. He's been highly consistent from yesterday into today's competition. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Like I said, for Inc., not far behind from being top 2. They are currently in 3rd place. ESG, though, they're in a league of their own. They always have been. They're going to continue to be. But all that is good for the match earnings, but the MandelBrick is what really matters. But at the moment, 2nd place is hotly contested from Gold, Silver, Inc., Fallen, all 3 in the running.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Inc. was very, very close to GS. The fact that both of those teams are past 7 mil after Zero Dam is a great feat. Reminder, all of these teams start with 3 mil on the leaderboard. So some of these squads that are barely over 3 mil, there's a reason why. They got wiped early, right? That's why they're only at 4.23, etc. But ESG is in a league of their own, already past double digits. So let's talk about the next round, baby. It's MandelBrick time. So as we look at the spawns quickly, again, the red spawns, ESG, MG, they will not have T1 spawns going into our first MandelBrick round. The T1 spawns will go to any of those 4 teams that could go for the red spawns. The MandelBrick spawns just outside of Museum in the dead center of the map. You want those tier 1 spawns so that you have power position first inside of Museum if you're going to play for the brick. Now, quick look at the operators. Nothing truly to write home about. A couple more hat claws being saved than usual. We almost see a hat claw on every single team. We see it on 4 to 6 of the teams in the last round. And we do see several teams go ahead and use a Nox in the first round as well. Most folks like to do that just so that they have more options later with some of the other operators they prefer to use. We do see 3 Cenebas were used in that last round as well, and a lot of value gained out of some of those Cenebas. Maybe not as much as they would have liked. Maybe a couple Stingers early is interesting. Not as many D-Wolves as usual. Everybody's starting to tend to some of these Assault operators as operators they should be using in the MandelBrick rounds, not rounds 1 or round 3.
Right. I think Aluru, we're going to see quite a few of them picked. I would have to assume in ways so instrumental when it came to at least our first rounds of teams that ended up competing today. Aluru making some of the most exciting plays. I think actually Aluru today was more impactful than even day 1. So
yeah, I mean, this operator's been updated. And I want to emphasize your point. It was a great call out you spotted. Not a single Aluru was used in round 1. And so because of that, absolutely, they're saving it for these MandelBrick rounds.
Yeah, so they're going to save it for this MandelBrick rounds. They're going to use the Aluru, and that's going to be the play of potentially the day, man. But MandelBrick, that's what it matters, right? Getting it early, getting it off the rip. For ESG, I mean, they would be in such a power position, okay, with their lead that they currently have with their assets. If they were able to get a MandelBrick, nothing is stopping them. But again, we focus our attention to what truly matters at the moment, and that's the top 2. 2nd place is hotly contested. We have 3 teams that are within striking distance of passing each other up. At the top, though, it's going to be at least relatively close, is Inc., but it's going to be Gold, Silver, no surprise, walking out with the AWM. They are going to currently be in 2nd place. And having that AWM is going to be truly valuable in our first MandelBrick round. Inc., I'm going to continue to say their names. Coming out from North America, they really do excite me. I truly think Killzall, just him alone, can lead this team to victory with his slayability.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be the front man in terms of kills, absolutely. That team in general is a very interesting one. It's the same story that we always tell with our North American squads. It's a team that kind of came together last second, and they were like, I guess we're going to do this thing called DFI, and then all of a sudden they blink, and they're like, oh, wait a minute. We're there. We're going to China. And that's when they decided we got to get in the lab, man. We got a lot of work to do. We've got to prep for this competition. That's the way North America's scene right now is working. It's in its infant stages. It is brand new. North America, probably one of the smallest regions in terms of just raw competitors. So these teams are like, there's so much roster mania around these squads. They're playing with all the different friends, and they'll play in one tournament with a different roster than the main tournament. It's wild over there. But these teams come together and they say, all right, how do we succeed when some of these other squads, ESG, for example, have been playing together for a very long time. How do we succeed? How do we make it work? How do we build our chemistry? And what's so funny about Inc. is they brought a player that, yes, they've played with, like I was saying, Rostermania, but it's a player they competed against during regional finals. Grimmy was the team on the team that got third, the team that barely missed the mark, and it was a tiny margin. I'm talking like less than $1 million, which is a crazy margin. And so getting third place, frustrated, they go, Grimmy, you're a hero, dog. You 1v3'd, had one of the craziest clips we've ever seen. Come with us, and if we need you, we'll call on you. And they've called on him for this round, which is wild.
And, you know, that's why I consistently tell players, especially younger players who are competing, like, even if they don't win or qualify for the next stages, they should always play with all their heart. And the reason why, you never know who's watching and who wants to pick you up, right? Who did make it to the stage that you want to be on. In this case, right, for Grimmy, replacing Baby B, at least at the moment, giving him an opportunity to showcase what he can do on that stage. It's a big deal. It really is. Grimmy, like you said, fell just short, but now has an opportunity to still live his dreams and win the first Delta Force Invitational. But winning, that's going to be the long goal, right? Right now, the short goal is just to get the MandelBrick. That's going to be the ultimate goal for game number 2, round number 2, which is absolutely possible. Now, for the teams that did struggle, it's the teams that we just praised and highlighted and said were doing incredibly well in their first round of competition. It was STS, it was MG, the two teams that managed to successfully knock out Fiddle, as well as LEG, two teams that desperately wanted to be here. STS, MG, a lackluster game 1, but not a disaster necessarily for the future games. Sure. STS, a team that did start off strong alongside MG, but now they go into MandelBricks. And that's what gets fun, because STS just won their respective group with a double MandelBrick decode.
Well, and I want to be very clear about something. If history is going to repeat itself, this is not the case in every tournament I've ever casted, but here at the DFI LAN, if you get a MandelBrick, you're a top 2 team. There has not been a single team to get third that has a MandelBrick. If you have had a MandelBrick in any of the games we've played, you are a top two team for that round. And so MandelBricks, yes, they're important. They are everything in this matchup right now. The only stakes of this round, it's not an elimination round, the only stakes are being a top 2 team. If you get a MandelBrick in this next round, history is saying, paper is saying, you are making it to the finals. You are making it to the stadium. Get the MandelBrick. It is everything. Protect your loot, whatever, that's fine. Third gets you nothing. You could get third, you could get 6th. It does not change anything. It is only top 2. Now, folks, we are taking a very short pause here in terms of getting into the game. There has been some issues. We're just double checking everybody's got an even playing field, so they're gonna do some inspections, make sure it's all good to go, get it all sorted out, and then we'll hop into the game as fast as humanly possible. Yep. So yes, we are the yappers, we are the talking heads. We've been with you all day. Yesterday was an 11-hour broadcast. You gotta go back and watch some of those games, man. Group stages were insane. Upper bracket round 1, where
some of these games we've ever seen.
Some of these teams came from that upper bracket round. Yes. Oh my gosh, it was wild.
Huge. You know, I go back to thinking about MandelBrick addicts. You know, locking in. I believe it was the first in upper bracket, if I'm not mistaken. It was the first MandelBrick that they were able to successfully encode. 9 eliminations.
It was on this round, yes. Bracket.
It was on this one, and it was 9 eliminations, and it was, I believe, from ESG side, I think, Fu Yang, who ended up making like this nasty flank.
Yeah, after the brick was decoded.
But he makes the nasty flank and nearly gets there. Like, I mean, I'm talking, he was within striking distance, but couldn't get the touch. But even before that, it was pure drama. I mean, teams nonstop pushing up. And that was the first time we really got to witness Skydie with the Tempest too, and like what the Tempest was truly made.
And it was cool to see the Tempest actually showcase why that operator is so valuable in a competition like this, because again, I've said this a couple times, but maybe you're just now tuning in, maybe you just woke up, who knows, wherever you are in the world, this is a truly global competition. But yeah, there was a patch update in terms of our tournament server. We played the regional finals, all of the qualification series on the patch before, and Tempest wasn't a part of that equation. And Aluru hadn't been buffed yet. So a lot of differences that people had to kind of adjust to going into the LAN, and we've seen Tempest be a huge factor. That game was one of the ones that stuck out the most, though, because it was the first time that we saw most of a lobby fighting over a decoding station.
Right.
5 out of 6 teams were holed up fighting around this decoding station on Brackish. They ended up going northeast side of the map to go for the decode. So anyways, it's a really fun one. I'm excited to get into this map because Brackish Round 2 traditionally has been a fiery map. There was one free brick, I think, on Brackish during group stages, but during everything else, Round 2 has been wild. And then you're right, if you're able to take the brick down south to Reservoir, there was obviously a wide open free brick in the last round that we just watched. So yeah, it'll be cool. But I think let's have that same conversation while we've got a moment, right? We talked about it last game and last round. Is this going to be one that everybody just slugs it out for every single brick, or will people play a little bit more conservative? Last round, we were like, I think they're going to kind of slug it out. And it was not the case at all. It was very, very slow. The freest brick I've ever seen in my life in Reservoir. I think for something like this, where there is no elimination, my guess is it is going to be a slugfest. Everybody's going to play for the MandelBrick because they know the math of what I just talked about, where if you get a MandelBrick, you're a top 2 team.
Yeah, it's a great point. I didn't even consider that, truthfully. It's not an elimination round.
Nothing to risk.
There's nothing to risk, literally. I mean, you can just continue to push full send, and if you do so, what do you risk it? Well, really nothing. The only thing you're doing is making it much more difficult for those teams that are truly trying to get top 2, like, for example, ESG, or, for example, Inc., GS. You kind of put them at a bit of a disadvantage. I think that's the play. I really do. That's a great point. Go ahead and full send it. Maybe even experiment a little bit with your operators. Granted, that is a bit riskier. That is a bit riskier. We're
experimenting with our rosters, apparently, right?
That's
why not?
crazy.
That's
great. But if it pays off.
And Grimmy, it's like, Grimmy, you flew all the way out here to be our sub. Like, give him an opportunity, man. I like it. It's cool to see Grimmy on the stage.
Yeah,
this is a wild take, but I will be devil's advocate for myself. Are you ready? Here's the other thing that we don't get to talk about often with these competitions. We have also seen a lot of Game 4, Round 4 endings in these matches, which means second place is determined by loot value.
Yes.
So there is both sides of the coin based on how strong the teams are.
That's right.
Based on who gets the first brick. But for this first brick, it's got to be a slugfest. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, we haven't had a Game 6 yet, which is pretty wild. Not a single Game 6. We've had
respecters, man.
Which is great. Which looks, if you respect the time, I love you to death. 2 series ended in Game 4.
Yep,
and then 2 series ended in Game 5. We've had a total of 4. Which one will it be this time? Will it be 4? Respect the time. ESG.
You're going to make an early prediction now?
Oh, geez. I mean,
4, 5, or 6? What do you say?
Oh, just number-wise? I think you're going to be full send with the team.
Just number. How many games?
My heart wants to say 4, but my brain is going to say 5.
I was thinking 5 as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking 5.
Yeah. We'll see. Chat, we want to hear from you as well. We'll pull up the chat on our side, and I want to hear from you how many rounds. We're going to take a very short break in the booth while they're getting it all sorted. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Delta Force Invitational, Round 2, right around the corner.
It's only my 3rd day here, and once again, my equipment's been dampened by the thick, unshakable fog. The locals told me this used to be a thriving mountain city, until their exiled prince led the wolves in. Havoc built 2 Skynet server bases right here, at the heart of the city. Everyone says they want to save Asara, but the land beneath their feet has been bled dry under their endless salvation.
Today, this uplift has deepened into a rift, one that seems impossible to bridge. But together, we will overcome. Together, we will rise. 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 Together Large-scale climate control technology, once envisioned as a tool to end droughts and wildfires across the globe, has now been weaponized into an instrument of destruction. It's as if, in our pursuit of energy from the atom, we have forged a Damascus blade.
Bring the bounty and I'll bring the body. That's my code. Enjoy your meal. Time to get to work.
Landon Harris, codename Raptor, role Recon. Former GTI operator, Raptor was the head of intelligence for GTI North America before leaving to pursue a career as a bounty hunter. As an operator, Raptor has an in-depth understanding of information warfare and intel acquisition, specializing in his use of drones, with his Silverwing drone capable of marking and tracking the location of all hostiles in its field of view. His equipment includes WingCam, a small camera drone that can autonomously lock onto and track enemy personnel, transmitting images to the user's combat terminal in real time. Its small size provides it with excellent stealth, making it particularly suitable for surveillance missions, missions indoors, or urban environments.
Moments ago, GTI called us shameless thugs, accusing us of using violence to infringe upon the rights of the Asaran people, even calling for the closure of Tide Prison. Well then, GTI, let me ask you this. When Havoc was healing the sick with Relink, who bombed the new Tower of Babel? When Havoc built Zero Dam to end drought in Asara, who broke the dam? When Havoc revived Asara's economy by building a space program, who brought down the Spire, shattered Skynet, and unleashed wildfires upon this land? Tell me, GTI, do these actions not constitute violence? Are these not the actions of shameless thugs? Should the people of Asara not be outraged? Asara cannot lose Tide Prison. The world cannot survive without unyielding order. The guilty must stand trial.
Cross is rallying his prison guards for a full purge of the Raven's faction. Infiltrate their ranks and eliminate the Raven. Stay sharp. Don't compromise yourselves.
Awaiting orders, sir. Let the fight Destruction in death.
Welcome back to the 2025 Delta Force Invitational. We are on LAN, and because of that, we had a little bit of tech issue. We got it all figured out, and the players are about to load in to round 2 of the upper bracket, round 2. I am really pumped about this one, man. It's an opportunity for 2 teams to make it straight to the finals, and we are just into game 2 of this matchup. I'm pumped. It's a MandelBrick round, man. We're headed to Brackish.
That's it. MandelBrick, Brackish. What more could you ask for? First MandelBrick when it comes to this specific series. And the question is, who wants it the most? The last time we watched the MandelBrick be fought for was STS, who got it for free. This time I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. But to go back to your point, just to reiterate, this is not an elimination round. Top 2 do move forward to finals, yes. But overall, nobody's going home. You can risk it for the biscuit. You could send yourself full send into a fight. And if you lose, okay, no worries. You still have a secondary chance, not only in the future mounts, but also in the future rounds, right? The last and final round. So I like that call. I really do. Go for it. Let's get explosive. Let's fully commit, because you quite literally have nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose. Obviously, playing in the next round is going to be difficult. It's another opportunity to bake top 2 to then get the final 2 spots, 2 finals. Of course, finals are going to be tomorrow. Finals not today, they are tomorrow, and they are in stadium with audience. Holy cow, it is going to be electric out there as we change locations and change it all up. But today, we still got a lot of work to do. We've got the rest of this matchup, the rest of this match, and then the next match, which is that last chance to make it into the finals. I think it's technically called lower round 2. I'm gonna start calling it last chance, right? Because that's what it is.
That's what it is.
It's the final 2 spots, 2 finals. But let's get there. We're getting into our MandelBrick round. We're talking about Brackish. We're talking about T1 spawns around Museum. We were talking about that before the break. We're also talking about Tower of Babel. When we start talking about some of those spawns and who can be where, I'd love to pull that back up, because when we look at the spawns, T1 spawns ESG. They pull it off rip against MG, and they end up wiping MG. A huge boon. ESG gets that key card, a massive one. But you will not see ESG in a tier 1 spawn going into Brackish. So it'll be really interesting to see what they're able to do here shortly, getting into a round where they're going to have a maybe slight disadvantage.
Yeah, a slight disadvantage, but you got to face adversity and get through it. I want to, by the way, point out, ESG yesterday, we were talking about their bad luck. They had terrible luck when it came to the spawns. They had terrible luck. They still managed to finish towards the top of their match and stuff, and then went on. Today they get blessed, right?
Yeah.
With the 5 million. I mean, it just makes up for it, and definitely would make up for things if this round 2 Brackish goes their way, which we're about to hop into. Ladies and gentlemen, we got everything fixed, and we are ready to go. Get your predictions in chat. Who's taking the first MandelBrick? Who will it be? Will it be Fallen, ESG, Inc., Gold, Silver, STS, or MG? All very talented rosters, all rosters aiming for one specific goal: to go to that packed stadium, to go to finals, compete for $500,000 at the first ever Delta Force Invitational, and it starts here and now on round 2 Brackish.
Let's get into it, man. I'm so pumped to see if fortune will favor the bold as per the usual, or not as per the usual, depending the way things go. Again, you think back in the history of this competition, round 2, when I say fortune favors the bold, who's gonna grab the MandelBrick first and start the decoding? Day 1, the team that did that usually succeeded. Today, absolutely not the case. We'll see which way it goes in our very first MandelBrick round of this series. Here we go. Here's our T1 spawns. We've got, looks like STS. Wow, STS and FN pick up the primary spawns. And this is really interesting. When we think back to group stages, FN also got a primary spawn, a T1 spawn, on this very round. And if you remember, they set a trap around the MandelBrick for, I think it was like 8 minutes. No one ended up grabbing it. They're able to find it and eventually get the brick. So we'll see if they're able to repeat that same success going into this round that they did in the group stages.
Gonna be fun for sure. Getting that MandelBrick out early traditionally leads to the most success. Holding on tight to it traditionally leads to, well, less success. That's it, right? Museum. Will it be FN, STS to take it for themselves? We'll find out very, very shortly as the teams start to set up. And I do think grabbing it early is not going to be easy. With FN set up and STS also set up defensively, we could have a stagnant fight for quite some time.
Yeah, Two teams around the MandelBrick. Let's take a look at our operators. Let's take a look at our gear. Some solid gear across the board. But the teams that are bringing in gold, ESG, because of how much loot value they're able to pull, are coming in all with gold. This is going to be an advantage because remember, in round 2, gold ammo cannot be bought. A key factor that ESG is going to have an advantage in this round that only a couple other solos on other squads will share.
Gold silver on your screen. You notice tiptoeing their way forward. The reason why is because they're going to be making an attempt for the MandelBrick themselves in just 40 or so seconds. But they've got some good company. Two teams of FN and STS. Again, for Flarich, they do set themselves up. Flarich is going to be deadly if anybody chooses to move in.
Yeah, and we can keep talking about these operators, man. I mean, we see 4 Alurus as expected. Aluru, a key operator when it comes to operations, especially with the recent buff. So 4 out of 6 of these teams will be running that. We see a Hatclaw as well. Certainly one of the favorite operators early in these tournament series. A lot of information gathering tools. Overall, weapons looking fairly standard, what we've been watching for the last several series. The MandelBrick, it has 2 minutes and 45 seconds before it spawns in, and that timer has elapsed. So the patience from a couple of these teams would be rewarded. But as per the usual, as they did in the group stages, FN has set up a trap. I can't imagine they move for this MandelBrick anytime soon. They're going to sit here with this line of sight and just wait and see if anybody goes into their trap. It's STS closest, but it's gold silver that could play the backside of their building if they're not careful. As you pay attention to that mini-map, gold silver, obviously in yellow, could come around the back, could come around the low side, and could sneak up to the brick. And it is actually ESG in the pink that's technically on the mini-map as well. A lot of teams waiting and potentially waiting to pick up a team that grabs the MandelBrick and tries to run for the hills.
And look off in the distance, top right, Inc. from North America, also looking to get into the mix.
Oh my gosh.
4 teams wrapped around the MandelBrick, wrapped around Museum. ESG not too far behind either. Now, the interesting thing about Inc., though, is they have been known to be quite an aggressive roster. And I hope nobody from their team makes the play call and says, you know what? Full send to get in there. And just take it and steal it. Just run as quickly as you can. You do that, Flarich. He's going to be the tip of the spear here for Fallen to mow him down.
ESG picking up the Blue Eagle, should get some loot from that. They're basically playing, hey, if anybody grabs the brick and gets out, we'll shoot them, but they're not getting too close. They're just setting up a trap on the hotel side because of the spawns that they were given. All 5 teams playing around the MandelBrick right now, everybody except for MG. MG going back to what they did during group stages, which was loot up as much as they can. They've got the Tower of Babel spawn, so they said, all right, fine, we'll just loot this entire POI. You should see MG be the top of the leaderboard when it comes to loot value if they decide to stay there and let the rest of these teams fight it out for the MandelBrick. Inc. has made it into Museum, and they're going to play on the low side of Museum for now. We'll see if they can get anybody in their crosshairs and potentially start this thing off with a bang.
Once it starts, you can't stop it. Once the bullets start flying, I think everybody's going to reposition and try and capitalize off of the chaos. Kills all from Inc. Be just below. Again, for Inc., they just want to be in the area. Necessarily want to make a move on the MandelBrick just yet. You simply can't.
Yeah, look, last time we saw Fallen set this trap, there was nobody in a country mile of the MandelBrick.
Right.
They were all playing around the decoding stations. So they waited and waited and waited, and then grabbed it. This time, the trap is set. And no one is moving for it yet, but everyone is in the area. Fallen could say the same thing that they did last time, which is, all right, nobody went for it, I guess we'll grab it.
Right.
And if they jump out, STS is going to shoot them in the head.
Yeah. I think the only difference here is they are acutely aware STS is in the area. But maybe not. We've said that before. Fully thinking a team is setting up a trap or gatekeeping another, only for them to move directly into the bush or the cover, wherever the other team is at, and they had no idea to get mowed down. So I assume Flarich knows, but maybe there is a chance he doesn't. I tell you what I am surprised about, Goj, is Gold Silver hasn't moved in just yet. I thought for sure they were going to try and at least take some real estate around it because they don't necessarily know. There's probably going to be 2 teams there. They don't necessarily know it's going to be 3 or 4, right?
Well, and I think the key for Gold Silver is based on the spawn that they got, they're actually going to play this low right side of the map to try to pick somebody up that tries to sprint towards Reservoir. Again, if you're looking at the map, you can see where the decoding stations are, or at least where you could head towards to getting there, right? And so those decoding stations, there's 3 on the north side usually, and there is 3 currently on the north side, kind of. There's 1 technically in museum, so not really north, center of the map, but either way, 3 to the north side of where the brick spawns, and only 1 to the south side. So you could head all the way down to Reservoir, but if you do, you are taken down by GS.
There is a bit of a lull, just to reiterate. The reason why we're watching this so intently is the MandelBrick is so important. You decode 1 brick, you reach match point. You are eligible to close out your group. We have 6 total maps, however, or 6 total rounds, I should say. However, it can end in 4 rounds if 2 MandelBricks are decoded by the same team. And that will guarantee your spot as the #1 team in your respective group, and therefore, in this case, moving on to the finals. We take a look at the overhead. ESG off in the distance to the left. They've been there for quite some time. Took down the Blue Eagle a little bit earlier. STS still dead center. Ink's been moving around down low. Gold Silver on the outskirts, looking potentially for somebody to extract with the MandelBrick.
Easy just got a read on where at least 4 operators are in the area, so he knows everybody's just in a stalemate right now. This is reminiscent of North American regional finals. This is reminiscent of how slow things have been played in the past. We haven't seen it as much here in LAN, but with the stakes extremely high in terms of how valuable this first brick can be, with the stakes being that the top 2 teams make it to the finals, an extremely slow map to start things off. It'll be blown wide open here shortly. But the first 10 minutes almost, the first 9 minutes of this map have been silent. Not a bullet fired. And the only thing firing around are these Aluru missiles. Great timing from production. ESG just trying to get any info they can with any information gathering tools that they have their hands on. And based on their operator choices, the only information gathering tools they have is that Aluru missile.
Honestly, Goj?
What's up?
Only 10 minutes remaining. Nobody still to make a move on the MandelBrick. There is a chance, excuse me, that there's just simply not enough time. Nobody gets it.
Also, I don't know what MG's doing right now. I mean, I don't mean this as like super negative. It's just kind of like, they've got to know that they haven't even heard footsteps of the other team that spawns down here. So why not move around and just loot as much as you possibly can in the Tower of Babel? They should be sprinting around the Tower of Babel, getting as much loot as possible. Now, we have all the info. They do not have it, okay? I understand that. But they also know that the MandelBrick has not been grabbed in 10 minutes. They've got to have a mostly free and clear POI. Even if you're not sprinting, go loot. They have 600K in total assets, and they've had the Tower of Babel to themselves for 10 minutes.
Yeah, that could have been... They could have been well up there, right? It is pretty wild that they have stayed as silent as they have.
Good grief.
My goodness. Less than 10 minutes remain. And typically the fights for the MandelBricks, let's say they are fighting and it's not given away for free, take, upwards of 10 minutes. At this point, we might not even have anybody taking a MandelBrick from this game. Finally, the first shots will ring out. Quite literally, that is the first time someone has been shot at. It was Chan testing the water, seeing who was up in the window, getting some information. He'll back up and join his roster. And I think now the teams start to get a little bit antsy, Goj. So much time has passed. I want to get active.
Bro, I'm getting antsy. As much as I, from an entertainment standpoint, am thinking, somebody make a move. It's like strategically, with the way the trap has been set up here, if any of these teams have the information that we did, they would know that if you make the first move, you're dead.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to make the first mistake. It's going to happen eventually. It's just a matter of who. The things that I'm most surprised about is that MG, okay, finally, it looks like they figured it out. They're at 1.8 mil now, 1.9 mil. They were at 600K like a minute and a half ago, okay? This is what I was talking about. When you get Tower of Babel to yourself, you get a ton of value. They're being very strategic. They're playing really slow inside the Babel. They don't know that they are alone, but they should be at the top of our leaderboard at the end of this match if no one gets the MandelBrick because of how much time they have. I actually picked up a nice camera there, red item, that I didn't see pop up on main, but so they're gonna slowly creep up this leaderboard. Ink did pick up some decent loot as well. We saw a stopwatch or the normal watch popped earlier. It's like a 225K item. But, I mean, good grief, man. This is the slowest round we've had on land yet by a mile.
Definitely so. There's nothing that compares. Yeah, I really don't think the MandelBrick's going to get picked up, Ghosh. I simply don't. It's almost like this round just didn't even happen. I mean, it's going to impact the standings a little bit when it comes to assets obtained. Maybe some eliminations will come in the final 8 or less minutes, but well, crazy.
Somebody's got to make a move.
You say that.
I mean, somebody's got to make a move. We're at least going to fight around an extraction point, regardless of the MandelBrick. I mean, the team's got to move very soon, no matter what. But this is unprecedented. The last time I saw a map this slow, I broke out into a British accent.
Don't do it. And
started talking about the weird brockish rats in a National Geographic voice.
Oh Lord.
So I'm not gonna emulate David Attenborough right now, but
hard to do.
Yeah, nobody can, but I certainly.
I just don't want you to do it. And the reason why I don't want you to do it, Coach,
you don't have to break it down. It's okay.
No, listen, brother, because me and I try to do a British accent, it just goes everywhere.
Gotcha. Okay.
Get some Australian in there. Get some country.
I really, as much as you don't want me to do it, I don't want you to do it either. So. Okay. Well, 6.5. Okay. By the way, there's 20 minutes on the clock when we start rounds like this. What have we had? 3 bullets fired.
Literally.
In 14 minutes.
3 bullets fired at enemies.
At a player, yeah. At a real player. MG, unfortunately, not a great payday from Tower of Babel. I think they were a little too timid, a little too scared, and maybe a hair unlucky. 1.9 mil coming out of the Tower of Babel to go join the stalemate. Okay, STS is leaving. They said, well, we can't make a play for the MandelBrick, so we're going to head to the north. And probably either play for the extraction up there or just try to loot on their way. I mean, the only thing that they're protecting is the gear they brought in. They have hardly any loot to speak of. Okay, let's be very clear about something, too. You said the MandelBrick wouldn't be picked up, and I think that's not a bad call because it is a 4-minute timer to decode a MandelBrick. If somebody's going to pick it up, they have to plant the MandelBrick. They have to start the decode of this MandelBrick in the next 75 seconds starting now.
Right now.
They have 75 seconds to start the decode.
You know, funny enough, though, MG, who's currently in last place based off the standings, just based off of the loot they were able to get uncontested New Tower of Babel, might jump up to top 4 and close the gap between themselves and honestly get even pretty close to maybe even breaking into top 2. They won't based off of their current amount. What, 6.23? It'll put them pretty close to top 4.
Dude, I don't even care. I'm gonna be honest. What are we doing right now? Yeah, STS, they're getting out. Or at least sending one player out. Gam Dang is the one actually leaving. STS sends one out with all of their loot. The other 2 stay to play spoiler. Nobody is grabbing the brick. No one will get the brick this round. We have to grab it right this very second. We got a museum. We finally have a fight, but the MandelBrick is off the table. The first shot do ring true, and we've seen one down, but Envy has answered back. Gonna have to get Drake, does get the reload off, but not a lot of health. See you later, ESG with another wipe. ESG wipe MG for the 2nd time in a row. The first shots ring out. No one grabs the MandelBrick. No one will decode the MandelBrick for the very first time at DFI LAN history.
Well, Gold Silver needs to get out. They were a team that I believe had the AWHR earlier, but shots are fired. Gold Silver is going to be fully wiped. Uzbishka as well as HR will get out of there. STS also getting a player extracted. And for Gold Silver, staying on the outskirts as long as they did, losing everything they came in with.
Yeah, Gold Silver was playing around that extraction point. As much as we were focused on the MandelBrick timer, that extraction timer got dangerously low. And so you saw them win the fight, fall and win the fight against Gold Silver. And in the fight, they're in the extraction zone. 2 of them get out as well. Now, they have no loot. There's nothing that they've earned, and they leave Flourish behind to potentially loot those bodies. But here's another angle. STS finds it against Ink. That's Killzall down and Killzall cleaned up. Ink, a quiet round for them as well at around 1 million, and they lose a player. It is a 2v2. STS sent one out the north, and 2 stayed. And now it's a 2v2 against North America's finest.
He hit. On your screen. Ooh, too easy. Nice shots. Beams. E hit from the head glitch. Can we get another onto Chan Chan? We'll decide to go ahead and evacuate the premises. 2 easy peeks. A little bit too late. Chan Chan just wants to maintain his life. But just like game number 1, over on Zero Down, it's ESG leading the charge.
Yeah, nice find, by the way. ESG finding a fossil down at the helipad. I'm telling you, all that luck that they've been building up from the group stages is finally coming to a head. Big pickup for them. Continue to add to their loot total, picking up all of MG. Anything that was not stuffed in a safe box from the Tower of Babel is theirs, and they find that fossil. Maybe that fossil, I didn't see a fossil get picked up from the Tower of Babel. I was gonna say maybe that fossil is just an exchanging of hands.
No, I thought I saw their assets obtained actually go up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, good call.
So I think it was.
But both of these 2 teams that were fighting each other do get the revives on their own teammates. So back to a full team of 3 for Ink. Flarich is into the Tower of Babel to potentially try to get out of here. There were 2 ID tags on the ground. He could go through the Tower of Babel extraction, actually. I don't even think about it.
Hold up. Chan Chan's back for revenge. Too easy. Took down 2 members from STS a little bit earlier. And Chan Chan, 1v3 potential. He hit great shots. Chan Chan will have some help.
No.
Also take out Grimmy.
No.
The only last one alive is going to be Killzall, who has been known to pull off some amazing plays. But Chan Chan, ready to go. Triple blaster out. E hit to his left. Killzall trying to make a miracle happen. Flarich is going to pick up an item for 383K. That's going to be beneficial, of course. Chan Chan up close, pushing up, flames are in. But Killzall is gone. E hit gets the wipe.
What a wild map. Ink get full wiped. MG full wiped. All after the MandelBrick is just sitting there and no one can pick it up or do anything with it and don't have time to decode it. Ink out with 800 or so K in safe boxes. MG out with around 1.3 mil in safe boxes likely. STS send one out for like, I don't know, $500,000 maybe. The other 2 stay on the map and go play spoiler and wipe all of Ink. A 2v3 goes to the side of STS. We're trying to reverse the tides as ESG with the most loot again all get out. ESG have a 100% extraction rate for all of their players. And in the final 6 seconds, STS has nothing else to do besides to throw things in their bag. And Flarich, a lot of the same. Did not end up getting out via the top side of the Tower of Babel. And because of that, Flarich only gets what he has in his safe box. I'm gonna be honest, that was a weird one, folks. Thanks for tuning in for it. Some nice fights towards the end. But the biggest stalemate, the biggest game of chicken I have ever seen, especially in this competition. Wild map number 2.
Yeah, a lot of firsts for you, actually. Based off of really the last group to this group, this time you don't get anybody who really tries to make a play. MandelBrick, we hype it up, and rightly so. Nobody wants to go for it. Then also, you go back to the last group. Well, the MandelBrick was taken, but nobody was able to put it down for extraction, and it gets burned and gets goals for the reset. So, I don't know. Today is just one of those days, but it is an elimination day. It is an elimination day, so maybe today is, I don't know, the opportunity to get everything out of the way, right? Get everything out of the way.
Look, I'm also at a loss for words, frankly, because
I just wish we had more.
That was, well, the problem is, this is the thing. When we talk about these maps and the way they play out, traditionally speaking, we always say, well, they could have done this, they should have done that. Or why did nobody contest the MandelBrick when it was put at Reservoir? And the answer was the way the map played out. There were isolated fights all over the map, and because of that, nobody could get there. This time around, there were 0 fights. And because of that, everybody knew that everybody's just staring at the MandelBrick at the fountain. And when everybody's staring at the MandelBrick, you know that if you move first, you are making the first mistake. And so just the way the map played out, it was just the way the spawns were, it was just the way the players ran and never interacted with each other, that everybody was just staring there going, well, we're not trying to scam, so we're going to leave after staring at this thing for 15 minutes and hoping somebody else does. These are elite competitors, and they all know if they move first, they die. Yeah. So they all wait, and then with nobody moving, they said, well, nobody can get the MandelBrick. Let's now try to leave, and then finally there are fights around those extraction points.
Like, nobody wants to be the martyr. Like, who wants to push up and then like, oh, there they are, finally, but you're giving information to the other team. You go out there, Flare Rich. That was the main one we continue to look at. He had a direct line of sight directly onto the MandelBrick. You go for the, let's say, maybe he misses his shot somehow, some way. You go to leave, well, there's going to be another team looking at you. And then let's say you do get out of Museum. Now you've got, Gold Silver, who's also waiting for you to leave if you go south. Like, there just wasn't a win conditioner, wasn't a win standard for going up early and getting the MandelBrick. Like you said, that's just sometimes the way it plays out. They are elite competitors, and they want to maximize their chances for a top 2 spot.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too. Funny enough, this is best case scenario for ESG. They already had a 5 mil lead going into this round. They then also win the round, not only getting a wipe, but also getting a ton of loot from that. I mean, they ended up almost 4 mil out of kind of nowhere because they were able to get that wipe and get the extra loot that they got towards the end. That fossil helps, of course, too. So ESG is sitting pretty. I mean, they're probably going to have, I don't know, like a 7 mil lead going into round 3, which is not a MandelBrick round. So they're going to maintain that lead. They could go in with their best gear and probably still be in the lead unless somebody gets insanely lucky in the Tower of Babel. So there's kind of a lot going on, and it's a very different round than any other round, any other series we've seen on land thus far. And ESG has a huge advantage right now.
Huge advantage indeed. FN also able to extract a...
What highlights?
Well, let's look. The MandelBrick was spotted. That's kind of it. A lot of our highlights is going to come down to the last 5 minutes. There it is. Fight started, ended up taking place. And really, it was STS who was one of the rare teams to get into a fight and ultimately win, albeit it wasn't easy. This is going to be one of those moments where ESG does move up and are successful in taking down MG, despite Envy, mind you, putting out some wonderful shots, but a beautiful 2-piece coming out from Leon from the ESG side. Of course, for FN in this moment from HR, fighting for the extraction. HR with the 2, he gets out of there. That was a big moment in a game that didn't have many of them.
And that couldn't have been closer. Did you see that timer? The extraction was at like half a second when that team finally got wiped and none of them get out in a cool final moment. It was hilarious to look at our highlight package, and it started at 15 minutes and then it jumped to 4.5 minutes. That really was that name of that game. Everybody was just sitting there waiting, patient, and then too patient, and then we had to leave. Here's a look at the round 2 results. They were calculated very quickly for obvious reasons. 3 kills for the side of ESG. Technically not the top fraggers, though. STS were the top fraggers with their kills on Ink, and they got a solo kill earlier. So a nice pickup for STS, but it is all ESG all day. That's 3.7 mil extracted with. They all got out. They're at 100% extraction rate, and they get the extra 1.2 mil from the kills. Every kill, 400K. These kill totals absolutely add up in terms of stash value.
The biggest thing to take away from here is Gold Silver finishes off with quite literally 0 of everything. They were in 2nd place, just behind that of ESG. With everyone else profiting, they're getting that much closer to catching up to Gold Silver, or even potentially pass them. Matter of fact, Ink is officially going to pass them. So Gold Silver will drop down to 3rd place, maybe even more, depending on the others, and of course when the scores are tallied. As far as damage goes, well, there wasn't a lot to take away from it, but it was STS walking away with the most. We watched their fights consistently against Ink, and, well, they were successful in taking them down. For ESG's sake as well, a wonderful fight a little bit earlier, and it's an FN. Again, not a lot ended up taking place, but a very, in my opinion, even though it was a lackluster round as far as like spectating goes, not a lot happening, I still feel it's incredibly valuable for the overall race for 2nd place because there is going to be some shakeups. So a round that seems like it was lackluster could be highly impactful, especially if we go to Game 6 and it comes down to the match earnings.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Obviously, some nice damage, like you mentioned, from STS. But here's a look at the best team overall. It was ESG, absolutely. They get a full team wipe. They get 3.7 mil in loot in total, and they all get out, man. This team is prioritizing their stash value. They're not trying to scam. They're not trying to get into a place. They don't get to priority spawn. That's okay. We're going to play nice and slow and then work our way down to the south side of the map and make sure we get out. And yet again, they wipe MG. That is back-to-back wipes, back-to-back extractions. ESG looking very strong, very composed, and playing as slow as they need to in order to get the success that they want. So a nice job there from ESG to be the best team in a very interesting round. And I want to kind of question who's going to be the round MVP, the game MVP. Probably one of these guys, or actually, I bet it's one member of our STS friends who had the most kills as a total of 4 kills.
I think it was E-Hit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I
like
want
E-Hit.
E-Hit might be it.
He got a two-piece.
I like guessing. We'll see. And Taylor knows ball. Yeah, he got 3 kills overall and got the assist, so he was engaged in
Call me the prophet, baby.
All 4 of their kills. Now, you're just good at reading, dog. You have a library card. 567 damage, 3 OKD. Very well done from E-Hit, and good reading of our screen here.
That's right, I can read, and I'm so good at it. Hey, well done from E-Hit. He's been a guy that I feel, again, for him, E-Hit and Chan, that's the duo. And then you have Gamdong, who obviously does very, very well, or Gamdang, excuse me, with his team. But like all 3 together work really, really well. But Chan, E-Hit typically is like that duo that can stay together and decimate rosters. It's nice to see E-Hit finally take the stage front and center and be the leading example of what slaying for his roster could be.
Yeah, it was funny. I was paying attention to our chat while we were transitioning, and somebody in chat said not even Q9 could have gotten that MandelBrick. That was a wild one.
Oh, I don't think so.
I totally agree. there was no opening anywhere. Right. Every angle was covered. It was a crazy, crazy game, but I'm excited to go back to Brackish without a MandelBrick. Let's listen back, though, on the comms from that last round and see what people were talking about.
我是了，我已经进来了，
已经进去了吗？
啊，
啊，就这一波砸，一要走就不能拿抓，就是他们就是，我们有那啥呀？啊，我知道，他们的意思是这样子。博士楼进去了，已经没人啊。对，门口没人，左边少啥东西，左边有标点，左边有标点。来得及，3分钟，来得及，来得及还是来不及？来得及。OK， 别，有人，到人肯定是有人，来，
倒了一个。 我休假
，2个，不是一滴血，这个一滴血跳的，拉，去拉，
直接就，我一追，没人走，
有钱吗？滴滴，
我拿不下，挺
厉害的。我已经好久没有见过第2把专局流专。
Well, a nice job from ESG. And again, frankly, really good comms, especially with the aggressiveness of making sure to convey likely he's one shot. That's what it sounded like to me. At least that's what I would be saying. Even MG, all next to each other on the leaderboard for the most part. So we turn our eyes to the next round, Taylor.
Next round, indeed, it's going to be an airdrop round, an opportunity to get your loot up, maybe AWM, more importantly, rise yourself up the ranks, which is incredibly close at the top for second place anyways. Look at ESG, E, Gold, Silver, as well as MG. Now, these are going to be the teams who are having a chance at priority spawn. But why is that a big deal? Well, now they're not going to have that opportunity going into the next MandelBrick round when we go into Space City. Something to take note of in the future. But for the Tower of Babel down low, it's going to be ESG, STS Fallen, or Inc. potentially having those spawns, which could be big. Now, if ESG is down there, the rich is only going to get richer.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call out. ESG could get one of those Tower of Babel spawns, which would be huge. Again, getting a T1 spawn right now is pretty much bad news. Museum, pretty solid loot, of course, and being in the middle of the map, usually a decent boon. But when a map has a Tower of Babel, which is easily the most high value loot, it's where we've seen all of the high value loot come from for the most part on this map. We'd rather be there to be able to play for it. Traditionally speaking, too, we actually don't see that fight in the Tower of Babel break out that often because that POI is so dang big. But let's look at our operators. Any big call-outs from you, Taylor? Yep. I think, obviously, everybody's used a Hat Claw at least.
Yeah, Hat Claw, but also Luru. Remember, going into game number 2, we were mentioning how nobody had used a Luru. Now 4 have been used. I'm expecting a Luru to come back into play in our map number 3.
I think they might save him for map 4. This is not a MandelBrick.
Or sorry,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
apologies.
yeah.
Map 4, well, yeah, because MandelBrick, you want your Allure there for information gathering.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see probably a couple Noxes this next round. People kind of want to not get him out of the way. He's actually pretty good for some of these team fights where there's less of an objective to fight around. I mean, airdrop, sure, but the rest of the fights are not going to happen around a MandelBrick, for instance. Pretty solid for running flanks, not a bad option. Obviously, a ton of Virons still available, which is really interesting. More people favoring the D-Wolf because he has great zoning capabilities. That triple blaster, extremely useful for zoning off a specific area of the map, obviously. If they're behind cover, you can blow them up to pieces. Viron, a lot of the same, just can't quite throw it as far. That magnetic bomb is strong, but it can't go as far as this triple blaster, obviously. Yep. So that's my expectation. Assault operators with smokes, and then of course Allure, who has a ton of value in his kit. But I want to see more Cenivas too. I
think we'll see him here.
There's been some fun moments with Cenivas to help the team make a play. I've always said this, and the players mostly agree, not everybody, but a lot of players agree. Ceniva is super valuable in some of the MandelBrick rounds because you're able to get information by walking out into a hallway peeking without risking getting your head blown.
Yeah,
right?
I think, yeah.
So, and being able to play some of this corridor as well. But he doesn't have as much equipment that D-Wolf, Hatclaw, even Toxic with the drones can use. That's kind of like you gotta play support with Ceniva. So anyway, interesting comp, interesting strategy. We'll see what they do in round 3 where there's not a MandelBrick.
I think Ceniva's going to be burned here in round 3. That's what I'm personally thinking. You go back to Zero Dam witnesses Ceniva. I think it's going to be the same thing here as well. We look at our team rankings, and I mentioned gold, silver, potentially dropping down to 3rd. Well, no, all the way down to 5th. My goodness. Even though it was a round where not a lot happened, because Gold Silver was fully wiped off the map, they ended up losing their loot, dropping down, and now trail 2nd place by over 2 million. Now for Fallen, this is a big come up. To get into 2nd place now is huge, right? Because Fallen, for example, like they dominated their matches, we've been saying, but then last place when it came to playing these very teams, a lot of these very teams that they're competing against again. Now they've learned their lesson and they're coming back even stronger, but the night is still young. Yeah, we've got 4 more maps. Now that first MandelBrick was completely burned, done and dusted, I think we're going 6 maps at this point. I think that has to be the new prediction.
Yeah, I mean, we can't go 4, that's for sure. And to go 5, you're 100% right, would require a team to go back-to-back getting that MandelBrick. I think 6 is absolutely in the cards. With a wild map 2, we go to map 3 and plan accordingly. It's time for Brackish. And of course, T1 spawn's not ideal. Now, some people were asking, what's on their heads, Goj? What's on their foreheads right now? It's a cooling pack. You got to stay cool on stage, man.
I still want to try one.
I know, we need to try one. I don't think we can wear it on our faces while we're casting, but we could. I mean, they're doing it on stage. Why not?
Yeah, I got a big old forehead, man. I bet you that thing wouldn't even cover my forehead, bro. This hairline's been going back each and every year. What is going on, bro? If it's not me roasting me, it's going to be you, bro. I can't escape it.
You're going to roast yourself so I don't have to do it?
Well, you're still going to do it either way. It's just a glutton for punishment, man. But those little pads, seriously, I want to try one. I really do.
We'll figure that out.
Let's see what it's like. What is it like? What are we... you don't want me to try one.
Shaking my head, man. They're ready for practice. They're ready for round 3. Time to get that loot up. We're going to head down to the stage and listen to some comms before we hop into the game.
要不就是我觉得我有机会就是我先动，或者是对枪前来，就是这么两种情况。我要找机会的时候，你俩就先下一下。我假如我在塔里，我可能会直接走到。
先说一下我们走位啊，还是我刷完卡之后我去，但我刷完卡之后我抢不到左边那个台阶上呀。
抢的，
我去抢。
你抢左边台阶上，然后你是走右边的。
我是不管活在哪。
如果说活绿区，我就抢机房嘛，我直接去机房后。
机房不好抢嘛。
我说的是就是你们站下来，然后给我信息，给我反馈。只要对面敢跟你对抢，那我就全部对。就知道，就等我。
Alrighty, time for Brackish. Ready to load in. Players loading in as we speak, folks. No MandelBrick, but we got airdropped. In the first one, got a lot of loot. The second one, Shoot, buddy. Got that AWM. Obviously worth a lot, but insanely valuable. One-shot headshot. Super, super valuable for your team, especially on those MandelBrick rounds. Watch out for the AWM. If it gets picked up, likely it's going to be extracted with. It will send that player with the gun, with the ammo, and get out of the map. I like the play. It's been used many times, and we'll likely see it used again. But this time, Taylor, the last round was insanely slow. This time, though, likely fights happening around those airdrops. We don't have to wait until the extraction points. We can do it at the airdrop. We're going to see fights.
That's right. We should see fights. I mean, I've been waiting for them. Hopefully, they are going to be happening this time around. I think the big thing to take away, at least initially, is looking at the spawn points. Who's not going to have the priority spawns going into the next one? And that will be ESG and MG. That is big.
Again, they're fighting. Again, they get T1 spawns. They're the same people that got T1 spawns in round 1. MG and ESG about to come to a head again. MG cannot catch a break. Let's see if they can get some revenge in the middle of the map at Royal Museum. On the other side, STS and Inc. have the spawn down at the Tower of Babel. Inc. hasn't had a great spawn yet. This is one they're probably thankful for. They could play for a lot of loot here and try to continue to jump up this leaderboard, while GS is way up by themselves, or mostly by themselves, up on the northeastern side of the map. And I'll be very curious to see what happens around Museum here. And, well, it's a lot of the same. Bonnie cut down early from a distance means that ESG has a huge advantage. And yet again, are they thorn in MG's side?
You know, it's tough because we go back to when ESG was playing against STS, for example. And STS was going against ESG consistently, and that was a large reason why they didn't perform as well as they did in the upper bracket. This time, it's going to be MG taking the place of STS. You just simply cannot continue to challenge ESG in the fashion that you do. They're just too good of a roster.
Here they go. MG's got an angle over the top, but it gets spotted insanely low. And ESG's likely going to push this fight if they can find an angle for it. They know that player's low, and MD cut down. MG not on their heels anymore. They are crawling away, just trying to stay alive. Onigiri has 1 HP and a dream, and that dream is shattered. MG cannot catch a break. MG shut down immediately in round 3. Good grief, Taylor.
Yeah, it's tough. The rich get richer. We start to look at the operators, and I mentioned Saniva's potentially getting burned, and well, we do see that being the case. There's going to be 3. Inc. is going to take one MG, as well as gold, silver.
And we also have 4 Noxes, so we are at least somewhat knowledgeable about what people could choose. Burning some Noxes right now in round 3 makes a lot of sense. Saniva, sure, can utilize that to win some gunfights, and maybe not as valuable as some of the other operators that we need. We do see a Hat Claw being burned by STS. Stinger or 2, just 1 actually. Overall, about what we expected. Some toxic operators in here. In terms of gear, again, this is a round where you don't have to bring in gear. GS, gold, silver, look at they're the second line. I want you to pay attention to what you see. Nothing. Crazy Dog's just going to walk around with a shield and beat down NPCs until he can find a weapon and find some armor. Use bringing in nothing but a random chest rig you probably already found on the ground. So 2 players bringing in nothing. They are conserving their resources, and holy cow.
Oh my goodness.
Another key card, this time on the side of STS. That is a 5.3, almost a 5.4 mil key card for STS.
Look at his smile, by the way. Look at the smile.
Oh my gosh. An even bigger key card than what we saw from ESG in round 1. That's 2 big key cards pulled in the same series. What are we doing right now? The loot has been bumped, man. This is wild. Everybody looting up, getting some crazy stats, but STS, they needed some loot, and they're at 6.8 with that in total right now. That's the power of the Tower of Babel spawn in round 3.
And that puts them within striking distance of ESG. I want to say around 5 million. I say striking distance, but I didn't expect anyone to get close. STS needs to get that into the drop box or get out, because that is critical and puts them now comfortably in 2nd place.
And they're getting more, man. Tower of Babel is paying right now, and hopefully Inc. can find a little bit of that success as well. So far, I haven't seen Inc. pop up on the right yet. I see another 380 or so K item for that squad. STS, finally, their luck turning back around, mimicking the success that they had in the round that we saw just an hour or 2 ago.
We head up to the right side of the map, northeastern side of the map to be exact. Gold Silver is mostly alone up here. We've seen Fallen pop up with some decent loot as well. If you didn't pay attention on the map view, Fallen is going to be just off the screen on your mini-map. They're going to be in the Grand Hammam, north middle of the map. Gold Silver will take down Blue Eagles, should get some decent loot here. Let's see what they're able to get. So far, garbage, garbage, still garbage. Oh, nope, a radio. Okay, not great. Hopefully we can get something better later. But Oxygen is going to just slowly creep around. Gold Silver just getting back together again. ESG is completely won out of Museum, obviously, which is a nice boon for them. FN taking control of Grand Hammam, and then the two teams down in the Tower Battle. So some early engagements, but a slow fight. Well, I was about to say how slow it was going, but Ink peeks the corner with the Cenever operator. This is the value of that operator. They peek the corner, they get shots fired at them, but they don't lose an iota of health. That shield soaks it all up.
Has STS been able to depot the key card, or do they still have it on them?
No, they have it on them, but it's in a safe box, so they're chilling.
Oh, it's in a safe box, okay. I was about to say, man, because Ink can profit tremendously off this fight. They still can, like, don't get me wrong, but that key card puts STS in a very comfortable spot in second place. So Ink falling behind, losing this fight is going to be bad for the team of Ink. They have to win it.
Yeah, STS has probably all of their loot value in safe boxes right now. That's 5.5 mil just from the key card in a safe box, and it only takes up one slot. They got a crazy amount of room. I mean, it's a 3x3 amongst 3 players. That's 27 slots that you can put in your safe box.
Yep.
So STS is going to get that value no matter what. This is a win for them no matter what happens. They're just trying to make it as big of a win as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, an extra 1.2 million by wiping Ink. Yeah, we'll take that to the bank if they can. And you know, it's crazy because Ink was in 3rd place. They were just trailing behind that of Fallen for a second. That key card changed everything. Now, Chan-Chan's been known to make some moves, and he did so in the last game. He's looking to do exactly the same here. Both teams just skirting each other, but nobody wanting to make a move just yet. We take a look at our overhead map on the right-hand side. We do have Fallen, who's going to be
airdrop
over at Brackish. You mentioned the airdrop. They're going to have priority on it. The question is, will ESG look to make a move as they're still in Museum? They don't necessarily need to get up there for the airdrop, but we know ESG is greedy, and they will be moving up.
Yeah, greedy, bold, or bored. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of those 3, and they're going to go get involved. They've got room on the leaderboard to work with, man. Obviously, they don't know that a giant key card was picked up by STS, but they've got a 10 mil lead going into this game. They're going to go get involved. They feel like they are the best team on the map. Why not play? Now, off screen, there it is on screen now. The fight is eventually broken out in the Tower of Babel, and Killzall has been taken down. It is going to be a 2v3 in the Tower of Babel, and I can only imagine STS is going to push the equation. They have nothing to lose in this game. They already have a crazy amount of loot.
And when we talk about on main screen, you have Fallen, ESG fighting for the first airdrop. That'll be dropping in about 10 seconds. A big hold from Fallen is needed. They started this game in second place. They won't be there. Shots fired. Ink stays up. Chan-Chan can't get the shots connected that was needed, but it doesn't mean the fight's over with yet. They're going to be going for it, and I do notice Fallen is going to go for a quick pickup on the airdrop right in front of ESG's face. The smoke offering concealment. We focus back onto STS versus Ink.
HR the one looting, but they found the angle. Easy goes down. It's going to come down to Grimmy, who's running Cenever. Little to no use as a solo. They're just going to hunt their prey. He's going to block whatever he can, but it's not going to matter. A little bit of a knockdown. He's just love tapping him and trying to run for his life. Grimmy in a world of hurt. The sub comes in and unfortunately gets punished for it. Ink in a bit of a blender, but again, this is a non-MandelBrick round. They didn't come in with a crazy amount of loot. They were trying something in the Tower of Babel. They get a little unlucky with the amount of loot they find. STS gets all the luck. They also get the first blood, and they also get the team wipe.
Perfect scenario, isn't it? Perfect scenario. STS such a tremendous round already, and who knows how far they can continue to go. We've lost 2 teams. ESG eliminated MG off the rip at Museum. Ink just taken down in front of your eyes over at the Tower of Babel at STS. Now let's focus on the next airdrop, which will be coming in, you would have to think, relatively soon. The question is where? The first airdrop was gathered a little bit earlier from the team of Fallen, right in front of ESG, who is now broken free and went over towards Cherrytown down low. Flarich still maybe disseminating a couple
right.
of the items that they had a little bit earlier, but that's 400K. They were able to get. Everything matters at this point in time, especially given the fact that unbeknownst to them, STS, all the way up to 8.5.
Yeah, after those wipes too, that's another 1.2 mil that would be added after on our leaderboard because of the kills. So yeah, really big stuff here. Now, if we didn't notice, there's another team joining the likes of the Tower of Babel. That's going to be Gold Silver. Remember, they started as your town. You literally can't run any further on this map right now. Gold Silver, they said, well, there's nothing else to do besides loot, so let's head down to the high value area and maybe get involved in what would be a third party. Unfortunately, the second member of the party is already gone, so you are just the other party. It's going to be a 3v3 inside of the Tower of Babel again, STS, with a ton of momentum. We'll see if Oxygen can cut that momentum down, and that's exactly what he's doing. A perfect hold, doesn't show his face until he hears the footsteps, and he's got the track going. A big pickup. That's one, and now the turns have tabled, as it were. Tables turned on the side of Gold Silver. They wipe one, and now STS in a bit of a blender with a strike back.
Yeah, that's bad.
Continues to hit his shots, and he gets one down. It's going to be a 2v2. Instead of an advantage, now it is even.
Gold Silver needs to win this fight. The reason why is because they dropped dramatically in the standings after that game number 2 where the MandelBrick was not picked back up. They get eliminated here. They're going to fall even further behind. For STS, they've already profited beyond a shadow of a doubt just a little bit earlier. This time they could do it even more. Chan is on fire. This guy refuses to budge, refuses to go down. And for Gold Silver, forced to leave their teammate behind as he is encompassed by STS members. Gold Silver cutting their losses.
Yeah, cut their losses and run. Not a bad play. Again, prioritizing extracting is the play right now. You've got to keep up your loot total, and they're in a bit of a blender, like you said. This is good news for STS because they not only win the fight in Tower of Babel, but they also get their buddy back. They get their body back on the map, and they'll have a full team of 3 if they want to play for it. So we see some loot. Gold Silver has found some in the meantime, but even still, again, let's turn our eyes to the left-hand side of your screen briefly as we look at our leaderboard overall. STS will get some extra funds added back to that total once they get the revive, and they have a gigantic lead. But ESG, unbeknownst to us, has been slowly creeping up the leaderboard in this map alone. Again, ESG up by over 10 mil. They've also got a 5.8 mil game going right now. This is crazy. And they're about to get an AWM, and it's on the back of that supercomputer. I didn't even see that get picked up, or if I did, I'm blind because the supercomputer is worth a ton, and they get the AWM with all of that ammo. They don't have the key card that STS has, and they've almost caught them looting on this map.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's pretty insane to say the least. ESG catching all the way up to STS nearly anyways, and the thing is for ESG, stays even further ahead of STS's opportunity at least to come back. The important note, though, is top 2 is what moves forward into finals. STS alone this game is going to separate themselves from the other 4 teams that are looking to break into top 2. So you have 2 very clear leaders, STS and ESG. It took 3 maps to get here, but here we are.
And remember, we're playing 6 most likely. 5 minimum now. We cannot end in 4. So all of this loot value is going to be gigantic. With that first MandelBrick, nobody getting it. Loot value is absolutely king and could be the difference maker, like you're right, for that second place position. Somebody will get a MandelBrick eventually, I can only imagine, but second easily could come down to loot. So we need these numbers, and we need to get out of the map if we are a team like ESG, who's filled up safe boxes and now have valuable stuff in their bags.
Is Fallen wanting to challenge ESG?
They should, man.
I think they absolutely should as well. I don't know if that was disseminated. No, they just gathered that. Are you serious? Okay, in the meantime, though, hold up. ESG is going to be challenged. HR is going to get a long shot from a distance and get the first knock. Liyun wants to get the pickup, but Fallen wants to push up. There's blood in the water, and they want to feast.
STS is looting. Fallen is pushing and going for kills. Unbelievable round from STS, and ESG was following in suit. But great team shots. It was Flerk and HR. HR credited with the kill from distance. But team shots from behind knock 1 member of ESG. And now 2 members of ESG lie in wait, setting a trap, baiting out their dead teammate. Say, yeah, you want to come check this body out? You want to come try to play for us? Too bad.
There's no way Fallen can push through this open doorway without getting tagged up if they come all the way through.
Tell you what, night and day difference from last game to this game, brother. In terms of action, value, fights. So much fun. Only 5 minutes remain. Gold Silver's going to be all the way up north, so they're most likely going to get out. That's big for them. They needed a bit of a come up even still. They are dwarfed by STS and ESG, but for Fallen, this fight against ESG could be crazy, as Crazy Dog does get out, by the way. I do want to say, the AWM is going to be incredibly valuable, and that's going to be obviously a ton whenever it comes to their assets as a whole. For Fallen, taking down ESG in this moment would be huge.
Yeah, you get the AWM, too.
That's right.
Like, that's
exactly.
what
The AWM is going to be massive, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a great shot. It's just a matter of, I didn't notice who actually picked up the weapon. If it's on that dead body there, that might be the reason ESG isn't cutting their losses and leaving.
Actually, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that, yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure.
I know, but it's good speculation, though, for sure.
But again, we got to turn kind of our eyes toward the top of your screen. There's only 4.5 minutes left, guys and gals, but in between. This is very low in terms of our game time, which means teams got to start prioritizing getting out. Now, we have got the extraction point in the middle of the map now active, just in the nick of time, by the way. It's STS. You send one player out in the tower of Babel and a nice shot across the board.
I think you're spot on, Goshen.
I think so, too.
Yeah, I think that L9 is right there on the body. Smokes are going to be out, and he might have just been able to gather it as he does full send it over towards the helipad area. There's going to be a minute left. A little bit of time. Fallen knows they're disengaging, and they've got to push up. The cat's out of the bag. For ESG, helipad is in their line of sight. Fallen knows that's the area they're going to be going to, and I think for Fallen, understanding this isn't an elimination round, why not full send it and go for gold?
Yeah, I mean, you basically have two options. You either go play for ESG and try to get the wipe, and I think you're right. I think he did actually end up picking up either AWM, some of the ammo, if that's actually what happened for ESG. But FVIN has a choice. They either go push ESG at the helipad, or they play for the middle extraction point where they know they're going to be contested by somebody. They don't know who. We know it'll probably be the two of the members of STS that are still on the map. Now, Gold Silver, we were talking about them extracting via the north side. While that was all going on, Gold Silver sent one player out and kept the other. Some nice value here, obviously, on your screen. HR looting the body is a boon, but they also had cash on them, so that's nice.
Yep.
Overall, looks really good.
It's a great game for Fallen. Only dwarfed by STS, but like great game. ESG manages to double extract.
Yep, nice.
DT, Leon are going to be gone. They did get the AWM too because it wasn't on the body.
Yeah, also ESG, 2 out of 3 of their players have 100% extraction rate still through 3 games.
That is crazy. Yes, you're right. Over to 3 games.
That is nuts.
Right. That's exactly right.
They're almost perfect, but...
So you can tell, or at least we can anyways, GS is going to rotate down for the middle extraction point. This typically happens on the airdrop round for Rockish. Fallen is already setting up to also be on the middle extraction point, and STS has been on the road for quite some time. They also want to utilize it, so it's going to be a bit of a headbutt for the middle extraction at the last second.
Yeah, something pretty critical here, too, with 1 minute and 30 seconds until you can extract at this middle extraction point, is... Oh, what? Everybody's getting lucky in this round. A little fossil on main. Gold Silver leaves one. And that safe box is looking nice for use. That's awesome. See if we can get anything else from it. Nope, nothing great here, but... Anyways, the thing I was going to say, Fallen has set up early. Fallen's the only team that has something to lose, is what I was going to say on this extraction point. 60 seconds on the point. STS sent out their most valuable player already. He's gone, and their safe boxes are likely full, but these 2 players are not carrying that much value. GS, the exact same story as a solo. They already sent somebody out with the majority of their loot. This guy's here to play spoiler. That safe box is looking nice. The rest of his body is weak. So these 3 players, 2 from one from the other, are going to contest this team of 3 right here on your screen. FN have have power position, but if they make a mistake here, this is bad news for FM, who have had a pretty solid game.
Yeah, if they want even an iota of a chance to catch up to STS, they need to extract, and they all three need to get out. If STS wipes them, it is only going to create even more of a separation between themselves and everybody else from third on down. STS has had a phenomenal game based upon luck, but here we go. The push is in. 14 seconds remain. The shots are going to be fired. HR is going to be dead center. He's going to rotate up as Chan starts to push the off angle, and he is going to have the off angle. He's going to have some nice opportunities, but he gets taken down. Bishka clutches up alongside HR, and it will be Fallen, all three getting out.
These EU gods are crushing it right now, man. They are so composed under pressure. Yes, a 3v2, but it's very easy for them to make a mistake there, and they don't. Not only do they get the kills, that's some extra 400, 800K in total with that double kill, but they all three get out. Teams are prioritizing, extracting, and it is working. Very well done from all of our teams, and a lot going on. STS not quite 10 mil because they lost a couple players, but it was pretty dang close.
Yes.
And they got a ton of loot. They got an insane value out of all those safe boxes, man, and that one player that did end up getting out. But it is all ESG and all Fallen in terms of extraction. Very well done.
Yeah, very well done. Like you said, extractions, Fallen, they benefit tremendously. STS, though, with the key card, my lord, 5.3 million alone going to them. It's a close race at the top three. It should be a lot, or should have been more of a distance between third and seconds, but Fallen managed to come back quite a bit. You also got to give credit to Gold Silver. Not a bad game necessarily for them, just could have been worse. It could have been worse, but just dwarfed by STS with the key card. ESG, of course, performing as well as they did. I mean, they are just so leaps and bounds ahead of everyone out there. And the fact that they even taper off STS and the key card and their 9.2 million based off of their looting pattern is just absolutely wild. We have 3 more potential games left. That was game 3. No more airdrop rounds. Everything from this point forward will be Space City, will be MandelBricks. And with the race to the top 2 being as close as it is, I don't know, man. Things are getting wild. There's something in the water, brother. After that last game, this game was wild.
Yeah, something in the water, and I think the name is just trying to get to the finals, man. The fact that
the name of it.
Yeah, the fact that there's tickets to the finals up for grabs, these teams are stressing, and they are stressing for that spot, because getting to play in a stadium of that caliber with the audience that we'll have on main stage for $500,000, man, this is big, big tickets. And yes, they'll have a second chance if they don't make it here in the next round that we'll be doing here in a couple hours. But you want to take your chance right now. Let's swing for the fences. Let's see what we can do. ESG is going to be on top, but a couple more teams starting to kind of close the gap. ESG, they lost 1 player. They still got a crazy amount of loot, and they still got 2 players out. They're at 100% extraction rate for 2 out of 3 of their players. Crazy stat line for the team at the top. But STS, with a crazy game, the most loot value extracted with, and they only extracted with 1 player, is something to write home about for sure.
Well, for MG, unfortunately, another goose egg. They get a goose egg in the last map, they get a goose egg here. MG is like just infinitely far away in terms of the assets category. However, could they turn things around with the MandelBrick? Yes, but that is going to be their Hail Mary attempt, kind of akin if you're watching the online qualifiers with NBA, how they ended up qualifying for this stage. So it's still very possible as you continue to harp, and I love that you continue to say this when it comes to Delta Force operations. There's multiple ways to win. It's not just necessarily based off of assets. Yes, you could be so far away. In this case, literally 10, maybe even almost close to 20 million behind that of ESG at first, and who knows, SDS. Getting the MandelBricks would be nice. We take a look at the highlights, and this was hugely impactful off the rip. It was MG, the team I was just talking about, ESG, taking them down to Museum.
That's 3 games in a row that ESG has wiped MG off rip. That's how unlucky MG and ESG have been in fighting each other. Of course, only unlucky for MG. But then we look towards some of our airdrops. The first one goes to the side of HR, and well, they don't get a whole lot from it. I thought they got a lot more than that. Finding a purple armor in that is a brutal pick, but they did get a couple of small red items. This fight was a tough one to watch, I gotta be honest. First, the fight against Inc., they get wiped immediately, don't really have a chance at all. And then the fight with STS and Gold Silver, they trade some blows, and then GS gets the heck out of there.
But it was, in fact, GS getting out, as you said. They needed 1.8 million. Yeah, insane. I mean, all around, the key card plus walking out, like, with the 1.2 million even in this play, you see STS getting, I mean, just just crazy, crazy numbers. You know, I think in any other normal game, STS, based off that key card alone, would have had a tremendous lead. The fact that ESG even closed that gap is just wild. And the very end of Fall, so plus we had the extraction fight that so traditionally happens, and well, Fallen won the fight they needed. Losing that to STS would have been devastating. STS already had a tremendous lead, and they will in second place, but Fallen puts themselves within at least striking distance of catching up in the assets category.
Yeah, and again, Fallen was the only team that had something to lose on that fight. That's the thing you got to remember, right? GS was not really in the equation. They got their fossil loot and they're doing whatever. STS, Sin 2 in, and it was kind of like, hey, we already got all of our safe box packed full of a crazy amount of loot, and we Sin 1 out with probably the rest of our loot. These two guys were going for kills.
Yeah.
And Fallen's success there was not only winning the gunfight and getting 800K from the kills, but all three getting out. They could have easily lost one player if they weren't careful, but they succeeded and succeeded with flying colors. So very well done from those guys. Here's a look at the overall leaderboard. A crazy game and another. Now we've had two just for different teams. Another double-digit game, this time from STS with 9.21 mil extracted with or in safe boxes and 4 kills. 4 kills, 1.6 mil. They're over into double digits just in this round alone. Very well done.
Yeah, over a 10 million game. Can't complain about that. For ESG, nearly 9 million. For Fallen, also getting up close to the 6 million mark. I mean, great games from them, and dwarfs in comparison to Gold Silver, who had one of their better games of this rounds, but only with 1.43 million and an elimination. STS, though, needed that desperately. They will hop up the leaderboard. They started that game in 4th place with only 6.8 million. We'll see how high they go after they tallied up, most likely 16, 17 million. We'll look at our damage stats, and well, naturally, STS and ESG will dominate that category, but don't forget Fallen in the very end, taking down the members of STS will also boost their damage stats up.
Yeah, no, totally agree. I mean, this is a fun graph to look at because you can see the spread of damage across the board. Basically, the people that won the fights and moved on their merry way are the teams with the most damage. You can see MG, GS didn't end up putting up much of a fight. Inc. just got caught unaware when they were down in player numbers, and they had a player on Saniva with hardly any loot to work with, any weapons to work with. Grimmy, it was just, the writing was on the wall that they were going to get wiped. And that's the problem with rounds like this. If you take the risk of trying to conserve resources by not going in with a lot, you can get caught unaware, and it's just a totally wasted round. It's like, oh, I saved some money. It's like, well, maybe you could have earned 10+ mil. Well, our best team, as expected, STS, Chan, E-Hit, and of course, Dom Dang went crazy and picked up 9.21 mil and got 4 kills. A double-digit game was gigantic for him. Excited to see, like you said, where they land on the leaderboard, because they were struggling after the first 2, and now they're going to leapfrog just about everybody except for ESG.
Yeah, ESG is going to be the only one above them. They're undeniably going to be in second place, even with Fallen going away with 4.5 million. We look at our MVP, and it was from ESG, Liu, now taking the standard with a 2.0 KD, total of 2 kills, 2 assists, and 166 damage dealt. A large portion of that obviously coming from that initial fight over at Museum against MG, taking them down and giving them a back-to-back goose egg. ESG on fire. Large reason is because of Liu.
Yeah, big numbers from him, of course. 2 kills is nice. Nothing insane from the damage category, but a very well-balanced player. So I like the breakdown. Now, as we prepare for the next round, I don't want to jump ahead too much, but we're headed to Space City, and I want to remind folks of what happened on the first brackish map. We did not have a MandelBrick decoded. Nobody even tried. Nobody even picked it up. Nobody touched the MandelBrick. And so because of that, we cannot be done in this next round. This is not a match point round. Nobody has a MandelBrick, so we'll be at least playing 5. This truly is going to set the tone. This is going to set the standard for who can first get to match point in this next round. I'm excited about Space City. But before we get there, let's listen back to some of the comms from the last round and see what people were talking about.
문 열어놓고 오면은 좀 시간 장국이 저기 돌아올 거야.
예?
파이팅?
나 500만 원.
어?
500만 원. 교도소 카드키.
교도소 카드키?
500만 원.
What?
What? 600만 원이야 지금.
What?
What?
나도 돈 좀 줘.
600만 원이다 이.
이제 집중하자. 좋은 건 좋은 거고.
집중하자.
해양 2층. 2. 2명 하나 다운. 밀어. 같이 모여서 하자. 모여서 하자.
나 현준이랑 같이 있어.
나 급하게 안 할 거야. 모여서 하자. 눌러놓 놔봐. 내가 볼게. 먹어봐.
거의 다이아를 먹었는데?
다이아? 아 거의 다이아?
어.
아 이러면 우리
되게 여유 있어지는데?
그러니까 우리 그냥 오고 있으면 돼.
현준이 형 보내고.
아래 잡고 있을 것 같지 않아 이거?
현준이 형 궁 한 번만 찍어주고.
찍었는데 안 떴어.
안 떴어? 내려가자. 눌렀네.
겼다.
마지막에 한 번 떴나 방금.
나 까빠만 감고 이거 왼 오른쪽으로 찍자. 오른쪽으로. 오케이?
10, 9, 8,
됐어. 16이야 16.
내부에 있어. 내부에.
3,
핏 빨아 핏 빨아.
0, 땡, 7.
아 하나 필.
A genuine reaction to that key card, man. What? I'm the same way, man. When I pull something like that, are you kidding me? Yeah, right. A great pull from them, excitement, and then also an execution of the kills. Very well done from those guys.
Yeah, very well done. And if you take a look at the rankings, yeah, ESG we already knew was going to be in the stratosphere. Now, what is surprising to me is how close Fallen is to STS. I expected that to be at least a 4 million gap. Not the case. A little bit over 2 million. That can be cleared for sure. So STS's spot, not a guarantee by any means.
Yeah, I really like that spot. It is a little bit closer than I thought for second and third. In the race for second, it's not only those two teams. Again, MandelBrick totally flips this leaderboard on its head. I don't care how much loot ESG has. If they don't have a MandelBrick, they will not be first place unless a MandelBrick is never grabbed. So it's a good shout. You've got to remember, though, third place is just the first loser in this competition today in upper bracket round 2. You get third, it doesn't do anything for you. You get third, you get 6, it's the exact same. You gotta be top 2. The bottom 4 move to next round and have to play again. If you're top 2, you make it to the finals. So FN, yes, you're close. You're within striking distance, but you haven't done it yet. You gotta be top 2. Nobody has a MandelBrick, folks. We are headed to Space City, and it's MandelBricks until the tournament, or rather this round, is over. Looking at the spawns, MG and ESG cannot get T1 spawns. It is going to come down to one of the other 4 teams.
Fallen STS. Fallen STS, the teams we've been talking about who are neck and neck when it comes to second and third, albeit in terms of the match earnings. The MandelBrick, though, will put a team in the upper echelon in a league of their own. But for Ink, right, the team that is highly aggressive, gold, silver, who's also fighting their way up the standings, a MandelBrick would be big here. Let's face it, MandelBrick would be big for anyone, but more importantly, focusing on the teams who are towards the bottom, they desperately need this.
I think if you're MG or you're Ink, the only thing you're paying attention to is a MandelBrick. Now, and again, I've been saying this all day. The only teams that have ever had a MandelBrick are teams that end up top 2. No third place team has ever had a MandelBrick. If you get a MandelBrick, you're going to be top 2. And in this competition with the first MandelBrick skip, if you get a MandelBrick, you're 100% top 3 and very, very likely top 2 with 3 maps to go, all MandelBrick rounds. So the math is mathing for teams at the bottom to say, well, we better play for that brick, man. All right, let's take a look at the operators. A couple obvious call-outs. The grayed out Hat Claw is pretty standard. Everybody used all of their Hat Claws except for ESG. They have one more.
Yeah, I think D-Wolf is going to be very valuable here, and luckily quite a few teams have them. I mean, for ESG, Inc., GS, if you're going to use it, go for it. For Luna, though, quite a few still available. We do notice that MG, ESG, they might be using their last one for Hat Claw. It is valuable that ESG still has a Hat Claw for themselves, right? They're the only one who can utilize her. Now, you look on the opposite side for Stinger. Well, Stinger's going to be available too, but is fully gone for STS, clearly valuing Nox and Stinger.
Yeah, and I think they were kind of maybe trying to burn Nox. I think most people usually do that. But Stinger early is an interesting one. When you know you're going to Space City, Stinger is actually insanely valuable on this map because of the amount of smokes that that character has. I mean, the heal's a therapeutic gun, really, really nice. But that UAV smoke line you can throw out is so valuable for crossing some of these very long sight lines. So oftentimes we'll see a Stinger and a Luna going into this round. And you're right, ESG technically have 2 recon operators still up, or rather 3 technically. But on paper, the 2 main ones, which are going to be Hat Claw and Luna, and they can theoretically use both, which means they can have a Luna, then a Hat Claw, or vice versa. They've got a lot of options, but we'll see what teams go for. Saniba, maybe if you're trying to air towards that interior fun, I don't know. I'm pumped to see it. I like the D-Wolf call-out, still have some Byrons. We got to create space and give space, so we'll see what we're able to do. You usually do that with smokes, and you do that with movement. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's not a do-or-die round necessarily for any roster out there, but it is a round that puts you closer to a win, closer to a top 2 finish, right? At this point, catching up in the assets category, if you're GS, Inc., or MG, It's going to be tough. With the luck we've been seeing, it's possible you find another 5 million key card. Okay, put you right up in the running, but you can't bake your whole strategy on that. So for at least the assets earnings category, you have to look at FN and STS. Those are going to be the two battling for it. However, for everybody else, naturally the MandelBrick is going to be the biggest conversation. I love what you said, a great breakdown about MG and Ink. Like all the way down there at the bottom, they're not catching up in the assets category. If they do, it's going to be because of something miraculous. Yeah. Their only win condition, basically, and I say only, it's not only, but at least 99% their only win condition is going to be that MandelBrick. They've got to commit everything for it, and they've got to step it up. And I hope MG's not too far in their head. They've been now 2 rounds in a row with goose eggs, 0 points going their way. A large region is because of ESG. But this is the time to turn the tides, turn your luck around, and secure a top 2 finish. And you do it by gaining the MandelBrick.
Yeah, they are matching spawns. MG is matching spawns with ESG. Obviously on accident, it's just the luck of the draw. And every single time they've lost that fight, that is tough. Now, it's funny because you were talking about, hey, we've seen key cards, they can see it again. Statistically speaking, up before this series, we have played 18 games, 2 5 games, ends in 5, 2 series that end in 4. That's 18 games, and we haven't seen a 5 mil item in any of those 18 games. In this series alone, we've seen two key cards over 5 mil. Statistically speaking, I can't imagine we see another one. So if I'm a team now at the bottom of the leaderboard, I can only imagine you only are playing for the brick because you know you're not catching the team at the top in terms of loot.
No, you're not.
And you got to be top 2. You're not catching ESG. You've got to get a brick.
Again, ESG, no. They're in a different stratosphere. They're going to be well over, nearly over 10 million above STS, who's currently in 2nd place. But Fallen catching STS is doable. It's a little over 2 million. And let's not forget, if STS does bring in some high-value loot, that number will go down. So STS could lose some, and Fallen could move up. But that's going to be the running, right? Fallen versus STS for the 2nd place finish. For the MandelBrick, though, everybody's in the running for that, all 6 rosters.
Love the over-the-shoulder shot we see from some of our ESG players. You saw something, if you have a keen eye, that all the players are readied up. So we should be starting very, very shortly. Hope you're ready for what will likely be a banger map. The last time we saw a MandelBrick round, it was not a banger map. It was something out of a documentary. But I can only imagine this time people are going to go for broke.
I mean, yes. Well, I think especially now, like round 2, everything was still relatively close. This time around, it's not. Like, you have to go for it. There is no other option.
ESG doesn't, though.
No, ESG doesn't.
And ESG could play extremely slow on this map and either just try to increase their loot value or just play spoiler. They could play like STS did in the last round and just try to play cleanup.
Still risky, though. Still risky.
I mean, sure, yeah.
It would obviously playing slow, and like STS did, for example, like you go back, right, when it was STS MG who ended up qualifying for this very stage, like STS played very slow and ended up paying off because by the time they actually got involved, 3 members from STS was up and they were the only full team. I think that is a strat for ESG in this moment. I really do. But I also think playing too slow and giving up the MandelBrick is not going to be the option because there's no guarantee over the next 3 MandelBricks that ESG gets one, and there is a chance that they lose out on that. So, you know, assets are one thing. And that would be kind of poetic in a way because ESG had 25 million assets in their upper bracket matchup to lose to Q9 and MandelBrick addicts, right? Love the glass style in STS. That's what we need. See, but can he play like that?
He's blocking out the haters, man.
Hey, look, there's nobody hating on STS at the moment. They're in 2nd place. Okay? Who's hating on them?
Probably the people that don't want to see them succeed, you know what I mean? AKA the haters. Soft to strong, man. I like this squad a lot. I like all the teams. Honestly, I've really had a blast. Well, we've got a second here. I've just had a blast watching each of these teams, right? Teams that built chemistry going into this competition, went through qualification series, representing their region, the locations that they're from. It's been fun to watch the smiles, the frustrations. That's competition, man. This truly does feel like the first foray into esports here for Delta Force. It's been a long time coming and building to this moment.
That's right.
But let's get ready, folks. The game should be starting. We see our map rotation, and well, it's all the same until the curtains close on this round. 3 maps with a MandelBrick, 3 maps on Space City. Let's see who gets our priority spawns. Let's see who can execute with our very first MandelBrick that could be decoded in this round. It is going to be a bloodbath, is my prediction.
But I said that in round 2, Taylor. We'll see.
Hey, your profitabilities, brother, kind of been a little bit off today. I'm not gonna lie.
I gotta lock in.
You gotta lock in, dude. Come on, we got it. Round 4, Space City. Get your predictions going in chat, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting close, at least for the second place run. ESG is well ahead of the curve, but STS and Fallen are neck and neck. However, story revolves around the MandelBrick. Now, to my knowledge, we have never had a Space City, at least the MandelBrick, burn up, not be used, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah,
so
sure.
it has to be. Now, let's see what the spawns look like. 'Cause this is
Alrighty.
gonna tell us the story. We knew there was a couple of priorities, and Ink is going to get one of them in STS as well.
Ink hasn't had a good spawn on Space City in a millennia. Let's see if they can execute on it. Ink's going to be first to the MandelBrick. STS will follow. No, STS. This is the one problem with that spawn. As they go crossing the pipes, Effin knows it. They're able to pick one off in transition. A brutal place to go down. And while that's all happening, Ink has a free and clear path to Centrifuge, most likely is where they will go. They'll occupy a very important building for the MandelBrick and the main decoding station that they go for. STS, though, in the meantime, able to get the revive. He had made it just far enough on those pipes to have an opportunity to get back on their feet, but it does pave a pathway for FN to take buoyancy lap.
Yeah, really the teams are pushing forward. This is not an elimination round. This is an opportunity for a top 2 position, but you know you have fresh life going up. Everybody's sprinting for the MandelBrick. Kills all, couple of players up ahead.
Yeah, on screen, this is an important moment because you can see Killzall's perspective. They're looking at MG, but look who's coming in the backside of their building right now. They had Centrifuge early, and they've pushed out, but FN has pushed all the way into Centrifuge rather than relying on Buoyancy Lab to be a value add. Ink now underneath FN.
So getting wild. By the way, for SDS, they get that MandelBrick first with the way that they're playing. It's going to be tough to take it. Love this angle from FN, though. HR. So many great moments from him over the previous games.
Well, a quick look on the left-hand side of your screen. Obviously, a lot of what we expected in terms of operator selections, a lot of Lunas to get that extra info, several Stingers to get the extra smokes downrange. We do see a Tempest from E-Hit. Let's see if that's actually valuable for STS. I'm not seeing equipment for E-Hit. I'm not seeing armor or helmet. I don't know if that's on purpose or not. I assume it is. Maybe he's just saving some resources here, hoping to find something on Space City. We'll see. Potentially, STS lost it somewhere. I'm not sure. Maybe it needs to be repaired still, and therefore is netting at 0, because I believe one of those players did get knocked down on the transition. But regardless, look at it, they have, STS has taken a position around the MandelBrick, and they do take down, of course, our security director. Got my tongue twisted there, but STS are not getting it twisted right now. They have taken one of the 4 main buildings around the MandelBrick.
Let's say Gold Silver found a satellite dish a little bit earlier. That puts them up to 10 million now. Currently leading the charge when it comes to assets obtained. That will be a story. Oh, Flareridge finding a bust.
Yeah, that's big.
That's huge, right? Puts them up to 1.4 million in total. We focus on Ubishka, though, from Fallen, taking putting a couple of shots out there downrange onto SDS. A team that had the value of a good spawn. MandelBrick is up. STS picks it up. They're getting aggro.
Yeah, great play from E-Hit. This is a very fast move from E-Hit with Tempest, this new operator with the patch on the update. You're able to retract about 3 seconds or so from your last position. He gets down to the MandelBrick, grabs it fast enough to retract back upstairs, and is able to move on his merry way. This is cool. Now, you can see the green dots. That's going to be Ink. They elected to go underneath Centrifuge and over to Buoyancy for now to trade positions. And I think FN is going to stay on top. And finally, Taylor, we've got the interior decoding station. Talk about chaos. Instead of an alleyway amongst multiple buildings and some open air, this is a single hallway. This is a wild decoding station and a very interesting choice as STS finally puts it indoors.
Yeah, this puts STS in such a great spot. The fact that they started decoding as early as they did traditionally owes to success, right? The quicker you get it down and start decoding it, traditionally leads to, I should say, a successful exit. This is going to be big for STS. I'm super excited to see how this is going to end up unfolding for them. And of course, they have to get challenged, but who's close enough to do so? Well, you got a couple of options. But I want one of those options to beat ESG. I want to see them kind of headbutt. Not that ESG needs to, I just want to see them get involved. But if you look at the ones down the list, Inc., MG, GS, FN, they are the ones who have to try and commit everything. They need this. They're too far behind in the assets. They need to decode.
Yeah, and speaking of assets, Inc. did pick up some nice value add. There was a small key card, not quite worth some of the other values that we've seen from key cards, but even still, we take those. Got a rifle as well. So they're at 2.3 mil, but Taylor, you broke it down perfectly. They don't need the assets right now. I mean, it's nice, but they need the MandelBrick. Now, with the MandelBrick planted indoors, this is one of those positions where Senevas are extremely valuable, and then other operators like the assault operators to be able to use either D-Wolf's Triple Blaster, the magnetic bombs from Viren, anything to blow a hole in your opponents down a hallway. They try to push for the decoding station. You just bounce those Triple Blaster shots off the walls. You're gonna hit them. It's not a difficult one to hold in terms of equipment. It's a difficult one to hold because to peek the decoding station means you're going to get fried. You are basically just peeking a normal hallway. So we'll see who decides to go first here, but STS, a bold strategy, and so far it's working as they planted in that black chamber position.
And nobody's been able to even get close, mind you. STS might be free and clear. They were already leading the category, but we talked about how close it was between themselves and Fallen in the race for number 2. This MandelBrick will undeniably separate both rosters.
We've got an AWM here from Gold Silver, Crazy Dog, sniper in hand. This could be a difference maker, but they got to go get involved around the MandelBrick, folks. A minute and a half on that decode. It's going to be that top middle timer that you see on your screen next to the game timer. Keep your eyes on that as we watch the action unfold on our screen. Every team trying to slowly but surely creep towards this decoding station. ESG, we thought maybe they might play slow. Maybe they'd say, hey, we got a lot of loot, but they want to get involved, and they're going to be first here.
Yeah, I don't think ESG wants to leave it to chance.
There it is.
They did right in the upper bracket. They go for it. ESG gets the touch. He sees this, but he can't push it. He cannot. 3.5 minutes now for the decoding.
Yeah, you see E-Hit with Tempest goes back upstairs after it gets stolen. Again, this is going to be a cat and mouse game. With this decoding station, I was just saying it before, it is insanely difficult to hold because you basically have to fully expose your body to even take shots down range on it. So things like Triple Blaster, magnetic bombs, and of course Seneva operators, maybe some value there. But this is a decoding station that may exchange hands multiple times.
Right. For STS. Got to make the move again. For ESG, they reflect back to yesterday's competition. 25 million in asset, but one thing was missing, a MandelBrick. This time leading the charge with 28.7 million assets. They're feeling good, they're feeling great, but they understand the win condition truly is going to be the MandelBrick for them. If they can lock that in, that's going to guarantee them success. So they get aggressive, they get the touch, they start decoding themselves. But eventually, other teams should start joining in. And I think this is a wasted opportunity for the likes of MG, right? MG can transition in and start the challenge. Inc. as well. So dangerously close, but both teams have refused to make a move.
Yeah, you don't have to go too early, though. There's so much time on the clock right now. You'd like to have shots raining out. Somebody maybe goes for the steal, and you come in and clean up. Again, this is traditionally a decoding station that exchanges hands a lot, but ESG is actually going for a protect basically right on top of it. So they're trying to get as much info as possible, obviously. I think they spotted Inc. coming through the top floor. STS, of course, on the second floor, if you will, with ESG around the decoding station. We're sub 2 minutes, which is a lifetime on these MandelBrick rounds. And you can see Inc., because they have the ultimate high, they can peek through these windows that you can't shoot through, and they've got information as well. They should have, I think, spotted both of these two teams. A truly layer cake action with Inc. at the top, STS in the middle, ESG at the bottom, but ESG has the decode going, so they have an advantage.
Nasty peek and too easy. Was able to get some damage onto Wu down low. Nearly a minute left for the decoding of ESG spot. Inc. getting very, very active, starting to move forward. STS also an opportunity maybe to kind of try and steal it back. You mentioned ESG set up for the defense. Next minute is going to determine whether ESG is going to undeniably be in first place or if another team is going to try and steal it from their fingertips.
If ESG gets this MandelBrick, ESG will likely be a top 2 team. Having this amount of loot value, they will win any tiebreakers. ESG is trying to book their tickets to the finals. They said we should have been there already. Let's get there now, but easy. With the shock arrow on top of the incendiary. A great connection from Easy to take one out for STS, but ESG also takes one out from MG. MG trying to get involved. There's a lot of teams around the decoding station, but only 15 seconds left. Everybody's taking a little bit of damage, but somebody's got to drop the point. Is anybody going to go for it? ESG standing on top of it. They say, please, chow me. Come get it. It's too late. ESG is going to get the MandelBrick. ESG is likely going to the finals just on this map alone and all that loot value they had from before.
They took a stumble yesterday in their competition. They took a stumble, but they picked themselves back up. They get the MandelBrick. They have the most assets, and they steal it away from STS. Well done from ESG, the #1 seed, most likely joining the #2 to get revenge on Q9 in the finals.
Well, FN, Fallen come in and say, dang, we're a little late to the party, but let's see if we can clean up. All of these kills matter. All of the loot that you find on this map matters. Finally, folks, we're getting an active map, but not active enough if you wanted to stop ESG. They are going to finals, 99% certainty, not 100%, but I'd say 99. The problem is they're not going to get a lot of loot value from this map, and so some of these other teams could start closing that loot value gap, but they've got to go big. I'm looking at teams like Inc. I'm looking at STS. I'm looking at all of these teams to make a statement right here. Inc. loses one, gets a hair too aggressive. It looks like Killzall stepped up to try to make a play and gets punished for it. Inc. down to a duo.
And for Fallen, they've just narrowly been able to pass that of STS. ESG, by the way, fully gone as Grim is going to manage to take down Fujay. So the job is done. ESG still undeniably the best team. For STS, though, they are going to lose a couple. Oxygen, Crazy Dog is also going to fall from the side of GS. STS with just one, and it's going to be huge jumping in for GS, getting the final finish, and STS is now gone, and the door is wide open for Fallen to take second.
What a ego chow from GS. That was a huge move. All of these kills, 400K. This is going to be nice to bring back your loot value after losing so much in this round. People bringing in high-value kits and losing them getting wiped. ESG, they don't care. They got plenty of room. They got the MandelBrick. But for everybody else, this round still matters a ton. Inc. down to still 2. Grimmy in the corner. Too easy with the trap. This is going to be a 2v3. But I'm not sure Fallen knows exactly that Grimmy's here. Grimmy with the flank. If he hits through on the backside, can't quite connect. He needed to get that knock, but they do get the trade. That's 1, 2, down. It's a 1v1, but there's a solo behind him. See you later. MG, they had 3 players, and they come in the backside and third party at Inc. They needed a good game, and they don't get it.
Fallen may be able to recover in this moment. Any additional assets they're able to gain is going to be massive. Staying ahead of STS is going to be critical. We're now down to just 3 teams on the map. Fallen with 2, maybe soon to get back up to 3. GS with 3 themselves. MG also towards the bottom, looking to make their way up top. Start to get critical and serious. Obviously, just to reiterate, ESG managed to get the MandelBrick, but for the rest, fighting for total assets. As we head into game 5, you never know what's going to happen. Maybe another MandelBrick will get burned. Now, start to slow things down a little bit. We take a breath as everybody loots up, separates themselves just a bit. MG, GS will be still relatively close to each other. That's going to be most likely the closest fight. MG's Onigiri, though, will most likely look to maybe get out with, well, they don't have anything to get out with. So Onigiri is just desperately trying to separate himself so he can find any amount of loot that's still available.
Ooh, buddy. That was chaos for a moment. But now with 3 full teams still in this lobby, this is a very important game. You know, we've got 2 more rounds potential after this unless ESG just sweeps the next one as well. Loot value will come into play. If in all 3 of these rounds, 3 different teams get a MandelBrick, then it will come down to loot value, and we know ESG is at the top of the category for right now. However, look at the left-hand side of your screen right now. That is our total assets, not this round. ESG lost a lot of value in this round in order to secure the MandelBrick. Certainly worth it, as we see 471K going to Oxygen. FN right now, are only about $1 million behind ESG. FN need a good game, and they're having it thus far. They've got some kills, and they're all 3 alive. If Fallen get out of this map, you could see Fallen with the highest loot value total, and would be poised and ready to take a top 2 position if they can get a MandelBrick. And oh my goodness, Gold Silver is getting paid right now, man. 2.27 mil on that panel. Oxygen, remember the stats before we got started in this round. Oxygen has the highest loot rate out of anybody, and he continues to prove that that is not a fluke, man.
And you know what makes that scary? They get closer to STS, and STS, who started in 2nd place, we highlighted them as comfortably in 2nd, right now have fallen behind Fallen and could very well get passed up by Gold Silver as well. From 2nd down to 4th, and also the first team to touch the MandelBrick and not get it decoded. STS might be in the blender in terms of their mentality with only 2 more maps remaining, but Ubishka also finding a little bit more. Fallen having a wonderful game. In fact, they managed to pass ESG in overall total assets, something we didn't think would ever happen.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 7.3 mil in this game, plus the kills that they picked up. I mean, they're doing fantastic, man. A great game from, again, you got to get out, though. 4 minutes on the clock. 2.5 minutes on the main extraction point that most everybody will use. That's dead center, and we've got 1 member of MG looking over top of it from the bridge. MG is basically fully split up at this point. And Envy in a position to overlook as well. They've set up a full trap over the top of this extraction point. They're looking for kills here, Taylor.
They have to. MG's a little bit too far down the standings. Getting a full elimination, Gold Silver FN could be huge in dropping their overall total assets, something they desperately need to do. But like you said, the extraction needs to happen, and everybody who has profited, Fallen, Gold Silver, they desperately want to get out. For MG, they've got a power spot. Maybe hold off on that extraction point. And pretty much an infinite line of sight on Gold Silver when they decide to push up, including that of Fallen. And the one from Fallen on the opposite side is for MG, who's going to be able to keep them in check. It's going to be Envy, who might be able to see them come out of Black Chamber, depending if Fallen does decide to go for that extraction point up ahead. So all eyes on Envy. Shots are fired, and great shots indeed, and a full finish.
Bishka had over $1 mil in backpack. You see that loot value from this round drop from over 7 mil down to 6.6. They're immediately sticking the res on the smoke, and Crazy Dog actually finds a snipe. Reminder, Crazy Dog's got the AWM, I believe, sniping and picking up 1 member of MG. MG, we thought they had a power position over this extraction, and they lose 1. All of a sudden, could see Gold Silver with a strong game right now. FN back on their feet. Because of this disturbance, they go from 6.6 back to 8.5. A big pickup. FN have to get out of this map with the amount of loot that they have.
They have to. It's critical. They've managed to pass STS, something they were looking forward to doing in 3rd place. They were just 2 million behind, and now they could be upwards of, what, 7 million ahead? Or excuse me, 8 million ahead.
20 seconds.
And they're moving. MG, GS, FN, all trying to collapse in on the extraction point. Somebody's going to lose their life. One team is going to fall. Who's it going to be? The smoke or out. Fallen, Gold Silver, starting to headbutt. Bonnie's going to take the off angle from MG. Oxygen's going to see when they're all going to extract. Talk about exciting. Only 1 member, and that's Envy from MG left on the map. And he's going to go over towards the horizontal test workshop. He's most likely going to get out as well. And a rare sight, everybody extracting, at least the ones on the map.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. I told you smokes are important on this map, and there is a perfect visual representation of what I'm talking about. Whoa, they all sprinted for that extraction, proned out and said, please don't shoot, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me. And it all worked out for everybody. You don't see that too often. All of the remaining players will get out of the map in Space City. All of the players leave the lobby. Almost 3 full teams extract from what was an insanely hectic map. A great map for Fallen, of course. All three getting out with the amount of loot that they did, another big game for them. I think they might have almost reached 10 mil from this map as well. That would be 3 different rounds where a team has reached 10 mil in total. Not quite maybe, but it is very, very close. But we've got to remember, as much as the loot value is going to be valuable, ESG, the team that was in first, gets the MandelBrick. Right. And this was a crucial play from them to play aggressive, push for the interior, take the hallway, get the steal, and then just sit there and say, somebody chow us. And nobody would, nobody could.
Fallen, the biggest come up, without question. They go up to second place. STS will, I believe, even drop below that of gold silver. So they go from second place, and mind you, a very comfortable second place, all the way down to fourth. Making the running for the asset race critical going into game 5. Now, things do get interesting. I believe Fallen's going to have a pretty significant lead in second place, much like the same conversation we had with STS going into this game for the first MandelBrick. But things are a little bit different, aren't they? Because now the opportunity for a second MandelBrick to be gathered from ESG is now a reality, which means we put ourselves in a position that we were in just a little bit earlier when STS and MB were in a fight for the second MandelBrick. MB backs away, goes for the extraction because they understand if we extract, the game ends. 2 MandelBricks are going to be gathered from the side of STS. MB gets out, and they have enough assets to go to the stage that they're currently competing in. And that's the same scenario that we now find ourselves in. If ESG finds themselves on the decoding station getting the MandelBrick for themselves, they secure 2, and Fallen is still alive, and they're able to extract and get out, well, they know they'll have enough assets, and therefore a second place finish, and they have a direct ticket to the finals.
A lot of what ifs going into this next round. We'll see if it all pays out for them, but you're right. Fallen definitely put up great numbers in that round and is certainly going to help them going into what could be the penultimate map or it could be the final map, folks. We will be moving into a match point round. There is a team at the MandelBrick and they could end it in 5. Will we see the elusive 6 games or will we continue the trend of 5 or 4? It will require an ESG sweep. But let's look at the highlights. And of course, there were some early ones. FN did get a first blood or almost a first blood, but he was just on the edge of those pipes. He was able to be picked up and carried off. But here is the MandelBrick. It gets spawned in, and this is a really cool moment from STS, using Tempest to grab it and go, whoop, I'm back upstairs. You can't get me. They plant, but immediately ESG sprint for it, go for the steal, and then it was all ESG all day, man. Nobody could chow them because everybody else started fighting, and that hallway is so difficult to get to, and ESG also picked their shot.
Yeah, it was Fujang who ended up taking it for ESG. I mean, he's been so instrumental in the success for this ESG roster. You've got to shout him out anytime that you possibly can. Now, for Fallen, a big come up. Plenty of eliminations going their way, but on top of that, taking down some big names, such as, of course, Raheem, who ended up falling a little bit later on. STS also dropping the team that they were desperately trying to pass. This was a tremendous game.
Crazy.
And it was, because at that point, Gold Silver also, with those eliminations, was able to surpass STS and drop the gun.
Yeah, they needed to win that gunfight, and they were able to because of the ego chow. Once it was a 1v1, he was going to chow that no matter what. But some fantastic looting from our goat Oxygen, as per the usual, finding that panel for 2.2 mil, and some shots down range. I thought were going to be the ruin of Fallen, but then this extraction, they were able to get the revive with the fight going on, and they are pumped about it. You saw AHR smack his hand and be like, yes, finally, we got out with all of that loot. Because you saw, with one player just getting dropped, I'm not talking safe boxes, man. He gets dropped and they lose almost 2 mil in backpack.
Right.
Crazy stuff from Fallen to be able to get out and jump up this leaderboard. But ESG will be at the top. Here's a look at it. ESG get wiped. They get nothing, not even anything in their safe box. They get 1 single kill, which would be 400K, but they get the MandelBrick, which is a giant boon for them. And FN, an 8.42 mil extraction. All 3 out. They don't lose anything either. And it's 4 kills. That is 1.6 on top of it. It is exactly at 10 mil, or I guess 10.02 mil. Another double-digit round. We've seen 3 double-digit rounds in our 4 games, all from different teams. Insane stuff.
Yeah, ever since round 2, where literally nothing happened, everything's been happening. And even for Gold Silver, this is tremendous for them. They've elevated themselves up to 3rd place. Fallen, Gold, silver, now in that asset race. And it is going to be important because with ESG now having that MandelBrick, it isn't uncommon to see a team at their caliber lock in 2 MandelBricks. Now, doing it back-to-back would be something special. But now they've got a reason to do so because, of course, Fallen, they want it to happen, especially if they have a great Game 5. They're still alive, and they're getting the team wipes. So we look at the damage chart, and Fallen, just a tremendous game. 4 eliminations. Inc. as well also starting to join into the mix, but it was really Fallen who walked away with the best damage stats, and rightly so, because they're now in second.
Yeah, Inc. great damage, obviously, but unfortunately not a great game, man. I think they got 700K or so in their safe boxes, and they got a couple kills, but it's just not enough to get them any sort of in the conversation. If you want to see Inc. straight into the finals, they have to get a MandelBrick now. There was kind of already that burden of responsibility, and now it is absolutely necessary. There are only 2 rounds left, but the best team right now, no questions asked, ESG. They're crushing the competition, and picking up that MandelBrick there almost assuredly puts them into the finals. So let's see if they can close things out either in this next game and sweep, or maybe in the following in round 6. So best team, and unfortunately they did get wiped with only a kill, but even still, a MandelBrick is all they needed to top the leaderboard.
Yep, that's it, right? We talked about their assets and how much of a lead that they had. They don't have the lead in the assets category anymore, but they got the lead with the MandelBrick, and that's what truly matters. You've said it best, a MandelBrick, you're at the very least, you're getting 3rd place, but historically, at least in our tournament, a MandelBrick means a top 2 finish, and ESG is well ahead of the curve. Used from the side of Gold, silver, 3 kills, 3.0 KD, 312 damage dead along with the 2 assists will make him your round MVP. Nice to see Gold, silver get a win.
Yeah, and again, you got to remember, this is Use that wiped STS, basically, right? There was a 3v3 fight. They both lose 2 players, and Use ego chows it and gets the wipe. It's a big wipe for him, like you had mentioned before. They were behind STS in the category. They had a good game as well. They also get out of the map. It was really cool stuff from this player, Use. Very well done, my friend. Well earned in terms of that round MVP. But Taylor, I've got to turn my eyes to the next round. I've got to get excited for another Space City and another MandelBrick round, because what was, yes, we talked about it, a slow round 2. Everything else has been a banger here in upper bracket round 2, and I can only imagine it's going to continue because, again, this is not an elimination round. The top 2 teams make it to finals. They will be playing in the stadium for $500,000, and the bottom 4 teams in this round will make it to the next round that we will do in just a couple hours tonight. But before we get there, let's listen into the comms from this last round and see what some of these teams were talking about.
韩国人想拿，但我拿给力进。
在打他，直接抽他。
再拿。左边拿了，拿起拿了，
拿起拿了，韩国。
对。
他很可能过来。
对，换砖。来，我
趴着换。
我换。
我换了，加油，打呀！要回来，我要架。左边得拉出去。2楼想跳，20秒我开大，30秒。 不用，他
2人对打，对打。我开到了，别！小心大厅。我知道，我在看。大厅有人，倒一个，大厅
能抓吗？
不抓，主抓。大厅想过来，黄板，小心黄板给火了。
再加一，他拉人，下面拉人。
没事，手抓，
专有了。别刷。我复测一下，我这想下来。OK， 有。
二楼跳了，二楼出发了。
OK，
我的救甲。
听我说，我们可以往连接退走。
对，往连接退。给2楼封到剧情吧，我
打血。我看，我帮你架。OK， 来，我封烟，我往上面封烟，指着上面，把上面指死。OK， 指着。哎，连接有人。不行，
人不少，兄弟，
人太多了。趴着吧。没事，钻到手，已经进了。
I loved listening into the comms for ESG. Always great communication, great chemistry. But what was so interesting is you could hear the comms flying when that timer started getting low on that MandelBrick to code. They're like, jump it, make sure there's nobody on it, is I assume what they were talking about. Then you saw the players rush onto it and be like, there's nobody here. Everything's good, guys. We got it. Right. It was cool to see kind of a little bit of the panic, but also great chemistry, great communication, as per usual.
Okay, let's take a peek, buddy. ESG will fall behind in the match earnings, but they will stay in first, because they got the MandelBrick, the most important aspect of it. Now for FN, Talk about jumping up all the way into second place. STS will drop the fourth as we were expecting. Gold Silver had a tremendous round, and they are now in third. Now, this is what it comes down to for fifth and sixth. Yes, they're not going to be eliminated if they do, in fact, lose this round. Inc and MG have no choice at this point in time but to go for a MandelBrick. That is the only option.
Totally agree. And unfortunately, Inc had a prio spawn last round. You will not see Inc or STS playing in the priority spawn on Space City. Now, it's not everything on this map, but it is certainly helpful. So as we look at those prio spawns, you could see ESG there, who could go for the closeout. You see Gold Silver potentially there, Fallen potentially there to join the likes of the other top looter of ESG. But looking at our operators that are left, well, frankly, we got as many Tempests as you would like. We've got 2 rounds left, and just about everybody could run Tempest both times if they wanted to. STS saw a little bit of value from it in the last round, could see it again from them. See 2 Cenivas from STS, ESG, and FN, all having Ceniva operators. Could be valuable in this next round. We are running out of some of these operators with utility that they want. We still got some D-Wolves though.
I wouldn't mind seeing STS actually run a Ceniva and then also run a Tempest and kind of steal away the MandelBrick as they did before, take it to the closed location, and then lock it in. I think the Tempest would have been highly beneficial in locking it in away from ESG.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad shot. If you're going to go indoors, having a Ceniva operator there to be able to play that hallway is valuable. The only problem with running Tempest and Ceniva is you're just lacking in the lethals and the smokes, basically. You don't have a lot of smokes. You don't have a lot of lethals. You kind of just only have utility, which is nice, but being able to hold in zone positions with either creating space or giving space away, like creating visual cover, without that much utility, you got to either run that with, I guess, maybe like a Stinger or a Luna, maybe, but that's too much utility. So it is an interesting conversation, and we are starting to get now finally to a position with maybe going to round 6 where we can actually start thinking, hey, what are the comps that do make sense? We haven't really had a chance to do that because there were so many options, because we're ending in 4, right? You're not actually burning through everybody. You're starting to run out of some of those operators that people are used to, and you're going to get to some interesting comps. Now, just about everybody's programmed for this. They've planned for, hey, if we get to 5, we get to 5, it's this. Some teams have coaches that are like, all right, if we get to 5 and we don't have a brick, we run this, and if we do have a brick, we run this. Like, they are that programmed and they're that strategic going into these rounds. They plan for just about every scenario.
You have to, especially at this level of competition. The coaches are going to be tremendous and add value, right? Tremendous value at that. So let's reiterate what's at stake here. ESG already has a MandelBrick. You have, of course, Team Fallen, who's going to be just below them. In the asset category, they are dominating, even above that of ESG. There is a real opportunity for them to protect or even, in a way, assist the side of ESG to get the secondary MandelBrick so they can end it here and now, so the assets go to the way of Team Fallen. Now, granted, they're not going to know what assets are picked up, so it is a risky play because Gold Silver is still relatively far behind. We're talking 7 million, but then again, 5.3 million keycards have already been picked up, so the opportunity is still there, and you don't know the loot that Fallen is going to be bringing in, because that knocked STS down quite a few pegs. They brought in a lot of loot. They ended up losing out. Granted, they made an attempt on the MandelBrick, but we know how it ended up turning out. ESG stole it away from them, and then STS fell shortly after.
Well, it is an interesting point. Like, I was talking about statistics. Like, oh, are you going to find another 5.5 mil keycard? Whatever. We've played 4 rounds. We're going into 5th round, right? And we've had 3 rounds where teams had double digits in terms of their score lines. We looked at that leaderboard, and obviously there's a clear lead in loot value, but it's less than 10 mil. Like, we could easily see 10 mil again. And so I'm looking at a team like Inc. at the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of loot value. What's your play? If Inc. doesn't get the MandelBrick and they get a 10 mil round, that puts them to 17 mil. That's solid. That puts them within striking distance, but they have to do it again to even have a chance on the loot value category. It's all going to come down to MandelBricks, man. They got to play for it.
It is. It's going to come down to MandelBricks. And, you know, I look at MandelBrick addicts throughout the qualification sessions, you know, managed to take it to 2. Let's see if they can get it double. Let's head down to the stage to get Game 5 started.
Нет, самому, блядь, ставить. То есть тоже видишь, типа?
Не, ну ты понимаешь, что ты помогаешь, не помогаешь, ты вырываешь, нахуй дерешься. Ты просто помогаешь стволами и сидишь и просто.
Ну да.
Все, и сидишь втроем, убиваешь чего.
Ну, по деньгам это ГС и СТС, да?
Ну, это на одно космо, блядь, сколько мы вынесли сейчас, пиздец.
Сейчас скажу. 3, 7, 9, 10 примерно.
При этом еще плюс наш голдовый гир.
Alrighty, folks, it's Space City until we are done. MandelBricks galore, and it's time to see who can join the ranks of MandelBrick owners. ESG, the only team with the MandelBrick, and ESG, the only team with a chance to close it out in 5. Will we see the all too elusive round 6, at least in this stage of the competition? I don't know. ESG looking like they might want to just close things out, and it will come down to that loot value to determine the other team to make it to finals. No team eliminated, but the top 2 teams going to finals and not having to play another best of 6 here in just about an hour or so.
Ooh, I know it. That's going to be a long one, too. You think of STS and MB. They end up, MG, excuse me, they end up winning their respective group. They now are playing here. We're now 9 games deep, by the way, for today. And potential now that they have to play once again in another 6 games. Let's take a look at our spots.
Oh.
ESG will get priority. That is huge. On the opposite side, you've got MG and then STS going straight forward. STS not slowing down. This team barely had it stolen away from them earlier by ESG. They want it back.
Yeah, priority spawns my butt. STS might be first to the MandelBrick if they want to be. Good grief. They spawn Central Command and they book it. They don't even glance at MG. We've oftentimes seen the team from Central Command take shots at the team spawning over at Passage and take the team out on pipes, or at least take one out. STS wants to get to Centrifuge first, and they are booking it. They're not even checking corners, man. They are just sprinting because they know the spawns and they know where they can get shot from. ESG first to Centrifuge, but STS going to meet them there. We could see a fight fairly early as our flamethrower troop is looking down range, and a little bit of a surprise, but unfortunately ESG strike first. We thought maybe E-Hit would be the one to take the first shot, but unfortunately STS, they're gonna get caught by the incendiary as well. Chan almost gets cut down while carrying his teammate, and that teammate gets finished off. ESG are turning, ESG are burning, and ESG has just wiped STS. Fortune may favor the bold, but not right here.
Oh, that is tremendous from ESG, but also a disaster for STS, who was less than a minute away from decoding their own MandelBrick in the last game, only to have ESG take it away. And this time, they take away their opportunity to fight in game number 5, which could put STS out of the running for top 2.
Good grief. What a way to start things off. ESG make huge plays immediately. And that right there is what we're talking about. Be able to make a play that fast. The call to say we have advantage, let's push it. Quick look on the left-hand side. Again, STS, I was going to call them out because I saw that Tempest operator. They were running it back. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to really use it at all, but MG has followed suit. A Tempest operator for them as well. The rest are looking at pretty standard Stingers, Lunas, Byrons, the operators you expect for the most part. Fallen running a very traditional, this is kind of the most staple meta comp that you can run on Space City right now. Stinger, Luna, and Uluru. Fallen want to join the ranks of ESG with the MandelBrick. They need to make sure that they make it to finals. Don't want to leave it up to chance.
You don't. But depending on who gets eliminated and how many, let's say Gold, Silver, STS has already gone, for example. If Gold, Silver gets eliminated relatively shortly, there is an opportunity for Fallen to say, okay, ESG, you take it, and ESG is going to take it. Bujang is going to be the first one to grab the MandelBrick, run away. So now that opens up the conversation we've been setting. For Fallen, how far do they want to go in order to assist this MandelBrick to be fully decoded?
Yeah, everybody's going to know that ESG has the brick. They're going to plant this immediately because they already have eyes on it. Yayun's been holding that ramp the entire single time that they went to go get the MandelBrick. They sprint, they immediately plant it. This is a decoding station that everybody knows, some people love. We love it here in the booth for sure. We got a chance to see the hallway a moment ago, so why not go back to what we're used to as we head to the decoding station just outside of Buoyancy Lab. ESG have the perfect trap set up. The question is, who makes the move? And you're right, Taylor. Every single team, because of the way UI works, it has just informed them that the match point team has started the decode. Everybody knows that it is ESG with the brick, which means if you're Inc., you have to play for it.
Have to.
You lose if you do not play for this brick.
MG as well, right? MG has to go for it. Gold, Silver, arguably, has to go for it. I mean, they're down just a bit too much. 7 million, they're most likely not going to be able to get that. I would be very surprised if they break away and then try and gain some assets. Maybe they do. They are going quite south. I would be surprised, honestly, if they disengage fully, but Doja, I actually think they are.
I think at least for now, they know they can play slow. I'm not sure they're completely saying, well, let's just let them have it and hope we can loot up enough to make a play for total loot value, all right? Because here's the thing. Everybody knows that some of these teams are completely out of the conversation if they don't make a play for it. So they're going to just be patient. There's so much time on the clock. But maybe, you're right, maybe they're going to go for loot. We'll see.
All right. Ink starts to move up. They have to. I mean, this is a desperation play. They've got no choice. They haven't really made an attempt on the MandelBricks before. This is going to be the first chance we see them on our screen go full send into a team. But Fu Zhang, he's been locking down the angles. He's been locking down the lanes. He's a scary prospect to have to go against. It's not going to be easy for Ink to push up.
Yeah, and they got noticed that there was a crazy angle there, so Ink's gonna actually back up and play the low side. What you see on your mini-map is blue team, that's MG, also an onus of responsibility to make a move. What you don't see on your screen is FN, who are not moving an inch. They will not move towards this MandelBrick until a different team is in possession of it. That is the logical strategy. That's the strategy that they're doing. There's no reason to make a move towards this at all if ESG is in charge. The only caveat to that, of course, is if GS was able to stay alive and loot up like a lunatic and get almost 10 mil to surpass FN. Right now, FN is going to play the patient game, whereas MG and Ink have to get aggressive, and that timer is slowly ticking down. We've got 90 seconds before ESG wins this round.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think the only X factor is going to be gold silver. I don't see Ink able to penetrate past Fu Zhang. I just don't. ESG is cruising their way to decoding for their second. Fallen is going to be very, very happy with their result. MG is going to start rolling in, but again, the same angle that is being held down by Fu Zhang. Finally, an attempt is going to be made, but it's not much of an attempt, really. Fu Zhang still locking it down. Nobody can get past him, and we are now at officially at a minute for the decoding.
60 seconds and counting. Ink has wrapped all the way around to the backside underneath. I think they're going to go back up the backside and maybe play for the ramp, I assume. They're going the full wrap around. This is a lot of time. This is a risky strategy from Ink, and they have to do it very quickly. They are sprinting for Layun. They're going to have to come up the ramp, and they're going to have to do it quickly. ESG hears footsteps down below, and they're going to be busy dealing with MG. Ink got to make a move.
30 seconds.
They've got to go up the ramp, and they got to go right this second, and MG's going to be doing a lot of the same. ESG's about to be pinched. Let's see if they can deal on both fronts. Let's see if they can deal with two full
20 seconds.
20 seconds and counting. Ink, you better start sprinting, my friends. Close your eyes, hold down left trigger and right trigger, and just shoot your opponent if you're using a controller. Here we go. Ink moving forward. Grimmy finds an angle. Eugene goes down, but we're running out of daylight. 5 seconds. You gotta jump to the code. You gotta jump in right this second. Nobody's gonna make a move. ESG is going to win this. No one can get there in time. ESG, they win the upper bracket. Yes, Ink wipes it. It doesn't freaking matter. ESG, they will win this round, and now it's gonna come down to Luke. Ink have to wipe the entire lobby, loot this entire map if they want to be a top 2 team, and all of a sudden, Ink is down to 2 players in one of those with an iota of help.
It's not going to happen, brother. I hate to say it. It's an even for gold silver. They broke away to loot. They wanted everyone else to fight for that MandelBrick. They expected somebody else to take it instead of taking matters into their own hands, and they very well could have just also given a free win to the team of Fallen, who has a 10 million lead.
MG and Ink had to move faster. They couldn't. I know they didn't have an angle. It doesn't matter. You had to run out of your opponents. Neither of those 2 teams have enough loot to make a play at all. MG moved too slow. Ink moved too slow. So the story that we have now is they kill each other, which, hey, I mean, what else are you going to do at this point? The story is Fallen and Gold Silver. Fallen did not move a muscle on the north side of test range. They said, let them win. We don't care. Ink, a nice win. They're showcasing that they can win gunfights. MG is out of this lobby and will not be going directly to finals, but GS is going to come in and likely clean up Ink, while Fallen is just lying in wait, cross their arms and saying, please kill each other. We want to make it to finals.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the biggest issues when it comes to this tournament in general for certain rosters is they're always waiting for somebody else to take the bull by the horns, waiting for somebody else to take the opportunity. And in this case, I feel for Gold, Silver, Ink, MG, they were all so slow because they're like, well, somebody else surely will go for the challenge, right? Somebody else will take it and decode it for themselves. Not the case at all. ESG lock it in so easily. And the only win condition, really, I mean, Ink is kind of out of the way. It's going to be up to Gold Silver to just, again, loot the map, as you were saying, for Ink, right? They're going to have to take down, in the meantime, Ink as well as all of Fallen. And that's it. But it's going to be a waiting game. I just feel it's just such a big blunder.
Well, here's the thing. I want to give them a slight benefit of the doubt. We have the most information by a mile. We have X-ray. We can see everything. The one thing that they also have, though, is that MandelBrick decoding timer. And because they had that, you can't give them too much benefit of the doubt. You had to move faster. You didn't have an angle. I don't care. You got to go for it. Here we go, though. Ink is back on their feet. GS, full team of 3. FN, full team of 3. We haven't seen FN in a while because they've been hanging out. They have crept up to test range off your screen and are just going to lie in wait and not play for anything besides the extraction. If they can get out and not lose any of the gear they brought in, FN will likely be second place and be making it to finals. Now, I'm not completely going to count this out. If GS wipes Ink here and loots all the bodies, they part all of the weapons, it could be close, especially if they beat FN. You got to remember, all the kits people are bringing in for this round are likely like well past $1 million per player. So Fallen looting and a nice shot from golly, Crazy Dog hitting his shots, and now a 2v3 means the signal flare is lit. The torches of Valhalla will be lit for Ink because they're going to be sent back to the lobby and sent into the lower bracket round 2. See you later. Ink off the table. Ink out of here, and it is Gold Silver versus Fallen. This is insanely important, Taylor. The AWM is so helpful for Crazy Dog to open things up. Why this is so important? Yeah. These are the only 2 teams that can get second.
That's right.
The only 2 teams left on the map. They are playing for the only position left in the finals from this round. FN versus GS. Whoever loses this fight, whoever does not extract, will likely not make it directly to finals.
And Fallen's going to be heading straight down to the test workshop. They want to get out, at least send 2 players out. They'll leave HR as a solo up top, and Gold Silver has not been able to sniff this out. Therefore, they should be able to extract. Now, within striking distance is Gold Silver. I will give them that, especially if they can somehow miraculously find a keycard and find something of value or of worth, right? They are now 22.8 to the 27.9 of that of Fallen. So somehow, some way, it could very well be possible, but a miracle is going to happen. And HR can still play Disruptor. 1 elimination is 400K.
Now, this is what I'm saying. These kits are so valuable. It was within reach for everybody, but you have to win the map and extract, and that is way too tall of a task for most of these teams. That's why we were calling for the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard to go for the brick. They had to, because wiping an entire lobby, looting all their bodies, parting every single weapon, and maximizing your space maybe would beat Fallen if you wipe them. Fallen knows it. They know they have an advantage. They're going to send 2 players out, or at least camp the extraction on the south side at Horizontal Test Workshop, which is what you're seeing on your screen right now. HR not with them. HR maybe trying to play spoiler. It is close, though. Look at the left-hand side of your screen. It is a 2-mil spread and closing, because you got to remember, GS not just killed Ink. Ink killed the other teams. GS is basically looting the entire lobby besides FN, so this is going to be close. And FN elects to send just 1 player out, not 2, and all of a sudden, that left side, again, this is not everything.
Right.
The left side of your screen does not calculate kills. There's still some minute math after each round, but it is insanely important.
Well, if that's the case, Gold Silver has got a team wipe.
That's what I'm saying.
They've got a team wipe. Man, this might be doable.
It's very doable.
It's very doable. I'm shocked. I thought there was going to be too much of a lead from Team Fallen, but maybe not the case. And obviously the reason why Fallen only extracts 1 player. And this could be a 2v1 situation. Ibishka starts to move in on use. They're going to be very, very close together. HR has not moved. He's going to stay where he's currently at. Crazy Dog's going to be dead center. Gold Silver is going to break away. Oxygen's going to be all the way down towards launch area. He might backtrack to challenge that of Ibishka, but the question is, does anybody even know where anybody is? I don't think so. Crazy Dog, though, getting close to where HR is currently at. This might be the potential first fight that we end up seeing.
Yeah, I mean, patience obviously a virtue in these moments. right now, maybe GS thinking the same. They've got Oxygen by themselves, down back towards the bridge. Uzbishka and Oxygen could get in a 1v1, while HR would be in a 1v2 over near test range. Folks, this is critical. As much as we were hyping up everything else that's happened in this map, because it has been a dynamic map, an insane series, we'll talk more about it later. This moment right here is a spot to finals. This is what we've been playing for this entire time. ESG booked their ticket. They're in the finals as expected, but it comes down to these fights. It comes down to who extracts and who doesn't. One player from either of these teams do not extract, even if these two teams don't fight, that team will lose. They don't know how close it is. Fallen thought they had such a lead.
I thought so too.
That they could do it. GS came in, won fights, got kills. That's another mill that will be added, but also loot all of the bodies on the map. If one of these players does not extract, that will likely be the difference. Here we go.
2v2.
Uzbishka has moved all the way back to HR. HR likely hearing footsteps. This is going to be a 2v2 with Oxygen way away, not even in the conversation. Down by launch area. So now a 2v2 to make it to final. Yeah, this is brutal, man. Who makes the right play? Just enough time, by the way, on this extraction. 3 minutes and 3 seconds versus 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the overall game clock. A fight over the extraction point. Will we see both of these duos get out? They don't know Oxygen is still on this map down by launch area. Right. Oxygen can camp the bridge over the top of the extraction. I might make a small, bold prediction here, Taylor. I think Oxygen is going to be the difference maker in this extraction.
That's what
I think these two duos are going to sprint at it just like we saw last time on Space City and both try to extract, and Oxygen is going to shoot down into the smoke and maybe get one. We'll see. Again, I'm still saying if one player does not get out from either team, that will be the difference maker on which team makes it to finals.
Yeah, so I was pointing out earlier, like Oxygen is positioned, no one's going to know where he's at, and he's going to have a great pincer moment. When the fight breaks out, the 2v2, he's going to be able to make a bit of a difference. HR, though, Uzbishka takes down Use. Now Oxygen has no choice but to push up and get involved with Crazy Dog, because now it's going to be a 2v2. Fallen, just like that, takes the lead over Gold Silver in the assets category with 1 elimination. Oxygen starts to move up. We're down to 1 minute and 44 for the extraction, which is still going to be impactful. You mentioned it. If the team does not extract, the team does not win.
I mean, look, just with that one player down, look at our total assets on the left-hand side.
Fallen has taken the lead.
That's almost a 3 mil difference now. Holy cow. Tagging him up. Smoke's insanely important. They're able to grab the body. GS couldn't just sit here and try to win the fight. They've grabbed the body to safety, and they're going to go for the res, and HR and Uzbishka know it. No! The AWM in the hands of Crazy Dog, and he hits the shot.
HR has started to move up. We're down to 1 minute and 5 seconds. HR has to be the hero in this moment. HR will take down Crazy Dog. HR will take down Crazy Dog. Both Gold Silver starts to move up. HR needs to be the hero. The young gun, 19 years old, taking a moment by storm, looking to get Oxygen back up. By the way, Gold Silver might all three be up.
Gold Silver got the res and traded a body for a body, and HR's by himself. He's got a nice angle. He's tagging out. He's got to keep Crazy Dog down. If Crazy Dog gets back on his feet and it's going to be a 1v3, Crazy Dog has got the AWM. You cannot let that gun look down range. One small mistake, an iota of health is all you need to win the day. You will not even have an iota if they connect on a headshot, but HR is holding this point perfectly. He doesn't need to kill them. He's got to prevent them from extracting, and he's got 10 seconds to get there. You've got to push, and you've got to wipe these players. Crazy Dog in yellow. Crazy Dog will not extract. He's got to get out. He's got to get a kill. Can he get anybody? No. HR's down. HR is out. Fallen does not make it to finals. Most likely, Gold Silver win the engagement. Gold Silver likely with the second spot to finals. They clutch up when they needed it most. Gold Silver, APAC region. Holy cow. What a play. What a final moment. And Taylor, the only thing that is ringing in the back of my skull is, was it the right decision to send Flarich out early? Was it the right decision from Fallen to send one player out trying to secure some points? Or was it the biggest mistake they've made thus far?
Look, I gotta take a step back. I said for Fallen they had too much of a lead. As soon as I saw the second MandelBrick gathered from the side of ESG, I said, okay, it's over. I said it's over. Gold Silver, they played way too passive. They didn't get active when they needed to, and therefore they threw the game away. However, I was very wrong. You brought up a great point. When it comes down to it, ESG still had Gold Silver had an opportunity to gather all the crates, gather all the loot, and maybe, just maybe, did enough with the extraction. However, I say that, I do look at the side of Fallen and quite a few smiles.
They don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody's seen the leaderboard. They have no idea. This is what's crazy, right? Fallen had a lead. They get one player out. GS, disadvantage, but they get two players out with better loot. It is insanely close.
Insanely close indeed. The only guarantee we know is ESG for sure is going to be first. They're going forward. They're going to have an opportunity to face off against Q9 in the finals. They have secured their spot. Everybody else we know outside of Gold Silver, as well as the side of Fallen, they're going to be having to play in the next lower bracket round 3, the final matches of the day. Okay, 4 teams will be eliminated, 2 teams will move forward. And the question is, did Gold Silver do enough? Was the extraction enough for them to take the lead, lock in the second place over the team of Fallen? You're right, it is so close. We won't know until the official standings are up. But what a play that was from HR, though. Regardless of what happens, HR with the wonderful shots, but then you go to the other side for Crazy Dog hitting the AWM shot. Might as well solidify the second place. It could have been the difference maker, and that could be the reason why they're going to the finals.
And you got to remember, too, like, obviously those kills are 400K a piece, man. This spread could be less than 400K, and kills exchange hands both ways. Obviously, Crazy Dog gets full after getting a full on Uzbishka. Uzbishka did not make it out. That is another kill added to their tally. But GS got a full wipe on Ink. Like, those are massive points. That's 1.2 mil, plus another kill on Uzbishka. That's 1.6 at least.
Right.
There's huge value there. I think the big question, though, is what was the final total? Flarich, what did he actually get out with? That was the other thing. That leaderboard on the left is pretty much right. The difference is it's not calculating kills, and there's a couple other minute different end-of-round bonuses that teams can get.
Yeah.
We don't know the final score, and we won't know until it is shown on this screen in front of us, and we get to show it to you at home.
I think Gold Silver had enough eliminations. I really do. I can't call it officially. I can't call it officially, but you got to remember Gold Silver wiped essentially 2 teams. 2 teams. Ink was one of them a lot earlier, right? Whenever they pushed up, when it was Ink versus MG, they get into a bit of a scuffle, and then Gold Silver came up and cleaned up Ink. Okay, so that's at 1.2 million going their way. And these are razor-thin margins, so that 1.2 million could have very well been enough. And then, of course, taking down HR in the end, taking down really all, 2 members, excuse me, on the side of Fallen. It's another 800K going their way. That's 2 million now that they were able to.
Crazy. And here's the thing, too, like, as much as I want to highlight that fight for a second because it was insane, let's turn our eyes back to the team that's behind us on the screens right now. ESG dominated this round, dominated this overall series,
no
man.
question.
ESG was unstoppable overall. And I'm hearing a lot of groans, a lot of sighs, and a lot of excitement in this studio, which means I think our leaderboard is about to be shown here shortly. We will wait for it. But this studio, there's no audience here, folks. These are the other competitors. These are coaches. This is production. This audience will come tomorrow. Here we go. Here are the match results. Top 2 teams. Holy cow! 0.54. 0.54. 540K set for Fallen.
My
and
gosh.
Gold Silver razor thin margins, but Fallen. EU is making it to the finals.
No way, Goosebump. My hair is standing on end, brother.
We've got 2 teams from China, both the teams that got to this stage in the finals already. We've got both of the EU teams in the finals already, and now the only question left for this next round, Taylor, is what other region will join our top 2 regions without a shadow of doubt in the finals tomorrow. What a series.
Let's go back in time. STS was in 2nd place. Fallen was all the way down in 4th, or excuse me, was in 3rd place. They had to gather a ton of assets in order to overtake that of STS, but Gold Silver also elevated themselves up the leaderboard. It was a race of assets. It was a race for the MandelBricks, but once ESG got it, well, we knew that at that point in time, it's going to come down to the match earnings. Razor thin margins. Elimination, every elimination ended up mattering. 100%. And of course, for Gold Silver, I mean, they were so very close to the point. We didn't even know. Fallen, barely getting by, but they got by. They're going to finals, and that's what matters.
I asked the question right before we saw the results. Was it the right call to send Flarich out? And the answer is resounding yes. A perfect call from whoever made that. I assume the IGL, I assume it's Flarich, who is the IGL for that team. That is 100% confirmed. He said, guys, I've got the loot. Give me the loot. I am getting out. And that decision put them into the finals. They do not have to play another best of 6 today. Wow, what a finish. I will tip my hat to Gold Silver, man. They played it very, very well. They said, we don't have to play for the MandelBrick. We're going to play the bridge. We're going to play for the end. We're going to try to play the trash compactor. And they were the trash people, man. They came in, they cleaned up, and they got out. At least 2 of the 3 members. And I said it, and I was not 100% correct, but I basically said, if you don't get one of your members out, you're going to lose. And for Gold Silver, that was absolutely the case. Losing Crazy Dog there with the AWM and its ammo, that was the difference maker. Here's a quick look. Obviously, a big congratulations to the 4 teams that have already made it to finals. Q9, NBA, ESG, and FN, with only 2 more spots to go, which of course we will get to very shortly.
Very shortly indeed, man.
You know what else is insane? Let me be very clear about that. Crazy Dog dying, Crazy Dog being the one that lost his life there not extracting, actually was the difference maker.
Yes, it was.
Any other member of Gold Silver, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but because of the value of the AWM and its ammo, any other player of Gold Silver goes down, I think Gold Silver might actually be falling.
Absolutely the case. Absolutely the case. And now, Gold Silver, to be so close to victory yet infinitely far away, forced to play another 6. I hope short-term memory, it's like it never even happened. They've got to go in fresh for the next one. We take a look at the highlights, and at the very start, the question was for ESG, would they strike while the iron is hot? Would they go straight in and start decoding the MandelBrick? And well, the answer was yes. They also get a team wipe to boot at the very beginning. Heartbreak on teams' faces because it was STS, the first team eliminated.
That's right, and you can see the heartbreak on their face as, of course, ESG, they grab the MandelBrick, they put the decoding station immediately, and they hold it down. FN, right here, you saw a couple kills from FN. That actually was the difference maker there as well. Every single moment, every kill that they got throughout the course of it was the difference maker, and this is the moment where you're like, what happened? Why are these 2 teams fighting? Why didn't they pinch earlier? Ink and MG, the 2 teams that needed to make a move to the brick, just couldn't move fast enough, and then GS came in and wiped the rest of them. Frustrated, didn't know what to do or how to get there without giving their lives away. They just moved too slow. And in this moment right here, Crazy Dog throws a huge AWM shot, connects on Fishka off the table. It comes down to the young gun HR, and that kill right there, a difference maker as well. Oxygen cleans them up, and they extract, but HR did just enough. 19-year-old phenom gets to go play in a stadium amongst a sold-out crowd. It is going to be insane tomorrow, but we are not done yet today, Taylor. What a day thus far, though.
What a day indeed. We've had first for you, right? When we come to, at least in regards to burning the MandelBrick, in regards to not a lot happening, or at least in round 2, right? Nobody went for the MandelBrick, but then ever since that round 2, it was lightning fast. 5.3 million, at least value key cards. We're talking intense moments up until the very end. Fallen making it, I think, is going to make a lot of fans happy out there. We look at our chat specifically. Yeah, Fallen is always one of those favorites out there. And Fallen has officially been able to do it, and it's poetic because now, of course, the second EU team that's managed to make it in. So it's going to be, of course, them versus MandelBrick Addicts. We take a look at the overall round results, and of course, you have to look at Gold Silver, who did everything in their power to try and win. I mean, that's how close they ended up getting with a historic round number 5, 5.91 million round earnings, 5 eliminations, only to fall around $500,000 short.
Yeah, $500,000 is such a small number in this competition. That's 1 kill plus a little extra something. Man, a wild moment in GS, maybe kicking themselves a little bit, but they really did put up a great fight. Here's a look at the overall damage charts. Again, Ink was involved. Ink actually had a pretty solid round. They got their kills. They just didn't move fast enough to make a big play and make a difference on this leaderboard. They're not done. None of the rest of these teams, the other 4 teams that we're not talking about that you see on this damage chart, they are not done. They will play again in less than an hour, in like half an hour actually, with a brand new series to 6. And so I'm really excited to see those teams continue to compete and continue to have an opportunity to make some waves in this tournament. But according to these damage charts, there was a lot of blood exchanging hands. It was utter chaos, but it was ESG on top.
ESG on top, undeniably. A team that fought so hard to get to this point, and well, now that they are finally here, it's got to feel so very, very good for them. Damage stats, obviously, like I said, going towards Ink. And Ink, in fact, will earn the match MVP. That's going to be too easy, walking out with a total of 3 eliminations, 3 assists, overall 3.0 KD and 312 damage dealt. That's going to be some energy and some momentum he can carry into, obviously, going into the next series of games, which inevitably they're going to have to.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point. Obviously, Easy, I think the only individual player to get 3 kills, so it makes sense statistically that he's on here. Obviously, some highlight level, round MVP moments from a lot of other players, but Easy's got the best stats in terms of the kill category. Obviously, 300 damage, pretty solid as well, and 3 assists. He was involved in 6 kills. That is a lot. And Ink put up a solid round. It's just too little too late. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do in the next round. Of course, Easy going to be a big part of that. And I think the big question in my mind and many people's mind is, what is the roster going into the next round going to look like with that set?
We'll figure that out. Yeah.
We'll figure that out as we go. But I will say big congrats to, of course, our best team. And it really wasn't all that close with 2 MandelBricks and a ton of loot. ESG, they proved that they are going to be one of the top seeded teams going into this competition, and that China and EU are going to be on top with the MandelBrick decoded and what feels like a clean sweep, albeit they didn't get the brick in 2. We do end in 5 again, Taylor, and we have still yet to see 6 games played, which is pretty insane to see.
They got it back to back, right? HR, though, we've got to give him the match MVP. I mean, much respect where respect is due. He did exactly what was needed. The young 19-year-old phenom, as you called him, picking up the eliminations, man. Overall, wow. 1.64 KD. I want to focus in on that, and the reason why is because clearly that's what ended up paying off at the very end. Taking down Crazy Dog was essential. He doesn't get that elim with the 1.64 KD. They do not move forward, and they're forced to play once again.
Yeah, and there was maybe some questions during group stages of like how valuable of a player he is, how much impact he was making. Rush rate and all of our stats there, very well balanced. And this is the HR I saw online. This is the HR that a lot of people are talking about at home. This kid is different, and he is a big difference maker for this team. All 3 of those players, Uzbishka, a sub for this LAN competition. All 3 of those players are crushing it. HR, though, is leading the pack in the kill category, and he is absolutely a difference maker, a well-earned match MVP. Very, very proud of him, and excited to see what he can do at a stadium with a live audience. Going to be fun to see.
That's right. Now we have to focus our attention on what's to come, right? We're talking 4 teams are about to be eliminated. But first, before that, let's listen into the comms with the winning team.
偷应该。别急，我一滴血，我打血，我要架，我得修甲还得。OK， 没事，我帮你架，还背人啊。别急，小心 DT 被破，小心被 DT 被破。烧到一个，敲出去，DT 敲出去，我来了。出去一个残血，可以抓。倒。里面你左手，打头，来是。干嘛来了？不知道。开了，给的，对的呀。没人。回来，把那个狙的子弹给我。哦，丢地下了。2星，我一直挂1成半了。2星能是哪儿？3星，我插砖放下的时候3星。哦，这我一直挂1成半了。然后你俩一个前面一个后面，对吗？我要洗破。哦，行，都行。 你感觉是小白门，小白门到小白门了。
他肯定先到白门。
对，小白门就是小白门，敢出小白门。
要我给火吗？
别急，不给。等我开枪再给。
他来不及做这个。
铁地经不被我
开大出来。
铁地经不被我打残了。来，超哥来我这儿。来。他如果铁地想上，直接推倒。
35秒，35秒。
我给个烟拖了，我拖了。
OK，准备封烟。我捏护盾，
我来这边。
我在捏护盾。后面有车啊，后面有车。10秒，回来拖技能，丢技能。
没技能，10秒钟。
一滴血，翻上来这个一滴血，
不行。
我走了，兄弟，我不死就赢了。
4秒，3秒。
我来这里。
I didn't hear crazy excitement that time around. It was just business as usual. They knew what they were doing. They were able to execute on it, and then they were just playing their game. Again, this is a team that everybody expected to be in the finals. This is a team that everybody expected to be the top team here. They were kind of playing like, hey, we shouldn't be here right now. Let's prove that. And frankly, they were able to do that, getting both MandelBricks, having a ton of loot, frankly, dominating just about every team fight they were in that actually mattered. Very well done from ESG. It's good to listen back to their comms once more.
Yeah, you know, ESG is one of those teams, they could not stand idly by and look at Q9, right? Their brethren from the China region and say, well, we already beat that team. Why is that team in the finals, but we're not?
Yeah, sure.
It was inevitable that they were going to end up making it into finals, and I think nobody is surprised by that result. Fallen, though, being there, isn't a surprise to a lot of people, right? But at least in my eyes, based off their performance after that last upper bracket, upper bracket 1, when they were in last place, talk about a big turnaround. They will officially be going into the finals. Now let's talk about the lower bracket turn 2. We've got ISG versus AKA, GS, STS, Inc., MG. The job gets even more difficult. 2 spots will be available once again, but 4 spots of elimination. Who's it going to be? That's more than half the lobby. That's going to be absolutely insane. But that's the way this tournament works. Our final stage when it comes to the qualification spots into the finals goes.
Brother, we've been live for 7 hours, and we have an entire best of 6 to go with 2 more spots. I love the breakdown, and our scene is set. Look at our 6 teams that are going to be playing for just the final 2 spots. You're right. We got 2 North America teams down there that are trying to earn one of those final spots, and the only teams in the finals are China and EU right now. Let's see what other regions are going to join them here shortly, man. This has been an amazing competition thus far. We are just wrapping up the day in theory. Several hours still to go, but 1 more best of 6. And then tomorrow we head to the stadium for 1 single best of 6 to determine the victor of the Delta Force Invitational. Now, folks, we have a very special interview here in the booth yet again. We have brought in the coach of Inc. This is Zapok, a competitor in your own right. Yep. But at this competition right now, you are a coach, my friend. How are you feeling right now? Your team has had glimpses of greatness, but right now, a little bit on the struggle bus.
Yeah, we are struggling try to play with actually with more aggression because they are a little bit scared. You know, NA, I'm from EU. NA player are a little bit slower, like they play different actually, they love to play slow, they love to take their time, try to flank people. But right now we need to play for the bricks. That's all matter actually. And I'm very surprised. What do you think about the last game actually?
Well, I want to talk about that because you mentioned aggression, you mentioned playing for the bricks, and that goes perfectly into the question I want to ask you. The MandelBrick, that's everything at this point in time. Yeah. ESG, they get 2, it ends, and that's exactly what ended up happening. And I look at your team, and your team starts to flank with like a minute left. There's just simply not enough time.
Yeah, they were out of timing actually. Because they were scared actually because there is team on tops, and they were a little bit scared, so they decided to go ramp, but it was already too late. I tried to push them to play more aggressive, like I told you before, but the fact is they have game style we cannot change because on EU we are very much aggressive player. We go for the bricks no matter what. We take some risk because we find it's more high reward, and any team are more slower actually. They take a lot of time. But I'm very surprised actually even on upper brackets, teams are going for expecting a team have 2 decode, 2 MandelBrick decode. Yeah. Just go for the money. That's crazy, actually. Yeah. Even on upper bracket.
It is definitely interesting. I mean, it's a totally different strategy. We were talking about that before. It's when there's multiple teams that advance, it changes the strategy big time. And frankly, Inc. actually had a pretty decent game. You guys ended up getting a lot of kills in that last round. They were aggressive. It was just a hair too late. So I think my question to you, it's a hard question, but I have to ask it. Talk to me about the substitution. Obviously, it can pay off. You guys make it to upper bracket with Baby B. You make the decision because maybe it's not an elimination round. Like, what was the true deciding factor for at least the chance for Grimmy to get some main stage spotlight?
About Grimmy, like he is maybe one of the best NA player at the moment. He finished like multiple times MVP, and we fight maybe like he was like more like I mean, the communication was better than Baby B. I know Baby B is a very great player actually, but we need some communication because like the main issue right now when I hear the voice come, it's about communication. They don't come that much when they fight. They don't come about what's the plan, what we will do, like how we can take the break. And Grimmy is like a guy with a lot of energy and bringing all that stuff we need. So that's why we try actually like to sub Baby out.
Gotcha.
Okay. Well, you're obviously now, your job just got a lot harder. There's only 2 spots available, just like before, but now this is an elimination match. I mean, 4 teams are going to be eliminated. You mentioned your team struggles with aggression. Your team struggles with getting in there and just getting active. Now, how do you fix that in such a short amount of time? And because you've been trying as the coach, right?
Yeah.
But now you're out of time, basically. Well, first and foremost, let me ask you, are you going to stay with this roster or is Baby coming back?
Baby will coming back like from
Okay, so now that he comes back into play, what is the biggest adjustment for this roster that is needed to secure one of the final 2 spots?
Actually, I think like right now it's take positioning. Because if you're so late on positioning, like you will be late on MandelBrick, so the main issue is positioning because they are so late every time they try to retake. There is like 10 seconds, 30 seconds left on the brick. That's so late actually, so it's about position.
Move quicker, set up earlier, better positioning. I like it. Thank you for the breakdown. It's good to know the full roster going into this next round. Zapok, the coach of Inc., a great interview. Folks, we're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. While we do, we will set up for the last best of 6 for the day. The top 2 teams will join the final 4 that have made it to finals, and we will have our scene set for the stadium in finals tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it, folks. We'll be right back in just a moment.
본진을 끝까지 봐야 돼요. 아, CCO는 치킨 시킬 것 같은데요. 결국 한국 대표는
윤흥재강 화이팅! 안녕하세요. SPS 윤흥재강 팀의 팀장 곰댕 선수입니다. 현재 직장인으로 한 단어나 문장으로 팀 스타일 표현한다면 저희 팀 이름 그대로 윤흥재강.
자, 이제 흩어져서
부드러운 것이 오히려 능이 굳센 것을 이긴다고 국어사전에 되어 있는데 이게 유도 배웠을 적에 그 단어를 되게 기억에 남아가지고 저는 개인적으로 피지컬이 뛰어나다고 생각해 본 적은 없고요. 전략 위주로 플레이하고 있는 것 같습니다.
현준이 전략적이죠. 머리를 담당하고 있어요. 머리. 사람으로 치면 머리를 담당하고 있기 때문에.
현재는 대학 진학 중이고요. 델타포스를 플레이하기 전에는 배그와 발로란트 같은 FPS 위주로 게임했습니다. 저는 1월달 말쯤 친구의 권유로 처음 시작하게 됐고요. 그때부터 열심히 해서 지금 7개월 정도 플레이를 했고 현재 플레이 타임은 800시간 조금 넘습니다. 일단 총소리랑 교전 소리로 인포를 취합해주고요. 또 교전 시에 오더나 일선으로 들어가는 돌격 포지션을 맡고 있습니다. 저는 솔직히 머리가 막 좋지 않아가지고 전략 위주는 전혀 아닌 것 같고 그냥 에임 기반으로 한 피지컬 위주 플레이를 주로 합니다. 네, 뭔가 되게 현실적이고 그 무장을 가지고 들어가서 서로 뺏고 뺏기면서 만약에 모든 팀을 다 잡았으면은 이제 다른 상대 팀의 무장을 다 빨고 나오는 그 쾌감 때문에 계속했던 것 같네요.
지찬 선수는 인포를 잘 따주고 동댕 선수는 약간 어떻게 하자 이런 플레이를 많이 해주는데 저는 중간에서 뭔가 아닌 것 같은데 이러면 제가 그거에 또 정정해주는 그런 포지션인 것 같습니다. 원래 글로벌 서버 하다가 사람들이 막 그렇게 잘하는 것 같지 않은데 라고 생각을 하면서 좀 대회니까 어쩌다 보면 잘하는 사람들이 있어서 좀 실력도 키우고 경험도 쌓고 싶어서 한번 나오고 싶었습니다. 저는 결승전 6라운드가 가장 기억에 남습니다. 원래 1라운드부터 5라운드는 진짜 저희 다 망한 것 같아서 거의 포기하고 있었는데 6라운드 때 진짜 다 마음 꽉 붙잡고 어떻게든 해보자 라고 해서 마음 다짐하고 들어갔는데 그 플레이가 다 완벽해가지고 그렇게 1등을 한 것 같습니다.
응원하는 치어리더와 그다음에 이제 코치 역할을 하고 있습니다. 몽둥이 많이 흔들죠. 몽둥이를 든 치어리더. 사실적으로 이야기하면 용돈 벌려고 시작했던 건데 어쩌다 보니까 대회 준우승도 하고 해서 프로 생활을 지금 하고 있게 되었습니다. 다른 선수들에 비해서 제가 떨어진다고 생각을 해서 그래서 피지컬적으로 승부를 보는 것보다 안정적이고 운영적으로 우승하려고 저는 플레이 스타일을 잡고 있습니다. 무조건 자신감, 할 수 있다.
오투가 자금으로 자산으로 가져가겠네요. 오투가 올라가죠. 이렇게 되면
상대방 그러니까 대회장 들어가면은 무조건 기선제압. 막 소리도 치고 뭐 자리에 앉아가지고 뭐 킬하거나 하면은 막 일어나가지고 상대방 도발 도종만 하고 해야 된다 정도? 기선제압을 무조건 해야 된다. 저희 팀 되게 최고입니다. 처음 스크림 성적이 되게 안 좋았는데 지금 16번의 스크림을 해본 결과 최근 들어서 이제 만델도 꺾고 상대방 팀을 이길 수 있는 기회가 되게 많이 생기고 있거든요. 결승, 그러니까 대회까지의 지금 일주일하고도 반이 남았는데 앞으로의 기간을 통해서 조금 더 갈고 닦으면은 진짜 제가 처음에 말했던 것처럼 저희가 최고가 될 수 있지 않을까 그렇게 생각을 하고 있습니다.
유연한 플레이?
저는 하이에나 같은 플레이라고 생각합니다.
우선 처음에는 부족한 면이 많았는데 최근에 이제 폭발적인 성장력으로 중국 팀과 비해도 그래도 견줄 수 있을 만큼의 실력이 되지 않았나 싶습니다.
일본은 무조건 이기겠다. FL팀은 무조건 꺾고 올라갑니다.
저는 부드럽고 물 흐르듯한 플레이라고 생각합니다. 우승까지 할 수 있는 팀이라고 생각합니다.
저는 얍삽하지만 매우 전략적인 플레이라고 생각합니다. 저희 팀 발전하면 끝도 없는 무한한 팀인 것 같습니다.
아니 뭐 이왕 대회 나간 거 처음 3등 안에 들고 두 번째 1, 2등 해가지고 바로 파이널 가겠습니다.
너네가 1등이라 생각할 때 그건 우리 거다.
결승 못 가면 부킹 비행기 타지 않겠습니다. 중국에서 살아야죠.
今1姿見えた5位に入ったそこに対してもう一発で電撃ありがとうございます。おめでとうございます。
チーム結成したきっかけはグローバルリーグが始まるからっていうのが理由で、僕が1人ずつ集めてチームにしました。最初の印象から今まで別に変わってなくて、みんなチーム作った時と同じ人なんですけど、まあ、仲がいいのはやっぱオリビア・ユニですかね。なんかいつも2人でこそこそ話してますね。結成して間もないチームなんですけど、めちゃくちゃ成長段階かなと思ってて、大会までにどんだけ成長してるかが楽しみな伸びしろが多いチームだと思っています。研究してます。まず中国大会とか NA の大会とかちゃんと見て勉強して、その中でも中国代表の ESG と Q9 はめちゃくちゃ打ち合いとか強いなと思って見てます。戦い方やっぱ3対3のファイト力とかがめちゃくちゃ高いなと思って見てますね。やっぱ韓国代表と仲がいいんで、韓国代表の人と現地で会えるのを楽しみにしてます。
일본은 무조건 이기겠다. FL팀은 무조건 꺾고 올라가겠다.
仕事はまあ教育関係の仕事をしてます。特になんか誰と戦うにしてもプレッシャーは特になくて、本当に自分たちのやることをやるだけっていうマインドでまあ日々練習してるんですけど、今回その世界大会には出れてないんですけど、中国の JDG の霞選手かな、イリュウ使ってる動画を見て本当にすごいなって思ってるんで、まあ、ちょっとでも近づける追い越せるように頑張りたいと思います。本当に僕自身がデルタフォースにすごいハマってて、ずっと前からこの人強いなって思ってたハズマット選手が、まあ、大会出るメンバーを探してるっていうのがあって、もうやるんだったらとことんやる、最後までやりきるっていうのが僕の性格なので、まあ、仕事が忙しくても眠たかろうが何だろうがやれることはあるんで、まあ、そういったモチベーションの高さというか、自分自身はすごくモチベーションが高いので、まあ、本当にそこだと思います。とにかくチャレンジしたい、一緒に戦いたいというところ、仕事と競技をどう両立しているか、今もこうやってスクリームしながら仕事もやってるんですけど、そういうこと言うとちょっと昭和かもしれないんですけど、もうやる気というかその気持ちさえあればどうとでもなるので、別に寝ないっていうか短時間睡眠でも全然できるんで、はい、もう気持ちの問題だと思ってます。
何なんその話。得意なキャラはルナです。後ろはやっぱりその味方が前で戦ってるんで、後ろから情報を取ってこうした方がいいとかいう、そういう指示ですかね。まあ IGL 的な、戦闘の IGL 的な役割だと思います。プレッシャーはまあ感じてますけど、僕自身も普通のそこら辺にいるゲーマーよりはゲーム上手いと思ってるんで、そこは自信持って戦いたいなと思ってます。ライバルっていうか、まあ、ボコボコにしたいなって思うのは Q9 ですかね。スクリームではまだ殺せてないんで、大会でボコボコにしたいと思います。
まずは僕たちが日本で優勝し、日本勢として世界大会優勝して、日本でデルタフォースもっと盛り上がってもらって、日本のプロリーグとか、ゆくゆくは中国のプロリーグとかにも参入したいなと思ってます。
まあ、自分は年齢が年齢なんで、本当にどこまでできるかっていうところに、それこそさっき言ったチャレンジしたいっていう気持ちと、まあ、こうやって恵まれた環境の中で、ゲームをプレイできてるっていうところがあるので、まあやれるところまでやって、やめるならやめたいって感じですね。最後まで諦めずに頑張りたいと思ってます。
僕はまあ世界大会とりあえず優勝して、まあ、デルタフォースでもう稼げるならもう稼ぎまくって、それで生活していきたいんで、まあ、できる限りやりたいですね。
Welcome back to the Delta Force Invitational. It is time for our final best of 6. Taylor, I'm Coach Taylor Reflections Noble, and we've been having a dang good time on our English broadcast. We have casted over now 5 best of 6s over the past 2 days in total, 2 today, and we have 1 more best of 6, 1 more series, 1 more chance for our teams to make it to the finals at the stadium tomorrow. This is our last best of 6 of the day, and is the last chance for our teams. Taylor, I am so
pumped about it. Now, let's break it all down for the folks at home that haven't had a chance to watch anything besides right this second. It is all about the MandelBricks, man. It is all about them. And if you get 2, you win overall. Whether you get it in 2 and 4, whether you get it in 5 and 6, or anywhere in between. If your team gets 2 MandelBricks, you win, and we stop there. A maximum of 6 rounds will be played, albeit we haven't seen round 6 a single time. However, if you're able to get in 2 and 4, you could close it out in 4. There are no MandelBricks on round 1 and round 3, and instead, there are airdrops. And so on those airdrop rounds, you're trying to get your money up, trying to go for those kills, of course, and in those airdrops, you can find some nice loot and maybe that AWM. Each of our players, it's all the same throughout their entire competition and even into the finals tomorrow. Each of our players are in customs, yes, and they start with 1 million Technic alloy to get their loadouts ready to go. They also have a 3x3 safe box, which they can use, and it operates traditionally like a normal safe box. They have a 12-slot card holder. They'll have all of the cards they need to move around the map. Now, every round, at the end of every round, everybody will get money based on a couple different metrics. Those are the metrics down below. There's going to be a fixed supply per round. It's like 400K to start, and it ramps up to like 700K. So even if you don't extract any of the maps, you will not be totally broke. You still have a chance to have okay loot going into the next round. But every kill, every elimination is 400,000 Technic alloy, a huge boon for your overall stash. And if you get a full team wipe, you do the math, that's 1.2 mil. And also, by the way, decoding MandelBricks, that's also another 400K. And then there is a loss streak compensation for the folks that aren't able to extract multiple rounds in a row. You will get some money back there as well. So again, you're not broke. Now, this is a key factor and one of the things that some of these teams have been paying attention to and utilizing to find success on the map. Before round 1, level 3 and below ammo is the highest level ammo you can pick up. Level 4 and below helmet and armor. Level 5 and below repair kits, and everything else is good to go. But before round 2, level 4 ammo is available for purchase, and it scales up. Level 5 helmet and level 5 armor. So that round in particular is a key one because the ammo does not match the armor, which means the TTK can be higher, but you gotta have the money to buy that high armor. So you better have some cash moving into round 2, and we scale up from there. You will never be able to buy level 6, and you can't put AWM ammo, you can't buy it, and you can't put it in your safe box either. Keep that in mind. Now, with this MandelBrick, there are several timers. I will go through them quickly. First, before, when you're loading into a game, you can't pick up the MandelBrick for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. It will spawn at the end of that timer. Once you pick up that MandelBrick, you will have 5 minutes to get to a decoding station. Once you put it in the decoding station, it will start a timer that lasts for 4 minutes. Every steal resets the timer. So if you're decoding the MandelBrick for 3.5 minutes, somebody steals it, it will reset. However, it does not reset to 4 minutes. It resets to 30 seconds left than whatever the max timer was before. So for instance, the first steal, 3.5. The second steal will be 3, and so on and so forth. Now, let's take a look at the operator selection. This is a key rule that we've been talking about all day today. It comes into factor mostly in round 6, round 5 certainly as well. Each operator can only be used a maximum of twice. You might be a huge fan of Luna. Most people are in operations. Unfortunately, your team can only use Luna twice in totality, not per player, but per team. So you're seeing a lot of those operators that people don't love playing in operations, maybe burned early. Some of the operators they really like to be safe a little bit, but then burned probably in the mid game. And as we get deep into the late game, you might have to get out of your comfort zone. So fun stuff across the board for all of our rules. Nothing has changed. But Taylor, talk to me about this schedule. We have had a long road to get to this point.
Yes, we have. Of course, Group Stage A and B is where we started. The top 3 moved forward to the upper bracket turn 1. The bottom 3 had to go down to the lower bracket turn 1, which is where we started our day. Well, from there, from upper bracket turn 1, Q9 NBA, they ended up qualifying. From lower bracket turn 1, we went to upper bracket turn 2, where we witnessed 2 teams go directly to the finals. That was a little bit earlier today, ESG and then FN. Of course, for 2 teams, though, FL and LEG, they were sadly eliminated. In lower bracket turn 2, it was definitely nutty and crazy, but it gave us a little bit of what we expected, right? You got to be thinking ISG, AKA GS, STS, Inc., MG. These teams being here is like, okay, we understand. Like AK, for example, being in this moment, well, they got here from a little bit earlier, right? And of course, as ISG too. Both of them got to this point, and they got a little bit of a rest, which is great.
You're
okay,
right.
So I'm super happy with that, but we have 4 teams going to finals already. Q9 NBA, ESG, and FN. Super happy to see them. It's dominated by EU and China. Now it's time to add a different region.
That's
It
right.
could be North America, MENA, APAC, NA, Korea, or another APAC roster. So many locations that still need to be added, but the thing is, 4 teams will be eliminated now.
That's
Only
right.
2 more teams will go into the final.
Yeah, I love that breakdown. Of course, a confusing process, or frankly, a thorough process. And that's the thing you got to remember, is that these teams have been grinding to get to this point. And you're right, we've got 4 teams in finals, 2 more will join them, and it's right friggin' now. I am so pumped about this. It's going to be one of these 6 teams. It's going to be 2 of these 6 teams joining the 4 already in finals. Some teams have had a rest, but a couple of these teams have had to play every single best of 6 today. That is a lot of Delta Force. Let's take a look at some of these teams and some of the highlight players from some of these teams. Mojo, namely, a big one. You gotta watch out for this ISG roster, and Mojo in particular. Mojo was MVP in a series that he didn't even make it to the next round in. That's how dominant this player has been statistically. Look at that rush rate. It is off the charts, literally. EDC rate, again, that's earnings damage rate. So that is going to be based on what you're bringing in and how much damage you put out. So if you bring in cheap gear and put out a lot of damage, that number is going to be high as well. Almost maxed out, number 4 overall. And KD, just frankly, is just super solid. A 5 overall, 1.83. That's a great KD in this game. That puts his Delta Force rating pretty high.
And here's AK back on your screen, and for the first time we get the highlight January, also known as Jan. Stats aren't too spectacular, let's be completely honest, but AK's performance hasn't been that spectacular, but they have made it to this point, and that does excite me. They've got new energy, and well, there's a couple of people in this venue, specifically you, who are feeling AK might have a pretty decent run against the other rosters, but for sure, some things are definitely going to need to be stepped up. KD specifically, 0.43, that's simply not going to do.
Yeah, and I will say something about Jan. He is a clutch player, had a decent EDC rate, and was fairly balanced, but you're right. Definitely not their fragger, definitely not their front man. But take a look at this guy right here, Use. He is number 1 in that extraction rate, evacuation rate, extraction rate, same thing. Number 1 overall with over 50% of the games. This guy is getting out of the map. This is gold, silver on your screen right now. Off the charts, across the board, looking really, really strong. The only exception to that rule, of course, is that EDC rate, which means he's either bringing in really expensive gear and putting out okay damage, or he's just really not putting out that much damage. And I can't imagine that's the case, because look at his KD. I bet he's bringing in really high value gear every single time. That's why that rate is low. Everything else looks really strong. KD, fantastic. His overall rating is number 5 overall in this matchup. And of course, getting out of the map a lot is a huge, huge win for his team.
It's not often you see the evacuation rate being so high, and then the KD also matching that energy. Now, Chan, we have said his name so many times for STS's sake. At one point, they were in 2nd place in the last round. They had a true chance to potentially go up and already secure their chance in the finals. Now, once again, they're going to have to go for it. But for Chan's sake, he definitely has that opportunity. He's getting out there with a little, or excuse me, he brings in that loot, and he's able to get the damage in return at 1.25. He also isn't bad whenever it comes to looting up, and he very well could have been the one that was able to find that, $5.3 million key card they discovered, I believe, in Game 3.
Well, and we're not getting into predictions yet, but STS is going to be a really fun one to watch because they've had a lot of ups and downs, and it's kind of that part of the roller coaster that we're on right now where they should be trending up. We should see them start out hot. We'll see if that history will continue to repeat itself. Chan, a definite big factor for that squad. That entire team, STS, though, very balanced. And all those stats aren't phenomenal. They're definitely not bad, and a decently well-balanced player. Chan is one of those players they leave on the map, which is why, much like Killzall, their extraction rate, the evacuation rate there on the left, is not very high at all. That's the player they leave to go get kills, and they just get out with somebody else. So let's look at Killzall. Obviously, Inc., a team that missed the mark, didn't move fast enough. We actually had a chance to interview their coach. Killzall is one of the leading factors in the kill category for their team. KD, not great, which means he's dying a lot because he's the guy that's staying on the map and going to hunt for kills. But his rush rate, combats, first blood, pushing the equation, being frontman, definitely very high for his squad and just generally overall at 1.96. and he's putting out a crazy amount of damage based on the gear that he's actually bringing in. Now, I will say, just as a bit of a caveat, EDC rate's a very interesting one, because if you are not doing well in the tournament, that will likely be higher if you're still pumping out damage, because you're just not bringing in very expensive gear. So it does make sense that a team like Inc., who's been kind of struggling, but fighting a lot, it does make sense that rate is pretty high. But I will say for Killzall too, to have a loot rate very high and EDC rate high, that's a nice boon. He's a very balanced player. This is a balanced team. This is a team with a couple adjustments, could be great,
sure,
but they aren't there yet. Hopefully they'll put it together for their last chance to make it to the stadium.
Yeah, Killzall becoming a massive fan of how he plays and his ability to clutch up. Again, player stats are one thing, but it doesn't tell you everything. Yeah, look, EDC 3.01, number 3, Onigiri. We have highlighted him until we are blue in the face. This man has been stellar in every single way. Whether he has loot that he's come in with or not, he's going to be slaying out, and that's the wonderful thing about him. If you give him S-tier weapons, S-tier loot, he's going to be even deadlier, because even when he doesn't have anything, he's still going to be able to take down the lobby. Huge fan of Onigiri. 1.09 KD also isn't spectacular, but
it's
isn't
solid,
bad
yeah.
either. Yeah, it's solid.
And that rush rate's cool too. I mean, EDC rate, I saw somebody in chat asking it. I think I've explained this enough that chat can help you out. However, that rush rate is an interesting one, because we talk about it being first bloods. It's also multi-kills. It's also, hey, you're last alive for your team and you put on a show and pick up a double. That's what that rate is. It's basically how clutch are you.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing Onigiri, absolutely one of the clutch players for his squad, and frankly, one of the most clutch players in this competition, and going into this round with 6 teams. So watch out for Onigiri. I'm also saying, just because those rates are pretty high as well for Killzall, watch out for Killzall and watch out for that Inc. squad. I'm hyping up North America a little bit. They've been struggling. I do truly believe one of these North American teams is going to take one of the last remaining spots. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. Your 6 teams down below, we highlighted some of their star players: ISG, AKA, GSSTS, Inc., and MG. And folks, Taylor, I'm paying attention to our chat. We got some people waking up, man.
Okay.
It's morning time overseas.
Welcome
so
in.
We've got some EU
We've been here
folks.
a while.
We've got some EU folks, some North American folks.
Right.
The EU folks that are waking up, or I guess they've been awake for a little while, they're like, hey, we're good. Both of our teams are in the finals.
Right.
It's all North America that's paying attention right now, at least on the Western side. And of course, some of our other regions also tapping in as well.
Well, let's talk about North America. First off, let's talk AKA, because it's been a little bit since they've been back on that stage. They played earlier today. They did enough to place top 2, or excuse me, 3 and 4, in order to move to this very stage. So happy for that. 60MG, Articuno, as well as Jen. We highlighted Jen when it comes to the stats, but we've talked about 60MG and Articuno and how good and talented they truly are. Now, apparently, Articuno, we bumped into him in the bathroom, and he said he was putting new eyes in, okay? So he's got new eyes, fresh eyes,
contacts,
putting in some fresh contacts. Hey, look, I get the struggle. You want to make sure your contacts are peak whenever you're going into the action. There's Articuno on your screen. These guys, I would love to see them make it to the finals personally. Naturally, we come from North America. That would be good. We are, in a way, biased in a way, but they're just great competitors and just so positive for the Delta Force space. Look at his smile. He's always smiling, this guy.
Look, and I am an A guy, sure, absolutely. But I've casted just as much EU, and sure, I might have an American accent. I might be from the US, but I'm a huge fan of these EU teams. It's just that I don't have EU teams to cheer for anymore. So it's all NA all day today. Now, again, we have other fantastic non-North American teams in this lobby, and absolutely both of these NA teams might get kicked out, but we got to talk about Inc. as well, because Baby B is back on the roster. Now, we had a chance to talk to the coach. We heard some of the roster decisions, why they made them. They were just trying it out. And I don't hate the idea in an isolated instance. I will say Baby B is a difference maker for this team. So maybe LAN has gotten to him a little bit, or maybe just the comms weren't as strong because they're on LAN, and frankly, they've just kind of been struggling a little bit. I don't know, but regardless, they tried Grimmy out, and Grimmy's a fantastic player, did solid, but he wasn't a difference maker. And when he wasn't a difference maker, they said, all right, let's go back to our roster, and let's make a play for the finals. Baby B's back in it, and I can only imagine he's got to be a little bit angry, or at least have a little bit of fire there to go make some big plays.
But it can't be fired towards the team or anything like that, right?
Gotta be
it can't be self-inflicted. You've got to go out there and inflict the damage onto everybody else, and I believe he absolutely can. I want the Sync roster to make it. I fully support them. MG on your screen, and Onigiri was just flashed a second ago. Onigiri, of course, one of the people we were highlighted for the stats. Peekaboo we go. That's exactly what he's looking to do to the competition, and he has had plenty of peekaboo moments. That's envy You know, of course, hanging out in the shadows and striking when the iron's hot. Now, gold, silver, my goodness, where do we start? They're back on that stage.
These are kind of your guys, man.
They are, because they were the most improved. I'm going to stand by it. Most improved from day 1 into day 2's competition. And I do like the fact that we're watching them and they actually have smiles on their face. Why is that so impactful? Well, not because I'm just a positive guy, right? It's because they should not be on that stage. They were just $500,000 away from defeating Fallen and going and punching their ticket into the finals. Now they have to once again play up to 6 rounds. But they seem positive, they seem happy, and that is what is needed. Short-term memory. Those 6 games didn't matter. It doesn't matter that you're $500,000 away. All that matters now is securing one of the last 2 spots, and that needs to be gold silver.
Well, let's talk about a somewhat similar story. STS, man. Talk about flashes of greatness. This team did unbelievable numbers in the first round today, right? They dominated. They're a really strong team from Korea.
At one point, they were in second.
Yeah, that's right. And they were putting up great numbers as well. They just couldn't quite hit the mark when it came to this last round we just played. And that's what's so interesting. Shades on, blocking out the haters, because I don't know if there are any haters or not, but he's ready to rock and roll. I like this team a lot. Now, Taylor, can we talk a little bit about some of the teams, we're talking about them right now, that are playing 3 best of 6s today?
How long have we been live? Check how long have we been live?
Which has been live for 8 hours.
And they've been playing for 8 hours.
That's right. And we have a whole nother best of 6 to go. So watch out for some of these teams that have been playing the entire time and haven't had a break. We'll see if it's a marathon and it's a marathon that goes well for them, or it's a marathon they run out of steam. Let's talk about ISG though.
Yeah, ISG, Alex Wada, as well as Mojo. You know, these guys have had some great moments. Had some lackluster moments as well, but something tells me, and I don't know why it is, I really do feel ISG is going to be a roster that is going to make it out and go to finals.
They get a lot of kills, man.
Yeah.
This team is aggressive, and I will say something. I got to learn a little bit behind the scenes. ISG is an interesting one because they are the only team representing the MENA region, right? They actually came from a qualifier that was a long time ago. It was actually a long while ago, and it was on not only a different patch, but a different, slightly different format too. They're used to going and slaying out and getting points that way. This format is new for them. I feel like they're only growing and getting better every single rep they get. They could be a huge factor right here, right now, with the last couple spots available.
Man, ISG, I don't know. Something just tells me they're about to surprise a lot of people out there in these next 6 games. I could be eating my words, but I've got a gut feeling for sure. Should I ask you, now that you guys are all waking up, naturally there's going to be a bias towards North America. That is going to be AK as well as Inc. But do you think any other roster might sneak through? There's only 2 spots available. 4 teams will be eliminated. This is going to be the final 6 games for 4 of those wonderful teams that have fought tooth and nail to get to this point. Now, if it's for STS or MG, who has played for 8 hours today, it would be heartbreaking to play that long and not make it.
Yeah, some interesting stats scrolling along the bottom of your screen pretty quickly here, but some nice average loot values. GS, obviously, namely, recently having crazy numbers and not making it. I'm sure they're still thinking about that. They got to clear it out of their minds, like you said. I think to barely miss, it would be pretty brutal to then not make again here, but I don't know, it's Delta Force, man, and anytime you put a brand new group of 6 teams in the same lobby, it is a totally different game, and you've got to figure it out along the way. Every single best of 6, we think back to all of them that we've done. We've done 5 best of 6s thus far. Every best of 6 we've done was totally different. Different flow, different fights, different pacing, random moments that we weren't expecting. Like, every single one is different, and this one is going to absolutely be the same, where it will be different, not the same. So I'm pumped about it. I'm excited to see who wins, who's able to get aggressive, and it pays off for them. Will fortune favor the bold? Will it not? A lot of big question marks. We've been having a dang good time up here the last 2 days, and this is the last chance in the studio for anybody else to make it to finals. Talking about map rotation, folks, nothing has changed. We are starting 0 down. We will then head to Brackish twice, and then up to 3 times on Space City, based on our flow. Now, number 1, as we head into 0 Dam, our litmus test, as per the usual, airdrops galore, but no MandelBricks. How will it play out?
Yeah, let's find out, man. It's obviously an opportunity to set the tone. 0 down in our last round was highly influential, especially for ESG's sake, right? That's what sets them up for success, right? So 0 down is one that's only for an airdrop. I say only, but it very well could be your successful route into the top 2. Also, for the MandelBrick round in map 2, having that AWM is going to be highly influential in being able to bring in your top level loot. That's the goal. We take a look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it started. Our final 6 games, potentially, of the day. Only 2 more spots into finals. We know the other 4, NBA, Q9, FN, and ESG. Who else is going to join them?
Quick flag on the map here. Pay attention to this map view. Inc, ISG, they get priority tier 1 spawns off rip here in Zero Dam. A nice boon to start off in admin where they can get a bunch of high value loot, but remember that these 2 teams will not get tier 1 spawns in a MandelBrick round on the next one. Quick look at the map as well. MG all the way down in Visitor Center. GS around Substation, STS in Cement Plant, and AKA, I swear they get barracks every single time. Barracks, a solid spawn. We'll see what they're able to do about it. But first, we go to admin. And of course, we've got to cut down Saeed and get some gold ammo. The only gold ammo that will be on this map at all.
I don't know. I thought it was going to get a little sketchy. I'm not going to lie. ISG able to take down Saeed. Get themselves, a decent amount of loot this early on. They're already up to $1 million. Yeah, so that's going to be pretty good for them. ISG, though, has to keep a close eye out for Inc., who is still going to be in the admin area, as you pointed out. Wallbreaker's been incredibly valuable. Was it Wallbreaker that's secured ESG like $5 million?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much value you can get on that. ISG, by the way, off screen, we're going to find some nice loot there. That's 383K. We'll highlight a lot of the loot in this round because that's all that matters. Round 1 is all about getting your money up. Gotta have loot value to get in good gear in the next round. Reminder, next round, you can get gold armor if you can purchase it, but you cannot use gold ammo, so it's super valuable if you want to try to dominate the map. Now, we do see Inc. also finding. I swear we get at least 2 watches almost every single Zero Dam, man. I love Zero Dam hard and in the tournament server. Get some nice red items. Wish I had some of this luck in my pubs games, but I digress. Now, as we take a look briefly and kind of skim through some of the weapons and operators, pretty standard across the board. We'll try to get a look at that here shortly. Weapons of choice, obviously we're seeing a favor towards some of the weapons that have high magazine sizes, large magazine sizes. The more bullets you can fit in a single mag, the better. But looking right now, we're just trying to loot up whatever we can. Baby B on your screen, a nice gold bar. This is a classic keycard room. As a reminder, everybody has their keycard holder with all the cards that they could want, 12 cards in total. I think they're like a single technic alloy apiece based on our tournament server to start. But you can find keycards along the way for loot value. We swing over to STG here, Taylor, and again, nobody's really left their spawn point. And so right now, it's just a patient waiting game. Loot up what you can, and then figure out what you want to do. It's going to be a fight over extraction. Yep. And finally, Inc. does have their sight set on their opponent.
That's Killzall. Such a deadly player. He has played so very well throughout this tournament.
This is a crazy angle.
It is. If it wasn't for the shield, I think he would have been able to take that shot too. Crazy Dog. Man, he falls in the last second in the last group. He doesn't fall. The AWM gets out. Gold Silver would be spectating this instead of playing. Of course, it was Fallen who was able to ultimately get that win. And it was HR, the young gun phenom of 19. But for Dead Dog, not deterred. Again, looking at their faces going into this, it seemed like Gold Silver was still in good spirits, still feeling okay. They know it's very possible to secure a top 2 finish. Onigiri, very talented player in his own right. Again, what is the big thing here? It's the airdrop, right? Everybody waiting to see where the first position is going to be. Nobody has taken anybody out just yet, but it's plenty of loot. This is one of the more profitable Zero Dams we've seen in a while, outside of the Zero Dam from last time. But finally, shots are fired. ISG, opposite of Inc. They've been stalemated for quite some time in admin. Now they said, well, now it's time to fight.
Yeah, at least take some shots. Not going to connect with much, but as we glance through some of the operators, do see a Saniva on board with ISG. There's a look at MG. Of course, they started Visitor Center. This is classic. From Visitor Centers, we go up the ridge, through the woods, not the grandmother's house, but to admin. The shipping containers and the dam extraction on the backside. PKM actually brought into this map from Onigiri. And of course, we're seeing AUGs, PKMs, We saw P90 from 60MG. Our first airdrop shown on our map feed, and this is the airdrop we actually saw last round, but this time nobody's there to collect it, at least not yet. You saw it on your map, and you also didn't see anybody else because GS is on your screen right now holding STS. The airdrop a decent ways behind them, and almost the first drop, almost the first blood on our screen right now. And this is a battle sure for positioning to play for the airdrop, which is down to the south side of substation.
And that first airdrop hasn't been too profitable as of recently in our previous games, but it's a fresh start. You've got to go for it regardless. It's just one of those things you just have to get. But for Gold, Silver, and STS, still deadlocked. We don't normally see a fight this much in the south, actually. Typically, it's all towards admin, more in the north, though. This is a rare treat.
You see he was creeping in, though, in that small picture in the right-hand corner. AKA is creeping into admin. There's a look at him again. Could be a 3-team battle, maybe even a 4-team battle over an admin here shortly. Continue to kind of swing perspectives around. Here's a look at him. They've thought about it, and maybe still thinking about it. Again, this is I think the first time, this is the first time both of our NA teams have been in the same lobby since their qualifiers back home. Looks like first blood goes to the side of GS. Gold, Silver picking up 1 on STS. Back for that airdrop fight. We've got 4 teams actually around admin. You see that blue dot barely creeping in and then backing up. MG have made it into admin as well.
First time we've seen 4 teams actively fighting in admin, by the way. Use from Gold, Silver will take down Chan. So fully gone. 2 players up for STS to recover for Gold, Silver's 3. Love that you pointed out both NA teams for the first time, at least here on land, competing against each other. With our picture-in-picture, I notice Dam is starting to push up, take some shots. Meanwhile, big picture, that's going to be Body taking down 2 easy. MG getting the first blood in this fight in admin. He hit also onto Oxygen, by the way, and Gold, Silver looks to be winning this fight against STS. Meanwhile, back on big screen, finish is going to come in. Body gets to clean up onto 2 easy. Yeah. They are moving quite well. And we go back to the little picture, Coach, and I do wonder with this STS Gold-Silver fight, the other STS member has a tall task at hand. Having a weak round, game 1, is not setting the tone. This would also open up the airdrop in the south. Meanwhile, the new airdrop up top north, AKA, is going to take priority. Back away from the admin fight, leave the 3 teams that are currently there to fight it out.
Yeah, and this fight right here, MG is showing the value of the PKM. We all know it. A lot of us like it. PKM, extremely strong, hits like a truck. Easy just peaked way too long against an LMG, not maybe expecting the firepower that the PKM offers. Albeit it's level 3 ammo, it doesn't really matter. Still hits. And of course, it's a bullet hose. But you're right, AKA not on your screen for a reason. They are not in admin anymore. They're all the way back at their spawn in barracks, picking up the second airdrop, which will land in about 30 seconds. That second airdrop, of course, yields the AWM, and it's Lapua ammo. The fight continues. Now, as a reminder, 0 Dam on the tournament server. 16-minute game, folks. So we're already down to 7 minutes left. And look what a flank we have found. STS as a solo, maybe not a flank, but just a high ground position, looking at 2 members of GS, as this fight has been going on for probably 5-6 minutes at this point.
Yeah, a good while.
Oh, MG. Opportunity knocked. On it here, he's going to open things up and go straight to bed. Ghost goes absolutely gigantic. Lines him up, knocks him down. That's a strike in my book. Ghost, huge for ISG. We said they might go big, they might play aggressive, and they might get kills. So far, so good. While off screen, STS finally fully get wiped as well. 2 teams out and a couple players as well.
Yeah, E-hit from STS, trying to stay alive as long as he possibly could, but with too much presence and manpower from the side of Gold, Silver. In the meantime, though, as you mentioned, Ghost getting the full wipe on MG, who goes from struggle to struggle. In the previous 6 games, they were on the struggle bus. This time, they will stay on, refusing to disembark. Finally, we get to take a peek into what the airdrop holds. Of course, the AWM is going to be the main thing, and that is going to be huge for AKA. I don't remember the last time AKA was able to get their hands on an AWM. Now, they need to send January or anybody up top, get out with the AWM and lock it in.
Yeah, 60's currently got it. So 60 may just leave. You can see Killzall on your screen right now, sprinting for something. Not sure what the comms are here, but he and Baby are splitting. I think Ink is leaving. I think Baby and 60 are leaving, and Killzall will stay. Sorry, I'm all over the place. That's both of our NA teams. Killzall and Baby, Ink, do not have an AWM. It's AKA with the AWM.
60MG.
And 60MG had the AWM, and he's actually passed it over to Articuno. So Articuno's the one.
They're staying. Like, I don't know. I don't know if this is the play.
Well, they're either staying or they're going to go rat for the dam extraction. Somebody's got to pull it eventually. And if they can get there, honestly, oh, it connects and it doesn't drop him. Must have hit the shoulder. Articuno with the shot. If AKA can get through the dam extraction, they know somebody will pull that lever, Taylor. And if they do, and they have primary position on it, with an AWM, it is going to be near impossible to break that defense.
It's high risk, high reward, in my opinion. But then again, you got to risk it all, don't you? I mean, this is the final 6 games, the final 2 spots, the finals. If you're not willing to risk everything, you're going to go home with a lot of regrets, thinking, what if? And nobody wants to live with regret or what ifs. So for AKA, they'll commit for it. Down low, gold, silver, they were in a fight with SDS. They win that, they get the airdrop. They have Ink relatively close to them. Ink isn't going to have the man advantage if that fight does ensue. But I think Ink is going to have enough distance to where they're going to be feeling okay. Crazy Dog will get out. Crazy Dog is gone. Use also out of the way. Another AWM shot from Articuno. Of course, on the AI just up ahead. But maybe ISG hears those shots, maybe can piece together what AKA, or at least a team in their mind, is up to. Update, gold, silver, all 3 have been extracted. They're out. They'll walk away with 2.4 million. A successful round in my book for gold, silver.
Yeah, it's a solid game. We take, especially for Zero Dam, we take that for sure. If you get over 2 mil, it's a huge boon to all get out and keep what you brought in if they did bring in decent loot. This lever's got to be pulled at some point, right? Kind of running out of runway. If we actually want to get out via the dam extraction, that thing's got to be pulled very soon. And now I think most of these teams are recognizing that. Is ISG not going to pull the lever? They have 3.9 mil. They could get out other places, theoretically. No, they are pulling it. Thank you, production. I appreciate that. It has been pulled, and it is not soon enough. If I am reading that correctly, I thought it was a 4-minute timer with 3 minutes on the clock. It was pulled for basically no reason. We're used to a longer Zero Dam game, and we don't have time to get out via the dam extraction. The timer is up, and it is not going to have enough time on it. So everybody else trying to figure out, where do we go from here?
Oh, January.
January's actually found a nice angle on Baby B. A little North America versus North America violence. Baby B down and I believe wiped means Killzall's by himself. Articuno is running the parkour course to get up to the ridge extraction with the AWM. The other 2 members of AKA have stayed to fight. So Articuno will likely be leaving this map if he completes the course and gets to the ridge and gets up to the extraction. AWM and Ham will be nice for the next round. Killzall as a solo gonna have to fight North American brethren.
That's the first time we've seen North America fire shots on North America, at least in our tournament here on LAN. Articuno does look as if he's gonna get away, but Killzall isn't done just yet. Takes down 60MG. Who luckily passed AWM over to Articuno a little bit earlier. That could have been devastating if he loses it. It still doesn't feel good to have your player go down. But the important part for AKA, Articuno manages to get away. Only 1 minute and 20 or so seconds remaining. We still have, what, 6 players on the map.
A wild turn of events. Killzall somehow just can't be spotted. ISG checking the damage extraction and then saying, oh shoot, we do not have enough time. There is 60 seconds on the clock. We've got to just go fight. Unfortunately, they're going to lose a lot of that loot value most likely. I can't imagine all of it will fit inside their safe boxes. There's a look at Articuno. He'll be getting out on the ridge. There he goes. AWM on the side of AKA. This is a win in their book no matter what. Nice. January's able to pick up another kill, AKA a big map for them. They have woken up. And if he can get the full here, again, that's 400K. Bajan is being pushed by Ghost and somehow gets the heals off in time. He's going to spot him here in a brief second. Is able to get the drones on him. It's going to help out, and Killzone's actually found another kill off screen. Unfortunately, Toes gets shot. Jan goes down, AKA done, but they still get the AWM. Killzone not done. North America trying to win out on the map. Inc. has one more member of ISG. Killzone is getting kill after kill after kill, and Ghost does not want to give him another 400K. Killzone going to take a look at a body and see if there's anything else he can put in a safe box in the next 10 seconds.
Now, let's not forget, Ghost has got a team wipe before. This time around, he just needs to get a solo, but he backs away in time. I don't think a re-engagement is going to happen. Speaking of which, it does. But does it happen? And yes, Ghost will get the kill off. And that pays off. But I mean, come on. Killzone, such a talented player. Last up for Inc. Still making the most out of a tough situation. A big round, Articuno on your screen for AKA. He gets out with the AWM. That's going to be huge going into our first MandelBrick round. They choose to wrap all the way up towards Dam, a questionable call, but one that does pay off. 60 MG dropped off from Killzone. Most importantly, again, NA on NA violence. We had 4 teams in admin fighting at 1 point. A lot to take away from game number 1. Another thing I'll throw out there, by the way, Gold Silver winning a fight against STS. That's big because Gold Silver needed to showcase that last 6 games did not affect them. Being so close to winning and securing a top 2 finish, but being so far away, a lot of times that can derail you as a competitor. Throw your mental off. You come into the next series, you come into the next games, and you're just not the same team that you are expected to be. I think that narrative's out the way. I think Gold Silver's feeling okay. They're starting back off to where they need to be. They're a dominant roster. They can absolutely make the finals.
They're the only team of 3 that actually got out of the map. So, I mean, it's a huge win. They're able to protect what loot they brought in, get out with over 2 mil, a solid map for them. Definitely watch out for GS. I will say AKA, I would maybe put in 2nd or 3rd overall from Zero Dam. Getting an AWM there is just going to be a huge boon, a nice little bonus going into potentially the next round if they want to use it on Brockage for our MandelBrick round. However, ISG probably got the most money out of kills. I mean, they've got a full wipe, I believe, and a couple extra, and one at the very end there, which is crazy. In the last single second, Killzone tried to ego jowl it and just couldn't get the kill. But so I think ISG maybe had the 2nd best game. I don't know. It's going to be pretty close on the leaderboard. Nobody had a clear advantage, I think, is the key. The only small advantage you could kind of write home about is that AWM.
Yeah, the AWM is huge. I think that's going to provide such a tremendous value going into game number 2, depending on Articuno and his ability to utilize it appropriately, or if they give it, you know, whether it be Jan or 60 MG. And speaking of Jan, like, he didn't have a bad game either. There were times where he was getting
picked up a couple.
Picked up a couple, right? So good on AKA to play as well as they did, but you know, we got to give credit where credit is due. Again, Gold Silver having a very, very good game. ISG, they do get mowed down in the end outside of one player, but I believe they get out with around 3 million potentially, which is going to be great for them. They stayed in admin for long. Actually, I don't think they ever left admin.
ISG, no. They
like
went
literally
admin,
not
never left, and then ended up dying there too. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting map. It really is nothing too, frankly, like, important.
Never really is.
We're talking about a million spread probably between the top team and like 4th, 5 and 6, maybe a little bit further down. Really not a big deal in Zero Dam for the most part. The only time we've really seen Zero Dam be a big deal. Let's take a look at back of that map. What I'm saying is that ESG. That's the only time I've ever seen Zero Dam be a huge deal, aside from maybe those small bonuses of AWM. Look here, though, a big deal. MG picking up some kills as well on the back of the PKM. Too easy going down early. Hurt in, and they were on their back foot. Look at that, man. Mojo also able to mow down, line them up, and get the kills. There's a look at where the AWM is picked up, and there's the look at GS all getting out of the lobby.
Yeah, GS did a great job, again, recovering quite well. Killzall staying alive as a solo, and then taking down 60 MG from AKA was also quite decent, but January stole the show for a little bit, staying alive as long as he did, but it didn't guarantee that he ends up getting out, or at least stands on his own 2 feet in the last couple of seconds. He tried his best. Yeah, it was Ghost who, in the end, was able to take him down, and the celebration, rightly so. But it was, you know, I think I will say this, one thing this game did show me is nobody's backing down. I really feel
baby.
We are fighting really hard. I think even harder, honestly, than even our last group.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a much more aggressive group thus far, but we just got started. I mean, there was some fights in Zero Dam originally. ESG won some big fights in the last round in Zero Dam, and they just had admin to themselves. This time, you're right, you called it. There was like 4 or 5 teams up at admin, all fighting each other, figuring out where to go. Lost some bodies along the way. But like I said, round 1, really not a huge spread from anybody. GS maybe technically the leader when it comes to overall round earnings, because they're the only team to all 3 get out. So obviously safe boxes, net AKA 1.42 / frankly that's mostly AWM and its ammo that Articuno got out with. 3 kills, 2.39 mil for GS. They're going to be the best team, and frankly a pretty solid map for them. Of course my eyes go to ISG with 5 kills. That is a 2 mil bonus on top of the 1.2 that they get out with in Zero Dam. ISG will be top 2.
14 elims, by the way, across the board is the highest I think we have seen so far when it comes to the land, at least. Collectively, I would have to say, damage, look, I mean, everybody getting a piece of the pie. That's also a rarity. You normally see one who's going to be like at 0, honestly, or maybe even a couple or around the 0.5. No, this time around, everybody pretty much above the 0.5, getting closer to the 1. ISG, though, takes the cake for sure. They had the best game. AKA also had some solid eliminations. You notice Ink, mainly in conjunction with Killzall, who was able to pick up quite a few elims as a solo by himself. And I think that's where he thrives, I really do. When the team's off the map, he has to perform on only to focus on himself. That's where Killzall truly comes alive. And well, we ended up seeing that. So overall, great game 1. Zero Dam will not be played again today. That is done and dusted. We will be moving in to our next map. Of course, for our best team, yeah, it's got to be from the APAC region. And of course, it's going to be GS, Oxygen, Hughes, Crazy Dog, a team that fought so hard to get to top 2, fell just short, but now has recovered quite well and on their way to once again having a run for the top 2 and a final spot.
Yeah, 2.39 mil, of course, 3 operator kills, a very solid and well-balanced map for them to all 3 get out. That is key. Protect your loot. Stay on top where you can. They'll be at the top of the leaderboard most assuredly. A couple teams fairly close, though. So a great effort from these guys. Again, this is a pretty balanced team. We've seen moments of decent fighting potential. They're very good at looting. They're also good at getting out. But Ghost is going to be your kill leader by a mile.
I mean, it makes sense.
He got all 5 kills, and it's showing 4 assists as well. To be a 5 KD and almost 500 damage as an individual. I'm telling you, LMG meta, man. It is so strong in some of these team fights. Lined them up, knocked them down. Guy was going bowling with bodies, man. It was awesome. I love some of those interior fights inside of Zero Dam. Definitely reminiscent of when I was playing so much all the time in Zero Dam, just running over and over and over again. Everybody knows the admin runs that you guys do in Zero Dam. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I enjoy that we've got Zero Dam in our map rotation. I think it makes sense if you only see it once and at the very beginning without a MandelBrick. It is good to see, though, in the competitive circuit. It's very fast-paced, very small, and very fun.
Well, Brock is just typically where things start to get wild. MandelBrick's going to be coming up next. Before we do, let's hear the comms from the winning team.
心甘情愿，这边5点上，
哦，能勾他，给他压力值。
别勾到，5点上，哎呦，刷啊！这左边还有一个，2只都在合台，
好，
剩左边，他不知道拉到哪里了。
给点，
往我这边跑了。
哦，你那边吗？
对，他可能想先边我。我打血。
好，你拿枪吧，
拿枪，拿。
不确定。
左边应该在左边。我往后背。
哦。要赶快到了。
快赶快到左。
哎，赶快到了。
哪里？
这里。他蛮惨，他应该打药。先，你看能不能拉吧？
哦，我的，干我攀爬到了，我的。
其实可能还有一组，先别急。
两个先交，交，后交，然后我一直不切，
交了，
交。
要去看空投吗？交完就看空投。
不用，
不谈吗？
不谈，不能谈。哎，我110啊，那你不多少？我224而已。
我98，要不然这枪给你。
他就去谈吧。
这，
对。那你不谈枪，没有枪拿走。没事，不用。不谈，没必要。OK。球，打。
Well, a nice listen in there with GS. It wasn't just calm, it was also quiet. They were just almost a slight whisper in some of their comms. Very patient and also just, okay, yeah, let's keep going. Oh, we're good to go. Let's extract. That was nice. That was pleasant. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, definitely so. Again, loving the comms throughout all the listeners, really. I think it shows and highlights how good, calm, collected the rosters really are. Hey, it is going to be gold silver up in first place. No surprise there. ISG is going to be trailing just behind. They survived long enough and got the most value out of admin. Inc, STS, AK, and MG. Surprisingly, AKA a little bit towards the bottom, but still great value getting Articuno out with the AWM. So the 4.33 million doesn't necessarily reflect the potential going into the next MandelBrick round. Now MG though continues to struggle. They're going to be towards the bottom. The good news is it's still early going. We could potentially have 6 games. Maybe we'll have 3. It depends on how this MandelBrick round ends up going. Let's take a look at our spawns. Who's going to have priority?
Yeah, I think there was also a 70K difference between 2 of the teams and then like 100K after that. Basically nothing is just about this next round. This is a huge opportunity going into a MandelBrick round. Look at our priority spawns. Obviously you see that Inc is unable to get prio spawn going into this next round. That's our red spawns. So I'm excited to see what they're able to do, of course, but I'll be very curious what happens around those spawns and how fast we move to the brick and how the rest of the map plays out. I mean, think about last series we just casted. This was the map where nobody moved and no one touched the brick. If you get a MandelBrick in round 2, you're gonna, again, almost assuredly make the finals. Any team that has gotten a MandelBrick is in the finals right now. Think about that stat line.
That's right. I mean, can't deny it. 2 MandelBricks, that's what you need, but getting a MandelBrick in general most likely sends you to the finals. Exciting stuff for AKA, STS, Gold, Silver, as well as MG.
Yeah, it's fun to look at some of these spawns and where people could land. Obviously, a lot of RNG, of course, in the rotation, but I'm excited to see who gets those spawns. It's not everything, of course. We've seen teams win this map with a bad spawn, whether it's Cherrytown or wherever you end up being. Of course, there's a lot of loot value down in the Tower of Babel. There's a lot of good stuff. Now, it'll be very fun to watch. If anybody does get some of those Tower of Babel spawns, do they stay in loot or do they sprint up to the fight and get involved in the mix? We've seen both. We've seen both. It'll be fun to see.
Wasn't MG one of those rosters that sprinted from Tower of Babel up to Museum? I don't know.
It was Fallen, actually.
Oh, it's Fallen. Yeah. Okay, so Fallen has been able to do that. Yeah, the last time we were here for the MandelBrick round, quite literally, nothing happened. And I mean that to the fullest extent. Nothing happened. The only thing that ended up going down was the fight for the extraction in mid towards the southern portion, and that was like in the last 20 seconds. Outside of that, it was completely docile. Nothing ended up happening. And the reason why for that was Flawridge, for example, was locking down that window. He was overlooking the MandelBrick. It just wouldn't have been possible to get over there, touch the MandelBrick, and get out with it without Flawridge taking you down. So it makes sense. Will anybody pick up that same strategy, though? I don't know. After all, Flawridge isn't here. Fallen is gone, and Fallen is truly, traditionally the only team to really head into Museum and try and gatekeep the MandelBrick as opposed to just taking it. A lot of the other teams go into Museum, instantly pick up the MandelBrick, and get out with it. Fallen is totally the opposite. They love to gatekeep as long as they can.
Yeah, without Fallen on the board, it'll be very curious to see what happens. You're right. It is a big question mark in my mind. I mean, we have 2 NA teams, so traditionally speaking, NA has been quite slow to play for the brick, a very patient and methodical play style that sometimes gets criticized, but has its benefits. And so, I don't know. I mean, we know ISG, the other team that was having a priority spawn, ISG will not get a priority spawn this time around. But they slayed out, man, and they're right there, obviously, neck and neck with GS at the top. Less than half a mil separate the 2. So, I don't know. I think my actual main question is whether or not AKA are going to get any value of that AWM. I mean, you got to bring it in this round because you know if you get a MandelBrick for making finals, or at least you should get close to it. I don't know. Our last best of 6, we could see that not be the case.
I would bring it in. I would, especially if they have an opportunity for prio spots, which they do. I think the AWM is incredibly valuable here.
Yeah,
I think you bring it.
I agree. There's really no reason not to. There's some arguments around it, but I don't know. I think it'll be big. It's just a matter of if they can actually utilize it to get kills, and if it's going to be a value add.
Try.
If you do die with it on the map, then somebody else can pick it up and utilize it. So
the reason why I think they will is because when they get the AWM, or when they were able to get it on 0 down, instead of just sending a player out top left, which is the traditional strategy, you know, just send a player out, one player with the AWM. Instead of doing that, they rotated the long way, expecting to get into fights and utilizing the AWM as best they could. It was Articuno who ended up getting out with it, but I mean, I do respect the aggressive play. I thought it was a mistake at the time. They do end up losing 2 of their players, but Articuno successfully gets out, which I think is a great thing. I want to say AKA is playing differently now with a different mindset than ever before, and valuable time off, right? They didn't play the last 6 games like STS and MG did. So AKA the whole time has been doing their homework on these very teams, and they're coming in fresh, which is a rarity because a lot of these other rosters aren't.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I mean, again, that's what we were just talking about a moment ago. Playing 3 rounds in a row is brutal. You had an extra chance. I mean, there's pros and cons to playing 3 in a row. Playing 3 in a row means you had an extra chance, but playing 3 in a row is extremely difficult, and getting tired is absolutely something we have to talk about right now. So you're right, AKA didn't do as well in lower round 1. That's why they skipped round 2, and they only have 1 chance to make it to the finals. But maybe it is a boon because they're not as tired. I don't know. A lot of pros and cons, a lot of what ifs. I'm just excited to get into the game, and I know the players are as well. We're about to boot up into Brackish, folks.
Boot it up.
Do you play for the MandelBrick? Do you play for the Tower of Babel? Or do you sit around and just play for the decoding station?
It's Baby back, by the way. Baby, talented player. From what I'm hearing, his parents are actually here supporting him, which, by the way, that support system is just phenomenal, right? To have his family here from that distance, to travel, right, from the States over towards China just to support your son at 19, like that is just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful thing. And I think going to give him a little bit of added energy going into this next one. I mean, after all, Ink is going to be the number 3 team currently, so they're not far behind, and a real opportunity for them to potentially go up. Well, it seems as if we do have a bit of a temporary pause. It's okay. We need competitive integrity. After all, 4 teams are going home after these next potential 6 games. Everything needs to be perfect and flawless. No excuses. The top 2 teams that make it will make it because they played their heart out. So, of course, our tournament organizers are going to be figuring things out on the stage, and that's okay. They're pretty quick with doing it. We've had 2 a little bit earlier, but they got it done within, like, literally a minute. So I got to shout out the staff here. I think they've been doing a phenomenal job locking that stage down.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Been doing a great job. And also just making sure everything is fair, right? If there's any issues, they're going to double check it. Would even replace a PC if they have to. So they'll double check everything, make sure it's all good to go. Once everybody's ready, they will then load in. So we will stay patient up here in the booth, and you'll hear us talking heads continue to talk. 5 best of 6s down. 1 more to go before finals tomorrow, folks. We have been live for 8.5 hours, and we still got a couple more hours to go. I'm Goach, this is Taylor. We've been having a dang good time, Taylor. I've been saying that a lot because it's so true. We keep having smiles on our faces. We got chills on our arms in key moments. It has been insane.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
And it feels like we're almost just getting started. It feels like, even though we've been in the meat and potatoes for a long time, it feels like we're just kind of getting started because tomorrow, even though it's the shortest day on paper for us, it is the biggest day by far. Yeah. Everything we've been working for and what we're working for right now leads to tomorrow. Folks, we've been in the studio, and it's a beautiful studio with some incredible systems and some incredible decor, showcasing all of our teams, representing them with their logos.
Yeah.
It's awesome. But can I just say how excited I am to be in a stadium with a live audience playing a best of
Brother,
six
like,
for $500,000.
I don't know how many tickets they sold. I can't, I mean, I'm not speculating, but I did research the venue, like 4,500. Like,
it's gonna be sick.
If that's the case, how loud are they going to be?
Telling you, man.
You feed off that energy as a talent. You feed off that energy as a player, Articuno there with his fresh eyes. AK is his contact. That was the silliest thing. He just runs into the bathroom real quickly, just frantically taking out his contacts, putting new ones in.
You got eye problems?
I do.
Oh, you wear contacts?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. You know
What?
that if
I
you...
feel like something's coming.
No, I'm not trying to blame you.
I'm blaming. What
I'm
you
just saying, if your eyes get dry, your contacts get dried out, you got to replace them, right?
You got to replace them.
Okay. Well, sounds like that guy's getting prepped.
All right.
Let the man live.
Do you wear contacts?
Heck no, bro. I got 20/10 vision.
You don't need to explain to me how contacts work. I know how they work, man. Look, hey, can't ask you how old you are. I know you're very, very shy about telling everybody you're 39. I get it. I totally understand. But look, man, when you get older, man, the vision.
Unk status.
That vision starts, hey, somebody's got to do it, baby. Hey, if I got to be Unk, I'm proud to be your guys' Unk out there, all right?
Ain't no way you're anybody.
You know, hey, look, I look at STS, man. What is it? Strong or soft to strong?
Yeah.
I'm going from strong to soft, baby. That's that Unk status.
Sure.
That forehead's growing. That gut's coming out. It's
That's
devastating.
crazy.
It's actually hard to get old, but that's better than the alternative. All right, we're out here. We're living life. We're having fun. Like the Delta Force invitation.
Can we have a fun conversation here about these types of moments? We're obviously both from North America. When I say football, we think of American football. You know the term icing the kicker, right?
Yeah.
You know, somebody goes up to do the kick, they call it timeout. This is what this feels like right now. I feel like we're icing the kickers.
Unintentionally.
Yeah, of course. We got to get it all resolved, and it's all good fun, and we're going to make sure it's as competitive as possible. But this is a moment where it's interesting to think about the psyches of the players. You know what's really cool? I was talking to a lot of the mainland China folks here, right? And they have 30-plus orgs that were playing for these top 2 spots. That's how insane it is over here to make it to this stage and then compete at the
and the land.
A really big deal.
Yeah.
What's interesting about those teams as well, though, is that not only have coaches, many of them, like traditional other esports as well, have like psychology coaches or esports coaches or just sports psychologists in general to get their minds right. That's why you see players meditating. That's why you see players talking between games. Really cool stuff. To see how far esports has already come for Delta Force, but we're absolutely in the infancy stages for Delta Force esports, and this is the beginning of something huge. I mean,
right.
Operations is so sweaty, and it's the coolest version of Delta Force in my mind in the esports category with how strategic it could be.
Well, definitely so. And look, you said we're in the infancy stages of Delta Force, but I want to say the accommodations, by the way, for the players was like pretty mind-blowing for me personally to hear. Like all the players provide PC so they can actually practice well ahead of time.
Practice from your hotel room.
Yeah, the practice from the hotel room, which is like, come on, talk about the value in that regard. And also, given the fact that they were flown a little bit earlier, I want to say like like 3 to 5 days earlier so they can adjust. So good stuff coming out. We're going to figure out what's going on stage. They're working diligently. Map 1 is done. More to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's only my 3rd day here, and once again, my equipment's been dampened by the thick, unshakable fog. The locals told me this used to be a thriving mountain city, until their exiled prince led the wolves in. Havoc built 2 Skynet server bases right here, at the heart of the city. Everyone says they want to save Asara, but the land beneath their feet has been bled dry under their endless salvation.
Forced a number of locals out. Today, this uplift has deepened into a rift, one that seems impossible to bridge. Large-scale climate control technology, once envisioned as a tool to end droughts and wildfires across the globe, has now been weaponized into an instrument of destruction. It's as if, in our pursuit of energy from the atom, we have forged a Damascus blade. Bring the bounty and I'll bring the body. That's my code. Enjoy your meal. Time to get to work.
Landon Harris, codename Raptor, role Recon. Former GTI operator, Raptor was the head of intelligence for GTI North America before leaving to pursue a career as a bounty hunter. As an operator, Raptor has an in-depth understanding of information warfare and intel acquisition, specializing in his use of drones, with his Silverwing drone capable of marking and tracking the location of all hostiles in its field of view. His equipment includes WingCam, a small camera drone that can autonomously lock onto and track enemy personnel, transmitting images to the user's combat terminal in real time. Its small size provides it with excellent stealth, making it particularly suitable for surveillance missions, missions indoors, or urban environments.
Commencing recon! Releasing Falcon! I'll keep an eye on him. Releasing Falcon! Enemy mark!
Welcome back to the Delta Force Invitational. Thank you for your patience. I think we've got everything sorted behind the scenes. We're about to head into our next game. We are on game 2 of our last best of 6 of the day. Top 2 make it to finals. Everybody else goes home. Taylor, I am pumped to get into it. This will be our first MandelBrick round. Can I just say, by the way, really cool stuff during the break. Did anybody else catch that? You guys were paying attention? War Ablaze, brand new season coming to Delta Force. A lot of new content, including Raptor. Raptor's going to be insane in the esports circuit. That is a lot of information gathering tools. I'm pumped about that one.
Hey, gathering information is what everything is all about whenever you're getting into an engagement, getting into a fight. The more information you have, the better you can work around your opponents. Brockish, coming up next, round number 2. It is going to be our first MandelBrick round. First chance to earn yourself potentially a ticket directly into finals. Round 2, Brockish. Get your predictions in chat. Let's hear it. Let's get it going. Everything's been figured out on that very stage. I'm excited for this. I truly am. Now, just to recap, AKA is going to have that AWM. That's going to be exciting to see how that one's going to end up unfolding, because obviously from the AKA side, Articuno is going to have that in his hands, most likely. That could play a big impact, and they also have priority spawn potentially, and I can't wait to see the spawns, because if they do, I think they're going to have a great advantage personally. I would love to see AKA work their way up into the finals. We have EU, we have China, but we don't have any other regions. We need to break it up a bit, and I'm looking at it now, and we do have AKA. They are going to have priority spawns on the right-hand side to get over to Museum.
All right, here's a look at it. AKA with Prio Spawn, Gold Silver with Prio Spawn, and both are sprinting to Museum. A quick look at everybody else. You see MG up at Cherrytown. You see ISG up in Azure. And then down the Tower of Babel, we have Inc. and STS. The question we had, though, is one of those spawns, is one of those teams getting the Tower of Babel spawns? Are they going to stay there, or are they going to rush to the middle of the map? Look at what Inc. is doing right now. They are sprinting towards Museum. You will see Inc. here in a little while, but already a fight ensuing in Museum. Prio spawns on one thing, but you got to win that Prio. You got to win Museum if you want a chance for that MandelBrick.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy, though, because Gold Silver's been on fire. Currently, they're in first place when it comes to overall assets, and they are the team that just barely missed out on qualifying in the previous rounds. So for AKA, a tall task ahead, but one they're going to have to take. If you want to make it to finals, you've got to get aggressive, and Articuno is looking to do exactly that with AWM.
Barely not able to see that player. Again, everybody's played this map a gajillion times. That's a real number. Talk to the players, they have 4,000 hours in the game or more. Everybody knows all the sight lines.
But do they know that the team across from them has an AWM, especially on round 2? Can have gold ammo, or sorry, gold armor. Ooh, but an AWM does damage. Now, ISG, we've got a couple things going on the right-hand side. ISG does pick up a 447k item, which is nice for them. Reminder, ISG way up there in the northeastern side of the map, around Azure, and then moving down towards camp. But we're paying attention to the screen in front of us, which is Articuno. 1 nanosecond of a body, head in front of him. He pulls that trigger, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose, and AKA sprints. STS, finding a champagne bottle is nice. 336k added to their inventory. STS, reminder, they're the only team. Ooh, look at production. Again, I love when production does this, man. They find the loot before the players. I mean, we're talking about millions that is left inside the Tower of Babel. We'll see if these players are able to find it. Fun stuff. I like that production. I like that a lot.
And STS has free reign to gather that if they like. Granted, ISG, Mojo is going to be just up ahead, but staying decently far away. Actually, Mojo's going to be up over Azure Camp, excuse me. So focus our attention once again on gold silver with Articuno, just up ahead trying to hit the shot with the AWM, which would be spectacular, mind you. Things have stagnated a little bit, that's okay. Now, one thing to take note of, though, is the MandelBrick is up for grabs now.
Yeah, MandelBrick has spawned in. It's been over 3 minutes now. It's a 2-minute, 45-second counter. There's a look at Museum, but the map is showing what you're talking about. Mojo is moving over from camp, and they will come play for Museum. Will it be a repeat of last series where no one goes for the brick and they all stare at each other for 15 minutes? I don't think so. I think Inc. actually might be making a play for it right now. If we could swap over there, Articuno, yes, staring down some of these sight lanes, but Inc. is about to be on the brick on the low side, and ISG getting into the equation. You can see them with the X-ray way off into the distance down below. Inc. is about to be on the brick here shortly. We should swap to them very, very briefly, as GS has been thrown out inside the building. The only team on the ground. Look at them on the mini-map. You can see where Inc.'s located. They're on the low ground on the street side, and they're going to come up potentially for the brick. I don't think anyone technically has eyes on the brick right now.
I don't think so.
They're all watching these sightlines they expect other players to be, but no one's looking at the MandelBrick besides Inc. And as they make a run for it, likely smoking it, ISG now maybe the first team that will actually be able to contest them on it.
Oh, here we go. Going for it. Kills Zalt. Tip of the spear. Pushes up. He gets it. He gets away in the nick of time because ISG was starting to move up. Inc. needed to get more aggressive. That's what their coach was saying. Get aggressive on the MandelBrick, and that's what we get. Here's the result. Running away with the distancing themselves from the teams. And this is so valuable because ISG, AKA Gold Silver, could all be encompassed in this fight in Museum for the longest time possible. The only team truly that can challenge them might be STS. But in the meantime, Inc. is going to be able to get down and start decoding.
Look at this map. Inc. is going all the way down to Reservoir, and STS is doubling back. They were moving up the eastern side of the map up towards camp, but everybody can see the MandelBrick on their mini-map, so STS has completely doubled back and are going to look at this MandelBrick as it goes into the coding station. The problem is they got to fight in front of them as well, and on screen, Articuno hits his shots. Mojo goes down. It was ISG that maybe is going to look at Inc., but instead, they're going to look at AKA or look at the lobby screen if they're not careful. Articuno cleans him up. That's a kill for AKA, and with player advantage, they're going to go for the fight. They'll worry about the brick later.
Looks like the decoding process is going to be happening very shortly, and there we go. Inc., the first team to get their hands on the MandelBrick, bring it over to Reservoir area, and start the decoding process. This is huge. To my knowledge, this is the first time Inc. has started a decoding on a MandelBrick in the entirety of this event. STS, though, he's been the man to watch for the longest time, but so has Gomdang, who takes down 60 MG. Articuno answered just a little bit earlier, taking down E-Hit. Gomdang going for the full finish, but there's going to be more players just ahead of him. 2 members from AKA. There is a chance to recover, but Gomdang is a devastating member to try and get through.
Trading of blows yields both teams down 1 player. STS's player is still crawling. They could go for the revive here as AK has backed off and left 60 MG to die. Articuno still has an angle to play for. Take a look at that. I don't see an AWM in hand reloading. He might be either out of ammo, maybe didn't bring in all of the ammo, hoping that he might be able to use the AWM in a later round. And already having burned the shots, I'm not sure, or maybe just needs to reload it. But either way you look at it, AKA down to 2. And the decode has been planted from Ink a while ago. Like you said, the first time that they've done this, plenty of time on the clock right now. ISG gets the revive because of the help of the fight from STS. The third party allows ISG to totally restabilize, and STS is able to get their revive. So the only team that actually got hurt in that engagement is AKA.
Gold, silver, the only team, well, I shouldn't say the only team. STS is still worried about AKA up ahead. Protecting the body of 60 MG. I do wonder if Gold Silver is able to join into the mix with Ink. I think they're going to have enough time, so that's going to be the next one, but that's going to take a little bit. In the meantime, we focus on Articuno. Had some great shots a little bit earlier with the AWM, focused up ahead on whether it be STS or ISG, maybe even MG if they get into their line of sight.
Look at the map view. MG finally moving towards Museum. Everybody slowly creeping, well, I say everybody, most people slowly creeping towards the decoding station because we're running out of daylight with these two teams looking at each other. And a nice knock here on Jan. ISG getting aggressive. It's going to come down to Articuno. He's the only man with the kill thus far for his team, and he's the man with the AWM. He wants to stay alive. If anything, he wants to keep that weapon. He is sprinting for his life while the MandelBrick is being decoded on the south side.
STS are rotating down to the south to challenge the brick being decoded, and it was Ink too easy, was able to silence Gomdang early. Doing so now gets Ink that much closer to the full decode.
Yeah, this is a big moment. STS, again, fully restabilized. Articuno is gone to the hills. His only job is to stay alive, keep this AWM for another round later, because I don't think he brought in all the ammo, and he can't help his team anyways. It was a 1v3, so we got to turn our eyes back to the MandelBrick. Here's a look at one side of that MandelBrick. GS has moved through the Tower of Babel to the south side of the decoding station, trying to flank Ink from the back side. Baby B is the one holding this angle. Actually, it looks like Killzaw's looking this direction. Baby B can kind of play both angles, so they've split to cover all advances, and they are going to be pinched by 3 teams. STS in purple coming through the building, MG coming around the alleyway, and GS from the backside. Utter chaos and all-out war. We are running out of daylight, though. Somebody's got to make a move for this decoding station. Can they get on it? Can they smoke and run? Ink is standing on the decode. This is going to be a tough one to steal. Ink might have enough time as ISG also joining the party. Everyone is here besides AKA.
All right, ISG is going to be one of the closest people to make the attempt, but just 10 seconds. They're going to have to go full speed ahead. Ink knows they are dangerously close to getting this MandelBrick decoded, therefore going to the finals. Just seconds away. 2 weeks to knock down Ghost, and it is in fact going to be extracted, and there it is. Ink, for the first time, will decode a MandelBrick, and very well could be going to finals.
Unreal, able to knock 2 before anybody can get to the brick. That's the nature of the game. They get there. Fortune favors the bold gentleman. You sometimes just gotta make a play. You gotta grab life by the horns and wrestle it to the ground. Grab that MandelBrick and get that decode down. Wow, what a move. Baby B last alive for his team, but the brick in hand. We have not seen a team get a MandelBrick and not make it to the finals. So far, Ink is a team that will make it to the finals. It is not 100% certain, but it is absolutely probable.
I mean, just what a performance from Ink to get the MandelBrick, get it fully decoded with everyone encompassing you. What really did it is STS, for example, much earlier, started traveling down south instantly. They get the knock onto one of their players, Gomdang. After that, then it was another who started to push up. And of course, they silenced them. It was Ghost that they take down from ISG. Now, there are some other wins. For example, with AKA, they do manage to get a player extracted. That's going to lock in a little bit of the loot, maybe being the AWM for future rounds.
Yeah, Articuno smartly said, I'm not winning this. I'm getting out of here. He literally just left the game. I mean, not actually, but he went and extracted immediately. He's not even playing for the MandelBrick, nothing. He wants the AWM later. We got a fight on screen, though. Baby B, last alive for his team, trying to play hero. This is a main roster position, and oh, he almost Ego Chow won that. He just didn't have enough health. But it's good to see Baby B back in the mix, man. Inc, they go aggressive, they get the MandelBrick. Baby B lasts alive, doesn't end up staying alive, but it's good to see him back. Of course, we love Grimmy. Grimmy's a great player. He's put on a show for us in the past. He got his chance in the limelight here in the last round, but Baby B, part of the main roster, back on stage, and that main roster maybe is going to finals. Really cool stuff from Inc. North America looking good right now, aka maybe not so much, but they keep the AWM. There's still fights happening though. MG down range. Bonnie yet again is slapping people around with a PKM. Yeah. Wada goes down. ISG in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, pretty typical, right? Bonnie has just been nasty with these long range engagements. Great recoil control. And now potentially moving up to finish the job on the ISG team, just up ahead. Only one player standing, still a chance to recover, depending on what MG decides to do. They are, in fact, going to fully commit to this fight. It's going to be a 3v1 at the moment. As ISG looks to potentially back away with their solo, but where are you really going to go? Mojo can't get away, can he? You got MG on the south, you got STS on the north. We look at E-Hit, who's trying to steal this elimination away from MG, who's going for the full team wipe. Remember, each elimination is 400K Technic alloy. And that very well could be the difference between moving to finals or not. Prime example was Gold Silver, who lost by just $500,000 a little bit earlier to Fallen. So E-Hit needs to be hungry for this, but also needs to taper off, because if he overexposes himself, MG's going to take him down. Either way, we are going to see Mojo fall. That's going to be Envy from the MG squad. MG will officially wipe out ISG, but they're not done just yet. They're going to focus their attention on the STS. And god dang it, E-Hit will both fall. Only one remains from the STS team. That's going to be Chan Chan, which has Gold Silver coming up behind him.
They knew exactly where he was. I was going to point it out. We saw an Uluru missile very briefly come over the top, and it was from Gold Silver. They got a spot on everybody and said, well, let's come play some cleanup. As per the usual, I'm not calling them the garbage men because they're playing garbage. I'm calling them the garbage men because they're coming in and cleaning house. They come in late. They clean everybody up that's weak. It's a nice play from GS to push into this engagement. AKA are the only players with a player out of this lobby via extraction. Articuno earlier, we are left with a 3v3 with 6 minutes and counting, and all of a sudden GS has lost the equation. But look at MG from distance, raining Hellfire down. They pick up not only a double knock, but a double takedown. It is a solo. It is Crazy Dog going crazy on main.
Crazy Dog still has a chance, though, to save the day. He's been known to do so. When you're angry, you can make anything possible, and Crazy Dog is angry. He should have been one of the top 2 teams already into finals. This time, he's got to take the bull by the horn. He pushes up. 1v2. Onigiri. One more just up ahead. Crazy Dog trying to stand, but Onigiri is looking to silence him. Just a sliver of health. Onigiri will play this smartly. Crazy Dog expecting to push, but it never comes.
And MG actually gets a revive, so it's going to be a true 1v3 yet again. An impossible task. Made possible? No. MG cut him down. MG win the map in terms of kills, in terms of loot. They're going to be the top team aside from the MandelBrick. We care about loot a lot of the time, but in MandelBrick rounds, the thing we care about the most is that brick. And Inc got it. They all died, but it doesn't matter. They got some kills. They're going to have some loot value after this round, and they got the brick. But MG get the map. Taylor, you and I were talking before this series, and one of the things we said in the green room, one of the things we were talking about is that MG, when the lobby isn't quote-unquote as strong, they play extremely aggressive and they get a ton of kills. These guys got an ego on them. They know when to tamper it down, and they haven't been perfect throughout the course of this all series. I mean, of course they haven't. They're here.
Right.
But when they start swinging, when they play confident, MG is a force to be reckoned with, man. They are picking up so many kills. They are winning so many gunfights.
Well, it's a time to do it, isn't it? You know, you're on your final maps for the qualification into finals. You're in 6th place going into this game, 3.49 million. You're nearly $1 million away, even 5th place, which is going to be AKA. But the point spread up to 2nd isn't that severe. Having a decent game here, having a bit of an ego, I think is needed to be a great competitor.
100%.
So if MG is going to have that ego, that's fine. Use it in game, use it to your advantage, push teams thinking you're the best, and whenever you do get in that engagement, you should be the best. This is going to be a successful game for them. It's not going to elevate them to top 2, not just yet anyways, but it's going to put them a little bit closer and still a little bit of time to loot up, which might be beneficial for them, obviously. Searching the body, searching the surroundings, seeing what's out there. They're already up to 2.2 million. That should elevate them past maybe AKA, or maybe even STS. So we're looking at a potential top 3 run. Not bad at all.
Yeah, they're going to try to pack it all in, get as much as they can. MG, of course, Mugrab Gang. Seen them on stage a couple times, representing the APAC region. Last remaining team on the map here for round 2. But the story truly is Inc., man. Obviously, MG win the map at Turkey Kills. We're going to look at some of the plays from that last one. MG, these are the angles that they found coming in third partying at the perfect time, picking up several kills from several different teams. End up wiping STS. Really well done from these guys. Crazy Dog on the backside with GS trying to third party the third party. Unfortunately, Onigiri just actually is him.
Onigiri has been him, mind you. Crazy Dog has had plenty of shining moments. Just a tough fight to take, right? In a 1v2, he does get a cleanup onto 1 a little bit earlier, but simply not going to be enough in the end.
And this is what we call the old loot Tetris.
6.7 million, by the way.
Yeah, they're cooking. I mean, again, you get to loot all of the bodies that you can find on the ground. Not that everybody's bringing in insane value kits, but you start piecing just the weapons. I mean, the weapons that people are bringing in, the kits they're bringing in are sizable, even on round 2. The weapons they're bringing in, probably the most expensive piece of their kit. And if you just piece all of the pieces off the weapon body itself, depending on which weapon they choose, not usually that expensive. It's a lot of those attachments that make the weapon so powerful and so viable to use in a comp setting. So if you can piece it, if you get a decent backpack going, they definitely can rack up a ton of loot value. There it is, 7.1 mil. As long as they can get out of the map, which they will. Actually, it's actually decently close, but not that close. 30 seconds is the spread between that middle extraction point and the overall game clock. They're going to be feeling really good. 7.1 mil is great. They're going to be at the top in our loot category.
I think they're going to be in second. Yeah, they're going to be in second for sure.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, they'll be top of the loot category behind Inc., who has the MandelBrick, which sets them up well to take second.
Yes.
Or potentially first if they're able to get a brick themselves. Right. So a lot of what ifs, a lot more to be said about this competition. But again, it is all Inc. all day in terms of the MandelBrick and all MG in terms of loot value.
I just talk about turning your luck around. Inc., they've had these glimpses of, wow, this is a great team, an amazing team, an aggressive team who has star-studded players, but I gotta be honest with you, I didn't put them as a roster locking in a MandelBrick in round 2. I did. In this caliber, I really didn't. But it comes to show you, and I think what I've learned just from watching over the past 2 days goes, taking that MandelBrick off the rip more often than not, if you take it initially, leads to a successful decoding. And the reason why is because everybody gets wrapped up into fighting. Everybody expects somebody else to challenge the MandelBrick to get a touch, right?
Yep.
So if you can take that MandelBrick off the rip, more often than not, you will find success. And Inc.
There it is.
Exactly that. Well done to Inc. They're going to be the first team to lock in a MandelBrick in our final rounds of the day. But on the other end, you got to give credit where credit is due, man. AKA getting the player out Articuno, most likely with the AWM, is big. And then you also have to think to yourself, MG, staying alive as long as they did a phenomenal job representing the APAC region. So good stuff for a multitude of reasons. Still, a lot more games to go.
Yeah, and not only staying alive and extracting all 3 out, a big boon, they also picked up a ton of kills. I mean, that is a really good game for MG. They were pushing 10 mil total. They're pushing double digits from that round, total in that round alone, not including Zero Dam. So I'm really got my eyes on MG, see if they can keep up the pace. Inc., of course, going to be in first place no matter the rest of the score lines, no matter the overall tally. So a big credit to Inc. to get the brick. And you're right, Articuno absolutely had the AWM. They will have it for another round, pending how much ammo they have left. Again,
I only saw 2 rounds when he was using it.
Well, they usually will only load in a couple rounds in case something happens, and so that's pretty standard. He could have had more in his bag and reloading it over and over again, but I definitely don't think he brought in all of the ammo. It's not a ton that you actually get from, of course, the airdrop, but I don't know how much to use. We'll see. We'll kind of get a read on it. But either way you shake it, may have an AWM for later. You won't see it till round 4, though. Nobody's going to use an AWM in round 3. We're going back to an airdrop round where they could even just go play for more ammo, go play for that AWM so they can prep for the next round. Again, I say this over and over again, and I think it's a really important topic. Every team that's gotten to the finals has had a MandelBrick. No team has gotten to the, and no team's got a MandelBrick and not made it to the finals at this point in any of our rounds that you could advance. So with Inc having a MandelBrick, you can almost assuredly put them there. Everybody else is going to be playing for those bricks as well.
Yeah, assuredly so. And I also want to reiterate how important the assets are in this moment. You know, MandelBricks are very, very important, and they truly were important, especially in yesterday's competition. Like having 3 MandelBrick, or excuse me, having 1 MandelBrick was a guaranteed top 2, at least in the results that we ended up seeing. 2 MandelBricks were a guarantee anyways in the previous matches. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case here. Like, for example, like Inc, they do get the first MandelBrick, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get the second one back to back. I really don't.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I don't
may not
know
see a sweep, yeah.
So therefore, assets, I think, at least in this specific 6 games that we're probably about to watch, for me, assets are going to be the most important aspect. I think that's going to be the deciding factor.
Possible.
Because I'm predicting at this point,
go.
I know, it's getting carried away, at least 3 MandelBricks to be grabbed.
Okay, from 3 different teams?
From 3 different teams.
Okay,
and I think it's
that'd be a first ever, by the way, in this competition.
But I'm feeling it, baby.
No, I like it.
I
think
think it's going to come down to assets. I really do.
Yeah.
I just feel it.
I like it. No, that's what I was saying too. Is like if any team that's gotten a MandelBrick has made it to the finals, so this would be a new thing for this round. If 3 teams get a MandelBrick and one of those teams doesn't make the finals, that's a brand new thing we haven't seen on LAN yet, but I have seen that a ton online. We have seen that a ton. It just hasn't happened on LAN.
No, not on LAN
A
yet.
good shout. We'll see what happens. It could come down to loot value. Inc is not completely out of the woods. Likely, but not completely. Absolutely a good call from you, Taylor. Looking forward to this next round, as it will be our last non-MandelBrick round, another airdrop round we'll be getting to. But before we get there, some more things to talk about with Brackish. Let's kind of look back a little bit from that round. What went right? What went wrong for some of these teams? Obviously, as we take a look at our highlights, we get a chance to see some of those prio spawns and who took advantage of those opportunities. But can we actually talk, I mean, another, by the way, again, I keep shouting out production because it's a good shout, missed opportunity on some loot, but there goes the MandelBrick. Can we remind ourselves where Inc came from, right? Inc wasn't in a position to actually get the brick early. They go sprinting out of their spawn down in the Tower of Babel, come up and are the first to the brick. So priority spawns are helpful, but they are not everything. And then all hell broke loose, not around the MandelBrick, on the way to the MandelBrick, which is best case scenario for a team that sprints to one of the furthest away decoding station. Down in the reservoir, Inc sprints for their life, not only to the brick, but also all the way down, and an aggressive fist bump because they know this is a huge feather in their cap, and also some kills go their way as well. Look at that.
Yeah, Killsaw.
Pick up a couple.
Yeah, Killsaw's been great. I'm so impressed with his ability to hold his ground consistently. You mentioned the ego chow by you, but Mojo sees it through and gets the full elim. It was MG, though, who stole the show for a multitude of reasons, more specifically in one of these final fights. Onigiri holding his own against SDS. There was an opportunity potentially for maybe a clutch up by Crazy Dog a little bit later than this, but ultimately it doesn't end up happening despite Crazy Dog giving his best effort, taking down Chan. But it was Onigiri who said enough is enough. We need to get our loot, get our assets back into play. Crazy Dog pushed forward, but it was ultimately then Onigiri who was able to win the 1v1, and clearly celebrating him for good reason. MG is in a wonderful spot at the moment, plenty of loot going their way. That will assuredly put them up to 2nd place. But of course, the MandelBrick is what matters, and that is going to be Inc's victory.
Yeah.
Big moves. Again, I keep saying his name. It's going to be Killsaw. Killsaw going in and getting it in the smoke, right in front of essentially ISG, mind you, who was pushing through. They wanted to get it for themselves. We take a look at the round 2 results. 7 eliminations for MG on top of 7.07 million, plus Inc getting the MandelBrick. That's big for Inc, but for MG as well, a tremendous victory.
Yeah, that's 400K per kill. That is 7 times 400K, man. That is a lot. That's 2.8 mil. That is a ton of loot value. Not quite, barely missing out on the 10 million mark that we've been talking about a ton, but a great map for them. Of course, MG is at the top of our damage category. Almost a 10 mil game in terms of their loot, plus their overall value from the kills. could be over 10 mil technically with some of the other competitions that come through, should be actually. Still a fantastic game for MG. Being able to loot up, obviously the Tetris that they do inside of their inventories sets them up well. They all get out. Extracting is super important, but getting a bunch of kills as well is a nice cherry on top. Now looking at the damage, of course, Inc. put up pretty solid numbers as well. Should be, I think, third overall, just barely less damage than ISG because of Killzone on the point. They get the decode and they fight on the point. So the best team, of course, is the team that gets the MandelBrick. Set themselves apart in a great image of this squad, Inc. They chose the squid, the Kraken, because of the ink that it gives off. That has been their name for a long time. And it's cool to see this team finally succeeding here from the North American region. We'll see if they can hold on. Maybe Taylor's prediction will be true and it will come down to loot. Not out of the weeds yet, but they're slowly but surely cutting them away and making their way to the finals. So the best team, but my question is it our GOAT that is the match or the round MVP? Is it Onigiri? It's gotta be, right?
Yeah, Onigiri's definitely a solid pick for sure. Killzone could also be a great
possible,
pick.
yeah.
Killzone was slaying out too,
Nah.
but it is gonna be Onigiri, rightly so.
Good.
4 total kills,
Three.
4 KD, but 1,194 damage. That is huge. One of the biggest stat lines we've seen so far in the round M show.
1,200 damage in one round. I mean, that's the LMG for you, man. I'm telling you, PKM goes crazy into the LMGs. M249, also a cheaper version, a cheaper weapon that is still very, very strong. Just bullet hose, man. I love it. And it hits like a truck. Onigiri putting on a show for us. MG, absolutely a force to be reckoned with thus far. Game 3, right around the corner. Watch out for MG. Watch out for Inc. No one can close it out here, but one step closer to victory. Got to get your loot up. If you're a fan of Taylor Reflections Noble and his predictions, then you might be saying the same. Loot is going to be insanely important. Top 2 make it to finals. Could come down to only MandelBricks. Could come down to loot. Only time will tell, as per the usual. So going into round 3 here, Taylor, I don't want to move on too quickly because I know I want to listen into some of those comms. But going into round 3, if you're AKA, a team that has up and down results, has an AWM in their holster for the first MandelBrick round that we're about to get into, what's the strat in this round?
Second airdrop.
Just go get that second airdrop.
Second
I think
airdrop.
so too.
Yeah, get the bullets.
We'll see what they decide to do. Let's go listen into those comms before we move on too quickly and see what this team has been talking about.
Yeah, so I do hear it. They on the right? I don't think they're in the close one.
Don't think they're in the close one.
They're here, they're here. Mollied off top.
I smoke top.
I'm grabbing.
No hits on that.
Let's go Babel. Where do we want to play here?
On these.
Do we want to play that close?
Yeah.
I have an MP7. I kind of have. I don't know if we do play here. Up. I think we have to play back still.
We don't want to get flanked from behind. I think we play here.
Should I play in this building here
No,
on the corner?
I mean, if you feel safe there.
I think one's coming up on my west. On my west. One's here. I need a heal. Can you cover? Yeah. We're gonna push in the back. 40 seconds. We need to play on Mandel. Still one's far as fuck. I don't have any mollies. I'm here. 30 seconds. 25 seconds.
Relax.
I have molly. 10 seconds. I have a molly.
Relax.
I'm very good here. Throwing another cover. I'm mulling point. Knock two. I'm down on the same spot.
I'm doubled.
Right here, solo, right here. If you can get around.
You went to the left, right?
Yeah, he's right on the right side of the left. No, he's left side. He jumped on the box.
All right. Calm down.
Nice try.
Obvious excitement. And it's so funny because we get a chance to listen to comms
I know.
that we can understand.
I actually understand it.
And you know what's funny? You know what the first words are about to come out of my mouth?
What's that?
I was gonna say Easy kept them calm, cool, and collected.
Right, right.
You gotta listen to that Easy guy. I've been telling you at home, everybody that watches Easy knows he is ice in the veins. I mean, truly a competitor. A guy that's never played in other esports before, saying relax, keep level head in a moment that is the most stressful moment. This is a chance to go to land. This is a chance to beat on a stadium with a live audience for 500K. Here's a look at our overall leaderboard. A great listen into our North American team there. Easy keeping his team calm as they are extremely excited about that last map. 5.58 mil overall. That number doesn't matter yet. It may come into play later. They've got the MandelBrick, but look at MG, man.
Yeah.
They leapfrog the competition, go all the way up to second.
All right, so we take a look at our spawns. Now, of course, spawns here don't necessarily matter as much because it's going to be an airdrop around, but what is important to take away, whoever gets priority spawns here will not have the opportunity to have priority spawns going into map 4, Space City. Let's take a look at it. A lot of activity, big dogs in the middle, by the way. That's going to be STS and Inc. But the good news is, at least for you NA fans out there, AKA doesn't have priority spawn here, which means going into map 4, they might be able to get it.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, and this is a very interesting part about this game, the way the spawns work. If you do get a priority spawn in a MandelBrick round, you have a chance to get in the next MandelBrick round in the early rounds. So it's a nice boon for them, the fact that AKA could potentially get it if you're a fan of North America. But there's a lot of other regions we've got to keep our eyes on, and of course, namely MG, man. Those guys are different right now. They're lining them up, they're knocking them down, they're getting crazy kills, they're getting nice loot value, and they're getting out of the map. Right. They're doing everything right besides getting the brick. We'll see if they're able to do that in round 4, but for now, it's all about round 3. Back to Brackish we go, folks. The last time we will see Brackish today before we move into Space City after maybe another 6 Space City. Getting into Brackish here, we already talked about AKA briefly. They don't have prior spawns. They need to be playing for that airdrop. They need to be playing for more AWM ammo so they can keep up the game. They could have 2 AWMs going into Space City, a sniper forward map. Absolutely, 2 AWMs on a team. Talk about an advantage, a nice boon. But talk to me about some of the other teams. What's the strat for maybe a team like MG that's already up there in second place? What's their goals maybe on this round?
I think MG just continues to do what they're doing. If they need to focus on the first airdrop, get out with maybe like 2 mil, okay, that's going to be great. They're already leading over even ISG, who's currently in 3rd place, by about 4 million. That is quite significant. Keep this lead going and don't give it up. If the opportunity does come to fight for the AWM, naturally you take it. I firmly believe MG is a roster that has the ability, as you mentioned with the ego, to get the next MandelBrick. And if they can do so, tie that Avik, I think that would be huge. I am seeing some yawns out there, and naturally it's coming from STS, right? STS has had a very long day. They started alongside that of MG, competing in our first 6 games. They then went on to compete in our next 6 games, and now they are here once again with their final opportunity to secure one of the final 2 spots. They've had a grueling day, but so has MG, and MG is actually looking like one of our strongest teams out there outside of Inc.
Yeah, they're staying hot. And can they keep up the momentum? I think so. They look really good. But yes, this is a very long day. Now, can we remind everybody home, these are gamers, all right? A lot of these gamers are what we call the sweatiest of gamers. Well, they'll log 12, 13-hour days every day of the week, even especially in preparation for something like this. So we can talk about marathons all that we want, but everybody that is a gamer knows that an 8-hour session of gaming is not that insane. I mean, it's long, but it's not crazy. But the difference is you got to think of the stress that they're playing under for 8 hours, right? This is a hardcore competition on land, sweating buckets to make sure that they can get themselves into the finals. So with that in mind, this is absolutely a marathon and something that is a lot more difficult than an 8-hour session at home where you can just run to the fridge, go to the bathroom whenever you want. You don't have to worry. It's not customs. You're playing pubs. You're kind of like eyes closed shooting random people because you're just that much better than everybody else. Not here, not now.
No, here is grueling. It is a grueling schedule, honestly. I mean, you start first off, Articuno, shout out to him, and he's always got a smile on his face. Love the positivity. These guys are great. The second NA team that's looking to potentially join Inc. in the finals. How crazy would that be? 2 EU, 2 China teams, and 2 NA. It is a possibility, but let's find out what's going to happen. Heading in to game number 3.
So I'm guessing ISG maybe died after? No. Yeah, MG killed him.
Giga third party.
Yeah,
He was the team
he
from
res.
Babel, and ISG was the 1v1.
Huh? The Babel team was GS. I cheater scoped them. No, they died. They definitely died. History's hidden, but
So then ISG killed me, then GS
ISG
killed
came
them,
from
and then-
Border. GS was Babel, and I think like STS, AK were all like at Border fighting. Like P3 right in that area.
Well, our first time that we get a chance to listen into the tactical deployment, and funny enough for Inc., they're discussing the last
The last
trying to
round.
figure out what the heck happened. Hey, look, man, I'm right there with you. Who's utter chaos after you guys died? So back to Brackish we go. You guys saw the map rotation the last time. We will see Brackish on main stage today. The last time we'll see Brackish in this studio. We're going to the stadium tomorrow.
Right.
It's going to be crazy. But as we get into Brackish round 3, I want to remind everybody, we've been talking about it, but if you've kind of been tuning us out for a little while, tune back in. The game's getting started, all right? The players are loading into the lobby as we speak. Should be starting with some action in the next 20 seconds. With that in mind, there is no MandelBrick on this map. This is going to be an airdrop map. You should see some decently active fights around those airdrops. The first airdrop will have a ton of nice valued loot in it. Sometimes it's a lot of reds. Sometimes it's really not too bad or not too great. It's somewhere in the middle, nice mediocre loot. So that's the first airdrop. The second airdrop has that AWM. Let's take a look at our priority spawns, though. Inc. and ISG are the two teams on priority spawns. Yep. That means Inc. will not have prio for Space City, our next MandelBrick round, and they're going to push into Museum immediately and be met by ISG here shortly. We have our two teams down in Tower of Babel, a.k.a. in MG. Two teams we desperately have our eyes on. Paying attention to these two teams in Tower of Babel, I think is going to be paramount for who could come out on top and be set up well going into the next MandelBrick round. Of course, STS on the north side of the map with GS could come to a head here shortly as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be huge in the Tower of Babel, specifically for not only AK, but also MG. MG, a team that's desperately trying to hold on to second place. They are healthy where they're currently at, 4 million above that of ISG. Meanwhile, for AKA, relatively far behind. Taking down MG might even free up a spot up the food chain, which is what they're going to be aiming for. Inc., though, ISG, relatively close together. Of course, Inc. is going to be just down below whenever it comes to the museum race. And they did this before in earlier groups. They went down low and they stayed there as long as they possibly could. That was the round 2 in the last series that we had a chance to watch. That ended up stagnating until the very, very end. So Inc. is comfortable where they're currently at. The question is, though, how badly does ISG want it? They're in a good spot, 3rd place, hot on the heels of MG.
I agree. Now, quick look at some of the operators as we kind of rotate around. Does look like Baby B is running Nox right now. And again, we are seeing Nox oftentimes on these non-MandelBrick rounds. And namely because I think Nox can get paid on these non-MandelBrick rounds. They can take fights that otherwise you wouldn't be able to when you're playing around objectives. And the MandelBrick, you need to really play as a team. Nox can kind of get paid in a route man position, being able to silence his footsteps. Could see Baby B try to make a play like that. But also, they just don't really want to have to use Nox in later rounds when you need to play as a team. You need better utility, quote-unquote better utility. And so burning him in these non-MandelBrick rounds makes a lot of sense. But they're going to back up. Inc. didn't like the fight, didn't like the angles that they had, so they'll back up and move on their merry way. I'm not... Did he just find that on the ground? Is that a spawn point for that watch? Or did somebody drop that for him? I think somebody maybe dropped that for him to maximize the safe box. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong in chat. I've been kind of paying attention to the map and watching where the teams are.
I've been looking at the watches specifically.
Did they pick that up earlier? Or is that actually a spawn point for that watch? I don't think it. I think they dropped it for each other. I'm going to read on that later. But either way, nice little pickup for them. STS technically in the lead in overall loot, which is a little bit surprising as they are a team up at Cherrytown spawn. Found something pretty decent, 1.4 mil. Here's a look, by the way, Tower of Babel. It actually looks like they've already engaged with each other pretty early, which is uncharacteristic for the two teams in the Tower of Babel. Usually it takes a while for them to actually fight. Jan lost a bit of health, but that's about it. So our eyes absolutely on the Tower of Babel, but of course, eyes on the museum fight if Inc. elects to stay. Inc's job this game, Taylor, what is it? Get your money up?
Yeah. Definitely. Well, yeah, absolutely. Get your money up. I mean,
I thought you were just gonna say tell me to shut up.
No, the way you ended that, I was like, guys, is there more? No, for Inc. Yeah, get your money up because if I am right, I think we're going with 3 teams having 3 MandelBricks. Like,
well,
you know.
And I will say, I think get your money up with an asterisk, right? I think for Inc., talk about a statement that they could make by wiping the other teams. I think they should be playing for kills here. They already have such an advantage with the first brick.
Right.
They can play for kills and make people lose out whatever loot they brought in.
Yeah.
And that will assuredly get them some loot. It would get their money up just instead of looting, you know, the map, loot bodies. Now, oftentimes on rounds like this without a MandelBrick, some people won't bring in super valuable gear, but you see Ghost on your screen. He's got tier 4 ammo, tier 4 gear, purples across the board, nice AUG build, so, I mean, that's like $1 million kit there, if not a little bit more. Maybe the kit itself is a hair less, but his inventory should be around $1 mil. Okay, well, let's look at AKA. They were potentially fighting in the Tower of Babel. Now they've left. Now, again, Taylor, in round 3, we're trying to get our money up. Tower of Babel, a great place to get it.
Yeah.
They haven't had, well, I guess they found 1.1 mil. Not great between 3 players. But they are going to back out into Reservoir. I'm not sure what their play is yet. Trying to figure out maybe where those airdrops will spawn in. The first one should spawn in shortly. Nice champagne bottle there for GS. Here's a look at that map that we've been talking about all day. GS exchanging items back and forth, and a quick glance at that map showed us that STS still up in Cherrytown, GS over in Asara camp, but I think tending south, and then Inc. and ISG still sitting around Museum. Just checking out all the inventories.
Very slow. Very, very slow indeed. Yes, for AKA, what is the game plan? I think we already said it, right? I mean, for AKA, getting the ammunition for the AWM that Articuno has been babying, has been protecting since they earned it in game number 1 over on 0 down. So the first airdrop, though, if it's close, obviously you want to fight for it, you want to go for it. That's going to be incredibly valuable. They need the money as well. That's the utmost importance, in my opinion. But I do like the call, like, from Inc., like, okay, potentially fight other teams, take them down, steal their kits. But also, I don't know if Inc. is necessarily concerned with this game, at least this specific round. I think for them, it's kind of like, you know, hit or miss. They can walk out with some loot, okay. They can walk out with some eliminations, they're fine with that, but not too concerned with it. We do see the airdrop finally appear on the map. It's going to be over there next to Blue River, and of course, STS is right next to it. Inc. and ISG, I don't know if they can disengage from this cleanly to go up for the airdrop, so I might predict STS to have a clean pick.
Okay.
But I say that, Killzall, who else is going to take down Ghost, which that's a big pickup, because Ghost has been huge for ISG in the slaying department.
Yeah, nice find. And that's a patient angle, too. Unfortunately, they walked into the trap. Inc. doing a good job right now. Find one could be the signal flare that they can push the equation. Not sure Baby B actually saw him cross to the right there. Baby B trying to play forward aggressor for his team, looking for the other two. Here's them down below and could go for the chase. There's the point, there's the flag, there's the ping to his team. Let's make a move.
He's doing exactly that. Be a big pickup to take down ISG in this moment. Team that's, I believe, in 3rd place, behind that of MG. You take down ISG this early on, that's only going to help you in the future asset category. Oh, Mojo looks away right as Inc. starts to push down.
See
and
you later.
talk about the timing. Mojo had priority on that angle. He looks away and Inc. takes advantage of it, and ISG are now gone.
Bro, where has this team been for the last 2 days, man? Inc. finally coming online, winning gunfights, winning trades, easy shooting, straight kills all with the backup. Very well done. Inc. win out in Museum, at least for now. And we're finding great loot on the other side with some of these other teams. On screen right now, of course, is STS, but on screen now, with the transition, about the thing I was going to set up is that AKA, the other North American team, has crept over to Museum to try to get a piece of the action. And our first airdrop has landed up by STS, which is that loot that they were just picking up. So on screen right now, AKA knows that sure, they can take a fight here against Inc. Sure, they can take the fight at Museum. The second airdrop is what they need, some extra ammo for their AWM for the next round.
AWM is definitely beneficial. Articuno is great with it for sure. GS starts to move in onto AKA's, or excuse me, onto STS's position. They've had a great turnaround given the performance that they had a little bit earlier, you know, just missing out on the top two. They're definitely in the running. Currently in 4th place, might even jump up to 3rd now that ISG is out of the way, Inc. taking them down. We might have NA on NA with Inc. versus AKA over in Museum. That would be a big pickup for Inc.
Yeah, there's really not another fight. The only other fight would be this one on your screen, GS, and now we swap off, but GS and STS could get engaged up by the hotel. Kind of a weird fight for GS to take, frankly. So I think this is the one. And again, because of the crowd talking from AKA, Inc. has no idea. Wait, Baby B's about to run into it. He's slow picking it. Maybe Baby B does have some info. Yeah, okay, they definitely know. There he goes. Flash comes in, though. Jan's gonna try to make a play. He's right below you. There he is. Finally, we get him. Baby B, a little too overextended. Maybe thought they were a hair further away, but did know they were there. Jan take down Baby B. Now with 2 players, Inc. a bit on the run, and Easy and Killzone gotta figure out how do they set up against a full team of 3 that is now pushing the equation. Big pickup. Baby B gonna stay in yellow timer with a full. Won't have a chance of getting that revive, and they can actually loot his body, take his guns off of him, take whatever they want off of him, and then push for this fight. But look at Killzone.
Yeah.
Wait, he's creeping up, baby.
And Killzone, he's a devastating player. He's been all the way through. Most vocal player, at least from the listen-ins that we had a chance to hear just a little bit earlier, and he is ripe for the picking for AKA just up ahead. This could be big. If anybody can pull it off, it's going to be Killzone. The question is, will 60 MG in January be looking the right way when Killzone apex the top of the hill? Getting Baby B in the fight would be critical. But as soon as he fires a shot, most likely, AKA all 3 of them are going to be able to fire down onto Killzone. He wants to. You know he wants to apex that hill, but he just doesn't feel like he can at the moment. Yeah. And Articuno's about to swing the angle.
He's trying to get Easy up here to be able to play a pinch. Easy needs to distract that he can hop over. But AKA patiently have backed off and all body stacking in a corner. Pros and cons to that, of course. Of course, NA fighting each other as NA wakes up. Don't worry, I pulled up the chat. Very lovingly, the chat told me that, of course, that's not a spawn for the watch, which I knew. Of course, they probably dropped it. I just didn't see the original pick. Don't worry, chat's been really nice about it, and excited that North America is awake, and excited to see North America audience watching our 2 North American teams still have a chance to make it to finals. This is going to be really fun to watch. Of course, a non-MandelBrick round, but setting the tone. Now, as expected, AKA pushing for the AWM drop. This is going to be the next battle that they have to take, and frankly, they desperately need a win here. They need this AWM going into the next MandelBrick round if they want a chance at the finals.
Yeah, definitely. So that's been the biggest talking point as far as the conversation goes for AKA. Getting more ammunition over towards Articuno for the AWM is going to be critical. We do have another engagement taking place. STS is starting to push up. This is going to be a big fight for them to take. They fell a bit flat in the last game. This one, they need to step it up dramatically. Meanwhile, on your screen, all 3 members from MG are going to be extracted. They're out of there. They're gone. Now, from AKA's perspective, 60 MG will take down Crazy Dog. That's a big pickup. Crazy Dog is one of those players you do not want left on the map. He can make plays, he can maneuver well. He's been truly devastating as an individual. You add in the rest of his team, my goodness, they can accomplish anything. The airdrop still down. Nobody's been able to touch it, and Killzone, who else will take down Articuno? That's a big drop.
I swear this dude Killzone just finds angles. That's not even a crazy angle. It's just they didn't know he was there. He just creeps around, finds the angle that he needs to get a kill, and he opens things up, and he gets punished. Down goes Easy. It's going to be Killzone potentially to play the trade, but he doesn't push for it. They've gotten Baby B back on his feet, but AKA should be able to get the revive here, and it's not even into yellow timer, which is nice for them. Easy is fold. but 2 for AKA with the revive coming through. Watching the body, 60 MG. Woo. Watch the window, my friend. Let's get our centering down. Gonna back up towards the plant, get healed up. AKA in a tough position, potentially. But everybody back on their feet. They're gonna throw bullets down range, and Killzall almost grabs another. His fire pushes out in the corner. Killzall gets punished. Down goes Ink. 1 player remaining for them with an iota of health. I'm not sure our solo Baby B is gonna be able to do too much. He's in the corner, and he's gonna have to surprise some folks. Out the door he goes, in through the door he goes, and an Ego Child does not go his way. AKA win the fight, and they get their player up. AKA gonna be on their feet, able to continue to play this map. 5.5 minutes remaining. AKA have a chance here to get some decent loot. The airdrop is still in play, as it looks like Gold Silver, 2 members of that team back on their feet, might come in and play spoiler.
That's right. AK needs to recover quickly, and they cannot let their guard down, or else they are going to be fully eliminated. The eliminations earlier are beneficial. They pick up about 1.2 because each elimination is worth 400K. But Gold Silver pushing in when AKA might not be ready could be truly devastating. And January, by the way, is hiding behind the airdrop at the moment, and I don't know if he's fully aware that they are here. And there it is. They picked that ammunition, but I don't, there's no way they know Gold Silver is slowly creeping up. January is most likely about to get dropped.
They don't have an angle yet. And Gold Silver, with only 2 players, are trying to play this as slow as humanly possible. A huge boon, and a great call, AKA able to succeed in their goal, which frankly their only real goal was to get more AWM ammo going into the next round. This round is important, but it is not everything. MandelBricks are going to be the ticket to the finals. For those that are just waking up, we've got 4 teams waiting in the finals for 2 of the squads in this lobby. And Ink is the only team with a MandelBrick. AKA in trouble, or so we thought. Crazy Dog usually shoots straight, this time not so much.
It's good that even the fact that Crazy Dog is back into the fight. He was down a little bit earlier, so good on GS to get him back onto his feet. Oh, this might be a weird cross. I cannot believe it. Crazy Dog is missing more. I agree with you. Typically, he's pretty spot on.
Yeah, the gun he's left with here is not super ideal comparatively to what most of these teams bring in. 60 MG. Oh, I don't think he saw him. I want to say Gold Silver might have actually crossed his lane of view, but it might just be the X-ray playing tricks on me. No, he sees him. Keeps catching strays from his opponents, but he's got some information to take back to his team. AKA's job is to get out of this map. Now, we know where everybody's going to go. Articuno's got his ammo. He really doesn't want to have to use it. You need the AWM and as much ammo as you can bring in for the next round. You need a MandelBrick to make it to finals. So we're going to move towards the extraction point. The extraction point to the north side of the Tower of Babel, kind of out in the open around those boxes, has been the extraction point that's been fought over and over again on Brackish. You've got STS off screen down at the helipad. Gold Silver running in from the north around camp, tracking down AKA. Now, 2 of 3 players on Gold Silver. They did extract 1 earlier with likely most of their loot. AKA gets here first. So they're going to have to stay here for a while.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have to fight off Gold Silver, who's going to be rolling up. When that extraction point gets to about 30 or so seconds, they'll most likely start the fight. Actually, I say that Articuno, AWM, why not keep Gold Silver at bay? Picked up the ammunition a little bit earlier, and let's also point out the fact that AK is at 6.1 million. Very well could, in fact, jump up to top 3. Well, actually, excuse me, let me take that back. Guaranteed top 3. The question I have is, will they be able to pass up MG, who started off this round at 12.88 million in second place? A huge come up for the side of AKA, and also getting the AWM ammo out would be critical going into the next MandelBrick round onto Space City. If AKA wants to join the likes of Ink, they're going to need to extract with all 3. That's the only option. We're down to 50 seconds before that extraction point is going to open up. Gold Silver has not slowed down. They're going to continue to push forward. STS, mind you, is going to be fully out of the way. So all attention on what's right in front of you. The 2 members from Gold Silver versus the 3 of AKA.
And they could theoretically all get out. We see that pretty often on this extraction point. But they are running out of daylight here, 20 seconds and counting, and they are not really moving with a sense of urgency.
They're cutting back up.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. They're not going to get there in time to actually make a play on this. Great job from AKA to get here first. They could take some shots at the last second, but gentlemen, you got 7 seconds and you don't have an opening yet. It's smoked already. AKA know exactly where somebody could play spoiler. It's not really all that close. AKA, oh no, what? 60! Does he stay on purpose? He's getting kills. We take those. I can't imagine that was on purpose, right?
I don't know. He picks up an additional 400K.
I mean, sure, but look how much he's losing. Make a play. Let's go. 60, you got to fight for this kill. 37 seconds. You got to get these kills. It's 800K if you get both of them. He's already gotten one. He plays for the second. 60 MG. Might have made a mistake, but does get a double kill. A little bit of aggression, a little bit of a mistake. Regardless of the way you look at it, AKA still with a fantastic map, but a bummer for 60 MG, just barely outside of that zone when that timer hit 0. A sell, and then a bit of a redemption.
What? Potentially losing 1.4?
I mean, most of that's in his safe box to some degree. His weapons, though, are a ton. I mean, definitely losing out on some for sure. Probably well over actually 500,000.
Yeah.
But a great map regardless. AKA still put up. Looks like 5.3 from our side in loot that they bring out or in safe box. And of course, a couple kills there should make up most of that difference that 60 MG just lost out on. But the story, of course, is AKA getting as well the AWM again and more ammo. It's not just the ammo. They got another AWM weapon. They could come in with 2 if they really wanted to. A bold strategy. I'm not sure they'll take it, but regardless, more ammo is a good thing. And taking 2 AWM in with less ammo, I don't know. We'll see what they decide to do. But they had a goal to complete, and they were able to do it. North America looking stronger than maybe we were expecting.
Yes.
And the last chance to make it to finals. But again, I tip my hat to MG. They did well as well. They all got out. STS the same. They all get out. Pretty solid map across the board.
Yeah, definitely. So another great airdrop map. The last airdrop map we're going to see in this studio before we head to the arena in tomorrow's competition where we know our top 6 teams. Let's reiterate, NBA, Q9, FN, and ESG have already made it to the finals. We're awaiting our next 2. Inc. is the closest one. So Inc. at this point in time, with the MandelBrick in hand, could in fact lock it in if they get one more. Now the question is, depends on who is in second place and how many assets they have.
Sure.
Because that's been a common theme. If second place in assets has quite a bit and they're comfortable with it, unintentionally they end up just allowing the MandelBrick to go to the one who already has it. So if Inc., for example, has the MandelBrick, let's say MG is in second, they go, okay, cool. Inc., go ahead and get the second MandelBrick. We're comfortable where we're at. And then they move on, and then they're best of 2. As the other 4 get eliminated. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm standing behind it. I really do think we're going to have 3 teams, each respectively with the MandelBrick. Therefore, it comes down to the assets race. Now, who will it be? I don't know just yet, but we know Inc. at least has one of them. But good stuff coming out, at least from AK. Very happy with the way they played that. I know it was a bit of a blunder from 60 MG, but he still picked up 800K.
Yeah, he got the double kill. It basically covered his losses.
It covered the losses. Maybe he made a little bit of a profit, maybe very slightly.
Yeah, it'd be pretty close. Overall, not a huge deal. 2 members of AKA get out, and luckily it wasn't 60 with the AWM and its ammo.
That would have been, that would have been
crazy.
That would have been unacceptable.
But regardless, a fun map. Our last non-MandelBrick round, though. So looking back, some fun fights, of course. I think when you think about T1 spawns, who got those, who couldn't have those going into the next round, that's an important factor. We'll show that map a little bit later and talk a bit more about that. But Inc., of course, that team that did get a prio spawn, they push up immediately to the museum, and they do a pretty good job. I mean, Inc., yes, they get wiped immediately, but they do take some solid fights. They do pick up a couple kills, and I say immediately, not immediately, but somewhere about halfway through the map. So overall, everybody had a decent map, and looking forward to the MandelBrick rounds.
Yeah, definitely so. And speaking of MandelBrick rounds, going to be coming up very, very shortly with Space City. Inc., ISG, though, they get the prio spawns over in Museum, which means they're not going to be eligible for prio spawns going into Game 4, which could be great news for those looking to get a MandelBrick themselves, given Inc. already has one. So it's going to make it not necessarily easier, but at least more manageable, I should say, right? Especially if they can get their hands on it early enough. Again, the teams that traditionally go for the MandelBrick early, pick it up and go for the extraction site, have had more success than those who waited out, tried to camp there. Think like a Fallen, right? Fallen did make it to the grand finals, but they love to camp out that MandelBrick, and it just makes things awkward, and it definitely tapers off the expectations and the help obviously getting extracted. But it's going to be interesting, man. Space City, always fun to watch. That's our next three with the MandelBrick.
Yeah, no, totally agree. I'm pumped to see the operator choices as per the usual, right? I think what we expect in Space City is a Luna and a Stinger. Most of the time on most teams, you need a crazy amount of smokes on Space City. There's a lot of wide open spaces, a lot of long sight lines. We've been saying this all day. The players, if they don't do it, have been punished for not doing it. So it is everything, not only just getting the brick, but also protecting the brick on the decoding station. You're either creating space or covering space. Either way you look at it, it's all about space, and it's on Space City. Let's take a look back on the last map, though. We've got highlights from the last map, and there certainly were some great fights, of course, and Killzall picking up a couple kills here. ISG, a little bit, I would say I said most people had a good map. ISG, obviously an exception to that rule. We kind of gave the task to ISG. Hey, go out and do what you do best, which is fry out, go frag out. They couldn't get any kills in that one. A struggle of a map for them.
Yeah, definitely. And that's going to be tough for them because ISG came into game number 2 in third place with 7.46 million. Like, it wasn't necessarily like a tremendous lead, right? But they came in looking pretty strong, and now they will fall behind. That's okay, though. Still plenty of time to come back. The MandelBrick again is going to be at play. We take a look at the secondary airdrop, the AWM being gathered, and then obviously the extraction coming out from the MG side of things. They were the first ones to be extracted along with STS. Final fight, though, this was a little bit weird. No. Yeah, he misses it, but he makes the most of it. He picks up the last 2 players from Gold Silver, which at least nets some 800K.
Yeah, also, can I have 60 keep playing like that, man? That was some nice plays. He picks up the double kill. He said, it's all good, guys. I got them both. Sometimes it's AK, sometimes most of these rosters, we've seen this, MG's a really good example of this. Some of these rosters, they just need to have the ego that they're the best in the lobby. And I think some of these teams don't have that ego. In this lobby, you've got to have it. Some of the best teams on paper are already in the finals. 4 out of 6 of them are. So you've got to have an ego. You're the best team. Ego up and go get some kills. Look at AKA, man. 6 kills overall because of the efforts of 60MG on accident or on purpose. We'll give him a bit of the doubt, maybe. 6 kills overall is a ton, but 5.35 mil extracted with, as well as that AWM and that ammo, of course, making up a sizable portion of that. 6 kills times 4, that is 2.4 million added to 5.35. That is a great non-MandelBrick round. They're going to be feeling really comfortable going into the next round. Of course, all the way down there near the bottom, only 0.78 mil from Inc., but they did get 4 kills, so they should leapfrog on round results, if you will, in overall value.
Yeah, it's still value, and Inc. needs to continue to manage how many assets they have, because if we do have 3 teams on a MandelBrick, they're going to be one of the lower scoring teams, but at least, round 3, Inc., aka pulling off the most damage by far. In fact, they were the only 2 teams with eliminations with 6 and 4 respectively.
North America, dude, they came to play finally. I mean, we've been asking for it for a while. Of course, Inc. did technically make upper bracket. We can't rag on them too much. They made upper bracket, ended up losing out in upper bracket round 1. But even still, the best team are guys from North America, 60, Articuno, and January. I like these guys a lot, and they still got a lot to prove, but they do get best team in this round. 6 kills, 5.35 mil. That is a great scoreline. I'm looking forward to see if they can keep that momentum up with the AWM and get a brick of their own. We are not biased, but it is good to see. It is good to see the gentlemen finally putting up some good numbers.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And not only good numbers, but getting out with the AWM, second AWM, excuse me, and then also getting out with the ammunition. They have quite literally everything they need to find success.
And nobody else, because they've gotten both of them, the only 2 airdrops that drop AWMs, nobody else will have it going into that. Hey, look at 60, almost 775 damage, 4 kills, 2 in the last 20 seconds. And a 4-0 KD, a great round for 60MG. We got to meme a little bit with these guys because we get a chance to talk to them the most, probably, out of most of the competitors. And they've been talking strats with us. They've been talking about different things they're trying. And finally, it's working for them. But as much as I want to hype them up, they've got to prove to me that they can get a MandelBrick. They need to do it right now. So a great round for them. But of course, my eyes move forward a bit into the next round here shortly. All right, 60MG, aka it's time to keep moving forward. Round 4, right around the corner.
Right.
Head to Space City. It's time for a MandelBrick.
We're going in. Time for a MandelBrick. Couldn't be more excited. Get your predictions in chat. I'm seeing a lot of people talk about AKA. It's so funny. It's like when AKA plays well, they're like, yeah, they're great. When they're playing bad, oh, they're choking again. Watch out. Like,
sure.
Like, we can't find some consistency out there in the chat. We love each and every one of you, though. Thank you, obviously, for stopping in and waking up this early, which for some of you gamers out there, it is quite early.
It's like
for you.
8:30 Central Time.
Hey, look,
not that early.
Hey, for me, man, that's early. I'm sleeping so about at least 10:30, okay? So it's early for you guys. We appreciate you all being here for sure. But this is a big round, without a doubt. I mean, Ink, for example, again, there is an opportunity, despite them not having the prio spot opportunity, for them to gain another MandelBrick, and doing so would end this, and therefore end the potential chances of AKA, GS, right, ISG, from potentially going into the finals tomorrow. Let's listen into the comms from our winning team.
Comms. Jumping west. Oh my god, I just got double headshot. Museum's coming out. Museum came out.
Can you get to me 60 or no?
No. Museum's coming out. Museum came out.
Can you get to me 60 or no?
No.
There's just no full teaming here.
Museum is coming. Nice.
He's 1 HP, but I'm 1 as well.
Hey, look, he needs you, Ben. I think that team ran away.
One more. Baby B's below. Baby B's below. Last one's below. He's by my body somewhere.
You want to aim them together?
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, I have ult. I have ult. No?
He's outside. Nice.
Nice. Good shit. Revive?
Yeah. I'm smoking in.
I got it. I
have. It's quick press. Okay.
I might get ratted here.
It's not looted. It's not looted.
Copy. I might get ratted here.
I'm looting it. I'm looting it.
Give me comms. Pull it right now. Pull it right now.
I'm good.
All right, bro. Who's on twerk duty after this game?
I'm not gonna smoke. I'm not gonna smoke. We're gonna fight for this.
They're right here, right here.
I have 1 flash.
Smoke deep in there.
You have ult order 2 now? I shot the flash. I'm shot down.
How much time? Can you give me time?
Oh. Did you get out?
No, I didn't.
You didn't get out?
No, bro. I asked for time. It's fine. It's actually worth more.
He's on the box. On the box. On top of the box.
Good shit,
What
man.
is he doing?
Yo, can you
What
drop
is he
brakes,
doing?
drop brakes for tags, drop brakes for...
First of all, I love listening into North American comms because, of course, we can understand all of them, and it's interesting. Also, some of those comms were wild. We had a player.
And they were singing.
We had a player singing.
Yeah,
We
right.
had somebody say somebody was on duty after this about something that I won't repeat. And then, of course, that was the moment that obviously confirms it was an accident. And of course, he was asking for time. Teammates weren't able to communicate fast enough. That is what it is. But he said it was worth more getting those kills. I think it was pretty close. Maybe worth more. Nice pickup there. Ink at the top overall. This is our overall rankings. 9.52 mil overall. Sure, doesn't really matter for them. They're focused on the MandelBrick. And MG, top of the loot category at 16.7. But look at AKA, man. Such a big map from them. Almost 10 mil in total with their kills added onto it, plus all that post-match compensation. They have leapfrogged the competition and are now within striking distance of MG just from loot value. But again, I go back to my statement I made earlier. It's about the bricks, man. You gotta play for a brick here, aka MG, STS, GS, ISG. Everybody needs a MandelBrick, and who knows, Ink could clean sweep, and then it will come down to loot in a different way than you were talking about.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I think Ink needs to clean sweep, but they're going to have to do it without a prio spot. In the meantime, it is going to be AKA, one of the teams we are looking out for, who has the double AWM. They've got the ammunition needed, but there's other rosters at play. For example, you've got MG, who's going to be in play. Gold, Silver, Team STS. All 4 of those scary rosters to have prio.
Yeah, again, Ink, ISG cannot get prio spawn. I will say the Central Command building spawn, it's not a prio spawn, but depending on how fast you move out of there, it almost is. We've seen teams actually beat some of the prio spawns from Central Command into Centrifuge when they
spawn in and immediately sprint. Don't look at anything. Don't even check corners. It doesn't matter. Just run at the point. Everybody knows all the spawns, so when you spawn in, you know exactly where you can get shot from. The first blood usually comes from either Central Command if they don't sprint for Centrifuge. Central Command looking over at the pipes, the passage across, that is one of the T1 spawns where AKA could spawn, STS could spawn on the right side of the map. That's usually first blood. Not always. It really depends on what that Central Command squad does. So I'm looking for prio spawns, and if I don't get the prio spawns tier 1, then I'm looking for that yellow spawn at Central Command top middle. Probably the best. Most folks are saying they don't like Assembly. Assembly maybe the worst spawn in blue on the right-hand side. We'll see who the actual worst is. I don't know, but we've seen teams with some of the quote-unquote bad spawns on Space City win the map and get the brick. It is anything goes, anything can happen, and I am pumped about Space City, man.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, come on. This is so much at stake, right? For example, 8 can lock it down. In just 4 maps, they get one more MandelBrick. For the others, though, they desperately want it for themselves. They're going to be sprinting for it, trying to get it as quickly as they can. You said historically, the faster you get a MandelBrick and you go for the extraction, or should be decoding of it, you are most likely going to be the winner of that MandelBrick. That's just at least what history here on land has proven to be the case. Definitely going to be an intense moment for Inc. though. Again, if they don't lock it in here, things start to get scary because their asset, it's really, really low. Like their assets, I mean, it's just not going to be competitive, I don't think, at least for if 2 other rosters are able to get it. Like, for example, MG at 60.7, AKA at 14.32. But also, you know, for AKA, they're bringing an AWM in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have to. There's no reason not to.
There's no reason not to. But also, to bring that in and then not win with it is going to be tough. You think, okay, well, we got another AWM. Yes, you do, but you're also going to be losing assets in that regard, which is going to put you further away from the second place.
Yeah, and you're losing ammo. That's the thing. They could go in with all their ammo and not have enough. You don't get that much ammo when you get the airdrop. It's like 10 rounds. So they take the rest of their ammo in. We saw Articuno use a couple of it. It's not like they can really save ammo for the 5th round, potentially, right? They're bringing their ammo in. I don't think that second AWM is really going to come into play. It's just that nobody else has it. They lose it on the map, somebody can pick it up and use it. But when we're talking about this round, we're talking about fortune favoring the bold. It's the phrase I've used every time about the idea of if you grab the MandelBrick on spawn and are the ones to decode it, you have found yourself successful. It is an interesting conversation because on the online stages, all of those casts that I've done, that we've done, that's not usually the case. On land, it has been, I don't know the exact math, but probably 75 to 80% of the case. So it's interesting to see the difference, and I think it comes down to something that Zapak was saying when he was in our interview with us. He was basically like, hey, these guys aren't really playing very aggressive. They're not moving very quick towards the brick, and so you're kind of just taking advantage of your opponents being a little bit more scared on land, so you plant the brick and force them to sprint at you. And this time around, when your back's against the wall, there is nowhere else to hide. This is not only an elimination round, this is also your last chance to make it to the stadium and make it to the finals. If the brick is being decoded and you don't have it, these teams better be sprinting at it. If we see another brick that is not stolen one single time, I'm going to crash out on Brown.
Oh, for
I
sure.
ain't going to lie.
For sure. I mean, I think I'm right with you, man, because that was ridiculous to happen at this caliber of play, but it is a little bit different, right? You look at, of course, Museum and how it was locked down by Flare Ridge. Like, that's just such a unique situation I just don't think could apply here on Space City. I firmly believe MandelBrick is going to be picked up and it is going to be decoded. It's just a question of a matter of who.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the regions, because this is a match point round. I want to set the scene, if we can, about what regions can make it. Before we do that, let's head down to the stage, though, and get into that tactical deployment.
If we get Assembly, we loot Assembly, we chill there for literally like 5 whole minutes, and we rotate north to CCB and play for Mandel right off that. I don't think we're first to Mandel, especially off Assembly. That's the only spawn where
that's the only thing is, that's why I think we should low-key have a Luna here, because like we need to low-key clear the backside of like extract. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're towards backpack. That was our problem last time, too. Like, we couldn't. The only way we got info is if we pushed, and then we're just riding so
if we rock Luna, we're able to cross that eastern.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think we dropped the Tempest. I tried.
Oh, all right, Taylor. That time, we actually got some strat out of that. I like it. And again, as expected, they were talking about an assembly spawn. They don't like it. They don't want to get it. But if they do get it, they have a plan. And it sounds like Luna is a part of that plan. And it also sounds like Tempest is a part of that plan, if I heard that correct, which makes sense if you know Articuno.
Yeah, Tempest has been wonderful when it's been utilized. And in my opinion, I think Tempest has been underutilized. But it has proven to be such a great operator, especially with the update that they're currently playing on. Let's get into it. Round 4, Space City. What's at stake? Well, everything, right? Top 2 spots going into finals. Who's it going to be for Inc? It could very well be them right here and now if they get the MandelBrick. For AK, they don't want to give it up. For the side of ISG, GS, STS, MG, well, they also want a number 2 spot, going into finals tomorrow. The question is, who's it going to be? Let's find out.
Here we go. It is AKA getting the prio spawn and MG on the other side. Arguably 2 of the strongest teams that don't have a MandelBrick right now. And you can see Gold Silver sprinting down from command center. And as per the usual, just like we've seen time and time again, just like we called out right before this started, First Blood goes to the central command building, and there's more happening on main. It looks like AKA is actually getting shot in the back as well, and they lose one to STS, who is sprinting out of dormitory and trying to get involved immediately as Articuno goes down as well.
Oh,
they get the prio spawn, and they get wiped. AKA cannot get a brick this round. AKA is in the lobby. They got what they wanted, but STS was flying at their opponents.
And the question is, did they pick up to AWM, which is going to be so very valuable? STS starting this game in 4th place, 9.29 million assets earned. But devastating, truly devastating. STS also picking up quite a few items. I mean, that's going to be $500,000 going the way. They're up to 4.3.
Yeah, they got the AWM and all that ammo. AWM ammo cannot be put in a safe box, man. They've got an AWM with not a bullet fired in this round, likely because Articuno got cut down so early. AKA got excited about their spawn. They were not expecting this fast of a move from STS. Holy cow, STS, they are not here to joke around. They are here to make a statement.
MandelBrick going to be up in about 50 or so seconds. STS looking in my eyes to be in a great spot, not necessarily to get their hands on the MandelBrick early, but to have such a good opportunity in the future when they have to go for the retake. Now, as we look at STS Chan, gathering some information, MG up ahead, they start to rotate in, but there is going to be Gold Silver just in front of them. So if they aren't aware of this acutely, they're going to fall apart much like that. E-Hit's going to be down. Oxygen also has been dropped. Ghost doing what Ghost does best.
Trading in blows. Both teams lose a player and a cleanup. Nice over the top. Crazy Dog's actually gonna, oh no! I thought he was gonna get a double. A mantling player into hipfire. Chan somehow wins that fight. STS on 2, Gold Silver on 1. What a wild start to a MandelBrick round. We thought it might be a bit chaotic. I didn't expect this much blood in the first 3 minutes. No way.
Like anybody was.
Ink's got the brick already. Ink comes in from the bottom rope and says, sorry, gentlemen. Yeah, keep fighting. We want to win right now. We want to book our ticket to the finals in round 4.
I think it's critical. I really do. And it also sets up a wonderful narrative going into tomorrow's competition if Ink can lock it in now. But that puts additional pressure on MG as well as STS, who has to get over there. They've got to challenge this. If it ends, well, it's a little bit too close to call, especially if MG can stay alive. They're already in 2nd place. STS in 3rd. We take a look at the operators real quick.
Yeah, quick look at the operators because there's a lot going on. Ink is actually going to Black Chamber Decoding Station. That's where they started. There's a fight happening on main. Use trying to go big, but it's STS getting the wipe. Gold Silver is out of this lobby as well. If Ink gets this brick, it can only be the teams that are alive that could get 2nd. AKA has to pray somebody else gets the brick, and the decoding station is indoors in a tiny hallway in Black Chamber. This is going to be a wild potential last map. Somebody's got to make a move on that brick. With that quick look on the left, we saw some interesting operator choices, but the fights on main are the thing we have to keep our eyes on. We'll call out some more strats as we get into it.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting for sure. MGSTS, the closest two teams who can challenge Inc. Now, 3 minutes remaining on the decoding. That's still plenty of time to maneuver, play this a little bit safe, but once it gets down to about a minute and a half, you really don't have the luxury of hanging back. For ISG, though, they're more focused on taking down MG up ahead. Then they can pursue forward. But the longer this fight stagnates, the more time Inc. is going to be counting down on the decoding, getting that much closer to securing a final spot.
As expected, I didn't even really pay attention to the left-hand side of the screen when they're showing operators, but what I'm seeing is the usual on Space City. Stinger, Luna, Aluru is the classic comp. It's one of the best comps for this map. You got plenty of smokes, you got plenty of recon, you got a lot of ways to get information and cover your advances as you cross these wide open spaces. 4 teams remaining, all 4 teams very healthy. And right now, no one is challenging Inc. No one is at Black Chamber, and Mojo has found an angle on MG. MG in a bit of trouble with Onigiri goes down. There goes their top Slayer. And oh my gosh, we told you ISG can hit like a truck. ISG led by Mojo in the fragging category. Mojo leading his team to a potential second place position. They could leave Inc. there and just play to wipe the map.
STS is so happy with the result of this. If ISG can wipe MG, that essentially gets rid of their closest competitor from catching up into second place. And it comes down to the storyline we have seen so many times. Allow the team with the MandelBrick to get the second MandelBrick, and then you could be in second place. But we've also seen that almost backfired. You go back to Gold Silver. They nearly made it, but they were $500,000 away, and they thought they were going to get it. This is a risky move, but I don't know. I think at 115, I think it's going to click by. Inc. surely are going to lock it in.
STS has found a nice amount of loot on this map. On the left-hand side of your screen where that leaderboard is usually per round assets, this is total assets, folks. This is our current leaderboard. It doesn't have all the minutiae. It doesn't have kills added to it. This is just straight up stash value plus the loot that they found on this map. So pay attention to the left-hand side of your screen. STS is technically in position to take second place. There is 48 seconds left on this timer, and the only team that could play for the decode right now within range in a reasonable position is actually ISG, with all 3 up inside a Black Chamber. They're trying to make a move. They know they don't have enough loot. They've got to play for the brick. We've got ship perspectives over there. STS may find some kills, but around the brick is everything. ISG, Inc., where are you? What's going on? Is there an opening? Is ISG even going to make a play? Slowly but surely, finally we move, and we see that they have 12 seconds. They're trying to clear every angle. Here we go. You gotta move. Go. You can't pull an Inc. Inc. will win right here. Inc. will make one right here. They smoke and run. They start the steal. No, they're just now close enough. They can't get it. They can't get it. The incendiary. The incendiary keeps them off. The smoke, yes, covered their advance, but they didn't get close enough. Inc. is going to the finals. North America will be represented, and there are only 2 other teams left on the map. STS, fully healthy. MG with a solo, and the scoreline's not all that close.
Against all odds, Inc. gets 2 MandelBricks. They lock it in. They officially will be going to that sold-out stadium tomorrow to compete for the bulk of $500,000 and potentially become the champions for the first ever Delta Force Invitational. Like you said, Coach, the question is, who will be joining them? Will it be STS? You're right there on the precipice. MG. There's 1 player left. And we've seen this game play out already just moments before in the previous 6 games. It was between Gold, Silver, as well as Fall, and both desperately clawing their way, trying to get as much loot as possible. And it was, in fact, Fallen. Took the position away from Gold Silver, who no longer has an opportunity to catch up. They are done. ISG is done. AKA is done. The only spot available now going to STS or MG.
Gosh, if you're AKA, you are just shaking your head right now. After all of that work, after all of that prep, you get crushed early, and they allow Inc. to get the second brick. Yet again, fortune favoring the bold. Yet again, the team that plants the MandelBrick gets the MandelBrick. And Inc.'s adding a missile to their inventory. How about a 1.4 mil item? Doesn't matter, but why not? Okay, well, let's set the stakes. You already talked about it. The 3 teams that are off the map are out of the equation completely right now, for the most part. Technically, Inc. could wipe everybody, and they would all get nothing besides what's in their safe box. It is true. STS, obviously the best chance to get second place right now, but we've seen some catastrophic throws amongst this competition. We have seen some heroic plays.
Yes.
Our GOAT Bonnie from MG has put up crazy numbers in the past. He's got plenty of ammos in the mag. Got plenty of opportunity to line him up and knock him down. It is certainly possible.
It is. That would be crazy.
And if you're MG,
yes,
I assume you gotta think that Bonnie knows he has to play for kills here. Because again, if you're able to wipe these players, they're bringing in crazy gear. And Inc., I mean, they're just laughing right now. Why not pick up the fuel? The crazy part about Inc. too, right, is they're finally getting some RNG on their side too. They got some nice loot on the ground around them. They can get their rocket fuel. They got their rocket too. Might as well just blast off. Look at that. Another 1.5 mil item just sitting on the ground, waiting for them to pick it up. This is like their celebratory run.
You know, in the finals, EU's going to have representation from 2 teams. China will also have their 2 teams as well. Begs the question, who's the next location to be represented? Will it be Korea? Will it be APAC? And APAC Streams squarely focused on MG's last player, which is Bonnie, who, against all odds, if he can take down 3 members, who knows, might not even take that, honestly, of STS.
Here's the thing, I need us, if we can, to sit on STS. I mean, STS, the entire burden of responsibility is on STS to get out of this map. That's the key. You gotta remember how much value these players are bringing in, regardless of what's in their safe box. Their kits are well over $1 million a piece at this point, right? We're into round 4. There's really no limitations on gear. They're bringing in a lot. So if STS doesn't get out, they're losing out on probably 5 mil. You drop 5 mil off their score. If Bonnie does get out, you can do the math. There's a lot going on here from the math category. And again, the leaderboard on the left is not 100% final. But it is indicative of what could happen. Oh! Kills all.
Oh, no.
Look, we used the Alluru missile to get information. Right. But if he kills Bonnie there with that thing,
that would have been good. The craziest way to be eliminated from the tournament. But Bonnie's on the run, and Bonnie's going for the extraction.
Yeah, Bonnie's just trying to get out. Yeah. And I don't hate the idea. Inc. could kind of pick and choose if they want. They don't know this 100%. Sure. But Inc. could kind of pick and choose if they want to take down STS or not. If they want to go fight STS and kill them, they could assure that MG is in the tournament with them. Or they allow STS to live so MG cannot. Bonnie gonna go get out via test workshop, and Inc., instead of chasing down the solo of Bonnie, Inc. is sprinting for the launch. Let's see if they get there in time. Bonnie should get out. There he goes. Bonnie is assured some points on the board for MG. Inc. is sprinting towards STS. Will they get there in time? Inc. has absolutely nothing to lose. They are just sprinting at their opponents to see if they can get there in time. This is crazy.
This is wild indeed. Obviously, STS has so much loot to their name, but if Inc. can get the full elimination, there is maybe a chance they drop below the threshold of where MG is at. It's still going to be pretty far off. I mean, come on, that is a tremendous lead. MG at 14.6. But again,
very possible.
But it is very possible. I was already setting up Fallen to lose to Gold Silver in the last matchup, but Gold Silver made it interesting. Here we go. We're pushing. Inc. 3v3 against a team of STS, which could very well decide who gets second, STS or MG.
Oh, nice incendiary. Gets one weak, does not quite get the knock. We got to move, and we got to move now, Inc. If you want to punish this team, I don't know what they know. They don't know what's at stake, but they know that they have nothing to lose. Why not put on a show for the people at home? Here they come. They're coming up the stairs, and they're coming quick. Killzall, maybe first entry man. They're going to try to smoke and run it easy. First look, AWM miss. STS need to get out with this weapon and its ammo. It's a ton. Look at the total. We've got plenty of time for this fight. 170 seconds for guarding the area and doing the mission so that you can get out. This is crazy. It will come down to this fight potentially. Their total will drop dramatically every shot that they take with that AWM. If they all die here, STS may not make finals.
To determine who gets second place, STS have to hold on tight. Inc. can play spoiler. They've already won. They're already going to the finals, but they want to be the Grim Reapers. But it's a matter of how can they get up these stairs? How can they avoid taking the early shots from the AWM?
It's either APAC or it's Korea. And it may come down to North America deciding. I thought the excitement was over. Another well-placed incendiary.
They push here. How can they not?
They got him weak. They've got it.
How can they not? They're pushing.
STS in trouble. Easy from the left side. Ink is styling on him. STS is down.
MG.
Ink is unstoppable.
MG.
They had nothing to lose, and they wiped the lobby anyways. Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of confidence. NA not only on top, but NA, the deciders. NA, the thumbs up or the thumbs down in the Coliseum. And for STS, the thumb has been put down. Ink punishing this lobby. And now we have to wait. On paper on the left, MG will be second. It is not 100% confirmed. It is unofficial. But you got to remember, Bonnie ran for his life, and they did not hunt down Bonnie.
That's right.
Bonnie gets out of the map, and that might have been the difference maker. What a way to finish this lobby. What a way to finish this day.
Oh, my goodness. Ink pulls off the hat trick, not only getting 2 MandelBricks, securing a spot in finals, but plays spoiler potentially to all of the region of Korea, taking down STS, potentially open an opportunity for MG and APAC to earn their spot. Chad, I know I was watching. There's a bit of confusion out there about what was taking place. STS surely would already get it, right? No, that's not the case. So much loot was lost once STS was fully eliminated. MG, because they extracted, they secured what loot that they had with the individual who left. That, of course, was Bonnie, which might have been enough for them to secure a second place finish. That's why it was so tense when Ink was pushing STS. That's why we were so focused on that fight, because that fight had real implications.
Every time you think you've got this esport figured out, you see something new. On land, Ink is the emperor of lower bracket round 2. They decide everyone's fate. The flip of a switch, they have this confidence that they haven't had this entire competition. I don't know if the coach yelled at him. I don't know if Baby B yelled at him. I don't know who was yelling, but whoever it was, it worked. This is a different team than we've seen at any stage of this competition. And when you do have the confidence, you can take fights like that with nothing to lose and win them. That's the nature of esports. That's the nature of FPSs. They needed some confidence instilled, and now Ink, they've got to have a lot of confidence going into the finals. They've got to be a team to be worried about if you're some of the squads that are watching on.
Past 2 days have been epic. The past 2 days have been a true showcase of what Delta Force Operations is about. The wind conditions changing each and every round, each and every match. Teams surprising us out of nowhere. Teams on the struggle bus. Ink was one of them. And now they're going to finals. Perseverance pays off. MG, a team that started the competition today. They started 10, 11 hours ago, had to play through every single round of the day and have earned their spot to coach. Of course, Killsaw, instrumental, one of the most vocal figureheads out there for the roster. And a heartbreak for the roster of STS, who could not hold their ground against the roster of Inc., who pushed into them, taking them down the Grim Reapers in the final moments.
Can you believe we have casted 6 best of 6s and not one single best of 6 went to round 6? Look at the celebration from MG. Our leaderboard on the left, yes, was unofficial, but that celebration all but confirms it. It wasn't all that close once they got wiped. It was a 4 million spread. The extra math won't change too much. Everyone excited, that makes it everybody else heartbroken. This was the final round before finals. This was the final best of 6 to get a spot there. Are you not entertained?
Hugs, smiles. Grimmy also rolling in, substituting for Baby in the previous round. Baby comes back into play. They earned the spot. That's no hate on Grimmy by any means, by the way. You can tell celebrating, the bucket hat on, the B-sides coming out, the pictures are being taken. What a moment. Take it in, boys. Baby's family also coming, the mom and dad right to help keep Baby mental in check. On the opposite side, MG, a team that extracted with one player. It was Bonnie. Bonnie, so instrumental throughout the days for MG, making the play when it matters most to get them to that final spot. Of course, the embrace from the mom and dad. You can see the emotions on their face as well. You can see the pride from Baby B. To have your family from the States in China to witness this moment. Come on, and it's not even done yet. Now they get to watch their son play in front of a packed arena.
We've been saying this for a while, Taylor. We've been saying that Delta Force and its esport is in its infancy, and that is certainly the case. We're not even at finals day yet. And if this is not an example of what this game can be at the highest level, sure, we've come a long way from where we started, and we still have a long way to go. But this competition has been electric for 2 days straight, 11-hour broadcasts back-to-back, all leading up to tomorrow. 12 teams now down to 6. Inc., of course, being one of them. Not the last, though.
That's right.
They took fate into their own hands. They secured both MandelBricks. And again, we see another matchup, another series get closed out in 4 games. If you would have asked me before we got started here, when we flew into China, when we were talking about the competition, setting the scene, if you would have asked me, hey, how many times will we see an entire match, entire series be wrapped up in 4 rather than 6? You might have actually asked me that question. And I said, not that often. It's pretty rare. And it's been half the time.
Right.
Half the time it's been 5, half the time it's been 4. We've done 6, 3, and 3. We have not seen a match go to 6 yet. That means the finals, it's got to go to 6, man. We've got to go the distance to hit every single metric, every checkbox.
With the caliber of teams now, we officially know who the top 6 teams are going to be. There's no way anyone allows the MandelBrick to be decoded twice by the same roster. I don't know either. We've been trying to set the story up. Surely they go for the challenge, but it never happens. The team that grabs the MandelBrick typically gets it encoded.
Crazy.
But the stakes are going to be at much higher than they've ever been tomorrow. Much higher than ever, right?
Yeah.
In the big, I mean, in front of that audience too. How loud are they going to be? How much energy is that going to get? It is. It's going to be insane. We started with 12 teams.
Yep.
We now know our top 6.
Yeah, we know our 6 and we know our regions as well. Talking about those regions, obviously, getting into this position, we had 2 China teams already there, 2 European teams already there. Obviously, those are the top regions. They got both the teams that qualified here onto finals. That is a feat, absolutely. We didn't get a North America team as well, and then not 100% confirmed, but pretty positive at this point. MG, we haven't seen the leaderboard, but it was not that close. MG also joining them. So because of all of that, from APAC, because of all that, like we have a lot of great regions that are not going to be represented on finals day, which is a bummer for sure.
You know, one of them being LATAM. LEG,
legit Brazil was a good team.
A great team that was unfortunately eliminated at the start of the day. They were one of the bottom 6. If you guys didn't join us, which I know it was very, very late for all of you when we did start this broadcast, you guys were all most likely just waking up. First off, let's look at the match results. And MG
there it is.
Did officially secure the 2nd place. There it is. Clock it in. They're moving into the finals tomorrow alongside that of Inc. Now, heartbreaking though, for AKA, STS, ISG, GS. Their tournament has ended. However, they should still celebrate how far they got in this event. Getting to the very stage was a massive accomplishment. Getting through the qualifiers wasn't easy. It was a battle through and through. They are undeniably amongst the top 12 best teams in operations when it comes to Delta Force. Yes, they didn't make finals, but they still accomplished what most could not.
Yeah, an insane feat from everybody just to make it to this stage. A grueling qualification process to get here, and a grueling 2 days here in China. To get to this stage is a feat, absolutely. And you can say you're one of the top 12 best teams in the world at this game as of current. I don't care what chat says. I don't care what the haters say. I don't care about any of that. You earned your spot, and they didn't, right? So earn it and be proud of that. But you're right. We have our 6 and our regions represented. That means we're missing out on our Korea team being in the finals. That means we're missing out on our 2nd APAC team, of course, and our 2nd NA team. But it also means Japan not represented in the finals. LATAM not represented in the finals. Those are great regions that just barely missed out on a finals day at a stadium. They will join the audience. There's our final 6, folks. 2 China teams, 2 EU teams, an NA team, and an APAC team all joined together at the Esports Center here in Hangzhou, and I am so pumped about it.
And it couldn't be set up any better. Q9, ESG, both 2 teams that battled, were embroiled in a battle on land, now have to face off against each other. 2 EU teams, once again, who fought tooth and nail against themselves. NBA Fallen, once again, will meet up now where the stakes are at the utmost high. Inc. from North America make it through, and MG, who just battled against each other as well. History, history, and history will make history tomorrow. It's going to be exciting.
So much to set up, so much to talk about, and we will do most of that tomorrow. But can I just say, MandelBrick Addiction and Q9 did not play today at all. They earned their spot immediately on day 1. They have been chilling by the pool watching the broadcast, man. I'm sure they're in the arena somewhere now, but they have been super relaxed. Is that a boon? Is that a curse? Do you think they're going to be warm going in? Likely. Let's look back on that last map. It was an utter banger, and it started here. A perfect spread across, going across the pipes, gets punished for it. MG in a bit of a blender to start things off. That's Onigiri, kind of the leader of that squad, getting cut down early. A brutal way to go, but look at AKA, man. 60 so frustrated as they get swung on by STS. And again, if you think about this map, aside from the MandelBrick, STS had probably the best performance. All 3 alive towards the end. They wipe a couple teams, 2 full teams they wipe, and they're able to stay alive and go for an extraction. And then Inc, of course, plays spoiler. ISG also put up some good numbers there in a couple fights, but a wild map.
Yeah, wild indeed. You know, the way STS started versus the way they finished is truly night and day. I thought they had it locked in. But Inc,
wow, look at
come
that.
on,
And
look at the emotion. I mean, come on, how could you not, knowing that they just punched their ticket into the finals, Inc, with the MandelBrick extracted. But that's where the story started for the team trying to lock in 2nd place. Would it be MG? Well, Bonnie gets out, and then we saw this epic fight over on the launch site.
Yeah, and when we start talking about the efficacy of each of the operators, this is why we talk about the operators with lethal equipment being so valuable. Smokes are a lot, but these incendiaries completely changed this fight. Obviously, the thing that changed it most was the confidence that Inc had, that they had nothing to lose. Why not play for this fight? But the incendiaries changed that fight completely. We've got a team trapped that can't leave that platform where they don't extract. They've got to play around the only piece of cover that they had. Inc celebrating with their teammates, their coach, their sub, and of course even family members. They are ecstatic to join the likes of many others on finals day tomorrow. It feels like we just finished the prologue, what is going to be an epic finale and, frankly, climax of the entire story that is Delta Force Invitational here, Taylor. Tomorrow is going to be a banger. You're not going to want to miss it. We're not done here today, though. The games are done. We've got a couple interviews we're going to hit and a couple more things to talk about. Games are done for the day. So for the folks that maybe just woke up for this, we really appreciate you tuning in. Here's a quick look at that round 3 result. And this is why we said the map is never done until they show us the leaderboard. STS put up 7 kills, 7 times 400K, 2.8 mil, right? That is a crazy amount of value that was not on that leaderboard when we wrapped. It just wasn't enough. When they got full wiped, it was most assuredly going to MG, who got nothing from that round. They just already had the lead from before, and they got Bonnie out just to protect their assets.
That's right. Inc. pulls off the most damage. No surprise. They were literally taking everybody down that they saw in their line of sight. STS, nearly the most damage outside of what Inc. was able to accomplish. They started off taking down AKA. That's why there is no green line above AKA's stats. They were eliminated off the rip. For STS, it almost looked like they were a shoo-in for second place, but it was that final fight between the two biggest numbers of Inc. and STS, and it was Inc. who ended up being the taller one, taking them out. Well done, seriously. And even from GS, as well as the other roster of ISG, like, good damage. But at the end, that's not what really matters, is it? It's the MandelBrick, and it's getting out with the most assets.
Look, if I'm MG, I'm shaking the hand of Inc., man. Thanks so much. You just kept us into the finals. MG, still a lot of work to do. They had moments of greatness. They were a team that prioritized looting throughout the course of the last 2 days. No questions asked. There were moments where they felt some confidence and took fights, and they struck gold in some of those fights. There were a couple maps where they had banger kill totals. But other than that, everything else was pretty much just all looting all day. That is operations, that is a playstyle, and it paid off for them to sneak into the finals. But going into tomorrow, they absolutely got to keep file reviewing, got to prep, and prepare for what is coming, because it's a storm coming. And that storm probably has the name of Q9 and MandelBrick Addiction on it. Those two teams were utter dominant in the first round. There's a reason they've been in the finals for so long.
They were the undeniable best teams for sure. But the best team when it came to this series, right, had to be Inc. And what a way to cap it out. Not only the #1 team within this respective match, this respective group, but also the #1 team in the final operation, the final map #4. We ended up seeing 13 million total loot extracted, 5 total operators killed. I mean, these guys took the K. Kills all too easy. Baby B, remember these names. They return to the stage tomorrow. What a performance it was. And Kills all, by the way, again, becoming personally my favorite player, not only because of his vocal play style, but his aggressiveness and his ability to lock it in when it matters most, when he needs it. And well, the other side is from STS. So they do get a bit of a victory, Gomdang. And look, Gomdang, I've been saying his name throughout the past 2 days consistently. I've been so happy with the way he's playing. And traditionally, Gomdang from STS was the one that was left on the map to slay out, get additional 400K elimination profits, right? Because Chan Chan, E-Hit, they would be leaving, Gomdang would be staying. And even whenever Chan Chan and E-Hit were on the map, Gomdang could still make plenty of moves possible. But match MVP has to be Killzall. Again, one of my favorite players out there. He was stellar in every single aspect. Rush rate, getting up close and personal. He was always getting on those sites. He's #3 overall. And even if he didn't have the loot, he was still slaying out.
Yeah, loot, scoot, and time to scoot. Oh, it's close. Loot, shoot, and time to scoot. He was doing all of that stuff. That's the way Delta Force is played. Rush rate 2.33. Again, this is not just first bloods. It is also multi-kills. It is also kills while your team is dead. This is kind of indicative of the way you fight. Whereas that EDC rate is the earnings damage rate. So it's how much damage are you doing based on the amount of loot that you're bringing in. Are you bringing in good gear? Well, that rate won't be as high. If you're bringing in bad gear and putting up big damage, then that rate's super high. He's top 5 overall. That's really good stat lines from the guy. Obviously, he's one of their slayers. Put up crazy numbers and helped carry them to a victory. But it truly was a team effort. From Baby B, obviously, to Too Easy, into Killzall, and of course, Coach, Sub, everybody in between. Support systems were there. This team truly was a roller coaster squad. They took us through the highest of highs and frankly the lowest of lows. It was a wild watch for this team.
Right.
And they've got a lot of haters, and they got a lot of people cheering them on. That's the nature of a roller coaster team. That's the nature of North America. And either way, they made it to the finals. Here's a quick listen into some of those comms. I think you're going to like this.
Leg up here.
I'm scanning up.
Give me a smoke. Give me a smoke. I'm going to big.
Smoking.
We're taking a black chamber. Watch above. Watch above. I'm gonna go around the. I'm gonna go around this side right here. It's still a 2. It's still a 2.
Could play bottom.
I don't want to play bottom.
I have a decent spot.
I'm swiping.
That's not gonna hold, by the way. Easy.
Sitting with my P's out.
They're pushing in. Just chill, easy. Just chill. Play back. Come back up, easy. Go up and go up around.
They're on fire. They're on fire. They're on fire. Right on the corner. Big damage on them. Big damage on them. 20 seconds. We died for it. We died for it.
Yeah. You have another flame? Throw flame.
Don't flame. Don't flame. I got rocket.
Hit two.
Don't let him steal. Don't let him steal. Die for it. Die for it. Die for it.
Cookie nade.
Knocked one. Knocked one. Let's go. Let's go. Knocked one. Knocked one. Knocked one.
Swinging right. Knocked one.
Let's go! Woo! Oh, I'm about to die the box! Help! Help! Everybody pose.
Salute. Ready, 3, 2, 1. Boom!
Yeah!
Good shit.
Good shit.
Passion, unmatched, man. That right there is passion. I think amidst the passion, the excitement, and also great comms, even in the last fight that frankly did not matter for them at all. I love the energy. I love the passion. Inside of that passion, inside of that yell, was a ton of relief, man. They have been going through the blender, and then they style on everybody in the last series. So cool to watch.
It's a personal victory for us too, right? I mean, obviously we remain unbiased as we can, but I mean, we did want at least one North American team to make it through, and they did that. Plus, we got 2 EU teams, which is really, really cool and incredible. The Let's Go's also getting the people in the venue pretty pumped up. Here it is. This is how everything ended up unfolding. It was STS, MG, ISG, and AKA who moved forward after lower bracket turn 1. Sadly for Finnell, Legit Brazil, their time was cut short. In upper bracket turn 2, though, it was the ESG and FN who ended up going directly to finals, leaving GS, STS, Inc., and MG to face off against AKA as well as GS, who had earned their spot, or excuse me, MG, or AKA and STS, who had earned their spot from the lower bracket turn 1. After an epic battle throughout 4 maps, it was Inc. and MG who finally secured their spots throughout the finals. Now, I do want to point out once again, credit to MG. They went through the gauntlet today. Yeah. They started the day as competitors. They ended the day as competitors. They played throughout every single series that we had, all maps. How many hours are we into the broadcast?
10 hours and 42 minutes.
They played that entire time at the highest level, which is incredible. No breaks outside of what we got, even as talents. And it's been brutal for us. We've been getting through it thanks to the help, of course, of you guys out there chatting, the wonderful team that's here helping support us. But I couldn't imagine being a competitor on MG, competing for that many hours at the highest level and still earning a spot. I mean, it's huge.
Well, we get to have fun up here, man. Those guys are stressing right now, all right? As much as they want to give some credit to Inc., they truly did earn it. They set themselves up well, and it all worked out. Let's head down to the stage, though, and get an interview with some very happy people.
再次恭喜 MG 晋级烽火世界杯总决赛。Congratulations to MG for qualifying to the grand final of Delta Force Invitational。再次恭喜 MG 拿到了通往决赛的最后2扇钥匙之一啊！来，我们和大家打个招呼。ทักทายก่อนค่ะ
ก็สวัสดีนะครับทุกคนพวกเรา MG นะครับหมู่กอบแก๊งนะครับ
大家好，我们是泰国的 MG 队。刚才那场比赛真的是 精彩非凡，对不对？而且非常对于 MG 来说非常紧张刺激。我想知道3位选手最后双手只能离开键盘，眼睁睁的看着 INC 和 SDS 进行最后的决战的时候，当时命运掌握在别人手里，自己心里是什么感受
โอเคในรอบสุดท้ายโชคชะตาของเรากำหนดระหว่างทีมอิงและ SDS เรามีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
จริงๆก็ในเกมสุดท้ายเนี่ยเราค่อนข้างมั่นใจนะครับว่าอิงเนี่ยจะหา2 MandelBrick ได้แล้วก็เราเนี่ยก็ตอนแรกก็ตื่นเต้นมากลุ้นมากนะครับแล้วก็สุดท้ายแล้วโชคชะตามันถูกกำหนดมาให้เราเข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับ
其实最后一局的时候我们已经觉得 INC 他们可以拿到2块砖了，然后我们也很紧张，其实我们也乱了阵脚，但是上天是眷顾我们的。
幸运永远还是会眷顾努力和强者，好不好？那么其实今天在第2局8克时 ，MG 也是发挥出了非常强势的一个作战能力啊！而且今天我们也知道，他们队从中午的12点打到了现在，将近也是10几个小时了呀！而且在第2局8克时，又是连接3队，连踹了 ISG、SDS 和 GES， 复刻了今天第1场第1局的大霸局，也是连接3队。也就是说，在经历了这么多个小时之后，依旧能够打出那么精彩的发挥。我想知道当时的队内沟通啊，然后当时的状态是怎样的？
แล้วก็เราก็ได้แข่งมา10 กว่าชั่วโมงแล้วค่ะแล้วเราก็ในรอบที่2เราก็ได้ฆ่า3 ทีมใช่ไหมคะแล้วก็เราปรับยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ในเกมที่2เนี่ยตอนแรกเนี่ยเราจะไปเอา MandelBrick นะครับแต่ว่ามันเข้าไปไม่ทันเราก็เลยเปลี่ยนแผนว่าเราจะเอาเงินให้ได้เยอะที่สุดครับ
就是一开始我们其实想去抢那个砖，但是我们进去的不及时，然后被别人先抢走了，然后我们就改变了我们的计划，我们打算先把经济搞起来。
那说到这个进场时机和经济，其实第2局最后经济是有700多万，而且清图了嘛，还拿了那么多人头分啊，所以说第2局可以说是万事俱备，只欠1砖了。第4局的砖对于你们来说应该是至关重要的。那也想问一下，在第4局当中，其实最后 INC 差不多已经快要把砖拿出来了，为什么没有选择那个时候进场去抢一下呢？
แล้วในโลดที่4แล้วค่ะเรากันเงินเหลือแล้วค่ะทำไมไม่ไปแย่งปิกคะ
ในเกมนั้นเนี่ยเราเห็นการเงินของอันดับ1ก็คืออิงนะครับว่าได้การเงินที่น้อยอยู่แล้วก็มี MandelBrick ซึ่งเราเชื่อมั่นว่าเขาจะเอา MandelBrick แน่นอนในเกมนี้เราก็เลยเลือกที่จะไม่เข้าไปแย่งข้างในครับ
因为我们觉得就是 INC 当时他们的经济其实不是很理想，然后他们第1块砖已经拿到了，我觉得他们对第2块砖也是非常的十足，所以我们就没有想去抢他们的砖了。
依旧是在战略上想用经济去拿到这个第2个晋级名额。那么最后一个问题，在7个小时之前，也是这个舞台一模一样的地方，也是我们这5个人站在这里。当时我问了他们一个问题，我说你们最想应对的对手是谁？其实我当时问的是下一场，但他们直接略过了今天下午和晚上的2场，剑指了总决赛的请酒。现在梦想成真，明天你们真的要去杭州总决赛的现场和请酒决一高下了。那么我想知道，进入到总决赛，你们现在想说什么
？OK， แล้วเราจะเข้ารอบชิงแล้วค่ะเรามีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
จริงก็ดีใจมากๆนะครับที่ได้พาทีมชาติไทยเข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอลในทัวร์นาเมนต์ของเดลต้าฟอร์สแล้วก็เราจะทำให้เต็มที่ก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้พวกเราในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลในวันพรุ่งนี้ด้วยนะครับ
我们感到很高兴能够代表泰国这个国家进入到三角洲行动的明天的总决赛中，然后我们也很激动很紧张，希望所有人所有的粉丝可以为我们加油鼓励。
相信线上线下支持 MG 的朋友们一定有的会希望他们在明天有一个非常好的发挥。那么我们也希望 MG 在明天能够继续保持今天的手感和状态，挺进到总决赛当中，表现出更好的发挥。我们把时间交还给解说机。
All right. Well, another great interview, of course. MG, all smiles, excited to be in there. Unfortunately, don't know all the words being said, but it looked like excitement and saying we're ready for the next challenge, likely, and probably saying something along the lines of we still got work to do, right?
Yep.
And I think that's the same sentiment we share in the booth for this team.
Again, another spot, as expected. The two teams coming out of this round are teams that absolutely should be and are roller coaster teams. They've had good moments, they've had bad moments, and now they've got to capitalize on those good moments and say, why were they good? Was it all luck? Absolutely not. There was some skill oriented. How do we use that going into the finals?
That's exactly it. So you've got to take your lessons learned over the past 2 days and apply them to where it matters most over the next 6 games, since that's all you get. There's been multiple stages, right, from day 1 to day 2. But tomorrow for finals, there's only one stage, 6 games, or at least 6 total games, right? On the biggest stage you could possibly imagine, a sold-out arena, okay? And there's going to be a lot of people there. Like I said, I looked it up. I'm thinking like 4,500, but either way, it's going to be loud. They're going to be proud, and they're going to be cheering probably for their region, right, or at least their location, which could be China. So that's going to put pressure on North America as well as EU and APAC. But either way, they're there, and they're going to be playing their heart out. And I just want to say, by the way, for MG, one of the coolest logos out there. Like, I took a picture of it and sent it to everybody because it's just so unique.
I was looking up, I was trying to figure out exactly the origin of their name, and then I was looking at their logo, and I was like, okay, the origin that I'm piecing together, which I think is like Crispy Pork Gang, essentially, has nothing to do with their logo. So I don't know what's going on. I think they did post a video about it. I'll have to go back and watch that before finals, and I'll update everybody at home. Of course, you can pay attention to all the socials. Delta Force has been posting, we've been posting, everybody's been posting about the Delta Force Invitational leading up to this stage, and so it's good to see the global competition truly come together for an insane couple days. Now, again, we've been saying this all day. We're the English broadcast, of course, the Chinese broadcast also on site. And there's also other global broadcasts all over the world, all cheering on their respective regions, I'm sure, just about as biased as we are, and also watching some amazing games. It's been a fantastic couple days, but we're just getting started, it feels like, even though we only have one more best of 6, which will be tomorrow. We'll update you guys on schedule here in a little bit. We are prepping for behind us one more interview before we close things out. This is going to be Inc., of course. Who else would we be talking to? And really excited to hear from them about the difference makers probably and why they were so confident. What was the difference in that matchup? It'll be fun to hear one more time from those guys.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic to hear about what they did to adjust so well to go from, I would say, honestly struggling, not looking like a team that I think that would realistically make it into finals, to being the most dominant team in our last 4 maps of the day. I mean, talk about a quick turnaround when they needed it most, and also a team that didn't necessarily get a break. They did not play at the start of the day, but they did in fact play, obviously later on in the day, which that's big for them. They've had to go at least, 9 games, I think, in a row, which is still pretty grueling.
5-4, that's right.
5-4, right? 9 games in a row, but they made it happen. It's not as much as MG, but yeah, I really do want to understand what makes them tick. We had a chance to speak with their coach, and it was like, well, what's the biggest thing you want to fix going into the final games? And that's a pretty standard question, but I did like the answer. We need to get more aggressive, which is something that did them in the end.
Aggression is everything. And I think every team could stand for somebody to say, get more aggressive on land. As per the usual, there's something called land jitters. We talk about that every broadcast. In day 2, people didn't have jitters necessarily, but they were still too cautious when it came to MandelBrick rounds. There was still way too much caution about pushing a brick that if you don't get, you aren't moving on. There wasn't a sense of urgency to go for those bricks. This time, Inc. says, okay, sense of urgency is one thing. How about we just set the tone and we grab it first every single time, and we start it. And it worked out well for them. They were able to do it. They were able to execute. You all saw it. It was electric.
Well, and I want to say, by the way, like one of the reasons why 6 teams didn't make it, in my opinion, after watching them, was their inability to take the matters into their own hands. They were always waiting for somebody else to make them, for somebody else to maybe go in and touch the MandelBrick and start decoding it. And maybe more players are lost. Then they have the man advantage and they can push up. Like, that just didn't work. We saw it happen so many times. And again, what worked the best is what Inc. ended up doing, or what NBA did well, or what Q9 did well, right? ESG is getting the MandelBrick early, taking it for themselves, and nobody else would challenge for it. I expect it to be fully different tomorrow with the caliber of players and teams that we're going to have there, but that's what won the day, taking the initiative. The teams that took the initiative were ultimately the winners.
Yeah, I like that breakdown. Our interview almost ready to go. Get a chance to hear from Killzall and Co. And I think if I'm looking in on their entire team, their entire roster, again, I do want to tip my hat to their sub, Grimmy. Not a lot of subs get to travel to a competition and get some time on the stage. So it all worked out. The sub went through, didn't end up executing a crazy amount, didn't do anything wrong though, and a really good player. You heard it from Zach. He was saying Grimmy, he thinks he's one of the best players in A in general. And Grimmy had some shining moments in the regional qualifiers leading up to the stage. Was part of the team that barely missed out, as was Zap, by the way, from the EU side. So both the Western sides, at least one members of those teams that barely missed out, made it to here on the same squad, which is really interesting. So anyways, all that to say, tip my hat to that whole roster, coach, sub, full roster of 3. They did it, and they did it in style, and they did it with an ego, which is exactly what you need, especially when your back was against the wall and the last chance to make it to the finals.
Yeah.
A great team. Let's hear from them on the stage. Down to the stage, it's Inc. They've made it to the finals.
Congratulations to Inc. for qualifying into the grand final of Delta Force Invitational. 非常恭喜你们拿到了最后一张通往总决赛的门票。现在站到我身边的呢是 INK 的选手和教练，来，我们和大家打个招呼。Please introduce yourself.
I'm Baby B.
大家好，我是 Baby B.
I'm Killzall.
大家好，我是 Killzall.
I am Too Easy.
大家好，我是 Too Easy.
I'm Zap the coach.
大家好，我是他们的教练 Zap。今天的比赛可以说有惊无险，但是最后双专拿下比赛啊！不仅在比赛当中有老对手 AKA， 还有很多别的赛区的强势的对手嘛。那么今天在第2局巴克时，一手拿专，只接了一对 ISG， 然后最后双专直接拿下比赛了。在比赛开始之前，这是你们所预想的剧本吗？
In this tournament, you have met lots of strong opponents like your longtime rival AKA. But in the round 2, in the brackish map, you just met with the ISG. When you decode the MandelBrick, have you imagined that it would be so smooth for you?
Actually, that outcome was expected. We were definitely expecting only 1, maybe 2 teams to show up. So.
这是我们预想范围内的，但是我们其实是遇到了2支对手。
遇到了2支对手，就是说其实有一点阻碍，但是阻碍没有很大，所以说还是顺利拿下比赛了。那最后其实，在第4局的时候已经有专有钱，可以说是稳赢了。为什么这个时候还去飞升拦截了一下 SDS 啊？
Actually, in the round 4, you have already got the ticket for the grand finals, but you still blocked the Operation Ascend. Why?
Because the job's never done. Yeah, the game's not over until there's only 1 team left on the map, and we wanted to assert our dominance, and we didn't know which team was alive, but we wanted to just go over there and end their tournament.
因为这个游戏其实还没有真正意义上没有结束，我们想有100%的信心能够拿下它，所以我们还是在努力做这件事情。
游戏的时间进行到最后一刻，就要战斗到最后1秒钟，非常好啊！那同样的话筒现在已经是在 Killzall 的手中了。其实这几天的比赛 ，Killzall 都表现出了很强的实力，包括我听到网上有人叫他窗口战神，不管在大巴还是巴克什，很多次在窗口投了很多波背身啊。那今天同样也是巴克什的窗口，在博物馆的南面啊。 当时你一个麦小文进步摸到那里去，但是蹲了很半天，一直没有进去。实不相瞒，当时这个一窗之隔里面站着的是 AK 的3名大汉啊。当时是因为敏锐的嗅到了什么吗？
There's a question for Kelsa. Actually, in the map of brackish, there are 3 members of AKA just waiting for you behind the door, but you decide not to go into the room. Have you already know that they are in the room?
No, we had no idea we're there. We actually scanned a different person that was nearby, and we were setting up a plan to kill him because he looked a little solo. And unfortunately, Baby B walked right into their trap. They were all 3 there and insta-killed him. So it was quite unfortunate, but yeah.
其实我是不知道他们在那个门后面的， 但是我的队友 Baby B 不小心就掉进了他们的陷阱，然后不幸阵亡了。
敏锐的嗅觉同样也要靠队友的一个身先士卒哈。那也同样的是给到 Baby B， 其实听名字就是一个非常小的选手，实不相瞒，确实也是一个非常年轻的小将啊。那么这也是他第一次来到中国，远赴而来。那么我想知道，第一次来到中国这一趟中国之旅，整体下来感受如何呀
？Baby B, you are the youngest player in this game, and it's your first time to come to China. What's the feeling about this trip?
I'm very proud to be here. I appreciate the work that my team has done, and I'm very proud of how we work together to make it happen.
我非常高兴能够来到这，也非常荣幸能够来到这，我为我的队伍感到自豪而骄傲。
而且我们也了解到啊，其实 Baby B 的爸爸也会玩游戏的，而且玩的也很好啊。那他的父母也一直非常支持他的电竞事业，今天也是从美国远赴而来，来到了现场给他加油。那么今天有没有什么想跟爸爸妈妈说的
？Baby B, your parents always support you a lot in your esports career, and they're here today. What you want to say to them now?
Like I said before, I love that they are constantly sticking with me, constantly believing in me to make stuff happen. But right now, I'm really loving the vibes between my team.
我很爱他们，他们一直陪伴着我，一直支持着我。我爱他们，我也爱我的队友。
所有支持和爱我们的人会一直在背后看着我们往前面越走越高，越走越远，好不好？那么也期待 Ink 在明天的比赛当中会有怎样精彩的发挥呢？我们把时间交还给解说席吧。
Well, certainly some joy and some smiles, but all business, man. Hey, look, the North American way, they said it ain't over till it's over. We didn't know who was over there, but they were dying.
Wanted to assert dominance.
I like
what he
it.
said.
I like it a lot. A great interview, and of course, shout out to Baby B, the whole team, everybody front to back, even the family here to support. We love seeing that in esports. We love seeing that here in China. Travel all the way out. Really cool stuff there. But like Baby B said, he loves that they're there. He loves that they're supporting him, but he's focused on his team, and he likes that the team is there, all grouped together, saying we won this as a unit. Let's look back on, of course, the players of the day. We've got several to talk about because, yes, this is not the only best of 6 that we casted today and that they played. HR was the best KD at 8-0 overall, with DT the most extracted match loot value at 7.54 mil as an individual. That's disgusting. That's on that big ESG map that we watched earlier. Damage per map, Onigiri, 2508 is a crazy number as well. And look at DT on here twice, Taylor.
Yeah, Onigiri is incredible, but DT being on there twice is scary, given the fact ESG did qualify, and DT is going to be coming into the finals hot and heavy, not only getting the match extracted loot value, at least the most of it right, but also getting the most assists per match. But HR, that young player of 19, coming from EU side of things for Fallen, he's going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, crazy that our 2 youngest players in the competition make it to finals day. The odds, I don't know what they are, but either way you look at it, the young guns, they came to slay. The biggest question that anybody asked about the young guns throughout all of the interviews we've done, any media days, it's always that same question that you expect to ask them. Hey, obviously you've got good fast twitch responses, right? You've got good hand-eye coordination. You're the youngest out here. You're going to be moving quick. But do you have the nerves of steel when you're technically the youngest to compete on a stage like this? Obviously studio and then stage tomorrow. The answer is a resounding yes. But Taylor, a lot of people have been asking what the heck is going on? How did we get here? And here's the entire process.
I'll tell you.
You gonna go for it?
I'm going for it again because I can redeem myself, okay? We started off on day 1 with Group Stage A and Group Stage B. They faced off against each other to be top 3, but the bottom 3 moved down to the lower bracket turn 1. Meanwhile, the top 3 went to upper bracket turn 1, where we witnessed our first 2 teams going to finals, which is Q9 and NBA. That ended day 1. Day 2 started with the upper bracket turn 2. Again, 2 wonderful teams moved forward. It was ESG and FN. Sadly, though, 2 teams were eliminated in Fennel and Legit Brazil. Their tournament life cut shorter than they wanted to. But the day wasn't over with just yet. We also had another matchup that ended up taking place, and of course, eventually moving on to the lower bracket turn 2. Things get serious. 4 teams were eliminated. It was AKA, STS, ISG, and GS. And ultimately, the final 2 teams to join the 6 going to finals was Inc. and MG.
A great breakdown. It's been a great 2 days, and we will end tomorrow, September 21st, with our final best of 6. A single best of 6 to ring home the finals, and it's with these 6 teams. We've been talking about them all day today. You've seen all of them but 2 today. If you tuned in yesterday, you saw the utter dominance that Q9 and NBA both were able to exert on their opponents. Both of those 2 teams on paper are the best teams. Both of those 2 teams on paper showed that they were the best teams on day 1. But today, ESG looks scary.
Yes, they did.
Fallen sneaks in there as well, barely beating out GS, who of course didn't even make it to finals, missed out by $500,000 in that round and couldn't get it going in this last one. But Inc. and MG, they might have some momentum. They might have learned the most. Inc. is looking a little scary to wrap up this competition. If you could say that everybody's getting better and better as they go, then Inc. is going to be a dark horse for sure going into the finals.
That's right.
This has been amazing. I'm excited about finals tomorrow. There's a lot of people asking me when are finals. The finals themselves will be at 10 a.m. UTC 0. That is the actual finals game starting. That is when we will be live. You can also hit the Google. I like that. Any search engine, to be frank.
Any search engine, excuse me, any search engine. Yes.
But 10 a.m. UTC 0. It is important time. You got to look up the time conversions on that if you don't know. For me, in Central Daylight Time back home, that's going to be 4 a.m. is when we'll be starting that. But there's a lot going on before that on all of our global broadcasts, so a lot going on. A final quick reminder for the people at home. I will give them in a moment because, Taylor, I want to give you some words. Any way you want to wrap up day 2. It's been a great day.
Oh, the way you looked at me, I'm going to give you some words. What did I do? Hey, no.
Chance for words.
It was a great day. It really, really was. The past 2 days, in general, have been sensational. I genuinely feel the Delta Force team has done such a wonderful job bringing these competitors to China, setting them up for success, and even the teams that fell a little bit short, again, hold your heads up high. You are amongst the 12 best teams in the world Delta Force has to offer, right. And your journey in this esport is not done just yet. But for the other 6 teams, well, of course, they move forward to finals to compete for $500,000, to compete to become the first ever Delta Force Invitational champion, something that can only be earned once. I can't wait to get tomorrow started, but of course I'm going to have to, but I want to see each and every one of you show up to witness history.
The finals tomorrow in a stadium. Delta Force has a ton going on, but the Delta Force Invitational is not over. As a reminder, September 23rd, a brand new Delta Force season with a ton of content. That's the War Ablaze season. Brand new operators, a lot going on in Delta Force right now. And they partnered up with Midas Buy. You can go get your Delta coins, 35% bonus. You head down to that panel if you're on the official Twitch channel. Scroll down, click the panel, go check out Midas Buy. Involved here with Delta Force now as well. Go re-up and play like these guys. But tomorrow, folks, stadium, crowd, final 6 teams. You're not going to want to miss it. Until then, I've got to remind you that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. We will see you in the stadium tomorrow. See you then.